Yeah, I'm so insecure. I couldn't handle talking to a guy that can't ask a question that's coherent. That's how insecure I am. Those guys that ask those questions, they really make me feel insecure. Especially when they don't make any fucking sense.
Yo, so Arma, if his only power is to mute you, what's your power then?
Oh,
To whine
cooked.
about it in chat like a little fucking whiny ass goat. Bah, please,
Ooh.
bah, please unmute me.
Damn, Arma, you're gonna let him talk to you like that?
I mean, all he has to do is write yes or no in the chat
That's
that he
crazy,
can
bro.
answer questions,
My boy
but he's trying to
Arma,
pretend like
my
he's the
boy
king
Arma
in
has
here.
a chocolate bar in his fucking name. Like this boy's sweet.
Oh,
Oh, he's
He's
a
got an
little
old
sweet, huh?
Zelda picture. He's got an old Zelda picture and fucking what a donkey.
Dude, he ain't
Just
that
say yes
bro,
or
getting
no.
cooked
You were
right
asked
now.
a
He's getting
question 4
cooked.
minutes ago. Answer yes or no, and then you might be unmuted. It's not me, but I'm just saying. Like play within the rules at least.
Why do they always do this? So misbehaved.
Asking questions.
Why are you asking all them questions?
You gonna eat that cornbread?
I might eat
Baseman.
your cornbread.
This dude, Baseman. He's a politics elite.
Oh, man.
Member since March the 1st.
Yeah, the funny thing is he's just like waiting to get unmuted so he can get spanked again.
Because he can
Ooh,
start
pause.
screaming. He can pop.
Yeah, big pause, big pause.
Just write in. I told you I would unmute you if you just write your definition of round. I've been hovering over your profile here for like 5 minutes. I thought it'd be easy. If you want, let's test it real time. If
Bro,
Arma
low-key,
wants
though,
to be unmuted, type Arma's definition of round. If you want to stay muted, don't do anything other than that.
Great.
I'm betting the farm, and I'm not a betting man. He's gonna do anything other than that.
Anything else? Yeah, facts.
I don't think
even
he's
wrote it.
capable.
He's. Oh man.
See,
He
I'm not
literally
even a
just wrote it.
gambling man. I'm not even a gambling man.
I'm not a gambling man either. I'll bet the whole farm and the neighbor's farm.
Yeah.
Well, let's move on. Who's next? Or should we just keep roasting the guy? He doesn't even know what round means.
Feel sorry for the guy. He can't
Prove I'm
spell
not a
round.
unicorn. What do you mean prove you're not a unicorn? Who said you were? And why would they say that? Like, prove it's not a globe.
See, he doesn't even
Well,
understand what we're
why?
saying. Imagine betting the
Why
neighbor's farm
it's a
on
globe?
the earth being flat, LOL. Who said that?
I would do that because then
Is
I
that
would
just
do
like
that.
imaginations of what we said? Because it isn't what we actually said.
Yeah, that isn't what I said, bro. To be fair, but I would do that. Imagine betting the flat farm on the fact that the farm is flat.
Yo, could you guys argue that his profile picture is like someone fighting a farm? Like his profile picture is like someone holding a sword to a bush.
Okay,
Farm fighter.
Spaceman S. Spaceman
Is he a
underscore
troll?
S.
Is this dude a bot?
Yeah,
Dude, he's not smart enough to control other people's emotions. I promise you.
Facts.
Yo, let's
Space
spank him one more time.
Spaceman underscore
Pause.
S makes the rules and he doesn't answer questions. He's the king here.
Psych.
He's the king of the chat.
He's walking himself to a guillotine right now.
A flay earth.
Yo, I just want to. If you guys want, I just want to hear. I want to hear one more of his arguments, just to,
Bro, he hasn't made
you
one
know,
yet.
just for shits and giggles.
He hasn't even asked a question yet. He hasn't even made it
A
past step
coherent
one.
question.
Yeah, you got to ask a coherent question. We can't answer no incoherent questions. How many
What you,
Doober smarts does it
bro?
take to make a Flurper Smurfer?
What are you talking about? He asked us what a
Just
table
answer the
was.
question,
Remember?
Hank. Hank, why are you not answer the question, Hank?
The most
You can't
coherent
answer my
question he
question.
asked was what is a table?
No, name a telephone pole, bro. Name 3 telephone poles.
Yeah, you should do it right now.
What?
Oh, you
Name a
couldn't answer the
telephone
question.
pole.
I'm the
What?
winner.
What do you mean, name a
Hey, not
telephone pole?
Arma, not for nothing. You're a glutton for punishment, though.
That's crazy.
I name telephone poles 8 days a week.
Like, you sound like you need help, low-key, if you say
And I will
name 3
call you
tables.
Henry.
This table's
The
Johnny.
next
Like,
telephone you're
what?
welcome to, I'm going to name you Johnny. You're now Johnny.
Jeez, bro.
Okay, I'm naming the telephone pole outside of my house Ray.
Like, when you get so triggered by flat earthers, you just start talking crazy.
Yo, what were your 2 coherent questions? What's a table and what's a telephone pole? Were those the coherent ones?
Wait, is that him?
No, he in the side chat he said I literally asked 2 coherent questions. So I'm
Okay,
wondering, is it
Oh,
like the?
he said
now,
name. Yeah, he said name a telephone pole. Is that the
now he's
coherent
asked
question?
a loaded
Yeah,
question.
that's the same dude.
Are you guys going to stop sucking each other off? That's a loaded question, bro.
Whoa, pause, bro.
Nobody here's doing that.
That's
Is a
not
penis
happening.
Arma is a penis circle to you?
Is that round?
Round like a penis?
Oh my god. Maybe that'll
All
finally click for him.
Or do
Maybe
you mean
Yeah.
he'll
round like
finally get it.
or do you mean round like a
understand
testicle?
what this
Is that
dude
what
was
you mean?
talking about.
You mean round like a testicle? You're the experts. You tell me what I meant by my question. Okay.
Oh, you
This
didn't
dude,
understand.
how am I going to tell you what you meant if I don't know what you meant, bro? Oh, you can't tell
Yeah,
me
just
what I meant.
Arma, pull the penis out your mouth and tell us if it's round.
Oh shit.
How are we
Bro,
going to tell
god
you what you
damn.
meant if we're asking you what you meant, bro?
We're wilding out right now.
Dude, I can't help it. This
Oh
dude's
my.
retarded.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. This is like low level.
You know, they say that you shouldn't like pick on people who are like,
No, we should
but
bully. Bring back shame. Bring back
yeah,
bullying.
yeah,
BBB.
bring back. Dude, I had to deal with my bullies, man. My bully picked me up by my hips, and I fucking clapped both of his ears at the same time as hard as I could. He
Damn.
never did that shit to me again.
It's a good move right there.
He should have grabbed me with my arms, but he
Right, by
grabbed
the
me by
hips is
my
kind of
hips.
like, little interesting.
I clapped his. Ooh, I clapped his shit hard. I rung both of his bells.
I mean,
And I was on that butterfly machine back in the day. I loaded the butterfly machine all the way up. 45, 45, stacked it to the
okay.
top.
Wait, so he picked you up by the hips? How old were you?
I was a freshman. He was a
Oh
twice
shit!
flunked senior, so he was probably putting close to 19.
Damn.
He picked me up before school started. I clapped him. Because I didn't know if I was about
Clap.
to be dropped on my head. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't do nothing to that dude. He just picked me up nowhere.
That's a good move right there. I'm gonna remember that.
He sounds like the original Diddy.
Yeah,
Probably.
he went for the hips. Like, okay.
He could have dumped me, bro. He could have dumped me. If he'd have dropped me on my head, dude, it'd have been bad. I was on concrete.
Yeah, that's bad.
Damn.
Oh, that's because of gravity.
What's gravity? What's
Earth's
that?
gravity, of course.
It's gravity where it grabs things and pulls it down.
I didn't
Like
ask who is
Diddy.
gravity. I said, what is gravity?
It gravity. It gravity.
I
Gravity.
don't think you understand the gravity of the situation. When you pick a motherfucker up, you might get clapped.
Prove the Earth is not something that doesn't exist.
What the fuck is a YouTube education? What a donkey. Holy shit.
Is he saying we got educated off YouTube? Where'd you hear that from? YouTube?
No, it's on the side. Yeah, he's saying like we have like night retards. It's satisfying that you can't debate someone who's got more than a high school and YouTube education.
This dude's an Air Force
Okay.
pilot. Just remember that, guys.
Yeah, I got my GED off YouTube as well.
Wait, he's saying we can't debate. So that if you're below us, so what does that make you?
Ah, he's gone.
Yeah,
Dude named himself Arma.
more like Alma.
Posted a little short
All right.
video there for you guys.
W's in the chat.
Big dubs.
Is there another Glober here?
He's Spaceman. He's been in here before. He's hilarious, man.
Okay. Spaceman, what up?
There's all the Globers for you. Spaceman, you got a mic?
No,
Mike.
that was Arma. Arma, he changed. It's a different account. He switched
Same
accounts.
guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's got
Wait,
mod
who?
logs for days. The guy
Who's Arma?
the one who was asking if Earth is a round.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Damn, he's really butthurt, eh?
Yeah, dude, you can always tell the butthurt
Shit.
Earthers. It's like one of you scarred him.
Butthurters.
Which one
No,
of you
you
scarred
scarred
him?
him. No, you scarred him.
Somebody
bet you-
scarred
I
him,
just
I
I
think
just
I can take
compound.
credit for it.
I just
What?
multiplied it.
bro. Go ahead, Chris.
Here, I'll show you what I did to this guy.
Yeah, bro. Somebody scars them and then they never come back. They're like, they hate that individual so much that they treat everybody that they're like, yeah, and you flat earther, or blah, blah, blah. It's like, you don't even know me, bro. We've never spoke before. Are you trying to say I'm like this and I'm like that? Just because Crit hurt your feelings?
Yeah, he posted this like 100 and something times. Like DM'd it to me.
God. Really? Let me take a look.
What the fuck is that?
It's like a picture of someone with Down syndrome that he just scribbled crit on with like
Oh.
crayon.
Oh, wow. Yeah, bro. Somebody just gets so triggered and butthurt. They just lose all reasoning. Like that guy even said, first he said, prove it's not round, prove it's not round, prove it's not flat, prove it's not round, prove it's not flat. Like, is that him? Was he just confused or maybe he is dyslexic after all? I don't know.
Georges Lamatre looks kind of crazy in the eyes, doesn't he? I posted it.
What is the craziest thing you've heard a Glober say this week?
Good question.
Craziest thing is probably the what kind of tables? What did Arma say?
Name 3
Yeah,
telephone
dude.
poles.
Actually, that might be name 3 telephone poles might be up there top 3 this
This
week.
week, yeah, this week. There's a bunch of crazy shit, but that shocked me.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Like, what do you mean name a telephone?
I think it was like a trick question. It was like a troll ass question.
I
He doesn't even
wonder
know
if
where he stands.
he's so rattled. Yeah, he's too rattled to think clearly.
You know what pisses me off when people name their private drives? Like they name their fucking driveway? There's only a few reasons why you name something. It's because when you call it, you want it to come to you. Or when you want to remember which one you're talking about, so you give it a name. Why would you fucking forget your fucking driveway or need it to come to you?
For mailing purposes, right? I don't know.
Well, you
Not
got a
trying to be a
street
dick
address.
No,
rider.
you got an address. Yeah, you got an address
Like
for that.
if you got 3 houses on one driveway, okay. Like if you got like extra houses, but other than that, why would you name your driveway?
It's like in the same vein of like naming grass blades or something.
Yeah,
It's
why would you do
irrelevant.
that?
Naming grass blades is
Why
crazy.
would you do that?
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
People do dumb shit, so I'm not surprised.
Well, don't they like buy like moon property? I feel like we should get into that business. So we should sell like space propaganda stuff, like property on the moon. We should sell, you know,
There's some people trying to do that.
Well,
how
there
would
are
they buy
people
it?
selling lunar, Phoenician, and Martian real estate. You can buy
See?
real estate right now from the moon.
See?
So I think I read one time. Don't quote me on this. I'm not a lawyer. It's illegal internationally to sell lunar real estate. But
Because nobody
somebody's
owns
doing
it.
it. No, somebody's
Nobody,
doing it, but it's
but
illegal
nobody
to do
owns
it.
it. It's propaganda. They're just trying to waste our mind space with
I
bullshit.
gotta start bookmarking stupid shit when I see it. Maybe I could bookmark a telephone pole. How many telephone poles
Bookmark
have you
Arma.
bookmarked? Oh, you can't answer my question, Flurf.
Yeah, that's so goofy. See, they're not here in good faith. They're just too triggered, and too rattled. These flat earthers, I hate them. You know, they just come in way too hot. Their questions are not coherent. They don't have good back and forth. It's super bad faith. You know,
It's illegal to sell land on lights. I don't know what
Uh,
land on lights are. Is that like something at the airport where you can land on them safely? Like just in case the tire hits the light, you got land on lights. There's a helicopter pad that got land on lights.
there's also this phone company that makes custom iPhones and different products and stuff like that, and they have a series of space-related phones that have supposedly meteorites and different metals and stuff from space, and they're charging upwards of $86,000 for an iPhone.
A
And
gamma radiated iPhone?
and so like, but so that's one of the things that I use to answer the question of like um why does it matter? They'll ask you, why does it matter? Why do you care or get involved in this? I don't care how much money you have. That is a waste of money. Even if you had unlimited money,
You sound like a Windows guy.
what do you mean? Oh, no, I mean I have an iPhone right now. I'm just saying
We're pro
they're only
Steve
worth.
Jobs around here. You know, he built Apple Campus, which is a flat Earth campus. So
Hey, I'm on an iPhone right now with
yeah,
AirPods and
they're
all that. I got a
you
MacBook in
know
my
they're
backpack.
it's called the Apple you know the product ladder. So you can buy cheaper iPhones,
Yeah. I
fully
got a
capable
Bachelor.
devices. You don't have to
cheaper
be on
iPhone.
that new hotness
I
every
got a
year.
That new
bachelor in
hotness is
Samsung.
hilarious. The new hotness. But 86,000 for an iPhone, bro? Nah, bro. That's why it matters. You would never be so gullible to drop 88 times the value of a freaking phone because it
If the
had some
iPhone ain't
moon
even worth
rocks in it.
1,000, you know how much it costs
Exactly.
them to make an iPhone in China?
Not that much.
Shit, nowhere near 1,000.
Uh,
And
and
then to have
so,
a customized iPhone, like what?
well, they're just saying it has some extra space dust in it. Like what? That makes it $88,000? Like, hell no,
Is it the
dude.
moon? It's the moon rock paint you're talking about?
Look up here. I'll get you a link. I'll put it in the chat. The company is called Caviar. They make custom like phones and stuff. They
Caviar.
have a whole series called like Parade of the Planets, and they have like different like space related phones, and they're like hella expensive, bro.
They probably sell it to the fucking government. It's like, oh, we'll print some more money. Gotta have them expensive phones.
Yeah, it's more of that fear indoctrination. Just like, people realize, yeah, Elon Musk, he's hoping to get people to Mars, right? Who's it really for? That would be like sort of the Noah's Ark for the elite in case of some bad thing were to happen. So they always want you to know the elite are spending some money in some way that will only benefit them. And they want you to keep that in the forefront of your mind, always.
Yeah, what are they gonna do? Get like the S22 Ultra? Like pizza guys have those. We can't be caught, with a mass-produced cell phone.
Okay. We got a Windows guy talking. Nah. Hell no.
The
Look,
Windows
look.
guy thing. Dude, that's funny.
That is funny. That is funny. I put it in the chat as well if you want to take a look. Look, it wasn't kidding. $85,140. Bruh.
Holy
Fuck
shit.
no. What is that
Fuck
made of gold?
no. I don't care
Yeah,
how
it
much
is. It
money
is
you
made of gold.
have.
Sign me up. That seems like a
No, it's
deal.
not just gold, bro. I feel like it's not all gold. Let me
That's
open
an
it up
iPhone
again.
4 in a gold case.
Yeah, like I could get a case and it'd look just like it.
That's like
And
that's the mo
from 15 feet, you would tell no difference.
if anyone asks you, why does it matter that you get involved in this discussion? Do you think any flat earthers are by this? Hell no. Fuck no, bro. Only globe heads are buying this stuff.
Well, no, that's
Only.
incorrect. No, probably Saudi princes are buying something like that, and they are flat earthers.
Saudi
So
princes.
Well, for
To
a
sell it
Saudi
back
prince,
to
that's a drop in the
globetards.
bucket, man. It doesn't cost them $85,000. Isn't shit to them.
But they're not buying it because it's like, yeah, this is sick. Space. Fuck yeah. They're like, I'm gonna sell
It
this to
doesn't.
some globetard for sure. Here's the materials. A blackened titanium. That's not gold. Wait. It's plated gold. Thank you.
it is probably
It's
mostly only
plated.
flat earthers buying it. Because the elite echelon of
Man.
flat earth. Those are the Saudi princes and stuff. So they're the ones buying that. Yeah.
Well, we can't afford that shit. No one's spending 85 G's on a fucking phone now.
Yeah. Well, if you were a Saudi prince, you
Unless
would.
that transforms into fucking a jet that takes me to fucking Pluto. I don't
Well, they
need.
already got.
I'm not
It's
wasting.
like these. Are you like a folding phone kind of guy? It's
I
like,
used to
yeah,
be,
we
yeah.
got another device for that. It's called the iPad. You just buy the
Yeah.
iPad, you buy the iPhone. You don't need to buy some triple folding phone. That's just some gimmick.
Yeah.
Shit kind of hard though. It's sick.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
but
like
that's the trick. That's the trick. Making it seem like it's hot now is like,
Who buys
and they're
a
gonna make you
folding
spend like
phone?
half your paycheck.
Yeah, it's gonna be super lame.
It doesn't
yeah,
matter,
It's
bro.
you
gonna
It's not
got
be.
gonna
you
really
got
do
creases.
anything.
You got creases on the screen. It's like you got a permanently broken screen.
Well,
Yeah, and it's
anybody who
like, oh,
has
look at me, I'm gonna fold this out 3 ways. Like, oh, it's a big iPad now. It's like, and then I just pull out the iPad out of my bag. I'm like, here you go, and the screen looks a lot better.
anybody who owned like somebody's robot. Sorry, robot. Anybody who owned like a Nintendo SP through 3DS knows that you don't want one of those phones that fold.
I used to have a flip phone.
Yeah, but it flipped without the screen flipping. That screen flipping, it's only going to last so many times.
Those things are durable as fuck.
Oh, you're talking about the old school
I
flip phone?
guarantee you a flip phone from like 2001 is more durable than these $85,000 phones. If the sun hits it too hard, it's gonna fucking clonk out on you.
Yeah, but they do like 1/10 of the tasks.
You don't. All your phone needs to do is call and give you GPS. Really,
Well,
that's it.
I'm talking to you right now. I'm using a Discord program.
Yeah, so am I.
Well, yeah, so I need it to do a little bit more than just call.
But how many Discord programs do
You
you
could
use?
be on your iPad though.
Ah, good point. So we don't even need an iPhone. We just need iPads and then
For the price,
old brick phones.
yeah, for the price of that thing, you could get an old school flip phone, an iPad, a computer, a PS5, and then have some money to raise your kid or something.
Yeah, you could just like have all burner phones, use a new phone every few days, and
Yeah,
have an iPad and you just wipe its memory every day.
there you go.
You know, that's what the Dark Siths. You know, they were mad at Anakin for not wiping R2D2's memory, but you know, not doing it gave it a little bit more nuance and personality that was associated with its owner.
There's that brazen aspect you're saying. Is like, I wipe my memory when I can just not be
We just
ashamed.
took like a real weird Star Trek.
I understood what you said.
Only a Sith deals in absolute. Are you absolutely sure about that?
I'm RD. I'm RD. What's his name? RDT2.
D2.
I've never seen Star Wars, but I know who you're
Japanese
referring
name.
to.
Arturito. Arturito. Yeah, I want to go shoot some paper targets.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm out too, boys. It was a pleasure.
Peace. Robot.
Send the limits reports?
I don't think so. No,
Yeah, that's fine. So, you got back for this?
no, I'll throw it in my backpack.
You're coming in clear now, Creation Bear.
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
You too.
Lost you there for a little bit, Creation Bear. Think you're back now. DB in the house.
He was just at the Creation store ordering a couple
Creation Burgers.
devices.
Oh, was I unmuted the whole time? I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah. Hey, Creation
You
Bear.
said I was roboting, so I thought I muted up.
Yeah, we were just wondering, how many Croatian burgers have you ever had?
Croatian burgers?
Oh, you can't answer my
That's
question.
copyrighted, sir. Oh, oh, I see what you did there. Wow. Yeah. Is he still here? Or?
Nah, dude. I got you. See, people think if you can't answer the question, it's a gotcha. No, a gotcha is when we paint you into a corner and expose your
Yes.
contradictions. That's what a gotcha is. Exposing your
It's
dilithium.
way more sly. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you said this over here. And you said that over there.
Yeah.
So it's when you tie yourself into a pretzel. And I have a GIF for that. I have a very special GIF. I posted it once a day, but that's not going to stop me from posting it again. So this is
Post
what
it.
a gotcha is. There's your gotcha, Globers. You step.
The bitch.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite sentences in the whole English language. Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, I like asking, are when the airplane takes off, is it actually going directly to its destination, or is it traveling to a place where the destination will arrive?
Well, that's what Halley's Comet does, right? Because they say,
What does
like,
it
oh,
do?
it travels to where the sun is going to be instead of
Uh,
where the sun is, right? So these comets that are allegedly going like from center of the solar system near the sun to way out there in the middle of no fucking where bumfucked Egypt, and then they come back to the sun. Do they go where it's going to be? And the answer from the cosmologist is, well, gravity. An actual guy who was claiming to be a cosmologist and worked at like a Christian college. Can't remember his name. But he stumbled into 24/7 one night while I was there. I asked him that question.
Yeah, that's interesting. You just do actually just get this observation of Halley's Comet as an elevation angle change,
Elevation.
not following to any heading, because if you were to take the heading, it's only to your local position. Now, if you have to extrapolate that out into a globe, now your headings are all off. You're introducing what are when it's morphing, you're introducing this variable where you're changing this from your flat local measurements into a big ball. So every aspect of it is changing. So it makes your local distance that was a measured mile, now that's like a quarter mile, depending on where you're looking at it.
Depending on where you're looking at it.
Yeah, you're looking at it in your position. Everything is going to measure to your liking right there locally. But then if you extrapolate it and say, oh, okay, well, you're on some big ball, now there's this transformation that has to take place into having your real world measurements meet these expectations that you have because Universal Pictures puts a glob on in front of every movie they make.
Right. So it has to be transformed, translated, transposed. I don't know what the right word is. But I kind of get what you're saying now.
Yeah, it brings in the inaccuracy, right? Because it's like here's the local mile. Like we got all local maps. I can drive to my neighborhood store, my grocery store right down the street. I know it's 2 miles away. No, it's a mile away. Now, if we introduce these sort of expectations and beliefs you have of an overall aspect, some sort of model you want to work with, now the headings skew, the measurements of distance are skewed, and those are only introduced when you extrapolate that out. Because locally, you can know exactly, oh, this far, this far, this far. but then somehow to make this globe map that's conceivable around a ball, you have to introduce all these inaccuracies and errors.
Right. Presumptions.
Yeah, you'd be presuming it, but then you're just introducing inaccuracy. This is why they're really confused when they look at the flight routes. And they're like, "Oh, did it deviate to the right or left because it's like going over curve?" It's like it doesn't matter if it's deviating right or left. You're talking about a curve that's on a vertical datum,
Right.
and then you're transposing it over to this datum, and it's there are problems with the map. But locally, the map's all fine. If you want to conceive of all these maps, it's like you wouldn't even use the headings because you would use your magnetic declinations wherever you're at, referencing local maps. And you would always be the subject of your observation. Who is it? The Awake Souls boys. They just did a pretty good presentation. They're the simulationists. So I don't agree in the simulation quite that way, but I guess they mean the same thing as just reality. It's like simulation gets weird, but what from what they're saying, they're relating all these sort of map projections and then showing how they morph around. And there's a lot of stuff that we talk about here, but they did a pretty good presentation of it. So if you want to go check them out, I know they get kind of weird, and like if you want to talk to them about the Bible or something, But I don't mind them. I think they're fine. But they did put together a pretty good presentation
Where's
on
this
this
at?
aspect of maps.
Show me. Because there was a guy coming here earlier asking, hey, if the Earth is flat, why do we have Google Earths? And I was like, damn, that's like conflating a program to the reality outside. So I don't really know a whole lot about maps. So yeah, send me what you got. I got to study law tomorrow, but I'll check out what you got. I'll put it on my watch later list. Hook it up. We got causation, correlation, conflation.
Okay, yeah, I just sent you. It was like their last stream. This is something they've been talking about a while. This was just one of the more put together sort of presentations. It starts like 10 minutes after the cordials of the live stream, but it starts relatively early, and it just sort of talks about a lot of these projections, and then yeah, don't want to get just some of the two two poles based on the magnetism, right? So two magnetic poles. These deviations sort of are observations, and how like our observation of a heading then gets very morphed when you're turning it into one of these projections. So it's like, what does this Australia actually look like? Well, it looks like this locally, but then it's like if you want to wrap it around to fit some sort of expectations that you have of some model that exists, then things sort of go haywire.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Thank you for sharing. Oh shit, it's getting late. I'm gonna listen to this before I go to bed while I'm falling asleep. And then if it's interesting, I'll rewatch it tomorrow. I gotta study this law.
Yeah, right.
I gotta figure this law shit out.
Oh, lawfare?
Yeah, I gotta figure it out. I don't have a case or anything, but
There's nothing to figure out.
what you got? Here.
I mean, you just there's established case law, and you can always skirt the law somehow.
Yeah, they have to provide a right or a remedy in the courts.
Well, yeah, that is funny. Is like there's some right. It's like no, the right that the right as you know it exists through case law, and the minute you just like give up this sort of fight for this imaginary right, the easier it is to understand it because you don't have a right. Like the right is whatever the case law says that you have. So, and that can change because maybe the cop pulls you over or something, and then you take it to the Supreme Court, and then it's upheld, that ruling.
Well, here's the thing.
Well, that wasn't a right, right? So, right's a very weird sort of word.
To me, a right is anything that you do that's not something that you know that you ought not do, but you do it anyway. So I have
Well,
hold on, let me finish. I have the right to eat mayonnaise out of the jar. Now, is it weird? Yeah, it's kind of fucking weird. Is it something I should do in public? Like, no, probably not. But is it wrong? No. Okay, therefore you have the right to eat mayonnaise out of a jar in public.
well, it's as simple as somebody sees you eating the mayonnaise out of the jar in public, and they don't like it, and then they know some politician, and then they make a law that says you can't do that, and you say, "Oh, well, it's violating my right." Now, well, it's their right to not be disgusted as much as it's your right to be disgusted. So it's rights just become just whatever your emotional appeal is, your feelings. Whereas, like, if you, and it would be based on sort of, you have a duty, like, no, I have a duty to protect your ability to eat mayonnaise in the street. Now it's like, now we have a force meeting another force. Your force that says that you are allowed to, and then somebody's force that says you're not allowed to, and it goes to whoever's going to win it out. And so that's why I don't like that. Oh, you have a right to speech, you have a right to life. Like, it's like, well, you don't have a negative right to life. No one's like, oh, if somebody committed a crime, it wouldn't like they had a right to. You didn't have a right to life at that point if they committed a crime, a heinous act against you. It would be like, no, they committed the heinous act. They prevented, so then it would be somebody's duty to protect, to uphold some sort of justice.
You mean like a government?
You mean
Oh,
mind
yeah.
control?
I just walked in on this conversation, so
Yeah, it
I'm
could
sorry
be
about
any
that.
government. It could be, let's say, there is no government, and you're foraging, and you meet up a few people. There'll be some sort of social hierarchy that develops. With that
Sure.
would be considered the government. So you would only have um, the duty to do good for your group. You wouldn't have some right. It's like you don't have the right to get a piece of meat if you didn't go hunt for the meat.
Right.
You
No
don't. You
pun
don't.
intended. But rights. We define rights as man. We define them, and sure, there are some folks believe, and maybe I do too, that there are God given rights. But set that aside. When we talk about rights, we're talking about what man has deemed in our society anyway as a right. Because there are
Yeah,
societies
yeah.
that don't even look right to life. Like, hey, if he kills you, dude, you got caught slipping, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were just saying. Like the way we interpret rights would, because it started from talking about law, like learning law and lawfare, right? And and so in that sort of system, right would just be established case law. And so the
Basically.
Supreme Court could upheld something tomorrow that you would deem that would violate your right, right? So therefore, there is no right. Like the right is simply what the case law establishes is sort of going too far. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like,
and to go to your like tribal example, like the right is whoever the head honcho of the tribe says what's your right.
yeah, because he would well, you would hope
I mean,
would
assuming
have
that
it the
he's the
most,
enforcer, right?
the best outcome. Making decisions based on having the best outcome for the tribe.
Peace out, guys. I gotta go to sleep.
Yeah, assuming that.
Night, Larry.
But like even let's just take it to um, stealing, theft. You have a right to keep your things, all of those things. But like that's immediately infringed upon
Yeah, I mean,
with taxes.
yeah, it's well, yeah, and then that's what's counterproductive. That's why I don't. This term rights is just
Mm-hmm.
bullshit. It's just complete
I'm with you
garbage.
100%, bro.
You have a duty to protect. So it's like there could be a law that's unjust. Like, hey, you're not supposed to practice Christianity. Like, let's say there's a law like that would be, what was the moral right, and then this religious freedom. It's like, no, you have the right to religious freedom, as long as you follow the word of the communist government.
Yeah,
So it's
I
just
think
like your right is just a meaningless thing, but no, you have a duty to uphold the truth, to stay in your own life, to you don't need to have this made up word where like I need. Just the way the libtards use this term rights is just complete garbage.
well, do
It's
you even have a
meaningless.
duty
There's no such
to
thing as a right
uphold the
in the way
truth?
that they're talking about it.
Do you even have a duty to uphold the truth?
Well, many don't, and that is
Yeah,
the
it seems
problem.
like the winner. It seems like the people at the top don't, doesn't it?
Well, if at the top they deem it's better to delve humanity into this pit of despair because they're ruled by a master that's.
Well, one thing I think everybody agrees upon,
But
no matter what
the
side of the
end.
fence, like we're all being lied to, right?
Yeah, the end.
We
At the
all
end,
think to some degree.
things would justify the means for them. So that's where
And,
this moral
and by
righteousness would come
by
from.
by the way,
Go
that
on.
might be true. Yes, that could be true. But regardless, like this duty to uphold the truth, well, I don't find that anywhere. Actually, I don't find that
Well,
duty
I mean,
anywhere.
you don't find that true when like you're thirsty or you're hungry.
Perhaps,
You
but
don't find
regardless,
that you
like
have.
as a
What would the truth would be? You need to sustain yourself, right?
yeah, but then you get away from truth.
Well, you can get away like, well, just upload your consciousness into, the artificial matrix, right? The some computer program. Would that be true?
Perhaps, I mean, I wouldn't go down that road. I would just
That
simply
wouldn't be
say,
true to sustaining yourself, or would it?
I mean, I would just simply say that every person on the face of this earth doesn't 100% hold truths on a day-to-day basis at all. Like if you go into a job interview, are you going to be like totally truthful? If you go and try to sell something,
I mean,
with
that
your
wouldn't matter.
wife, with your kids,
You'd be
do you
introducing
have
truth
children?
into an unjust system,
I
a
mean,
system that
anybody who
shuns truth, a system that wants to detour your pursuance of truth. So it would be like an analogous.
well, let me hypothetically throw this past you. Perhaps the whole idea of truth is a top-down idea to
You think truth is a concept of only in a perfect world?
yeah, I mean, for example, like I tell my kid, and I don't know if you have children, but you always tell them you always got to tell the truth. But you know, not always.
Well, that would be,
And I
you
wouldn't.
associating like human interaction. I mean, that's not ultimately at the same level of it. These are just the ultimate truth is what you
Yeah,
can
no, that's
find.
a
It's
very okay.
you're relating it to something personal.
Yes, and there's a very important distinction that you're making because I've gotten into this with some other folks. There are truths in this universe that are unequivocal, and they are truths, but we as human beings don't know that they're true. We just simply don't have that. We're not God. We don't have the capacity, the knowledge to go, that is an unequivocal truth. So we only can live by the truths in our waking life, really. And the fact of the matter is if you look at our waking life, we all lie every day, some to some degree. Some of us are worse than others, of course, but like basically, and by the way, if you held yourself to that standard, you would find yourself in a not very good place. Like essentially, what I'm saying is sometimes it's okay to lie, sometimes it's good to lie, and that goes back to the means justify the end. What if they're lying to us for a good reason? It's possible. Like what if they knew that we were all going
What
to
if,
die?
right? I mean, but that's
But
kind of
it
the
is what if.
story that's been laid out for us. Is like, so Lucifer was freeing mankind by giving Eve and Adam the knowledge of the forbidden
The
fruit.
forbidden
He said,
fruit.
"You
Yeah.
eaten it," and that day they didn't die, right? And so
Yeah,
it
and that
proved
almost
that.
and
So the story would be, if you're a Luciferian, you'd say then it proved God wrong, and this is what is just for for world government to carry out and try to create a better world than what God created. And
well,
this is the
let me
classic
throw this twist
Protestant,
on you.
classic Luciferian. What is
What
it?
if
The Freemasons Bible.
what if perhaps not knowing the truth?
And don't forget the moon does that as well. So change its angular size too. But you know, you got to look all this stuff. It's globe rhetoric, but it's the same. We're the new people at, man. We've been talking to Callie and the other guy.
You
Going to
Glober's
go
going to
scrounge up a Glober somewhere. I don't know where he's going to get them.
you Glober's going to tell me why when I do a distance marker on Google Earth Pro and I do the elevation, it's just a straight line, and then the elevation is taken off the straight line and not off a curve, and then they put the elevation so we can see how much larger the radius would be in higher places. You guys explain that, why they just use a flat line?
Because that's how they graph things. You really don't understand
So
that?
yeah, so what's the radius at the points above it?
It's irrelevant.
What? Takes longer to fly a plane higher because the radius would be bigger. It requires more fuel. It require less fuel if you flew 100 feet above the ground.
How much further?
Doesn't matter.
No, it does matter.
Mechanics. Larger radius, dummy.
Yeah, how much further do you think it would be?
You tell me. It's your radius.
If 100 feet between 1,000 feet, it's take the 1,000 feet, multiply it by 3. Probably that much further. So it's probably about 3,000 feet further.
So Google Earth, draw a bent line on a globe, and when you ask for the elevation, it gives you a straight line. Shouldn't it also give me that radius and then show me the elevations off of that radius?
No. Why would it?
Why? Why wouldn't it?
Because nobody cares.
You map onto a ball, you said. All of your things are done on a ball. Why not this?
It is. But they're graphing elevation.
If I were to go into work and grab a baseball and put it on a surface analyzer, it would give me this spherical shape with these bumps over the top and the other side of it going down. I'd probably get about I'd get about 1/3 of that sphere shape with a surface surface analyzer, whatever I want to use. I could use a CMM. It'll still give me the radius and the things above that radius. But Google Earth doesn't do that.
Yeah, why not? Why do you think?
Why not? Right.
Well, because nobody wants that. People just want to know the elevation changes. And that's best demonstrated by making a straight baseline at 0 degrees sea level, at 0 feet sea level, right? All people want to know is the altitude above sea level.
How come in reality I can measure that, but in not reality, Google Earth, it's just a straight line. It should be a curved line. It should match your reality. They shouldn't be lying to you.
And so they should draw the x-axis as a circle?
3959 ball, and then all the elevations above that 3959 ball radius.
Who would want that?
Pilots, people that need to know what they can see coming over a mountain, shit like that, because it's hidden behind a curve.
Why do pilots need to know what they can see behind a mountain?
I don't know, just so they can see over things. They know how high they can go. Do you know how high now you're going to have to go on a ball to see farther if you use that? But since we're using a flat line, that actually matches reality. The flat line matches reality.
This really confuses you, huh? Interesting.
It confuses you.
No, I'm not confused, though.
I'm just exposing you paid agents.
Paid agents, huh? Dude. Probably don't want to go there.
Yeah, Scott, you do this for free, right?
Nobody's getting paid to talk to you guys. I'm sorry, you're just not that important.
There are certain interlocutors who probably like.
Okay, well, he goes on
sure.
ski trips. He goes on ski trips and makes an emergency call in to stop another Glober from saying too much dumb shit.
And I'm not trying to say you're paid or that like
no,
a lot of people
paid.
are, but there
Nobody's
are people
paid.
who do get paid, literally.
No.
Yes.
You're imagining things, man. Your paranoia is getting the best of you.
It is the job of the military to fight what they call disinformation or misinformation online, which isn't necessarily untruthful. It's just that it's not the truth that they want to be known. Like, and this is stuff that's been talked about in Congress and in the military. It's in documents. Like, they literally have armies of people who, in today's day and age, like, their job is not to go out there and hold a gun, wield a weapon. It's there to steer and inform people or misinform people or of whatever it is that they find to be threatening. They want to try to fight the anything that resists them, essentially.
I really hate to break this to you, but you're just not anybody. You're not on anybody's radar.
You don't think
It's
flat
not.
earthers are on anybody's radar?
No. You guys are the punchline of jokes.
What about all the YouTube things that come up?
You guys got to know that, right?
Dude,
Under
you
every
you
flat
have to
earth
know that they literally have
It
advertisements.
doesn't work. It doesn't
like,
work saying you're the punchline of jokes. It doesn't work in here.
They
The joke
literally
is
have
none of you guys can do anything with a globe. You always revert to it's got to be flat here because that's the way people want to see it.
No, in either way, look, Scott. Even if you're doing this shit for free, then you're a sucker because you could probably get paid for it.
No, you couldn't. Nobody's going to pay anybody to talk to you guys.
Did you look
There's
into
nothing. There's no money to be made from it, right?
Right, but that's what somebody would say when they're getting paid.
Of course.
So we can't really believe you.
That's what somebody would say that doesn't want another person to go and get that job also. There's no money in it. Don't go do that.
You guys cannot believe this, really. There's no. Tell me no. You're not this far gone.
Dude,
I believe
listen.
that you couldn't answer my question. Your answer to my question was that's how people want to see it.
Are you guys really this far gone? You believe this?
Dude, the only reason the government would spy on you guys is if you were terrorists. Keep it real. Is flat Earth terrorism or something?
Who said we're not?
Yeah. No,
What?
the
You
truth
guys
is,
aren't.
the government spies on every single person in the world. Okay, like they have a little dossier on every single one of us.
That's just not true.
Yes, it is.
How do you know?
There's got to be an interest. What's the interest?
Do you know how much computing power that would require and how much manpower that would require? Half the people in this world would be working for the government, spying on the other half. And then who would be spying on them?
You don't think there's like islands where people can't leave and they're just like working under their own, like not their own free will for the government?
Oh, that is correct. I do not think that.
Have you seen the movie The Island?
Hey, Scott.
Oh, that movie's sick.
Oh yeah.
I guess if it's in a movie, it must be true. Yeah.
Hey, Scott, can you answer me? So if no one cares about what shape the Earth is, why are there thousands of flat Earth debunking videos that get millions of views? I mean, it seems like somebody cares.
Yeah, it's entertainment to some people. Like I said, you're the punchline of jokes. All those debunking videos are seen by everybody else as portraying you guys as jokes, as clowns, right?
Tell me what the joke is.
Yeah, I mean
that in the year 2024, some grown ass man is so stupid he can't know the world's a globe.
Who's funnier, the guy who thinks that the Earth measures flat, or the guy who, without evidence, argues for the globe?
But this is the joke, right?
That's your best joke. That's your
no,
best.
that's not my best joke. I don't make the videos.
Well, if it's so stupid, why do you have to debunk it? I mean, it should be obvious. You don't need to debunk something that's obvious. So
you don't need to
the
come
fact that
in
they're
here
having to debunk it, right?
During ski trips and stop somebody from saying something that's going to make you look bad. Normal people don't do that.
No, you know what?
Tempted to ask how you know what normal people do.
That's what's funny is it is normal for a certain segment of society to do that, like to be so indoctrinated that they feel that they're gaining something, that they feel above the others. Like that, Scott here has proven time and time again, said things like he's never wrong. Said things that like he thinks he's somehow above us, and that's what gives him his cockiness and so on and so forth. So all they have to do is play in on those egotistical sociopaths and shit like that, and they will voluntarily play the job of something that could be paid against us.
Who's going to pay anybody to argue with you guys? You guys
Especially
are
when
powerless.
there's sociopaths who will do it for free. I agree with you.
No, but what would be in it?
Sociopaths will do it for free.
What
Why
would be
you
in
pay
it?
anybody?
Why would anybody pay anybody to fight you guys? You guys don't have any power
You
at
don't
all.
need
Why
to
would
because there's
people pretend to
sociopaths
go to
like you who
space?
do it for free.
But there's no
Why
need to
would
fight
people
against
pretend
you.
to go to space? Why would people pretend to go to space and make fake space videos that we can see it's just CGI?
Well, you think you can see it. The rest of us see it's
Of course,
perfectly
you can't
reasonable.
see it. You're right. You see it and go, that's explained by camera anomalies and digital artifacts and blah blah blah. Doesn't happen when I take pictures though. Only on NASA equipment.
But
And Scott, literally, you said you've never been wrong before. I heard
no,
you say it.
I haven't. No, you're not listening.
I've heard
this
you
is
say
why
it.
this is why you're a flat earther, because you can't listen.
No,
You can't hear people.
no. I've heard you say it. Okay, you said it. Now whether you meant it or not is a different thing. But I've heard you say it.
No, you haven't. There's no possible way you could have heard me say it, because I would never say anything like that. I might have said I've never been wrong about the shape of the earth.
Recording. I don't know which recording it was, but
So what's the
said
goal? What's the goal of the government? Like, they're sending these Glober agents to come argue with flat earthers. What's their expected outcome? Like, why are they invested?
Yeah.
So I'm telling
Turn
you,
away
this is
people.
the thing.
To turn
They don't-
away
they don't
people
have
from
to
stop,
necessarily-
Lou.
To
Stop, Lou.
distract.
To turn away people from listening to these conversations so that it actually sinks in that they're not on a ball. So they come in here and try to derail stuff and just say nuh-uh, and it just is a ball, and that's how it is. And all the scientists in the world can't be wrong. I say name one. I cannot name one. Right? That's what you all say. I can't name one, but that's how it works.
And then what?
And there's a ball.
When people know that it's just not a ball, they're not going to trust their God anymore. The one that you believe in, that you swore to. United States government.
I swore to something? When
The
did I do
United
that?
States of Satan. You guys don't realize that you're Satan
NASA.
worshippers.
So
Oh,
the government's invested in sending agents to these flat Earth communities, but the flat Earth communities have been growing and gaining traction on social media. You know, you got these Twitter Spaces popping up. You got hundreds of these StreamYards.
You know why? Because we're making a difference. That's why, because we're making a difference. They're not listening to the bullshit Glovers like Scott Mackey. They know he's bullshit now because they've heard him 100 times on YouTube. They're like, that dude is full of shit. And then they go, if he's full of shit and he tries to make it sound good, it's just got to be full of shit because everything I look at is flat. So maybe those guys are right. That's what happens. That's why there's more popping up.
Unfortunately for you, normal people use critical thinking, and they don't just hear you say, "Oh, it's bullshit."
Pause for a second. We're getting so emotional and so intertwined into just the flat Earth thing. When it comes to what they call mis and disinformation, or what, like literally, there is an entire task force with the government. And in every form of the government, in the army, in the navy, in the whatever, like there's multiple branches of government that have these task forces that are sent to intercept and to also steer, like the conversation in what they call cyber, cyber something, I can't think of the name of it, but it's the war of information, like what you have to tell people. And now I'm just stuttering.
Anyway, yeah,
But essentially,
go do a shot. Anyway, it's called Space Force.
Well, that's one of them.
Government,
Yeah, that's one of them. But look,
dude, oh my God, what the fuck?
It's a war. It's a war on information. So like the
Heard you the first time.
everything that instead of being fighting in the battlefield, we're fighting about information. Information is, like literally just like what you believe. It's subjective. And they want to make sure that they win that war on information. They want to make sure that you start to believe the authority, that you start to believe the so-called experts, that you believe the government. Okay, and no matter what angle it is, they want to make sure that you believe them and not the people who freaking doubt them.
If you think about it, you got channels like McToon, FTFE, Simon, Dan, Professor Dave. These guys get millions of views when they're talking about flat Earth. If the government didn't want people to know about flat Earth, they wouldn't allow people to decide. You think that they're completely controlling the narrative? Oh, they're debunking. Just listen for a second. Stop freaking out. Stop freaking out. Stop freaking out.
Are you
oh my
dumb?
God, you're freaking out. Why are you freaking out? Let a sentence finish. Yeah, if they really wanted to control the narrative around flat Earth, they wouldn't talk about it at all, right? They're not going to let you choose a side. They're not going to present to you the argument like, oh, look, there's two things to pick between. Go ahead and pick your poison. No, they wouldn't talk about it at all.
They all straw man their own flat Earth. That's it. Because when they get actual flat Earthers, they freak out and answer questions.
Well, I mean, flat Earth is obviously grown and gone into the minds of the general populace more than they're comfortable with. And so they have to address it. They have to try to talk about, do those debunks and push the algorithms and all of that stuff.
If they were really afraid of people knowing a truth that the Earth isn't a globe and that it's actually flat, they wouldn't allow it to be plastered in anybody's rankings with millions of views. They wouldn't allow flat Earth to be a topic at all.
They don't. They suppress it, and yet it's still growing.
There's
The
not
topic
TV
is all
shows
over the
with
place,
flat
man.
Earth on it, and people just flat Earth channels
Dude,
and all that shit.
People
There is
freely browse and
nothing
surf
like
the internet.
that.
People freely browse and surf and find flat Earth communities on the internet right now at rapid rates. Government isn't doing shit about it.
Right.
You guys have freedom of speech. Matter of fact, you're the ones who censor Global.
Right, you do.
We censor Globers. We're the ones who are the censors. Flat Earthers are the censors of the internet.
That sounds like something some shill from the government would say.
Exactly.
Meanwhile,
but do you seriously think that if the government was really concerned about you, they would let you live?
nobody expects it to curve. That's Scott's answer to why is the elevation side view profile?
Like, I'm still alive. I'm still breathing.
Wow.
Therefore, the globe Earth is true.
That's cool, though.
No, but no. I'm not talking about the global. I'm talking about the government conspiracy part. Do you think the government, in your own worldview, do you think the government couldn't just make you disappear if they wanted to?
If they really wanted to, and who says that it's not down the road for somebody? Maybe not me, maybe not anybody in this room, but if let's say somebody, I mean, dude, the government's off plenty of people, and I don't think you doubt that. Has the government off people before?
Have they ever offed flat earthers?
I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, you guys are going to actually just stop talking about dumb shit like that now anyway, because I'm just going to hit the mute button on you too, Lou, so watch out.
There goes your censoring. So why are you complaining about getting censored while censoring people?
Yeah, so there you go. So you're going to keep it up. You're going to tell me why the elevation angle on Google Earth is a flat baseline with the elevations off of it and not a curve? The elevations
that's
off
the most
of it.
useful. That's the most useful way to present that data.
It's a lie. You said it's not flat.
It's the most useful way to present the data. Do you not like that explanation?
No, because
Why
point to
not?
point on the curve should be different in a straight line than if a flat baseline. Point to point will be different.
But all we want to know is the elevation at a given point. That's it.
You should have curved triangles and all that kind of shit. That's all should be working.
Why?
You guys.
Nobody wants that.
Now there's no such thing as
Nobody
curved triangles,
wants
are there? See how you got away from me by my one little statement? I exposed agents
I answered
like
your
you.
question directly.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to know how far on the radius they live apart from somebody else. They just think it's a flat line.
Correct. Nobody wants that. Yes.
Nobody wants to know that. Okay.
No.
I want to
Scott,
know.
how did Scott become a spokesman for everyone on Earth?
He asked why the people at Google Maps decided to show the elevation in the way they did.
You constantly speak for everyone on Earth. You're just like, no. You're always like, no, nobody's ever seen that. Like, how could you know if nobody's ever seen that? No, nobody's ever thought that. Oh, how could you know no one's ever thought that? Nobody's ever said that. How could you know nobody's ever said that?
When the government is afraid of like sensitive information getting out to the public, they just kill people, right? Like they killed the guy that made oh man, I don't know the dude's name. They kill people all the time. Why don't they kill any flat earthers if you guys got such sensitive information?
One down. Who's next?
I'm always one step ahead of them.
That's what I like about you, Heretic. You always got the good comeback.
He does. He's ready. Well, he has. You know why he has
It
a
was
good
clever.
comeback?
It was clever.
You know why he's got a good comeback? Heretic does is because when you hear the same shit over and over again, it becomes pretty easy to roll off the tongue.
I know. Yeah.
So
I got to practice in here.
Yeah.
yeah. You know, when I say gravity, you say refraction. That's just. I don't even have to say it. Just say little g, and you already know how to respond.
Refraction.
I thought gravity was followed up by relative density.
You don't have anything for gravity. I ruined your gravity when I removed the air above water and the water went away.
I thought
ruined your gravity.
refraction. I thought refraction was how photons magically bend around a curved Earth equal.
But it's not. But it's not magic. It's just science.
It is magic because it happens.
It's just reality.
It happens just perfectly, no matter what altitude, right?
You know, it also happens just perfectly. Water fills a hole, and it takes the form of the hole that it fills. Isn't that kind of magic?
It's magic that something that appears flat, no matter what the altitude around a curved surface, like that the gravity would be refracting and bending light. Especially
gravity. Nobody says gravity bends the light.
Oh, so there is no gravity involved. I'm glad you said that.
Not in refraction.
So it's just weather conditions that make it happen.
The only effect gravity will play is the density gradient.
And the density gradient makes light appear flat.
What?
No, the light never appears flat. The light just hits your eye at a particular angle, and your brain interprets stuff from that.
So it's a psychology.
But all you ever see is the light that hits from a particular point on a particular part in your eye. And from that you infer...
It's just human psychology. that makes you think that it's flat?
No, that's part of it. Just like what Radwin was saying earlier, yeah, you remove the atmospheric pressure, the water will vaporize and it won't hang anymore, but you need both the gravity and the atmospheric pressure in order to make the water not...
How does it explain
I just removed the air, dude. I just removed the air. I didn't do anything with your magic gravity. I just removed the air.
Yes, I know, but which part of you need them both, don't you get?
How is the psychology aspect of it explainable when the light has received to your eye from beyond a distance that the geography should not allow?
Oh, dude.
Well, because you misunderstand what the should is. How do you know what it should allow? Whose math are you using?
It should not allow things that are physically obstructed by a geometrical curve Earth.
Why not?
Why? Not why not. Why?
Refraction. Refraction is part of that should. And if you ignore the refraction, you're going to get the wrong should.
Does refraction explain things reappearing over an already obstructed surface?
Yes.
Show it.
I got a video about it.
Yes. Simple answer to your question. Yes, it does.
No,
and if you
yes
understood
or no
that,
is not it. Show us an example of it.
Yeah, I got
just
it right here.
look at your black swan.
In a debate.
Callie's got something. What do you got, Callie?
Mr. Sensible brought up a video in a debate against Whitsitt where he showed something obstructed becoming unobstructed with a refracting lens. I got the debate. I'll pull it up.
But this whole refraction thing is just another example of two things interacting with each other.
Here.
Yeah, I know. But you
It's like
take refraction, with the Earth curve, and you put those both into an equation, and you can figure out where the horizon should be. But if you remove either the Earth curve or the refraction from the equation, you no longer get the right should. You get the wrong answer. You need them both to find the right should.
So you're claiming that light bends like around the globe equally,
Yeah.
like equally. So
Yeah.
you say that in a condescending way, like yeah, duh, but no,
I
that's
did.
not what.
This is correct.
Like photons have no mass; they shouldn't be affected by any gravity.
Once again, gravity is not what's bending them.
Then what, dude?
Moving through different.
Then why? How
moving through different optical density layers.
Consistent with the curvature of a mass.
Moving through different optical density layers. Or optical density
It
gradients.
wouldn't be consistent.
It doesn't have to be. If you understand that light from any given point is emitted at 360 degrees, it's emitted in all directions, and as long as one of those follows the path to hit your eye, you will see it. The vast majority of them don't follow the path to hit your eye. The vast majority go elsewhere other than your eye.
I have to just
from
hope
any
for that
single
one.
point.
I have to just hope and pray that that one actually hits my eye.
Why would you need to hope and pray?
Well, you're saying I would have to have one hit my eye.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Yeah.
Yeah, a photon hits your eye, and now the Earth is curving, right?
No, but it explains why you see things over the curve.
No, it wouldn't explain anything.
Why not?
All of the photons would have to be doing the same thing consistently in order for you to see that.
No, that's just not true. Most of the photons emitted from any given point in any object don't hit any receptor. They just go off into the wherever.
all of the photons that reach your eye would have to be doing the same thing.
Yeah, and
It would have to be curving around a globe Earth.
yes, and
Prove that can happen. Because photons don't bend like consistently like that. Not through refraction anyway.
well, but they do. And if you think they don't, you don't understand refraction. That's exactly what they do in refraction. They bend consistently.
Electromagnetic physics 101, yes.
The only time that we see can demonstrate photons changing angle is when they meet another medium. Like we don't see them just bending subtly around a curve ever.
We do every day.
Only because you're begging the question. Can you demonstrate it?
So you want me to demonstrate a non-laboratory phenomenon in a laboratory?
I don't care where you do it. Can you? Is it demonstratable?
Yeah, look at your black swan image. That is light bending around a curve. You want the example? I just told you the example.
You're killing
Fuck, you're literally killing me, Smalls. Oh my god, dude. No, the black swan is not an example of bending around a fucking globe. Okay,
But it is.
You cannot use that as your example.
Why not? It fits our model perfectly. That's exactly what we would expect given the conditions at the time.
Okay, so you expected to see 30 miles instead of 1.225?
Given the right conditions, yes.
What conditions?
Sufficient optical density gradient to cause those light rays to curve a couple of arc minutes. Actually 7 around there from my calculation. I could be a little bit off, but and that 7 arc minutes you can't even see as a curve. That's how little 7 arc minutes of a curve is. You can't tell it's curving.
All right, so 1.225 miles is as far as you should see before being obstructed by a physical horizon.
If there were no refraction, yes.
We're seeing a minimum of a 10-mile horizon and closer to a 30-mile horizon, given the video and the islands in the background. So,
well, I don't think you're anywhere near a 30-mile horizon in that picture, but yeah, 10 is no problem.
No, not the picture. Have you watched the video?
Yes, I've seen the video too. Everybody has.
You seen the islands in the background?
Yes, but you can't see the bottom of them.
How do you know that? Those aren't tall islands. You see pretty much everything there.
How do you know?
Because I've done research on it.
No, I don't think you have.
I have.
What research did you do?
You know that GIF that always.
What islands are they?
The names of them. It's been like 5 years since I freaking did this, but I don't live out there. But listen, you know that GIF that always pops up that says like it shows the demarcation points of the rigs, and then it shows the 29-mile freaking thing. I'm the one who made that because I'm the one who freaking researched that and showed that and pointed that out. That what we're able to see without any zoom in the video is these 2 islands, and we're able to see almost all of them, if not all of them, from at least 29 miles away with 0 zoom. Okay, The
So how tall are those
horizon,
islands? What's the elevation of
uh,
those islands?
uh, they go up to like 80 feet or something like that.
80 feet?
Dude,
I think you're making stuff up, man.
look, I don't really know right now. Like I said, it's been 5
Hey,
years since I
lunatic.
looked into this shit.
Hey,
But I'm
lunatic.
telling you,
I'm just telling you. I posted the video of something obstructed becoming unobstructed due to a lens. Just showing you it's possible.
I'll have to check it out. But I don't know if it's really poignant.
Yeah, it's possible.
Well, it is nice to see that it's impossible to tell a flat Earth from a globe due to refraction.
Did you
That's what
just
I'm
say
learning
that
so far.
you have a lens that sees around corners?
Watch the video I posted.
That's a yes or no before I go watching that.
So you're not a willing participant in a genuine conversation. Good for you.
Wait, is
I don't want you to waste my
your
time.
video a debate between Witsit and Mr. What's his name?
In the video, he shows a nail behind a basketball. You can't see it. He adjusts a lens, and then you can see it. It's very simple.
All right, tell me what timestamp I should go to.
1:33:17. It should bring you right to the timestamp when you click it.
In Lunatic, while you're at it, the highest point of Channel Island is 2,450 feet. A little bit higher than 80.
You know, it's how high?
2,450 feet. Diablo Peak on Channel Island.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Like I said, I said I don't know. But either way, the amount that's missing, like you can, when you look at the video, you can like literally watch the grade of the island slowly decline right towards the shore, and then when you compare it towards like point of view from Santa Barbara, and I don't know. I guarantee you there's a certain portion missing from the bottom because that's just something that we see all the time when we're looking at things in the distance, where that angler view, angler, perspective, whatever it is that we call it, like it diminishes and becomes kind of muddied and grayed into the surroundings. Like, yeah, I guarantee you there's something missing there, but the vast majority of that island is visible from 30 fucking miles. We're seeing.
But I grew up around that area, right? And there's an island called Santa Catalina, which is down right off Huntington Beach, 27 miles away. I've seen that island hundreds of times while I was out there surfing.
Yeah, good. It's flat.
What's the point?
Told you, it's flat.
Well, but I've never seen them. But I've never seen the marina.
Why should you see everything that's right down at the surface?
I never saw the sailboats or the ferries that go out there. The ferries aren't exactly small. And the sailboats got some pretty tall sails. I've never seen them.
Is there not a possible second explanation other than Earth curving away from you?
But why not just go with the easy one? Why do you resist? Why do you resist the easy one?
It's not the easy one. That's the
It
given
is.
one.
It's the easy one.
That's the given one.
But that's my question. Why do you resist that one?
Because it's not. Because we have too many examples that refute that. That's not just because it's a given explanation doesn't make it a correct explanation.
What examples do you have that refute it?
Being too far in every single attempt.
As long as you know refraction, right?
Why is refraction a get out of jail card?
It's not a get out of jail card. It's just part of reality. That if you want to understand this reality, the one in which, if you want to understand
anytime you see too far, it's because of refraction. It doesn't matter what kind of refraction. It doesn't matter what you know about refraction. It's just got to be refraction because you're going to assume that you live on a globe.
because everything that we others seen indicates we're on a globe.
You can't just use refraction as a get out of jail card. Just a one word answer. Oh, why do I see too far here? Well, refraction.
Okay, so what do you use as your get out of jail card for both Gone Over the Horizon? What do you use?
It's not a get out of jail card.
What do you use?
It's an alternative answer.
Okay. You say you can see something too far. I say I've seen boats go over the horizon, disappear from the bottom up. How do you explain that one? I use refraction. What do you use to explain the boats go over the horizon?
Physics.
Angular perspective.
And how does that work? Can you give me some details and some specifics on how that works?
Yeah, we've done this like 100 times before.
No, you haven't. I've
yeah,
been
we
here 100
have.
times when you guys have mentioned this, and you never get into specifics. You just say things.
When the surface of the water, okay, is the surface of the water is a plane, and when your view to that water reaches an angle of 0.02 degrees, so that angle comes from the object, right? The object that you're trying to view, when that angle reaches 0.02 degrees, your eyes can no longer differentiate the difference between the water or the object itself. They become grayed and muddied together. They become lost in the image.
Do you realize your black swan refutes that? You're seeing 10 miles in the black swan, right? How does the angle of 0.2 degree or 0.02 degrees work with the black swan?
Well, it works perfectly. So
How?
you know how you guys say that the farther rig looks like some of the bottom has disappeared? That's because it's already reached that 0.02 degrees limit.
And so the black swan somehow proves the Earth is flat, but it doesn't prove that your 0.02 degrees thing is nonsense. Because you guys have said
we didn't make this shit up.
But you guys have agreed that sometimes you can see further and sometimes you can't see as far, right? We have two different pictures of those.
We're not saying that we
platforms.
see farther without any loss. We're saying that we can see too far for the globe.
But your 0.02 thing does not work. Ever. And so it's a really bad explanation, if that's your explanation.
What do you mean it doesn't work ever? Dude, if your argument is about that, it's not with us. It's about those who studied optics of and the human eye. It's about angular resolution having to do with literally what we're able to fucking see. Like it's about human anatomy. Those people are the ones that you want to fucking argue with.
No, they don't disagree with me. You do.
No, they don't give a shit about whether the Earth is flat or curving. They just tell you that you can't differentiate anything below 0.02 degrees.
Yes, but they understand what differentiation means. You don't.
What's the new definition of differentiate?
There's no new different. There's only the one that's always existed.
What does it mean?
It means we can no longer distinguish 2 points from each other. The 2 points become 1 point. But there is nothing in the differentiation which would cause something to obstruct something else.
We're not talking about obstruction here. We're talking about things being lost.
Yes, when boats go over the horizon, the water's obstructing the boat. The water looks like it's blocking half the boat. There is nothing in angular resolution that can account.
You just said it on your own. It looks like it is, but
Exactly.
is it actually happening?
Yes.
You quickly say yes, but you don't know that.
No, I do know that. That's why I quickly said yes.
How do you know that?
Because we are grown ass men and we can understand the reality in which we live.
Well, some of us
That's not an answer.
It is the answer.
No, that's the kind of answer that like a sixth grader would give.
Sixth graders would not say they're grown ass men.
No, they would say some stupid shit that is unrelatable to the actual conversation.
So when you and I both look at the same boat going over the same, it looks like the half the boat is missing. We can clearly see the top half, no problem. But the bottom half looks like it's behind a wall of water. It's not a wall of water, it's just a curve, but it looks like it's behind a wall of water. What's the best explanation for that phenomenon that we both observed? What do you think is the best
There's no
explanation
such
for
thing
that?
as a best explanation. If there's more than one explanation, then the two need to be tested.
Yes, I agree. And so, what other explanation do we consider?
You have one explanation. Well, we're pointing out the fact that your explanation doesn't work in many circumstances. It might be an explanation. It might be an explanation, but it is not consistent with
It is
reality.
consistent. It's absolutely consistent because we know refraction is a thing.
Okay, so then things would disappear at 1.225 miles from 1 foot observation height.
With no refraction, yes, they would.
So instead we can see not 2.225 or 3.225, but 10.225 and even upwards of that.
Correct. Why is this so hard for you to accept as a reality?
No, it's hard for me to accept that you can say one word, refraction, and say that all we have to do is just move the fucking goalpost. All we have to do is just change our slider of our understanding of how light works.
Yes, I know. Why is this hard for you to accept? What's the real reason you want to accept this?
What type of refraction
There's only one type of refraction. Light bends.
No, there's actually four.
Light bends when go through different optical media, optical densities. Period.
No, you're talking about refraction on the surface. So there's various types of refraction, and you don't want to get specific on which one you're referring to.
There's only one refraction. It happens when light goes through different optical densities.
There's only one refraction. It's the one that makes the globe true, no matter what the observation.
Once again, Lou, why do you so strongly need to resist this?
It's resist what? You haven't fucking given anything to resist.
A perfectly
answer out there.
Yes, a perfectly reasonable explanation for the observations we make.
It's
Why
not
do you need to
reasonable
resist?
if you can't,
It is.
if you can't rationalize it and make it like succinct.
Yeah, the calls are.
Then it's not reasonable. All you're doing is saying a word. It's like saying unicorns. Okay. Like, why is it so hard for you not to understand unicorns? What is it that you resist about unicorns, Scott? Why not unicorns?
Yeah, because no one's ever seen a unicorn.
Scott, unicorns.
Because no one's ever seen a unicorn.
Why do you find it so hard? Why do you keep resisting unicorns?
Am I not muted? Can you hear me?
It's not. If it's not unicorns, it's got to be.
Can anybody hear me?
Scott?
No.
You haven't said.
Sorry, I have a siren going on.
You haven't said anything with substance.
Well, just because you don't understand what I said does not mean I haven't said anything of substance. They're not the same thing, right?
Unicorns, refraction, same shit.
But it's not the same shit. It's not even close to the same shit. And I would hope you'd be able to see that.
Okay.
You're gonna have to say something with substance in order to substantiate the refraction claim that you're making.
Dude, I could show you like examples of it right here. Look at this picture I'm about to post. I just gotta scroll back a little far. 1 minute. But what I'm about to post is just 5 different days. The camera is stationed same height above the surface, just fixed across the surface of water, and just the difference in the apparent height of the shoreline. And it changes over 5 days. It's different every day. You know? So here's the picture.
Just a heads up, I had to switch earbuds. This one sounded like shit earlier. I might have to clean it or whatever. And so I missed a moment of what you were saying there.
I posted a picture. It's showing the shoreline across a body of water, changing its apparent height.
Yeah,
relative to the observer's position. Yeah. Over 5 days, the height of the camera doesn't change.
Proving the same thing flat earthers have been saying all along since the Black Swan came out.
Who said refraction was bullshit? Who said atmospheric refraction was bullshit?
No, nobody's claiming that refraction doesn't exist. We're saying that it doesn't make you see things from beyond a physical obstruction. It changes the apparent height of like the apparent height of the horizon itself and objects above or below the horizon, but it doesn't make things appear from behind the horizon.
So we know the conditions that cause looming and the conditions that cause sinking. So if something were to become obstructed because of refraction, you need, I think it's the ground has to be the difference in temperature from the air. Typically the air is hotter, which causes looming. And for sinking, for refraction to cause obstruction, you need the opposite. So you need the air to be colder than the ground. To get those effects, you can put the camera lens like really close to the surface of water, like I guess on a certain kind of day.
But
that's how you're going to get sinking refraction. If you're saying that obstruction is being caused on a flat Earth and that it's causing obstruction, you need sinking refraction.
No, it's a little more complicated than what you just described too. It's not about like your camera versus like the temperature of the ground. Like it's got to do with the temperature of the, especially if you're shooting over water. So, like whether the water is warm, the air is cooler, or the air is warmer and the water is cooler, that's what's going to give you most significantly like the upwards or downwards refraction. It has not necessarily to do where your camera is.
I brought up how close your camera would be to the surface. You want the air to be colder than the water, then you want like hot water.
So
and cold air. Put your camera close to the surface and you could cause sinking.
They say that follow denser medium. Okay, so if the air is cooler closer to the surface, the cooler air is dense than the warmer air, and then you'll get light bending towards the surface.
The conditions to cause obstruction, like literally changing the density of the air, to cause the light to bend to make it appear to obstruct. Those conditions, you don't have it when you see obstruction. It's that simple.
You don't.
That's how you know it's not being caused by refraction when you see obstruction. There's actually less of that condition going on. It's too bad. You have to believe it's the opposite happening, literally, to
the opposite of what?
Refraction you need on flat Earth. Yeah, the type of refraction you need on flat Earth is completely different than
No one's.
how we understand.
What refraction are you talking about? What refraction are flat earthers talking about again? Tell me which kind.
That refraction causes obstruction. That's it. Because you could see
No
endlessly
one said
on
that.
flat Earth.
No one said that. No one makes that
When the
claim.
conditions of the atmosphere.
No one makes that claim.
You sure?
Bro,
Yeah, I hear that claim. That has to be it. That's logical deduction.
No,
it has to be. So nobody makes that claim, and now you're saying it has to be. So who made that claim again?
If you want a flat plane and you want these observations of bottom of
No, it's already flat. What are you talking about?
Real life.
It's already flat.
Real life obstruction.
Yeah, it's already flat.
So how are you going to explain that on a flat?
There's no obstruction. What obstruction? What are you talking about?
You use refraction to explain it. What kind of refraction? You need sinking.
No one's making a claim about. Dude, are you going to converse with me or not? Okay, you're going to have to be muted.
Over right
That's
there.
it. Yeah, you won't converse, so just shut up.
Yeah, no, look, just because things are not resolved at the base doesn't mean they're obstructed. That would be the flat Earth claim. You're saying that because we're unable to resolve them, that we're claiming some type of refraction. No, that's your guys' side saying that you're using refraction to make things unresolvable because not just having to do with refraction, but because they're literally behind a physical object. You're somehow going to bring them back into reality, up and over a fucking hump, due to some atmospheric condition. We're not saying you are.
Lou, just so you know, your microphone's a hot mess, bro.
No, I heard switch earbuds. This one I heard it sounding like shit. I gotta clean this one out. The right one is the charge. The left one is for some reason the mic is not good.
Yeah, it sounds retarded. So headphones on or something.
All right, I'll just quit freaking kicking ass and let you guys take over, I suppose.
gradual
present.
increase of the hidden height over distance. It increases
What about
at the rate of Earth.
What about it? It decreases? It does. What's the rate of Earth curve?
Earth curve. Yeah.
What's the rate of Earth curve? What's the rate of Earth curve? Oh, so now you go quiet.
The math is all.
Aren't you going to talk about the picture that you? What's the rate of Earth curve again? I'm not looking at it, dude. I'm doing stuff.
All right, then don't engage because you don't know how to engage right now.
Well, are you afraid of me now? All of a sudden, I'm not even looking at the picture. You got all the advantage now. Are you afraid?
You're looking at the picture. Good for you.
No, I'm not looking at it. You've got all the advantage. I'm not even looking at it. So you've got bottom-up obstruction. What's the rate of Earth curve again?
The rate of Earth curve.
Yeah. That's just what it is. What is that rate?
You think you know it right now? Go ahead. Tell me what you think the rate of Earth curve is.
No, I'm asking you. This is your claim. Don't you want to support your claim?
I'm wondering why you would ask me such a stupid question right now.
What is the rate of Earth curve? I don't even know what it is. I have no idea. What is the rate of Earth curve? Can you tell me?
Your parabolic curve says 8 inches per mile squared. You've been waiting to say.
Oh, so is that your belief? I don't even know. I don't know. I don't claim Earth curve. So you claim Earth curve. Is it 8 inches per mile?
You just made me.
Yeah, there you go. So is that the rate? Is that the rate? Is that the rate?
What are you talking about, dude? Address the picture.
I'm asking you, is that the rate?
If Earth is flat, what's causing your obstruction bottom up in those images?
No, I'm not. What are you talking about? This is your claim. I'm asking
What do you mean?
about your claim. How come you don't want to talk about it?
Stupid ass. Listen to the question I'm asking you. Don't ask me what.
You brought in a picture. Oh, you're gonna need. Oh man, you guys spiral quick, don't you? You spiral really quick.
You don't know how to have a conversation.
Like, why do you spiral so quick? See, there you go. You're calling names. How come you can't just be relaxed?
I'm engaging with somebody that's like so stupid right now. You're being stupid.
Yeah, it's so stupid. Someone brought in, a claim and a picture, and I'm asking them about it, and he doesn't want to talk about it. I don't know why.
I agree. The Earth is flat in Palestine. There's a God after all. Yeah, bad.
Kali, just like a listener, everybody can say for somebody you are stupid, without argument. That's
this guy
right.
chants 8 inches per mile square every day for years. And he just sat here asking me, "What's the rate of Earth
Who
curve?"
did? Do you have a clip of me doing that? What's the deal? Why are you attacking me? What? This is unnecessary. You're kind of showing yourself to be a fool here, son. You got to calm down.
Can't answer normal questions because you believe.
You're not even really winning the popular vote. You know what I mean? Like, you can't support your claim and you're not winning the popular vote either. You're freaking out. Calm down. I'm trying to help you. So, you say it's 8 inches per mile squared. Great. How was that determined?
Yeah, get back in your clown car.
Oh, so you're running away again from the claim that you made, I see. How was that determined, that 8 inches per mile squared? Where'd that come from?
What causes bottom-up obstruction on flat Earth?
Great. He won't answer the question that I just asked. He's going to keep, running away from it. So how was that determined, that 8 inches per mile square that you just claimed?
You're just acting like an NPC.
Not really. I'm asking you questions, and you won't answer them. It's very strange.
Are you getting paid to run this script?
No, Kali, he's asking you.
Now it's about being paid.
Kali, you're.
What other escape hatch are you going to go into at this point, friend? Yeah, another escape hatch? Answer the question, or you just kind of want to talk about anything about the things that I'm asking you? Is that kind of how it's going to go? You're just going to avoid all the questions?
Hostile and resort to muting because you don't know how to learn.
Who was hostile here? Was it the one that was cussing and calling names? Was that you or me? I can't remember. I think that was you.
Why do you even engage when you act this stupid?
I just asked you a question about the claim that you made, and you won't answer it. And it's very bizarre to come in and make claims and then not support them. Very weird.
This is what's happening. I posted a picture. There's oil rigs.
This is what's happening.
Obstructed.
What about them?
Okay. Yeah, you heard what I said, or you listened?
What about them? Right, okay, so there's a curvature rate that you mentioned, and I asked you how that was determined.
Tell me what I just
Yeah, you talked about the bottom-up obstruction, apparently, and then I asked you about the curvature rate because it's consistent with the obstruction that you claim, and I said, how is that determined? And then you ran away from that question. Does that sum it up pretty much?
You barely make sense.
Yes, it
It's like
does.
talking to an idiot.
No, he's asking
Right, see?
normal
So who's hostile again? Yeah, normal questions. And everybody can hear, everybody can tell. Yeah.
No, your line of questioning.
I'm asking questions. You want to actually answer them. You're not answering very basic questions. It's very simple.
That's your LARP. You ask really stupid questions.
No, he's not asking stupid questions.
What, yeah.
Yeah, you're LARPing.
Man, I'm asking questions about the claim that you made. So how come you don't answer the questions about your claim? What's the problem?
My original question, why you interrupted me, is what causes obstruction? If Earth is flat, what causes the obstruction in these images? You're yet to address that question.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
You're running interference like a clown. Okay.
I have no idea. Nobody makes a claim on flat Earth about that, right? The flat Earth makes no claims about that. Why would you keep asking that question?
Take your mic out your throat, okay? Your mic isn't a dick, so don't
Bro.
up your mic now. Yeah, back up from your mic.
Bro, you gotta relax. Okay. So, I don't know who unmuted this fool, but apparently all he wants to do is swear and not support claims. Strange. But it was good for the audience to hear, right? How unreasonable the flat earthers are asking globe believers about their claims that they will not answer. But then, not make it about the argument, make it about me and my microphone and some kind of LARPing he was accusing me of. Very strange.
Well, you spent the whole time tone policing, so it was a shit show.
He doesn't like.
Oh, great! We got a new player. So, do you want to pick up the baton that he brought in here? That observation? You want to talk about it? Was it tone policing me asking him directly about the curvature rate he claimed? Was that tone policing? Or are you?
Well, you never got to anything of substance. All you were doing is just tone policing and whining the whole time.
No, it wasn't tone policing. I asked him about his claim. Did you hear that part? Would you like me to repeat it? How did they determine the curvature rate? That's a very direct question pertaining to the observation that he brought in here. Do you have any idea how they got that curvature rate? See, this is about the topic, not tone police. I'm talking to you now. Where did that 8 inches per mile square that he claimed, where did that come from?
Eight inches per mile squared is the curvature rate of the globe, right?
Yeah.
Am I missing
Yeah, where did it come from? No, where did it come from?
Well, it's the going rate of curve. That's what they say. Like, what do you mean, where did it come from?
Yeah, but you just said that already. Where did it come from? How did they determine that?
Yeah, that's actually what flat earthers are asking. That's your
Yeah, I'm asking
job
that
to
question to
explain that.
you. Why is it our job? It's your claim.
No, we're flat earthers, not globers.
Oh, so you're not claiming that the Earth is curving 8 inches per mile square. I'm sorry. I thought you were a globe believer. So you're not. So you're a flat earther. I get it.
Yeah, that's right. Are you a glober? Are you a flat earther?
Okay. Oh man, I love telling people I'm a flat earther. It triggers them hardcore.
Hey, at least you're not in the middle. Or concave Earth.
Now take it easy on the concavers. They need curvature too.
Sorry.
Wait, was I attacking a flat earther?
Yeah.
You were.
Yeah. My bad. Yeah,
Two
I don't know
flat
what's going
earthers
on.
going at it.
Just ignore me.
No
Highway,
worries.
what would he do?
Yeah, Highway. Where's your proof for curvature?
Yeah, I'm lost right now. I'm gonna try to get my.
I'm joking.
Just show the picture of some abstraction without any data. And that's it.
All right, so since it's dead, I'll bring up the subject again. So when flat earthers watch boats go over the horizon, how do you understand that? What do you think's happening?
The P9000.
The boats go away from you. That's what we experience. Are you experiencing something different?
No, I experience the half of the boat missing. I assume you experience the same thing, right?
So, no, not usually.
Oh.
I think your angle of view is getting smaller and smaller and so smaller in degrees, and then you cannot see anymore because it's 0.00, and you cannot see anymore because of that angle of view. That's why.
And so, how does that explain the bottom half of the boat?
Because it's a
And
very narrow
not-
angle, so the bottom half would be the narrowest angle that you can have. So that's why the thing that you can't resolve is the bottom of that boat. Pretty simple.
How is the bottom half how is the bottom half a narrower angle than the top half? It's the same angle.
I'm gonna tell you because this is gonna be a shocker to you, but it's closer to the ground, Scott.
It's irrelevant for the angle, right?
No,
Very
it's not irrelevant.
Which angle are you talking about?
The angle at which you're standing and making an observation from however high you are from the ground, Scott. Right? Elevation.
Well, why does the ground matter?
Because that's what you're looking across, Scott. The surface of the Earth. Maybe if I talk slower, you'll get it. I'm not sure. I'm gonna try it.
No, if you just made sense, I might get it, but you're not making any sense at the moment.
No, you're not understanding. I think your problem is you only see globe. You got your globe goggles on and your
We
globe
gotta
headphones.
send more bombs to Israel, and then they're gonna glass the Middle East. Everything is gonna be flat. That's right, globe.
Oh God.
Well,
so so Veritas, there's a view angle from the bottom of the boat to the middle of the boat, right? And there's a view angle from the middle of the boat to the top of the boat, right? Those are the same angle, right?
Yeah, from an observer at 6 foot, let's say. We have to put a kind of an arbitrary number so we can know.
Why does the observer's height matter as far as the view angle from the bottom of the boat to the middle and the middle to
Because
the top?
you can see more of the ground if you're higher in elevation. Duh.
How does that change the view angle from the two halves of the boat?
Because
you
you will
can't
see
be
more
serious,
from
Scott.
because you will see more from 100 meters than from 1 meter. That's for sure.
I don't think you guys are thinking about this very clearly.
Can you see more with more elevation?
Oh, crap.
Is he roboting?
Is it me or him? I thought it was me because they're both roboting.
Yeah, maybe you're roboting.
Okay.
I've been having shit net all day, so I was thinking the same thing. Try again, Alpha, when you're ready.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I might be going through a dead zone. If I'm roboting, let me know. Yeah, because
See,
it's the narrowest angle that you got from the surface. Scott, I might get in a dead zone. You're not gonna hear me. So the narrowest angle is from the ground up. So if you get closer to the ground, that you narrow the angle of view. So as you raise up in elevation, you increase the angle of view.
What do you think an angle of view is?
According to what we see
You're in a
across the
dead
surface
zone.
of the Earth, it's the elevation or altitude of the.
He's in a dead zone. Yeah, you don't understand.
More satellite coverage needed.
Yeah, you don't understand what an angle of view is, clearly. Because the ground does not affect your angle of view. You're going in the wrong direction. Okay, while Miggy finds a connection, does anybody else want to help me understand how you guys understand boats disappearing from the bottom up?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's
Okay.
been around for 128 years now, that explanation, and it was brought to us by a Nobel Prize winning physicist
Don't care. Tell me what it is.
called angular resolution.
Okay. And how does that work?
How does it work? It works that if two objects are too close together, where their minimums overlap, they will merge into one object.
Could that be better stated as 2 points?
2 points is a kindergarten explanation.
That's the better explanation, though, right?
Yeah, because it's simpler for more people to understand. If I have 2 points of light, and if they get too close together, they will merge into 1 point of light.
Yeah. So a red light and a blue light, where they're distinguishable if they're far enough apart, become a purple light if they get too close together, right?
Yes.
But in no case does the blue one eliminate the red one or the red one eliminate the blue one, right? They become purple. They both exist, right?
Correct.
Okay, so how does this work with the boats in the ocean?
The problem with boats in ocean is you have a reflective surface of water, and you also have a reflective surface of most boats. Most cargo ships have dark-colored hulls.
Mm-hmm.
They usually have like dark blues, dark reds, that color. So they absorb light, they don't reflect it very well. Well, the water is very reflective. So what do you think will be more reflective and put more light back to the observer? 10 nautical miles of water or a small hull of a vessel?
But how are those the photons emitted from the ocean, going to block the light reaching your eye from the boat?
The same way as if you're standing facing the sun and you look at a building with windows and you can see the building, you can see the sun. Try looking into the windows and seeing what's in the rooms.
But we're not doing that in this, right? That's a very different
It's essentially
situation.
the same thing.
Essentially, or it is the same thing?
It's essentially the same thing. You've gotten too much bright light coming towards you. You can't see the dim light.
And how much brighter does the ocean have to be? Because I've seen a picture of a white cruise liner. So it's neither red nor blue, what you were saying in your example. I've seen a picture of a white cruise liner being blocked out by a much darker ocean. How do you explain that?
Yeah, that happens as well as if it gets far enough away.
How?
It's because there's less surface area on that hull versus the ocean. The ocean's going to reflect more light. Now, if you want to see the hull of it, there's a simple way to do it. Put
This makes sense to you, huh?
Put a retroreflector on the hull, shine a laser at it. What do you think's going to happen?
You won't see the laser. You won't see the retroreflector.
You'll see the laser light bounce off the retroreflector, come back to you.
No, you won't.
Yes, you will.
All right.
That's a simple way to defeat the.
Show me that.
Going over the horizon.
It would be. You would think someone would have shown it by now, wouldn't you?
Well, how many people do you know own retroreflectors and lasers? A fraction of 0.1% of the population.
Yeah, I'm just curious how you think you know that.
Well, do you go? Can I get a retroreflector off of Amazon? Why would I need?
That's not what I asked. Why do you think that's true? Why do you think that would happen?
Am I good now? Yeah, let me tell you, because I know what
Because
it's
then
mentioning. Have you ever
now you have direct light.
Yeah, Ray, let me just say something real quick.
Go ahead.
I've seen a plane at a far distance away, and one of the things that I've noticed is that if it hits a specific angle where the light directly hits you from the sun, that it's reflecting off of the plane, it looks really bright, like for an instance, and then it moves away because the angle has changed. But when it was in that immediate angle, you could see it. So I know what he's saying. It's exactly what he's saying is true. I don't know why you don't understand. That point is actually true, Scott. You have
But
to.
it's not true. It's just an
agree with
assertion
that.
he made. It's an assertion you think is true, but it's not true.
No. It's like, okay, so if let's just say, like you get a mirror and you try to use it like out in the ocean when you want to like call for help, like because you take a mirror in case you don't have anything else, like a flare or a mirror, in case you can use the sun's reflection on that mirror to signal somebody, another ship at a far distance away. They could see the reflection off of that light that's bouncing off the mirror. You have to know that that's true, Scott. That is just true.
That's not what he said, though.
That's what he's talking about.
That's not what he's talking about, Alpha.
I'll let Rayleigh go in on that. But that's what he's saying. The light that it's emitted
No,
is
he's
strong.
not.
It's like a beam.
That's different. He's saying that in the image that we've all seen hundreds of times of that big white cruise liner going behind the horizon, where half of it's missing and then only the little top part, he's saying if you stuck a retroreflector on the bottom of that boat and you shined a laser at it, you would somehow magically see it. And that's just not going to happen.
You understand how retroreflectors work?
Doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. And I'm curious why you think it would.
Because the surface is flat. That's why.
Well, that's the assertion you're making, and this would prove the surface is flat. But since no one's done that, you really have no proof that the surface is actually flat. Yet you're just thinking that this thing would work because you're assuming your assumption is correct. It's redundant, but why do you think your assumption's correct?
Because people have done across bodies of water where they had a person on the opposite side use a large mirror to flash the sun back at people. Mm-hmm. And when the mirror is flashing in the correct angle, it's quite easy to see.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
But was half of something missing? The top half of something, and then they put this mirror on, and they could see the bottom half. No.
Allegedly, the person that's far distance away should be hidden by Earth curvature. But whenever they use the mirror to shine, the other person on the other side sees the light that's being shined.
Who said they should be hidden by Earth's curvature?
That's just the mathematics of the geometric shape of the Earth. Alleged shape.
That's half the mathematics. You got to use all the mathematics. In order to understand what should be, you have to include both refraction and the curve.
The refraction.
In order to figure out the should, refraction and the curve together.
Are you using standard refraction, Scott?
It would depend on the day, right?
I'm asking you, are you using standard refraction when you work out the math?
No, you use the refraction of the day.
Which is what? How do you get that? From where?
I don't know where you get it.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem.
You think you prove something? That's funny.
You said I don't know where we get it.
I don't know. I don't know where to get it. There's someone who does. It's just not me.
Who?
Yeah.
People who study this stuff.
And I'm gonna.
Yeah. Simply put, it's considerably flatter than a pancake.
Well, I mean, that probably means that there aren't a lot of mountains, right?
Wow. Yeah.
And then the next step here is guess
like,
what?
I mean, yeah. You say that the Earth is flat, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to do with that, you know.
The next step is,
I mean, if
Kansas
if
isn't even
in
the
a plane,
flattest.
of course, it's going to be flat, yeah. But still, the Earth is round. I mean, I don't know how big Kansas is.
Oh, that's 500
probably-
kilometers or 600 kilometers. They did.
Well, I have no idea, but it probably curves.
No, it's flat. It's flatter than a pancake. If you were to compare 600 kilometers of Kansas versus a pancake, Kansas is damn flat. A pancake has more curve than Kansas does.
Relative
Not
to
more
size.
curve. Wait a second, not more curve. It's more elevation changes. Scaled, obviously. But that's different.
O
curved.
sea, es un argumento un poco mierda, ¿no?
Are you talking shit about shit?
Yeah, Jaguar, English only.
Oh, sorry. And let me ask a question. Do you guys believe in space, or do you think there is a dome or something? Hello?
Are you good with the Earth being flat first, or do you have to? Because let's go back around. Let's do it again until you get that part.
No. But,
Let's talk
can you
about the
please-
ground. Yeah, let's literally talk about the ground before we go into the sky.
But can you please answer?
Yeah, can you? Where are you at right now? Do you understand the Earth is flat or not?
Yeah, very flat.
Okay. And so, what does the sky have to do with it?
I'm asking because I've seen some flat earthers that say that there is a dome, and I want to know if you guys believe that, or do you believe in space?
Yeah, that's a Copernicus model. Copernicus rolled out the heliocentric model, and he said the firmament contains all of creation. It's a glass dome, a glass cylinder or circle, sphere, that is right outside of Saturn. So that's the people, Saturn. Saturn, the universe just abruptly ends as a pressurized
Are you
dome
for
at
real?
that point. Yeah, look it up. This is what I'm saying. When people start trying to rip on the firmament, what they're doing is they're burning the church. Because now they can't use any of Newton or Copernicus. It's all gone. All of it.
Newton was very based.
Yeah, he drank mercury because he thought he'd shit gold, and then played with
Died a
dolls.
virgin.
What?
What's wrong with playing with dolls, Crit?
Yeah, after you're a certain age, okay. I mean, like, I get it. There's dolls for boys now.
Newton was a genius, bro. Newton was like Jesus Christ.
Dude, he drank mercury because he thought he was going to shit gold.
So
okay?
Jaguar, you're aware that Newton did not believe in the theory of gravity, right?
What?
Newton did not believe in his own theory. You know that, right?
Well, I mean, Newton literally did gravitational.
Yeah, and he didn't believe in it.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Well, still, he made it, and it kind of works. So,
it works. What kind of arguments are that?
well, if it works, it means it's real.
What? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? So epicycles, do you know what that is?
No.
It's the Ptolemaic model of how the planets move. That works.
Okay, repeat. Wait, repeat. The name.
Epicycles. Ptolemy.
Epi, no sé qué. No me entero.
P-T-O-L-E-M-Y. So Ptolemy was a Greek astronomer, and he came up with a model, a geocentric model of how the planets move.
Geocentric.
Yes, geocentric.
Well, that's
and
that's
there's orbits. Listen, and there's orbits within orbits, right? They're called epicycles, and they work. So they must be true, right?
What?
But then you have the Copernicus model. That works. So it must be true, right? And then you have Kepler's model. That works. So it must be true, right? You have 3 models that all make the same predictions. Which one is true? Because they all work.
I don't think so.
Yes, no, they do. They all work.
Get 6.67 times 10 minus 11. Multiply by mass, divide radius squared.
Yeah, great.
You get the fucking gravity of the
address
planet.
what I just said.
Is that bullshit?
You're trying to change the subject, dude. Yeah, that is bullshit.
Yes, because I am from.
I don't care where you're from.
Sorry, sorry.
What? Look, I just gave you 3 models of planetary motion that all work. Which one is true?
But why do they work? What are you talking about?
What do you mean, why do they work? If I want to know where Mars is going to be tomorrow night, where it was going to be in the sky, I can predict that using 3 different models.
Using Stellarium.
Not Stellarium, dude. Yeah, this is typical Glover nonsense. You make a statement, you get shown wrong, and now you act like a retard.
Wait. I'm getting pings.
Yeah, no one cares.
Next.
Exactly. Fucking next.
Me next.
You go on and on about free will suddenly again? Like, dude, that's like nails in a chalkboard.
Oh.
Yeah, what do you got?
Nothing.
Besides free will and determinism.
I've been here for months.
You know
the
that,
fact
right?
that I've
Brit?
only ever brought free will up today. You're acting like I always talk about it.
No, I mean, this is the type of thing when you hear someone talk about free will, you're like, okay, I saw you watched an introductory to philosophy video 101.
I have a degree.
Then you know that day one question, the professor tells you, hey, even if you don't know what it is, you still act as if it's true. Otherwise, nothing works anymore. Nothing makes sense.
Whose side are you on?
I'm trying to tell you that this thought-provoking experiment about how to learn how to articulate your ideas in this conversation that professors and introductory to philosophy do, isn't something you're supposed to take outside the classroom. That's like the one-day thing. He kind of wows you with his ability to articulate philosophy.
Wait,
After that, you move on. Okay, you move on past that.
I rarely ever talk about this, right? But you brought it out of me, Crit.
How?
But no, not that topic. This topic.
Oh,
like,
okay.
This is what you're saying. This is introductory to philosophy. I agree. It's a dumb topic. It's a topic that no one should ever debate because it's obvious, right?
Okay, good. That's a mute. No, I'm just joking.
No, I was agreeing with you. It's a dumb topic. I just think that the only reason we're talking about it is because I made an argument as I was requested to, and people disagreed with it, which I was surprised by. Very basic argument as well.
Talking about the topic of the room, Agent Dead.
Well, why does everyone ask me about this topic and I reply, and then someone else says, "Why are you talking about this?"
Oh, you brought it up in the first place, dude.
He asked me about Crit mentioned
No, I
free
didn't
will.
ask you. I was making like a kind of like, holy shit. It's your turn to talk as long as you make the decision not to put your nails in the chalkboard again.
I think I debate. I mean, sure.
I don't think I've ever heard you say your reason for why you think the ground is a ball.
I did many months ago, but
the flush. It was the toilet flush.
The toilet. Oh wow.
That was the first thing I said. All right, give me a break. But I'm not very. Everyone knows me. I'm not very physics oriented. But I base it off a series of evidences, a set of evidences that I think leads to the best possible explanation. I don't base it off a knowledge claim at all.
Okay.
But I think flat earthers don't either. I think they only have evidences and they don't have any knowledge claims. They just LARP like they have knowledge
Well,
claims.
Crit knows. He says he knows.
Yeah, 100%. There's no doubt in my mind the Earth is flat and stationary.
So there's a debunk right there.
And you can test this yourself.
Can you give me an argument?
Yeah, so nothing new under the sun.
Okay, well.
Is that true or false? Is it something new under the sun or nothing new under the sun?
That's a flat Earth model prediction. Seriously, you got to go with it.
The sun is above you, the Earth is below, and nothing new under the sun. The same set of conditions that exist today are the same set of conditions that existed 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, in 1,000 years in the future, 10,000 years in the future. If you really break it down, we're just cavemen. We're still cavemen. Tribals of cavemen are just caves, are slightly more comfortable.
I think the better question then is, because you're just saying we have ground below and sky above, right? That's fine.
Yeah, that's true, right? Or is that false? Is there sky below you or is there sky above you?
Well, interesting question. But
the sky's above, right?
Well, in my immediate vicinity, yes.
Okay, well there you go.
As far as the question of whether or not you think you definitely know there isn't a sphere that we're standing on.
Oh, that's easy. You just look at these superstructures that humans have constructed. The St. Louis Sea, St. Lawrence Seaway, Panama Canal.
See, I heard that
those superstructures have no account for curvature.
I heard that's not true. The AI bot told me so. And Verrazano Bridge in New York has a few degrees off at the top because of curvature. Well, that's all I'm saying.
Nonsense.
The AI bot told you so?
The AI bot told me so, yeah. But the thing is, a knowledge claim has to be pretty concrete, meaning not much room for other possibility, right? So, as far as I can tell, that's not been demonstrated.
Is compression loading something you can know?
I'll syllogize it.
You can know that what compression loading is, and therefore you wouldn't think that a deviation at the top of two towers of a bridge are due to Earth curve.
Did you say know what it is?
Are you denying that compression loading exists?
I'm saying it doesn't mean that because it exists, that therefore that is what is going on there.
Okay, what is going on then?
Well, people think that there's covered the Earth, and that's why the Verrazano Bridge in New York leans slightly.
They think it, but they don't know it, huh?
But you don't know it's not that.
You don't know what compression loading is.
So what I was saying was that I don't have a knowledge claim, but neither do you. You just have an idea, right? That's the sad truth of it.
I know what compression loading is.
You don't know that's the cause.
Loading.
You
I
think
know what compression loading is.
You don't know
really?
that's the you think
I
it's the
know what
cause.
compression loading is, so I know it is the cause.
Oh, okay. Give me an argument then.
This is easy. Okay?
You know.
I'll tell you, Britt. Okay, listen, for fuck's sake. Like, holy shit. So if you're playing tug of war, you see the two sides, they pull against each other. They lean away. And what that does, it pulls the rope tight. Okay? So when you put pressure back on the rope, it will want to drop down. So if you got those two groups of people, they're standing straight up, they're not leaning off away from each other, that rope will give more slack if you put weight on it.
How do you
That's
know?
why they pivot them away.
How
It's like
do
a
you-
tug of war to keep the bridge up.
How do you know that of the fraction of lean that there is, how much is dedicated towards that versus a curve.
All
you don't know. How could you know? Tell me that.
Because a curve wouldn't work with that concept. You wouldn't be able to bridge. Okay, this is where you need to go to a physics 101 class. And they show you like a bottle of water.
Do you get all of your knowledge from 101 classes?
No, I'm saying if this is all it takes is to fuck you up as a physics 101, that's all you should be able to think like, huh? So you've got this. They show you this like structure you build in physics where it angles away and it keeps it level. Like they'll have like a 2-liter bottle sticking out of it, and it's angled one way, and the 2-liter bottle's angled the other way, and the center of gravity goes right down the middle.
Yeah, you've described that. But how do you know that is what's going on there?
Now do that with a curved surface. What happens?
It leans at the top, not at the base.
It falls over.
No.
Yeah, it'll fall over.
No, not necessarily.
Yes, it will. Try it. Take that same...
Build a bridge?
Take that same object, okay? Balance it out. You can use like a domed one or whatever, and then put it on like a giant yoga ball or something, or put it on like the roof of your car if your car's got a domed roof.
This is giving.
Put it on something that's curved.
This is giving. It won't work. This is giving the same energy as when T-Dub said you can't make a curve with 2 balls, a curved shadow, and I did it, and then I posted it, and then nothing. Right? I think you don't have an argument for why
you're talking about.
Well, you're just saying
you think curve is flat.
You're trying to make an analogy for a structure. I want to know how you know that structure is not in any way, shape, or form tilted slightly due to curve at all.
Yeah, because there's no curve shown at all. Like where is this curve at?
So it has nothing to do with structures then. So why are you talking?
Yeah, it does. The structure of the object is built on the flat stationary surface.
Okay, but that's just begging the question.
So you're just accounting for curvature. Okay, how about this? There's curve there, but it's so small, it's so minimal, it can't be detected, can't be shown, can't be mathematically proven. You just trust you, bro. There's curve there, but it's
question begging because you're saying that structures prove curve, but that structures prove flatness, but you can't have structures without flatness.
No, your claim was that the curve or the tilting of the pylons matches the curve of the Earth.
Pylons? Did I say pylons?
Yeah, that's what they're called, right?
Well, what? Wait, the tip. We're talking the very tip, not the whole thing, just the very tip. Yeah. Of the Verrazano Bridge. That's a pylon? I don't know.
It would be the whole thing. Yeah. What are you thinking? It would be the whole thing. You think just the tip? What are you talking about?
Well, the base isn't tilted.
Yeah, the base has to be tilted too.
The base would have to be. What are you talking about?
You're retarded.
The whole thing would be matching the curve.
Oh, you are.
Just get the blueprints. Do you have the blueprints?
I don't. I'm just saying that they don't know that this is the case. It has to be this.
You don't know what compression loading is.
I know nothing about it, but just saying that this is what it is isn't saying that this is what's causing it.
There you go. You don't know.
Yeah, but saying that this exists isn't the same thing as saying this is what's causing it.
So the towers are tilted, right?
Allegedly.
You suffer severe cognitive debilitation.
Not an argument. Try again. Round 2.
If they're tilted, then they're not vertical. It's that simple, right? Yeah, yes, that's a scary question.
But yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, there's 2 kinds of flat Earth, right? There's the Jerry flat Earth, which is just like,
yeah, Jerry says not a flat Earth. So you're failed again.
I mean, Jerry horizontal plane Earth, right?
No, he didn't say that either.
Pretty sure that's what he believes in. But either way, that's more based on Euclidean stuff, and you know, that argument was done a lot like a couple of months ago. But then there's other forms of flat Earth, which is just Black Swan flat Earth, and that's garbage. You think you have the knowledge claim when you don't.
What's garbage about you think gravity causes a curved line of sight to the horizon? What's garbage about debunking that absurd notion?
Just saying it's absurd doesn't make it so.
Talk about the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge.
You think gravity... Go on, Ed.
No, I was going to say, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, he says that it's definitely due to what did he say? Someone help me out. What phrase did he say?
Loading.
Compression loading. And I said, how do you know it's not due to there's no fraction of that's due to anything else? And he doesn't. So we're in
well, you brought it up first, saying it was an example of ball.
Someone brought up structures first.
Brett, what do you want for Christmas?
And then you said people say that the tops of them are tilting away from each other.
Yeah, which is not an affirmative claim. It's a disputing the affirmative.
It's bullshit.
It's disputing the affirmative. Because if you just throw out stuff and say this is what it is, and I say,
well, you said people say. Are you one of these people?
I don't know much about it, but I can contend. But then when I say that it might not be what you're saying it is, then you have to really try and tell me why you came to the conclusion that it definitely is that, and you haven't done that.
Well, you said you don't even know what compression loading is, and
doesn't matter. You still haven't demonstrated anything. It's your claim. I don't have to demonstrate it.
Loading. We demonstrated it. Compression
You
loading.
said what it is. You haven't told me how that's the cause.
Look it up. You don't know anything about what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter. You have to not go. Don't just say what it is. You have to then demonstrate this is what's happening at the Verrazano Bridge because X, Y, and Z. Right? There's this thing, feature, this engineering feature.
You said just the top.
You don't know that though. You're just pretending to know it.
You don't know that.
I'm good in the sense that I say when I don't know things, but you go a step further and say it is this, but you won't tell me why you think it's the case.
Compression loading. That's what is. What are you talking about?
Why is that necessarily? Why is that necessarily? Why is that necessarily what's causing a tilt at the Verrazano Bridge?
Because it's measured level.
What makes you think the towers are tilted away from each other?
Well, allegedly, they are tilted away.
Allegedly, the bridge itself has a thermal expansion of 12 feet. What the hell is a couple inches going to matter?
Doesn't matter.
No, it wouldn't matter. So why would they even bother tilting them away? They didn't engineer it for them to tilt away.
I agree.
They made them level at the spot. The idea that they're tilted away is conceptual. It's not based upon anything. Someone using their imagination. I go on a globe with 3,959 miles radius. Therefore, if I have two uprights that are this tall, that means they're going to be this far apart across from each other.
So they didn't measure it. They just thought it would be.
No, you can't even measure to that level of precision across that distance.
I see.
Well, what is it? 1/5, 1 and 5/8
So
of an inch.
if that's the case, how can people? But by the way, India, you missed the start of this. If that's the case, and it's just conceptual, and people are saying, "Well, this is," but what would it be the case, right? Then how can someone sit and say structures demonstrate this? That it's definitely not tilted. Everything is completely vertical to the ground, no tilt whatsoever, like bridges. If you can't measure it anyway. Because that's what I'm disputing. I don't think they know if structures prove flat Earth, right?
Put it this way. Within the tolerance of the measurement, fucking things could be 2 feet fucking farther apart at the top or 2 feet closer. We don't know. And unless somebody gets up there with a goddamn tape measure or some other method like electronic distance measurement, nobody else is ever going to know either.
I agree with you, actually. And I'm going to put that to Crit. What do you think? Because that was your argument.
Chances are they're tilted apart for other reasons.
Could be.
Because it's a suspension bridge, and typically you don't have the uprights because
the
moment of the downward force, right? If you have the upright, you have the cable. It's at an angle, right? So it's pulling at an angle. So it's the weakest. Oh shit.
I agree. That could be the case. I don't think
it's weakest laterally. So you're going to tilt them away so there's less lateral force. But
I just think you can't arrive at a knowledge claim based on this sort of line of argument with buildings and structures and if they're tilted slightly or not, or what's causing the tilt. I mean, all I've got so far is it's got to be this. Which is kind of funny.
No, I said superstructures. the Panama Canal, the St. Lawrence Seaway, and Suez Canal. Because what's great about these is it shows the flow of water also.
There's another thing about the Panama Canal that I think the AI bot, right? My instructor on physics and engineering, stipulated that it doesn't need to account for curvature. So why do you think it does?
It doesn't need to? Okay, there we go, flat.
Well, why do you think it has to account for curvature? What do you think you have to see when you look at the Panama Canal?
A hump or a drop.
A hump.
That's what it's either one or the other. And since it's a canal, there's no water flow, so
yeah, the Panama Canal lifts up from sea level all the way to a lake that's in the mountains. Then the ships sail across that lake, and on the other side, it drops it down to sea level.
How many kilometers? How many kilometers in width and length is the Panama Canal?
You all right?
Yeah, I'm dying. Sorry.
Okay, what I was saying. Hold on. What I was saying was the vertical tower is a lateral load. It's at weakest, right? The tower's made to take a vertical load, not a lateral load, like sideways. So if it's upright and you have a cable that's pulling to the side, right, you have a lateral load. You do have an upright load, a vertical load, but you also have a lateral load of the pulling of the cable. So typically in suspension bridges, they camber or tilt the uprights away from each other, so that some of that lateral load is transferred to the vertical load. So they might have just done it, if they did do it, just because.
No,
but
at all.
Chances are they just made it vertical, and that the idea that they're tilted away is based upon the idea that, because you can't even measure to that tolerance, man. Because concrete, it cures at different rates and at different timings. You know what I mean? You can't. It's just not. You would have to have so much precision over that length. It would be something like 1/64,000th of a fucking inch precision for every 10-foot length. Like, that's not happening.
Well, I'm more. I mean, that's fine. It could be the case. As far as I'm concerned, I'm more interested in
the Humboldt Bridge, right? There's that other bridge, the bridge that's in Scotland or whatever, the Humbar Bridge, or
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a Dogs Are Gods likes to bring it up. There's some bridge over there in England.
There's one in Bristol.
The towers are tilted away.
There's a famous one in Bristol. I don't know if that's one you're referring to.
Yeah, it's impossible to quantify what it is.
Yes, I agree. But they were saying it is possible. So I was just curious about that.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your best evidence, Jesus Christ, man, good luck to you.
What was I gonna... Who was I talking to just before? Someone remind me. Is it Crit or is it someone else?
Crit.
You know what? I do know everything, by the way. I just can't remember it all once.
It was like Into the Break in Old House. Into the Break told you about the
compression loading.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So I want a knowledge. I want something where it's like it has to be
nothing new under the sun.
Well, you said that earlier. You just talked about structure.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be that way. There's no other explanation.
When you say nothing new under the sun, how do you know it's not a ball you're standing on?
Because they made a positive claim. They said this would mean something for humanity. This truth, this idea that the Earth is a globe, has a cause and effect relationship, like a renaissance. This is
to what?
To the way humans react to each other.
What?
In the environment.
How's that falsifying a ball?
Because if without this cause and effect relationship, there isn't any environmental conditioning happening. Nothing new under the sun. No change.
I feel like you're deviating far away from knowledge claims here.
It falsifies the ball model.
See, the failure of the globe model is that it fails to offer an explanation on how to deal with those who disagree with it. Or if it does offer that, then it's a globalist. You're rejecting the model yourself, which makes you a science denier. Because it's either a problem with the globe model or a problem with you.
I think there's two possibilities, right? More than two, but these are the two I'm going to stick with. Either what you're determining is a falsifier of the model that they tell us is not a falsifier, and two, you're not aware of what would falsify a globular Earth.
Yeah, so you would have to have a change, okay? Everyone thinks the Earth is flat and stationary. They conduct themselves in this manner, shape, and form. Then they change after they realize the Earth is a globe. Once they visualize it, they fully understand, it'd be an instant cognitive shift, declared by Edgar Mitchell and other people, that once you see the Earth, you cannot but understand how small and how fragile the Earth is. There is no countries. There are no boundaries. There's no separation between any people. And then the globalists are really the biggest flat earthers they are. They'll tribalize anti-tribalistic ideas. Because for them, somehow they need the Earth to be a globe to match a different worldview that they're not willing to explain or take questions on. What they really think somehow is the heliocentric model offers proof that there's no God, there's no creator, it's all just sort of nihilistic. We're just spinning through the vacuum of chaos, and everything's just fucking chaos. No one's in charge. No one's shot calling. You're never going to be held to account for what you do or say, which is a contradiction again, because the people who came up with the heliocentric model said the model's so perfect it could have only been made by a supernatural being. And what's the best part is they label that supernatural being God of the Bible, the Heavenly Father. And even then, you could say, well, that was contemporary, right? That doesn't match today. No, it's even more so today. The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, said he's personally spoken to God, and God said he handpicked Bill Nelson to lead NASA at this critical juncture to return men to the moon, to return America. And then he said, too, that each time he signs off, he says, God bless you and God bless America. Because without God, this isn't going to happen. The only way this works if God is on our side. And you can roll the clock back to Apollo 1 did the same thing. They prayed before every launch. They took communion on the moon. They read from the Bible. They stopped the mission in Apollo 8 to give the glory to God. So it's always been this supernaturally entwined thing. So the only reason why flat earthers, this debate is up in question, is that in 2016, atheists got destroyed. The theists completely destroyed atheism. It was done. It was in the garbage bin of history. Okay, third wave new atheists were completely defeated. They were on the retreat in every single aspect, and a lot of them rebranded themselves as humanist or some sort of other secular, non-spiritual, spiritual idea. And then they also branched off into fourth wave and now fifth wave atheism. But for some reason, there's a group of assholes, third wave atheists, who just needed to get a win before they rolled off into the sunset. And for some reason, they picked flat earthers because they thought that'd be a quick kill against a group of people they saw were deeply religious. But what turned out is that flat earthers are a huge cross-section of the population. Lots of different faiths, lots of different ideas, lots of different education levels. It's not just one thing they can put a tribalistic idea that flat earthers are all super evangelical Christians. In fact, a lot of them push back on that idea because of how intertwined the heliocentric model is with Christianity. And then to this day, they still just won't take the fucking L. It's been 9 years later, or 7 years later. They just won't take the fucking L. They've been ringing the cowbell since 2018 when they said, hey, we're going to go back to the moon. Okay, that's 5 years now, okay? Elon Musk in I don't know what year that was, he said he's going to go to Mars. Okay, he said he's going to do it in 5 years, best case, 10 years, worst case. He's got 2 years left to get the people to the moon. They have no plan to even to return to the moon now. Apollo 2 is never going to happen. You can take that to the bank. The vehicle, the setup they have now is not feasible. They're going to have to radically change what they're doing in their plan. They're talking about they're going to have to refill in suborbital or in Earth orbit some 17 times to get back to the moon. Like the mission, they're going to do this long sort of epithelic, whatever it's called, orbit that takes 7 days to go around the moon. What are you going to do if there's a problem on the lunar surface when your team, your ground team, has lost contact with the orbital command structure for 4 days? They get no communication. What are they going to do? It's just a fucking shit show. Okay, going on at NASA. It's so over budgeted and costs so much. It's so behind schedule. It's done, dude. It's just basically at this point just kind of like an advertisement for like, hey, NASA's doing something other than nothing. It's just a matter of time before it catches up. They spring back and you're like, you know what? Now the space station, Skylab 2, that's canned. Okay, that's not doing anything either. They got what they wanted. They got to roky-doke the NASA into Space Force, and they don't care anymore. That's it. That's the end of the story. This is a manned space flight never coming back to humanity. It was one thing that Richard Nixon pulled off, and he used that God picked America because God loves capitalism. And that's it. That's the end of the story. There's no second chapter. That was it. And now it's just going to be marching ever closer to an extinction level event when some asshole, hopefully not an atheist, gets put into power and they're going to push the red button. And then extinction level event. It's a petri dish. You're living in the petri dish and the nasty just keeps growing and growing and growing. And eventually it's just going to boil over and it's done. It's over. It's all over but the crying. So the only thing you can do now, okay, instead of putting your head in the clouds and trying to think about what if.
You still going, Crit? I zoned out.
You zoned out after all that. After I broke it down for Big Bird and Barney style. Yeah, you're actually bricked. It's fine. It's nothing new under the sun. You're bricked today, you'll be bricked tomorrow. You're going to stay bricked. Until you're able to start comprehending some things that people are telling you, you're going to stay bricked. And you should be able to use the heliocentric model to unbrick yourself. But in a twist and turn, that's what's bricking you, okay? You should be able to expand your imagination out there. There's if the heliocentric is true, there's a version of you who gets it, who's able to come in these conversations and understand and comprehend and then say why you agree or why you disagree. But yet, in this Earth, it's not possible. It's not possible. That's why when I used to work with a peace movement about nuclear disarmament, give peace a try. Because somewhere out there, there's an Earth or something very close to it who got it right. They were able to nuclear disarm. And once you realize that it's never going to happen, then you like, why? Why is that? Why do we live in a model of cosmology where anything is possible and nothing is possible at the same time? How do you sort that contradiction? Just do the Brit method. Just brick it.
Brick it, yeah.
And that's what a lot of people do. You ask them some questions about the heliocentric model, they have no fucking clue. You ask them about the ISS, and some people think it's like halfway to the Andromeda Galaxy. Boldly go. They really think when people talk about the ISS, it's some sort of space station like Star Trek or Star Wars or whatever. When you tell them it's 200 miles up in the air, they're like, oh, that can't be. I've seen it in space. They're like, oh, yeah, they kind of redefine what the definition of space is. Because when you ask a person, just a layman, what's space? Well, that's the stuff in between Earth and X. Like when you go to the moon, okay, there's space there. When you tell them, what about the atmosphere? Is the Earth's atmosphere, is that outer space? They're like, oh, fuck no. Then you tell them the ISS is about 200 miles up in the atmosphere. And they're like, oh, no, I've seen photos. It's in outer space. And then you show them, here's a citation. They're like, holy fuck. See, when people realize what NASA's doing versus a propaganda, the same thing with CIA. Like, you go to the CIA's website and you read it, and they're like, standing on the foreguard, the vanguard, protecting America from terrorists and other evildoers around the world. And then go to the CIA's Wikipedia page. Unethical medical experimentation. All kinds of scandals, one scandal after another. There's really nothing that the CIA's ever done that worked out well. It always turns to shit. They're like the biggest failure ever. Like they've created more problems than they've actually solved. And they'll create a problem, try to fix it, and make it worse. So, but if you go to NASA's website, they go exploring space for the betterment of humanity. Go to Wikipedia. It's like Challenger, Columbia, Gorilla Suit, Poop Coffee, over budget, underfunded, just nonstop bitching about how they can't do what they said they've done.
Do you remember when we started talking to the Globers about the poop coffee, and then their rebuttal was, "It's not poop coffee, it's wee coffee."
Yeah,
and I was like, "Is that better though? Like, isn't this just still the same?"
I'd rather have pee coffee than poo coffee.
Yeah, that was Manufactotum. He said the person who made the graphic they probably should have demonstrated the person sitting down and taking a shit. I'm like, well, that's the graphic they told you. And then Don Patet said, that's exactly what you're thinking it is. No more questions.
Yeah. So, I mean, it might be pea coffee, it might be poo coffee. Do you really want to drink either of those?
I'd take a pea coffee.
You'd take a pea coffee?
I'm weird.
Are you okay?
I'm weird.
That was Eggshells had talked about cat poop coffee. Like he drinks cat poop coffee.
Well, I believe that, to be fair.
Yeah, there's actually a thing that they feed these special type of cats, like in South America. That
is that Brit now?
Yeah, you're talking to Brit.
Yep.
Oh, is he Brit? You would drink pea coffee?
No, I wouldn't actually. I was joking.
Yeah,
I did learn earlier, Philae, that Crit plays with Barbie dolls. That's what he told me.
No, that was Newton. Newton played with dolls.
Oh, you played with Barbie dolls.
No, I said G.I. Joe guys are pretty close, or people who play with like World of Warcraft and shit. That's like a virtual Barbie doll. But I don't get that. I don't want to make too much fun of it. I don't understand the whole video game culture. But I didn't grow up with it. But I suppose if I was, if I got that. But when I see people talk about their World of Warcraft or other MMOs, I go, dude, you're playing with a Barbie doll. What the fuck? You're dressing it up and putting clothes on it and
based.
But then it's kind of hard because I talk about role playing, playing role playing games like Tabletop Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. They're like, it's the same thing. I go, oh, okay, sure, whatever.
It kind of is though. I mean, I played Warhammer, and it's kind of the same.
Yeah, well, I mean, like when I was talking more about when they got this character, the paper doll that's interactive, and a lot of the men, like this is where me and Veach had a falling out because he plays World of Warcraft and he played a female character, and I'm like, dude, like what? You're playing with a Barbie doll. You're actually like you give it hairstyles and all this other crazy shit. Like,
Harry Styles.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, come on, man, come on, And he got super pissed at me, and I'm like, dude, I'm just calling it like I see it, okay? Like this is like a virtual Barbie doll.
Yeah, it's not great, to be honest. You play as a female character in a virtual game as a man. I mean, I am worrying about your testicular fortitude at that point.
He said he wanted to look at the backside of a woman compared to the backside of a man. I go, dude, it's not a woman. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, it's like a female orc or something. But it's that's not good.
It went to that when I used to joke about how when you tell globalists your Earth is flat, what they heard was you took away their fantasy of making out with green alien chick.
Yeah.
Like they can't relate at all to Earth women, but somehow they're going to be able to relate to an alien woman. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Does that surprise you? Like the amount of these guys I talk to, none of them have set foot in a gym ever. None of them a lot of them don't even recognize gender as being legit. I mean, I don't recognize gender as being legitimate, but it's the other way around, right? I think the gender's a stupid idea, and the biological sex theory that actually exists. But they take it the other way, and they say that, like, well, you know, like there are infinite genders and all this other bollocks. It's just like, is it any wonder that these people can't relate to normal people who understand the world around them on an instinctual level?
You can't say that about Crit though, because I know he's like 80 and everything, but that doesn't mean that he can't lift a weight, you know.
So
Crit's an old man. Push him a leaf would blow him over at this point.
Probably, but the point isn't that like someone doesn't go to a gym, therefore they're an idiot. That wasn't the point. The point is that they don't have any normal kind of parts to their personality as a general rule, and they'll argue with it and they'll tell you, "Oh no, I am normal, I promise." But a lot of them, they don't understand how to talk to women. They don't understand basic fitness. They don't understand diet. A lot of these guys are just very strange outsiders. That's what I'm trying to say.
Discord for you. You know what? It just dawned on me when you said that about talking to girls. I actually haven't met one married flat earther yet.
There's loads. What are you talking about?
Is there anyone that I know?
Bear in mind,
Dude, you never have met any flat earther in real life. Just
no, on here in this room.
You know me though, right?
Oh yeah, but you didn't talk enough for me to know anything about you.
I'm a married man.
Think about it this way, right? Flat earthers, a lot of flat earthers are Christians, and Christians get married very easily because, especially male Christians, because there are so many women in churches. Like the ratio of females to males in churches is favouring the men, right? There's more women generally. So if you're talking about married men, Christians, like that's all day long. Like I don't understand why you think that's an issue.
Well, yeah, they typically are. I mean, I'm not allowed to say they're typically Christians. I got in trouble for saying that before. But I think that there's another twist, which is that the typical religious person, yes, they get married and have lots of kids. But there's also that flat earthers are on the social outside, right? I mean, I guarantee, I'd assume if any of you have any dating sense, that you don't tell your partner that you're a flat earther on the first date or second date or third date for that matter.
Yeah, you're right. I don't.
Because it would not go well, right? Obviously, right?
I've done that before.
No, because I actually want to get laid, so no, I don't.
Yeah. But there are very religious people in here that, as far as I'm aware, are quite old now, getting on a bit, and not been married or divorced, right? Nothing wrong with that, though, obviously.
Yeah, but I mean, you seem to have conflated being married with being able to talk to women in a normal way.
Oh yeah, not the same thing. I agree.
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
yeah. There's a large spectrum of flat earthers.
Because I'm not married. Fuck.
But you're a Chad, right? You're like a fuckboy, as they call them, right?
Am I? I've actually never spoken to. I've never even spoken to my mum, so I've never even spoken to a woman. I didn't realise that a Chad and a fuckboy was the same thing. I thought they were different.
Well, some people usually compare the two. I mean, there's a whole thing which is that some people think an alpha male is someone who has sex with lots of women. But if but it's not, obviously, because an alpha male in any species, right, that you look at, the alpha male of that species, the wolf, the gorilla, they're not always the most muscular, gets all the women kind of creatures. They're usually the most intelligent ones with leadership skills, right? And so, you know, some people think that being a gym rat and fucking loads of women is being an alpha male. I mean, I think it's far more impressive to have a family and kids, right, than it is to just be a muscular dude that's probably had 7 instances of chlamydia.
Only 7.
Yeah.
That this week, or?
I had a friend at uni who, pretty sure he had chlamydia every week.
Jesus. Yeah, that's not great. I mean, I know that a guy has had chlamydia at least 7 times.
Yeah, from this call, from this very call, actually.
5 of them from you. Yeah, I mean, I guess I think the way that I see like an alpha, let's say, an alpha male, is that he gets what he wants from life and from social situations, and so that's not necessarily to be like sexually promiscuous, but it might be, right? But I would certainly say that a non-alpha has less choice. So if you wanna be like, for instance, I really enjoy my job, and I think that's like being a professional DJ is one of my kind of, it's a chosen career. Like, a lot of people told me, "Oh, you'll never, it won't be worth it. You won't earn enough money. There's too much competition. Too many people want to do it." And I just fucking did it anyway, right? So, and I succeeded at it anyway. So, I mean, some people might say that's alpha. Some people might say, "Yeah, whatever. You got lucky." Cool. But that's kind of how I conceptualize it. It's not necessarily as streamlined as you, like women like you. Like, I mean, I think that's one element of it, but there's way more to life than just like banging girls, right? And so I think,
yeah,
a true alpha would have options in every element of his life.
I wouldn't say that. I think things like money, property, girls, and muscles, and all those sorts of things that people associate with being an alpha male, I think really what it comes down to is being a good person, having leadership skills, so people want to follow you, right? Rather than you being the follower. I've already said intelligent, and also obviously to some degree having being satisfied with what you have, right? Not feeling like you have to compete against other men because you're quite happy with where your life is going. You don't have to compare yourself to other men, right? That's an insecurity that, like, not something you'd associate with an alpha male if they had that quality.
I think insecurity is a necessary part of improvement, because maybe insecurity is the wrong way of saying it, but I certainly think that you need to want better for yourself in order to get better for yourself. Because otherwise, let's put it this way, right? Let's say there's a guy who sits at home all day, doesn't want to earn more for himself in terms of money, or he doesn't want to improve his fitness. He might not be insecure. He might be completely happy with being a snob, but you wouldn't necessarily call him an alpha male either.
Well, that's because I think there's a part of you that has like the Sneeko or whatever podcast I do, a masculine alpha male. I think that there are threats where you should be insecure, but in the good sense, like there is a threat, right? And you have to be able to defend yourself. But when it comes to like you haven't got the best car in the neighborhood, if that's your insecurity, if you don't have the biggest house on and all your friends on Discord have bigger houses than you, you're missing the point, right? Of
I see what you're saying,
of being confident with yourself, right, and where you're going in life. And if you're not happy with the way you're going, you know that it's not about what other people are doing; it's about yourself, right?
Yeah, I get you. It's like if people buy a BMW because it's a BMW. It's like, well, does it drive faster than other cars, or does it actually give you what you want, or are you just buying it because it's a BMW? And you probably find that half of BMW owners bought it because it's a BMW, and they wanted to show off to their mates.
Exactly. You want to be independent. You want to be an independent male, not someone who gets something because they're trying to impress someone else. You don't need to.
Right? Yeah. I see that. But also, some people are shallow and they need to be impressed in that way. So it's like, do you want to achieve that or not? You know, does that matter to you? I think like a really good example of someone I would consider an alpha male is, but a lot of people find a bit strange, is Kanye West, because Kanye West gives no fucks. He just doesn't care. You don't like him, he doesn't care, and I actually really like that about him.
He said, "You can't tell me none."
I think alpha male. If I was going to think of an alpha male, I would probably think of like, the good boss, right? Like the boss that you have at work. If you had several jobs, I don't know if DJs have bosses, but a boss at work where you're friendly with them and they're more of a leader than a boss, or like, you know, something along those lines.
Sure, but I mean that's not like a person that we can all refer to, is it?
No, I mean like I could like name like, I don't know, prime minister, right? Is a boss of people, and there's some very strong alpha sort of prime ministers, and there's some weak ones, right? And you can determine which ones are different, right? And Tony Blair, for instance, was a very strong Margaret Thatcher, a very strong prime minister, had a lot of control, and people followed them, right? So it's like,
yes. See, I think Tony Blair was a snivelly twat. So
yeah, but he looks that way. But like I said, like you don't have to always be the most muscular guy in the neighborhood to have power, right?
I never said anything about his muscles. I thought he was a snivelly twat by his personality.
All right, yeah, but I mean, he was very. He introduced the idea of the armchair politics, where basically he would invite ministers into his office and he'd sit with them casually on a sofa and talk to them, and that kind of method disarmed ministers, right? So he was able to use that sort of like small tactic, charismatic tactic, to kind of get what he wanted, right? That's an alpha male. That's what an alpha male does, right?
Mm. Yeah, I can see that. I still think he's a snivelly twat.
Yeah, he is. Of course, he is. As are all our prime ministers.
Yeah, of course. So he's an alpha snivelly twat.
Yeah, exactly.
How do I make that make sense in my brain?
I mean, there's some things, even if you don't like his politics or like his personality, you know, if you were stripping that all away, you respect him as a strong leader, right? Like he was powerful, strong, had a lot of authority, right? And he got there basically through his own means, right?
Yeah, but there's also something embedded in that where you have to respect the current power dynamic, and I don't. So,
but even if you're like a complete anarchist, right, like someone who completely hates all sorts of state power, there are things that you can respect about individuals who have power, right, and say like that is pretty impressive, right?
Yeah, but I not in the political system. Like, yeah, I don't know. I would respect someone a lot more if they'd earned it by force, to be honest, than by deception and cunning.
I mean, there's some people in this room that are quite charismatic and alpha-like. Like, the people who will say things, and then there are people in this room that will just copy what they say. You know, take what's his name? Because of the Q, QE. I think that's what he's called. He'll say things, and part of his charisma is the fact that even if he's saying dumb shit, he's very charismatic to the point where half of you will repeat it, right? And the same with like Globus, obviously. There's some charismatic Globus.
I really don't think you could describe QE as charismatic. There's a lot of positive qualities, but I don't think charisma is one of them. I definitely wouldn't define charisma as someone repeats something you said. I think there's some people who are scared of him because he's so loud, and I think they just repeat it because they're scared. But
I mean,
charisma doesn't see it. It's not the right definition.
It's more like the effect of his charisma is that people will follow him, repeat what he says, and hold him up, right? Even though doesn't. I don't think he puts himself on that pedestal. I think other people put him on that pedestal because they want to follow him, right? People do follow him, and that shows some good leadership and charisma.
So whoever gave you the idea that the bridge, the tops of the bridges were pointing away, was that a charismatic presentation? Must have been.
Who said that?
You. You're the one who said. I was just asking.
No, who just spoke? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, by the way, old horse ride. I have to call someone out in your honor. Philae said that most flat earthers are religious. Just saying.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
Old horse ride had a go at me last time I said that.
No, you always throw the Hail Mary.
I didn't.
I swear some of you are high when you're talking to me on Discord. Like old horse ride sounds like he's just had several joints before he started speaking.
Britt, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Jealousy is a terrible thing.
Yeah, I didn't say that most flat earthers are Christian. What are you talking about?
He said religious. He said, I think you said most or usually. I can't remember which phrase you used, but it was like along that vein.
I'm pretty sure I would have, my phraseology I would have said many or typically.
Yeah,
I
sure.
wouldn't have said,
Yeah.
but
That would imply most
yeah.
anyway. So,
I don't think so.
well, if something's typical, it would apply to most cases, right?
Many wouldn't though. If I use typical, then I misspoke. But I'm saying it's not unusual for a flat earther to be Christian, but certainly it would be, to say that most or all of them are would also be wrong. So let's just say it wouldn't be unusual for a Ferrari to be red.
Can go away, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
but
you're the one making the claim, right?
Still
You're
haven't
the one
answered
saying
my
it's flat.
question.
You're the one saying it's flat, right? So you have the burden of proof.
This is going to happen when we ask him for proof of the Earth being a ball. We're not going to be able to look at it.
Well, because I'm not making the claim, you are, right? So you have the burden of proof.
Okay, so you believe in a flat Earth, Rev?
I wouldn't say so. No, I'm agnostic.
Okay. You're agnostic on the topic as to whether or not the Earth is a round sphere.
Yes.
Okay, then you're stupid.
Okay,
He's
that's a nice
pretending
inference.
not to.
What type
Hey,
of
Rev.
inference is that you're making?
I didn't mean to
Rev,
say
you're
that, but then
pretending
you're uninformed.
I'm sorry. What type of inference are you making there?
That you're uninformed.
Oh, okay. So you don't even know the type of inference. You're a retard.
No, that is the type of inference.
No, that's not. That's not a logical form. That's not a logical form, slow boy.
Oh, it's not an observation at all.
It's not a logical form, slow boy.
No, I what was it? The acquaintance association. I acquainted myself with an association in my mind that you're lacking knowledge.
What you just said is not inferentially justified.
I am acquainted.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Hold on, I'm acquainted with an
If
association.
you can't tell me the inference, then it's not inferentially.
I want to tell you that I observed my acquaintance with this association.
Yeah, so if you can't tell me the inference, it's not inferentially justified. There you go.
Hold on, it's an assessment. All right, right, guys. say something real quick? So the obvious thing that is going on here is a guy that is masquerading now from a position of having no position, because last time he was here, he was probably completely owned, and he was for the position of a spinning wobbling tilted space ball. And now he comes here and makes a pretender clown, where he is not going to take any position just to be here and at gish gallop everywhere and sound like as if he has in any intellectual standpoint. But
you're the one making the claim, right? You're the one making the claim. You're the one making the claim. You have the burden of proof. You're the one making the claim. You have the burden of proof, buddy.
In fact, you can't.
Yeah, you're the one making the claim. You have the burden of proof.
In fact, you can't.
Yeah, you're the one making the claim. You have the burden of proof.
Okay, so you're not gonna let me finish, right? Because it's the truth and it's hurt you, right? It's hurting you. Bro, don't you understand that he's acquainted with the observing assessments? Did you understand that? What I understand is he's a waste of time, and I have no clue why we're actually wasting our time.
You're making the earth is flat, so give the justification for the claim. You have the burden of proof, right?
Can you quote the claim?
Yeah, the earth is flat.
That's a quote from him?
It's a quote from what's his name, Jedi, earlier when I first came into the call.
That's not Clay under seal.
That is not a claim? You're saying that's not a claim?
Bro, I love
That's
this.
not a proposition. Wait, I'm
This
sorry.
is
You're
too
saying that's not
much.
a true proposition?
Quote the claim? Can you quote the claim directly from Clay under seal?
I was talking to Jedi.
About, right? Don't switch it to somebody else in the middle of accusing him of making the claim.
How do you know I was accusing him, retard?
Because you were talking to him, retard. Can you quote his claim?
Wait, how do you know I was talking to him?
Yeah, because you were in a direct exchange with him, retard. Can you quote his
Because
claim?
you interrupted me.
I was in a
direct
exchange.
Listen, you did this exactly. You interrupted me. You did your little spasm with. I don't know what spasm you have, but it seems to be some kind of mental problem. You interrupted me and then accused me of having a position. So stop your spasms and actually try to point out who you're talking to. Okay, be precise.
The Aryans used to be.
Okay, so Rev, can you
look at the Aryans now?
Yeah, so Rev, can you quote Clay under seal's claim?
Talking to you, I'm talking to Jedi. So shut the.
Yeah, no, I don't care. Can you quote Clay under seal's claim?
I can shove my cock in your daughter's throat.
Wow.
So I guess
Okay,
that's
that's disgusting. No, that's gross.
It's like the third time he's done that, man.
It's like family. I'm gonna ruin your family. I'll hurt your family, bro. You should go hug your mother, Rev. Go hug mom. Okay. Have a cookie, maybe some milk. Relax.
Yeah, he needs some love.
You claim
some tendies, you know, nice warm tendies.
Aryan, bro, listen to this Aryan.
You claim that he made a claim, but
I never
you can't
said he
quote
made the claim.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you said you're claiming blah blah blah. So you claim that Clay made the claim, but you can't quote the claim. So cool claim.
You're retarded.
Good one. Anything else?
Again, I reiterate,
But yeah,
go
Jedi, I
hug
was
your
talking
mother.
to you, right?
Stay in school.
Yeah, nice dodge.
No one's dodging, right?
What do you mean, no one? Is that how you refer to yourself?
Yeah.
Right? I'm not talking about anyone.
Right? That's like really reductionist. Like,
right?
You really think you should be reducing your self-identity to like such a low quotient? Girl.
This is so funny, man. Hey, much love to you, Rev. You need some love, dude. Maybe a hug from your mom or dad or whatnot, you know. You sound very upset. I'm sorry for that, dude. I hope you're gonna get better at some point. Much love, man. The conversation with me is over by this point.
An exorcism. Yeah. Wow.
You sound like a racially impure mongrel. You
Me?
Aryan.
I have beautiful blue eyes and really pale ivory skin. Yeah. Wrong one again. Keep doing that. I'm also clean bald with beautifully cropped, perfect facial hair.
What do you
and
take
it's
knowledge
auburn
to be?
too.
What do you
like
take
I'm as
knowledge
bad
to
as
be?
they come.
What do
You
take
can't
knowledge
get
to
a
be?
worse visual example than me.
That's fine, buddy. What do you take knowledge to be? What do you think knowledge
Gnosis.
is, buddy?
It's gnosis.
What does gnosis refer to conceptually?
I have no idea. I just use the word arbitrarily. I don't
Yeah,
know.
okay. Wait, so it's not referring to a concept?
It's whatever you want it to be, bud.
Well, no, it's your term, right? You're using to refer to
It's my
something.
term.
Well, you're using it.
I believe it's a term.
Oh, okay. So it's referring to a concept that's outside of your stances, then, outside of what you think.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay, then what is
Definitions
that
are
concept?
outside of what I think.
Wait, but you just said you don't know if it's referring
Things
to a
are
concept.
things are defined by what they are.
Yeah, but you just said you don't know if it's referring to a concept.
Well, I'm
Now
sorry
you're
that
saying
you
do
don't know how to define
But
what
you
things
just
are.
said you don't know if it's referring to a concept. Now you're saying it does.
I didn't say I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I said
so
it is whatever
referring
you
to a
want it to
concept.
be.
Wait, no, but it's you're using the term, right?
To you,
But you're using the term, and you're saying it's referring to a
the
concept.
term is used.
Yeah, but you're using it right now.
Yes, it is used.
Okay. So what concept is it referring to? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I want to dial you in on this whole "I use it, it is used"
Again,
thing
what
now.
concept is it referring to?
No, that'll address the point though.
No, answer the question.
Because
stop
your
dodging.
point is
What
that I
concept is it
establish.
referring
Hold on. Your point is that
No,
I
you're
subjectively. Hold on. No, I'm not.
You're dodging. Yes, you are.
I'm going
Answer
to
the
illustrate
question.
why I'm not dodging right now by using this example to piggyback into the point, which you've made repeatedly, which is that it's subjective, basically, right? But when you said it's your term, you're using it for this definition, this is why, right? I want to dial in on that. It's not my term.
No,
it's
you said
term.
it's a term. You said
So we
it's
can
a
look
term.
up the definition of this term. We can all do
that's
this.
fine.
You know
No,
what?
that's
Wait.
fine.
Let's
That's not
dial in on
necessary.
why we can do that. Wait, Rev.
Buddy,
Wait.
that has nothing to do with the
Rev. Hold on. Why can we do that? Why can I look up what that is? It's not my word. It has a definition. I want you to actually answer this philosophically without getting angry. I don't know if you can, but why does it have a definition at all? Why does taco have a why does No, really. Why does gnosis have a definition? Why would we have a common understanding in any conceptual reality of yours of the word?
I'm answering your question. I'm trying to answer it because it's propositional. It's referring to some concept that's stance independent. Now, all I'm asking you, whether you say it's your term or just a term that's stance independent, referring to a concept that's outside of your mind or outside of your stances.
Well, definitely the latter.
I'm asking you to explain the concept, and you can't do it.
No, I can explain the concept. I can also just define the word.
The definition,
is that what you want me to do?
The definition is going to be referring to a concept, right?
Well, no, the definition is observational. My phone is ringing. I'll be right back. Oh, well, he couldn't even hold his pants for a friggin' phone call. It wasn't that long. Did he want me to define a gnosis? I mean, it's... Oh, whatever. Deeper wisdom. Jesus.
Anybody less insane than that to talk to?
Yeah. I don't know what he wanted me to say either. Like, he's like, well, what is your concept? It's a concept. Okay, well, then the definition's there, and we can all access it. Can you spell? I don't know what we're even debating. I just wanted to know how he establishes that we would even have a common understanding of that term. Because under his reality, we wouldn't. We never could. we could not, because we would not observe the same things. Therefore, it doesn't mean anything. Which is what he'd have to say. He would have to say that doesn't mean anything. Which is incoherent. Like when he said, I'm agnostic on whether or not the Earth is a ball. You're agnostic on that? Okay. You agnostic on gravity too? Sure. Yeah. I'll remain agnostic moving on the subject of gravity when I jump off a skyscraper. That'll help.
He's just how should I say it? He just has empty hands, so there's nothing he can bring to the table. That's why he needed to act the way he acted. That's all. When you have nothing to say, you're gonna do exactly what he did.
It was a lot of sophistry. Sophistry.
Should I tell you the truth about him? The truth about him is a very defeated glober, who now needs to lie to himself to keep his illusions of a spinning ball. That's why he acted this hateful.
Well, I mean, I don't think he has any baseline for observing a system. That's all. It sounds to me like he was making well, whatever. It's fine.
He has no baseline, obvious.
Yeah.
Actually sad that people are so full of hate. I mean, the things he said, ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna do something to anyone's family, any of that. It's like, you're something wrong with you. You're on the internet, bro. Relax. Like, there's some people on here with some dark pasts. You know, you shouldn't bring things like that up. Some people have been in gangs. Some people have, like, you should just chill. Just stop.
I've been in a gang, actually.
Right.
I've been in a gang.
Some people have actually been at the other hand of violence. Some people have, like, just stop. Just stop. It's not supposed to. You're supposed to. This is supposed to be a level playing field for everyone. You're not supposed to do that.
For
That's
real.
ridiculous.
My friend is from B9. He's really dangerous.
Right. Yeah. And it's like you're talking some crazy shit to people that, like, just stop. Just stop. Just stop it.
Stop, bro.
Yeah. Just don't even. You're not from that. You're acting all ridiculous. Just chill.
Oh, Uhura, are you a flat earther?
Hey, let's get back on track. Okay.
I have no. Listen. Here's my thing. Okay. Here's my thing. I have no problem with the flat Earth movement, unlike everyone in the world. I just don't. Do you want to know why? I genuinely don't. In my heart of hearts, I've never had an issue. I've never come on here to sit in the flat Earth and say, "Oh, look at the flat. Look at the."
Yeah, dude. I think you've got some major plot holes here. Okay. No one has a problem with flat earthers, but a group of people who are anti-flat Earth. The regular rank and file globalists have baked in explanations on how to deal with disagreements. The heliocentric model, the experts in the heliocentric model have baked in things that are used to explain flat Earth on the globe. They have this already. And Michio Kaku did a full TED talk on this. Big Think. Sorry, Big Think. He went on Big Think and explained, this is how you explain flat earthers. See, the issue is the anti-flat earther, the anti-flat earth globalists, they can't handle disagreement. To them, disagreement is some kind of moral failing. So they come at flat earth as it's some sort of destructive or harmful to humanity. Which you'll hear them say. You'll hear them say that flat earthers are responsible for misinformation. They're responsible for X, Y, and Z. At the same time, they tell you flat earth is nothing but a bunch of kooks online who don't matter. So they're inside a contradictory worldview. They seem like they're important, like this is a big group of people, but really they're not. Okay, all these people they're the atheist of 2016 who got trounced by the theist. They got so wrecked that they're completely defeated. The atheists basically got ran off the internet. So they try to stay relevant and they picked a fight with flat earth thinking they could get a quick win against people they thought were deeply theistic. What they failed to realize is that flat earthers are generally kind of spiritual. They don't really dive into one religion or another. They got general working knowledge of the supernatural, whatever. The deeply theistic position was the globe, the heliocentric model. So they contradicted again. Even as the atheists tried to stay relevant, they contradicted on their way out the door. And that's the only people still in this debate. The only ones who are still like, flat earthers need to be silenced. Because they're trying to get a seat back at the big boy table. And they just can't do it because they keep having all these problems. All these, Me Too movement cleaned out a lot of the atheist speakers. David Silverman, all the scandals about him embezzling money and harassing women. So all it is you've got a bunch of atheists who are saying, we might be bad, okay? The atheists coming out and saying, we're some very destructive, harmful people, but the flat earthers are worse. That's really all they got. That's their only talking point. So when you see somebody try to play a shell game on you, where there's smoke, there's fire, take a look at that group. Don't worry about some people who have always been since part of society, since the beginning of time. Flat earthers go all the way back to the very beginning. The first cavemen who walked out the cave and saw the sun move didn't suddenly say, you know what? That's a giant ball of gas in the vacuum of space, and Earth is a ball spinning away from it. So you could have problems, or you might not have problems with whatever group of people you see. It's not indicative to any sort of... Once you leave these internet spaces, people don't have any clue what they're talking about. You can see that even the experts in the heliocentric. Ask two experts in heliocentric, you get two different answers. They can't even agree on what they're supposed to agree on.
This right here is exactly why I never opposed the The flat Earth. The same thing with the UFO movement in the late 80s and the 90s. So people think that I say this rhetorically. I don't ever, right? Because if you were alive during the UFO period of the late 80s and early 90s, where we all sort of knew there was an elephant in the room, and we knew the government was complicit in aiding and abetting the hiding or the fabrication to it, right? And we kind of all knew this rhetorically. And then we saw things like the Phoenix Lights, mass sightings, things like this, where there's cross correspondence. And then people say, well, that was actually the B-2 and all this other stuff. But what did the movement actually do? It actually let us know that Area 51 was real. It actually let us know that they probably have crashed craft. It actually let us know eventually they had to declassify a bunch of stuff because they were cornered with this public knowledge. You know, so really, I don't oppose movements that question ever the standing line of thought. I never have, because what usually the worst case scenario, and here's what I tell anybody, is they're just wrong. And okay, but what if they're right? Well, what if they actually are onto something and you're missing it because you dismissed this whole thing? Because a lot of people did that in the 80s and 90s. People did that with JFK's assassination. People did that with the moon landing. People did that with a lot of stuff that they should have looked a little more into, at least into the origins or the funding processes of the bodies that helped do it, the years it was incorporated, the different things our governmental bodies were attempting to do. I've never opposed the counterculture movements because they unearth truth more than they don't. Funny enough. They just do. We look at 100 years of American history, and anytime there's even a far out movement, they get some shit right, and they figure some shit out, and some shit that the government is usually lying about. So, you know, this is where I take a reason of measure, and I say, okay, but this is why you don't sign up on the rhetoric bandwagon for anything. This is why I never have. This is why I also don't oppose these movements. Like, no, what if dude, shut up. What if everything they said is right? Because it's a tangible system. You're going to tell me that's unfeasible? It's not unfeasible. Anyone who says it's unfeasible is stupid. Anyone who says it's a fact, okay, maybe you're going a little far. But if you say it's unfeasible, I think that's worse than saying it's a fact. I do. Because it's definitely a feasible system where they have control of information like that. We know that. That's not even to be... I'm not even here. That's why I don't oppose groups that question that shit. Exactly. Yep. That's it. Never will.
I mean, that sounds like a conspiracy. I don't know. That's not the science.
Oh no! Did you know that multiple humans can coordinate their resources? Oh no! It's like, come on. Yeah. That sounds like a definition of an English word. Yes, it does. I know it does.
Well, you need to buy your stuff from England and then sell it to America.
Whatever. I'm not here to speculate on the way the system works. If it's feasible, we don't have to speculate.
Yes, the flat earthers. Okay, I think you missed a plot here. I'm not talking about conspiracy theory. No one here is talking about conspiracy theory.
I didn't bring the word up. I don't use conspiracy theory as a word.
The only reason why flat earthers will bring up NASA is to highlight contradictions.
Sure.
Okay, that's the only reason why. Because the thing is, the globalists planted a flag. They said this government institution, this federal executive agency known as NASA, is impeachable. Everything they say is always above board, always correct, and always based in science. You show them reading from the Bible. You show them talking about the directors of NASA talking about they've personally spoken to God. You see them do $5 million drug use investigations. You see them do all these things. You see NASA's SWAT team winning awards. You see NASA's installations are on DoD sites, connected at the hip with the Department of Defense, and that they don't even hide it anymore. They just rolled out. Oh, just call it Space Force from now on. It's not even NASA. NASA's just kind of like the old name. Here's a new name. And then people think that you've got this idea that these federal executive agencies are not in bed with each other. There's no line of demarcation. Every single executive branch agency is in cahoots. By definition, okay? That's not even something up for contention. You know every single one of them are working together. That's what you pay them for, apparently. You pay taxes because they're supposedly doing something. Look at this comment. Oh, Kelly, like, or Kalam, do you even know that NASA has a police force and they have a SWAT team, and their SWAT team supposedly goes around the world in the country and wins awards for being the best SWAT team?
Well, really,
you didn't know that, but yet you knew somehow that they said the Earth is a globe. That's the point I'm trying to make right there. They tricked you with a shell game. You've got NASA flying around in attack helicopters, combat vehicles, tanks, having missiles, machine guns, armed to the teeth like any other SWAT team. And somehow you, in your mind, you picture everyone working at NASA as some sort of brainiac in a lab coat. That's what they did. They got you to think the reason why it costs $2,000 for a toilet seat is because they're just bad at like shopping or something, not because they're hiding a bunch of black ops.
Well, I can attest to this. A lot of space grade alleged materials made out of something called silicate. Silica is very rare in the Earth's crust, allegedly. So the stuff that we have to make to go into these environments, allegedly, is, or the counter to you. I am genuinely, because I don't believe one or the others. I keep an open mind, bro. But if I'm devil's advocating you, I'd say, well, it's a really rare earth mineral, is rarer than gold, that's only formed by the formation of planets. And then you go, yeah, the system's out the window, bro, out the window. It's like,
they're pushing the scarcity mentality.
Right. They'll go there, exactly. They'll say it's very scarce, very rare material.
You have to do what we're telling you so you can get what you need. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. And this is why I won't oppose guys that go flat earth, because, like, well, if you're going to question the system, bro, is there anyone here forgetting 1997, the UFO movement? Yeah, half of you guys weren't born yet. I got it. Yeah.
Unobtainium.
Right. Half of the guys in here weren't born yet.
Unobtainium was the solution you were seeking. Unobtainium.
Right. Okay. I'm sure there's multiple chemicals or substances into the break. I'm sure. But again, if you guys remember the 97 alien movement, just what it was, how it existed in America, then you know, per its evolution over the last 20 years, that those guys have led to the unearthing of enough truth that it was beyond worth it. Beyond worth it. Because we may never have known. And if the government had their way, they'd make sure we had never had known. Area 51 was never supposed to be public. This is like beating the deadest horse. It's not like I'm saying something revolutionary.
They fly little airplanes around on a airplane pad. What do you like? What is that? Your tampon? What are you talking about?
Is that my what? What did you say? No, but
yeah, they fly little airplanes around on your little landing pad. What are you?
Landing strip tampon. Oh, I was like, what are you talking about? All right, you said landing pad is landing strip. You gotta say landing strip if you're gonna make a vag reference, bro. Come on now. But no,
I didn't. That was you.
Oh, I thought it was a pun. Never mind. Okay. Well, never mind. Anyway, yeah, I would say the alien movement has unearthed a lot more than it's covered up. They didn't obfuscate. Anyone who says this now is incoherent and stupid. Anyone says the alien movement didn't lead to unearthing of us knowing confirmation of extraterrestrial objects. It's not true. It's the only reason the government ever felt the pressure. It's the only reason we ever learned any of it. It's not true.
Alien just means a foreigner, someone from another land. Doesn't mean the fictional version that people believe. I know.
I was using basic terms. I don't because that term has changed a lot too. They've changed UFO, then UFA, then AEF. Like it's like okay. Aerial extraneous phenomena. Like okay, yeah.
It means foreigner.
Yeah. Well,
what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, I know what it generally means in the English language. That's why I used it. It applies.
Hello?
It doesn't exclusively apply, is what you're saying. You're right. I get that.
Yeah, in the fictional sense, when you say that word, people think about what they saw in the movies, and they saw these characters.
Okay. No, I don't mean that.
That's what I mean.
No. I mean things that could be light waves. I mean things that could be waves we don't even understand. Yeah, I am extending it to that. I'm not extending things to corporeal vessels made of flesh with organ systems. You don't know that. People who think they know that are fucking stupid. They're projecting their humanoid perception of themselves onto the universe, which isn't. That's also ignorant. Don't pretend that everything's going to be a humanoid.
Wait,
What's
what
up?
are you talking about? I need to know.
Nothing.
I want to know so I can comment.
Nothing. What do you want to talk about?
What? I want to talk about what did you do today?
What did I do today?
Yeah, like how was your day? Like what did you do today?
So strange.
No, we're
That's
not doing.
That's
you had
strange. Oh my god.
The timing, the occurrence, everything. Yeah, it's a little strange. It was a good day. I had a good day. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad you had a good day.
Jeez. I was just over personal and also awkwardly placed. So it's like, okay, sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm kind of awkward. I have autism, so sue me.
No, my day was good. Thank you.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is round. The Earth is spherical. The Earth is a dome. The Earth doesn't exist.
Oops.
What if it
Someone
doesn't?
doesn't know what concept
What if we're
are.
all plugged into something?
Your mother is the size of the Earth.
No, I like the last one
sorry.
better. The Matrix. Very feasible. You don't know it's Mario. Same with Men in Black. Okay. Remember the end of Men in Black? Does anyone remember the last 5 seconds of that movie? No. Hey, is the autistic person still here? They probably do.
When they open the locker, when he opens the locker.
Yes. When they have the belt of Orion contained within the universe, contained within the necklace, contained within around the cat's neck, contained within the world, contained within another marble that is then on the back of a turtle that's contained within another marble that an alien then puts into a bag of marbles.
Calm down, focus.
No, yeah, it's not just playing marbles, but yes, that is the TLDR manufactured. But it deals with the multiverse theory really quickly. That's what it does. It kind of brings you through multiverse real fast. Yeah, because there's like multiple universes into universes at the end. It's brilliant.
What is that?
Well, it's possible, feasible. We know within physics it's feasible.
How so?
Well,
Within
if
physics,
it's feasible. Well, it's feasible that we don't understand the expansion. You asked a question. Right?
Oh.
It's feasible that the universe's infinite expansion is not something we totally understand yet. That's feasible, and it's feasible that misunderstanding is linked to something massive that we cannot perceive. That's also feasible.
Can I have some infinite, put it in a cup, and paint it purple?
Okay. So he's some sort of agnostic, super realist, or something like.
It's not super real.
Is all the data?
It's definitely Gnosticism. It's definitely a combination of Gnosticism and agnosticism. Definitely, my beliefs are definitely a combination of both.
Could just be on the event horizon. What's the certain reality?
The event horizon.
That your method.
You're good at rhetoric. Yeah, the event horizon. Yeah. Right before my first contact. Are we doing movie names? What are we doing here?
No.
First contact.
I quoted a book of a physicist, and then you quoted.
Was made into a movie.
Interesting.
Yeah. That quote was
really.
Made into.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's what it is to you. Good to know. Thank you for letting us know.
Yeah, science fiction is rich with great physics references. Especially the Time Machine by H.G. Wells, the finest sci-fi piece ever written.
You are high as a kite for that.
Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, yeah, what do you read? What's the last book you read?
Last book I read was a combat manual.
Wait, Dropkick, what was it?
Last book I read was a combat manual, but that fucking movie was trash.
Wait. No, the book. The Time Machine by H.G. Wells.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read that.
Not the movie. The movie? What? No. You have to read it, bro. The movie. No. Stop. The book came out in the late 1800s, if I'm not mistaken. 1870. Yeah, it's amazing. The book is fantastic. No, my point is that a modern movie of some old work that's a classic cannot do it justice. That's my point, jackass. It's very obviously my point.
How movies make your point. Okay, that's your argument.
No, it's not my argument.
What the fuck?
Jesus.
He didn't even say that.
What the No. Watch it. Do not watch an 90s or 70s. Don't quote. I think it's 70s. It might be 90s. I have to look now. I'm going to test myself. Let's see how good my memory is.
I mean, does it even matter. I guess maybe the point is that it does have a good
1895. 1895. Thank you. Give me my $20.
But the reference was indifference to the date. Like, we're talking about like how you measure level.
How I measure my level? I know it's over 9,000. Well, I know it's over 9,000, so I'm good.
Anyone else?
I don't even know what the fuck you're on about.
RPMs, bro.
Did you know that before the book The Time Machine, the term didn't exist to refer to that type of device? Yeah.
And back then it wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, the term did not exist in the English lexicon yet. H.G. Wells introduced it to the English lexicon in that book as a concept. Oh, where's Mr. Conceptual? He would have loved that. There's a guy here earlier that was all about concepts.
Yeah, not my kind of reading material.
Yeah, no, neither is it mine. I hate sci-fi and fantasy. I hate fiction. I'm right there with you.
I just can't get on board with like anything that tells a story. I usually I read shit that's like educational for me.
Well, it's absolutely nonsense. Usually it's fantasy nonsense. But this book is fantastic. That's why I said to you, I'm like, did you know it introduced the term time machine? Should probably give it a peep.
What if you read that book and then you actually started to see the Dogman out, like in? What if these ideas that it put in your mind? What if they caused you to like sort of have a sort
dogmatic
of idea, a dogmatic view on the rest of the things that you observe? What would happen then?
Possible. That's all possible. It's very feasible.
No,
it's very
not
feasible that controlled
what would
history.
happen?
Oh,
I'm just asking what would happen then.
Your opinion and your mind would be made up until the next thing that influences and changes your perception, just like that book did. Because apparently you're a person that's easy to convince to think other things.
I don't know if you're speaking for me. I was just letting you know it introduced a term to the lexicon. So quite a claim.
Yeah, he seemed to answer a question I didn't ask. You know, like I was like, "What? Why are you so afraid of asking the question?" And then he was like, "Well, there's a question that you may be afraid to ask, and he's not going to answer it." So, go figure.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck is going on right now.
Me neither. Is someone muted? Am I missing something?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm confused with like everything that dude's saying. I don't know if he's really hot. Are you really stoned? What's going on, bro? You hit that gas.
People are baked.
I'm baked, but I mean, I'm not that gassed out. Sheesh. Sheesh. What a great book, too. I have a first edition copy of that shit, by the way. Very expensive. Yeah.
I do not.
No gas pressure without containment puns.
What?
No gas pressure without containment puns.
So if you guys want to hear something crazy, though, you want to hear something crazier? So since you like at Dropkick, to piggyback off like academics, the Time Machine was actually published as a master's and PhD level physics study guide. I'm not even kidding to you at all. The papers, the adaptation of his fictitious work into an academic guide is called H.G. Wells's The Time Machine, a reference guide.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. I know, right? And then people get mad. I think it's because like the name. What is it? What do they say? Eloi is the Hebrew plural for Elohim. Right. But he was just like a British guy. But that means the Jews. Like you'll get that out of there too. It's like yeah. But it's actually a great book. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Shit.
I mean, that's cool that everybody's still trying to figure out unified field theory.
No, what? No. Ah! All right. Sorry about that. All right. Who tagged me? Writing a highline? Yeah. Starship Troopers and shit. What was the other book? I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan. There was another book I read. Oh fuck! I would have to look at his books. I know I read Starship Troopers. Was it? I think it was time. I think it was Time Enough for Love. Because I dated a Starbucks barista. Sorry, my early 20s. So yeah, actually I do, and yeah, he saw. I'm not big into fantasy or sci-fi, but yeah, I'm familiar. I am familiar. This is a long time ago now, though. I'm in my early 30s now, mid 30s. So
Yeah, so it was much more than the copy.
all you zombies. What happened? What'd you say?
It was much more than the sticks and the shadows, wasn't it?
The sticks and the shadows. All the world's a stage. Yeah, then. Sorry, hold on.
Black Swan.
Okay. Yeah, I think one of my favorite.
Listen.
Oh, come on. Just engage.
Without experiment, there's no way in verifying that.
Yeah, well, this guy gets it. I am raw understands, but I want to know.
I'm not trying to ignore you, but I'm also not trying to ignore the last guy. There's no way to actually verify. Statement. Do you think that space isn't as important as the ocean?
It's way more important.
It just sounds like you're being sarcastic, my man.
No, I'm dead.
Like Mars.
Oh, we actually.
Of course you are. I know.
Yeah. Let me respond.
Oops, my bad. I feel like the last part better.
Think of ants on a beach ball. Even though it looks flat, it's still curved. You just don't understand if you're
Think about an ant at the end of the abyss of a volcano. Like, okay, Clown World. No, actually, velocity of the outside of that clock going one day would be.
You can't have a
how much velocity would that be? 1,000 miles an hour. 1,000 miles an hour. So you think 1,000 miles an hour, you won't feel because you're just a passant.
That's right. Yeah. Gravity, exactly. Gravity explains why you can't feel it. So.
Exactly.
I mean, what, do you deny gravity?
Exactly. I thought we were just talking about that.
So you deny
spin a fidget spinner?
Are you talking about fidget spinners or gravity? What is a gravity? How many gravities does it take?
Earth's gravity that you deny.
So, like, you should probably be able to see the Eiffel Tower from Mount Everest with enough gravitational refraction.
If the Earth was flat, you would be able to see the Eiffel Tower, and since we can't, that means the Earth isn't flat.
Oh, wow. Because of gravitational refraction, right? Or why?
Well, because of the curve
why
of the
do
Earth.
you think that? That sounds weird.
The curve of The curve blocks
Do
your
you
view.
think that you could see even if the Earth is flat, like, and it's like 4,000 miles, you think you'll see the Eiffel Tower from?
Well, I can see stars. I can see stars.
You can see stars. So you think why can't you see the Eiffel Tower that's like only like 1,000 feet high?
Well, if I can see stars,
3,000 miles away.
If I can
because gravity.
If I can see stars,
Are you really this retarded? Like, honestly, like I have to ask all you globetards. Like, are you seriously this fucking retarded?
Well, if you let me respond,
And
you just keep
it's
talking.
yours. Of course you are. I know.
Well, you
yeah.
let me
Oops,
respond.
oops, my bad.
He's on his soapbox over here tonight. He's flat earther. I don't know why we're listening to this guy. Clearly, it's a
Hey,
globe.
I get one.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know what you want to say. Yes, I mean, the Earth is a globe. I mean, science. I don't even have to debunk the flat Earth. It's just I don't know why are you even a flat earther, dude?
Science proves that the Earth is
Well,
flat.
there's people within society who just like to rebel against anything, like let's go against the grain. That's my theory. Like flat earthers are just,
Can we send some Starlink over this guy's house? Can we get the satellites? Can someone donate to? Can we just? Because I think I Am Ra, his satellite connection's a little loose at the moment. Can someone?
No, Elon Musk completely supports flat Earth.
Nah, he has SpaceX, and that's another reason why the Earth isn't flat. So
Yeah, it's a good flat Earth internet. 5G sort of technology system.
Starlink right now.
Competitive. I mean, it has to be competitive with 5G, right?
I mean,
why not? Just send the little balloons up. Send little balloons up. Make you feel better.
yeah, people like to disagree just for the sake of
Why
disagreeing.
wouldn't he do that?
and
He
I
already
believe
made you
that's
believe.
why
He already.
flat earthers are their claims.
yeah, I agree. Flat Earthers. I mean, it's basically like opposite day when you're in school. You know, like you just do the opposite.
Right.
Anything the government says, you just do the
Yeah.
opposite. You don't even like
Yeah.
actually think about it. Like you just do the opposite. So like if they say it's a globe,
I mean, you do have a reason to not trust the government, but
no, you should definitely trust them. They have your best
science
interest.
does suggest.
No, that was a free enterprise. What are you talking about? No, you are afraid that when Elon
Let me
Musk
rephrase.
sent
I trust the
the
government,
little
but
thing.
they're not completely honest about
They
everything
build roads though. I mean, the schools,
for
roads.
security reasons.
No, it's for the. I mean, they really.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. But like, they're not disclosing everything they know to the general population for security
Yeah,
reasons, right? That's
Right.
obvious.
They don't want people to like, go crazy. They want people to just to kind of live, their lives and,
Live
they
in
don't-
the matrix.
They don't need to know the proof of the globe. They just need to know that it's a globe, and that's it. I mean, just live your life and don't think too much about it. It's not going to change your life anyway.
Right. We went to the moon one time. We lost the technology, and that's what it is.
Well, we're going to go back soon, Kenshi. So, I mean, I don't know why you would doubt that. We're clearly.
I don't think we're going to go back to the moon. There's like no
Exactly.
real reason to go back to the moon. We're gonna go try and go to Mars, if anything. Like, why would we spend a bunch of money to go to the moon when we've already done that before? Instead, you could like put those resources towards something more substantial, like Mars.
Well, we actually have
Just to say
go
we went to the moon another time.
No, we have to though. Actually, we have to make kind of we have to touch base there and then go from there to Mars. From my understanding, you have to kind of like bounce off of it just at one point. I have a clip, I think, long lost. I might have to dig it out. But even Buzz Aldrin admits, like, you have to sort of.
I thought you meant like just to go to the moon and then come back.
Oh well, I mean, we can definitely do that too.
That's kind of pointless.
There's all types of stuff in the future to look forward to. I'm really excited about the future of space.
For sure.
I mean,
Right.
we'll eventually be able to put flat earthers on, like some type of space, type of
On the moon, yeah. Imagine that.
Well, they're gonna look back and wonder why, since we have the technology to basically go look at the curvature, they're gonna wonder why they even were flat
Right.
earthers. I can't wait. I'm so excited for the future of space.
Yeah, the
You
future
can
is
go to
very exciting,
Mars,
for
the
sure.
moon, all that stuff. But when a submarine gets lost in our own ocean, it's the biggest news. We don't know how to get to it. We don't know how to locate it. None of that. We can go to Mars. We can go to the moon. All that. That makes perfect sense.
Well, actually,
Well, not only that, we've also lost airplanes as well.
yeah. See,
Man, that makes so perfect sense.
we know more.
Those are just like technological like malfunctions. You know what I mean? Like technology breaking and like not being able to triangulate certain things.
Okay, well, here we go. This is how science.howstuffworks.com. They're basically saying that when compared to our knowledge of the space we know and can explore, we actually know more about outer space than the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
So I mean that makes more sense why we have lost submarines and not like spaceships, because
True.
We just have the best. Space technology is the more important and more advanced technology. Submarines are kind of old school, and it makes sense why they weren't government affiliated. If it was NASA, I actually think that they would have done a better job with the submarines, but unfortunately they kind of independently did it. I think that's why they failed. That's kind of why the flat earthers failed too, because they're independent. They don't really have like a good back.
I gotta tell you,
There's definitely like some value in like exploring the oceans, but I don't think it's like compared to exploring space and being able to do space travel. I don't think exploring the oceans are that important when you compare it to like space travel.
What
You're making some strong arguments. I'm back on the glove. I'm going to change my icon. Thank you.
It's a lot harder to. I imagine if I had to think about it, it's a lot harder to map the the bottom of the ocean than it is to map what we see in the night sky, just because of visibility issues.
Exactly.
But surely with some
there's no light in
light
the
arc
fucking bottom of the
technology
ocean.
could be possible. I don't know.
But it even says here, yes, we explored more of space than the ocean. So I mean, I don't know what, guys. Space is more important than the ocean, folks. I don't know why you.
Yeah, forget Earth. We don't need to know what's here. We need to know what's out
Why?
there.
Do you disagree?
No, but we're going to discover like a few more.
Do you disagree with that
species,
statement?
right?
Do you think that space isn't as important as the ocean?
It's way more important.
It just sounds like you're being sarcastic, my man.
No, I'm dead. I mean, why do we have? Are we?
Because we're in a flat Earth fucking channel. That's why.
I know, but the flat earthers are just wrong, though. I'm just trying to teach them why, like, space is more important than the ocean.
You can't. Yeah, we can't prove them wrong by saying that they're wrong. Like,
Who's saying that? Is that why you have a 24/7 flat Earth mod? Huh?
No,
we're wrong because you say so, right?
If they gave you mod status, even though you're a Globe Earther, huh? Is that what's going on?
Because it's not a biased channel. What do you
like? Who are you fooling out here? Like, come on! I know my own. I know my own when I see one, and you're not my own. Like,
all right.
Who are you fooling out here?
Like 30 minutes for
I'm a mod as well, and I'm a heaven earther. Hey, I'm a heaven earther.
Like, watch this guy have mod status, and I'm like, oh, he actually does. Troll.
That was fun though. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I want to see. It wasn't that obvious, but I could just. It was a hint. It was a hint of sarcasm. It was very very small.
It's funny when flat earthers conduct experiments and they prove themselves wrong. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, but honestly, let's talk about that. Do you think that the bottom of the ocean is more important than space?
All right,
Well, obviously you don't believe in space, right? So I'm not sure what you refer to as the night sky. I'm pretty sure you have some type of explanation for what these celestial objects are, even without a space. I don't know. What's your take on that? Like the Venus, Jupiter, stars. Like, what are they? Because obviously they're not what they are in our model.
All of the luminaries are heaven-centric. They all revolve around a certain area of the sky, a center point.
Okay.
So all of the luminaries in cycles revolve.
So you call them luminaries?
What exactly are they?
Luminaries. Like, what are they? Like, obviously, some luminaries. Hold up. Some luminaries are larger and have a different composition than others. So, for example, you've seen Jupiter before. Like, it's an actual celestial object.
Yeah, when you're looking at a Swiss watch, when you're looking at a Swiss watch and you see the hands of the watch, and you look, their gears are moving around a center point, but behind the center point there is something behind the watch, that mechanism that you don't see, right?
Nobody's asking you how it moves. Nobody's asking you how it moves or how it works. I'm asking you what it is, because clearly we see it through telescopes.
The same answer as the same answer that you have. You don't know exactly. We don't know.
No, I know what it is. I know it's a planet.
That's a claim. That's a claim, but you don't have any evidence.
Yours is also a claim. Yours is also a claim. You have no evidence for it. You haven't even provided me something. You haven't even provided me something.
Yaroslav, we can't even answer your question. You haven't taken a breath for someone to answer your question, my G. I'm trying to let
like the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of his.
I'm gonna let you speak, though. I'm gonna let you speak, but listen. If you and I go stand shoulder to shoulder at the beach, and we're just staring up at the sky, stargazing, right? What is it that you could offer me that?
Listen, can I interrupt? I'm not trying to be rude.
What is it that you can offer me other than a regurgitation of the thing we were both raised on and we both understand probably quite well? Can you offer me anything other than that?
I'm not trying. Listen.
Oh, come on. Just engage.
No, without experiment, there's no way in verifying that.
Yeah, well, this guy gets it. I am raw, understands, but I want to know.
I'm not trying to ignore you, but I'm also not trying to ignore the last guy.
There's no way to actually
verify. The last guy I'm ignoring right now. So do you?
Making claims though, so he wasn't really making a claim. He's saying what I'm saying, that you and I are both standing shoulder to shoulder at the beach looking up. Neither of us know. The only thing you can offer me is telling me the same story that we were both raised on. Oh, that's a planet.
Right, but the only difference is that what we're...
Well, it's just like, well, the only thing you can do is now just retell me the story we're both raised on. You and I both do not know what those things are. So Gemsy was right all along. I agree with him. We don't know. No one knows. So if you're asking me, like,
why do I keep getting muted? What's wrong with you?
Because I don't think you're trying to actually. Because you asked a question, I'm trying to give you an honest answer.
Yeah, I live in a world full of phenomenons in which I observe, and I'm going to try and explain it to the best of my ability. And you're just saying I don't know. And then I ask, okay, can you try make?
Hold on 1 second. But your world, let's make sure one thing is clear. Your world involves mystery as well. You don't have answers to everything.
Yeah, there are known knowns and known and unknowns, and there are also unknown unknowns. Okay, that's fine.
If I give you some unknowns, you can't turn around and say, "Oh, that's a problem." Your worldview has unknowns as well.
And your point is, and
well, even like the oceans we just read out in my example when I was playing Global.
Like, I'm not sure how this is relatable in any way.
Hold on. You agreed with me that like the oceans aren't even as explored as outer space. So that.
But do you know what you're saying right now?
Yes, I'm saying that.
You're saying that because you can't answer this phenomenon, it's okay because there are also phenomenons in which I can answer my model.
Flat. If you get a ruler,
We're not talking about on a general consensus how many phenomenons can you answer between our two different models. I'm asking you a very specific phenomenon that we can observe, and you're not giving me an.
I don't know. I've already answered it. Gemsy answered it. You don't know either. You can't actually turn around and give me the answer and say, I know what it is. Here's how I know. Here's exactly what it is to a T.
The difference is that he claimed he does. He said he does know what the luminaries are, but he doesn't. He's just making a claim without evidence.
Do you believe in the Big Bang Theory there, Mr. Glober?
Yeah, good question.
Why?
I will answer your question. I don't want to ignore the last guy, so let me just answer what he said. You didn't say I didn't know. You finally said it just now, so I appreciate it. You don't know. Thank you.
Wait, hold on. Gemsy said it very clearly. I also said it probably multiple times. Comfortably, I said it. I don't know. I said it multiple times. Openly. You were just speaking too much to even hear it, right? So I don't have a problem with not knowing what like a star is, just like you don't know what it is.
That's an adverse reaction to having diarrhea of the mouth, speaking without listening. Yeah, that's what happens.
I mean, Gemsy said it. He said, you don't know, I don't know. And you're like, no, I do know. And I was like, well, no, Gemsy's right. You don't know, I don't know. The best thing you can offer me is regurgitating a bedtime story. That's a planet. That's a star. If you really think about it, those are just labels. And you said, well, we have telescopes. Well, I have a joke that goes, telescopes don't whisper in your ear. Because I see the same thing as you. Even when you look through a telescope, that's not giving you the answer of what it is you're looking at.
Listen,
so
I don't. Before I get into meta commentary with you, this whole muting me and you talking for 5 minutes isn't going to work well. You're playing bad faith at this point. You're playing bad faith. Okay, you need to stop. Stop playing bad faith. You're not going to interrupt me after I just spoke for 2 seconds, and they're going to end up muting me now. Okay, stop. If you keep muting me, I'm just going to leave. I'm not going to play this fucking game with you.
You can leave. You can leave. That's fine.
All right, you understand what you're doing, though, right? You're just abusing your power for no reason at all.
Bad faith would be not addressing what I'm saying.
You're appealing to your power for muting me to make it seem like you're more correct than I am. It's bad faith. It's fucking ridiculous. So stop.
Do you have any evidence to back the claim that you had?
Yeah, he just muted me 2 seconds ago. Yeah, I did.
Okay, you're appealing to that, so you could just address what I'm saying. That would be
I'm not appealing to it.
Yeah, you are.
I'm telling you how it is.
Go ahead and address what I'm saying then.
Okay, in regards to meta commentary, which I don't want to play, but I will because you brought it up. This whole idea of who said what, he said, she said, I'm 90% sure you went on some fucking crazy tangent about us sitting next to each other on a fucking beach looking up at the sky to try and explain. I want straightforward answers. If you would have just said, I don't know, it would have been fine. But you decided to give me some fucking stupid ass tangent / example that I don't know why you would do it, but there it is.
Before I did, and that's not stupid because that's reality. You and I in reality, observing reality, you don't have the answers you think you do, dummy. That's the point. It's not stupid. It's reality. You sit here.
Yeah,
and
you're projecting. You're projecting yourself.
Again, you're hitting a miss.
No,
but he does have some.
Not only are you wrong about the meta commentary, but you're wrong about what you're trying to talk about. You're trying to appeal to a general consensus. You're saying, well, in some cases I can't explain things, and in some cases you can't explain things. So there's nothing wrong with I don't know. That's fine. I'm not trying to bully you over that. I just wanted a specific answer to a specific phenomenon. It would have been as simple as I don't know. I wasn't trying to bully you.
Complaining, we gave you the answer, no hesitation. You asked, I already knew the answer right away. It was, I do not know. Gemsy said it before I did. I also said it openly. I don't know, dude. But you were too busy babbling to hear the answer multiple times. And now you have the microphone. You're complaining about, well, you didn't answer it. Yeah, we did. And I don't care about not knowing because you don't know either. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like you do know. Because what you're going to tell me, what you claim is knowledge, is the same thing that I was raised to believe, a story. Okay, so I know you don't have anything other than that. So I'm not going to.
Okay, before we get into this whole debate about why it's bad to say I don't know, before I do so, if you're on the same side as your friend over here, please explain to me what the fuck he was talking about when he was mentioning a clock and time and all that, and handles. Just try. Don't have him explain it. I want you to explain it. Because apparently in your worldview it's very straightforward. So please explain it to me.
It wasn't my point, so.
Oh, what a cop out. Good job. Are you coping right now? You trying to cope?
That's the observation that we do.
You're coping right now. You're coping right now. Don't answer it. Don't answer it because your buddy over here was really defending you and was pretending as if you gave me a straightforward answer. Okay? He's using you as evidence here. I'm asking you right now, Bear. If it was so straightforward, explain to me what the fuck he was talking about.
You know,
that's different ideas.
Are you trying to cop out? Are you trying to pivot at this moment? I can't hear you. It sounds like you're scared to answer. Just make a fucking point, idiot. I don't care.
You're being silly.
I'm not being silly. I'm being realistic.
You are being silly.
Again, you're being silly. Answer, but you're too busy talking.
Yeah, I got you on that one. You're coping right now, aren't you?
Wow, I'm not able to.
You're saying that's not my point. You're not talking either. I can tell you're coping inside.
I'm speaking right now. You don't hear me?
Answer then.
Okay, well, how can I give you the answer if you're busy talking?
I'm waiting.
Gemsy has a different worldview than I do. So that was his point. That's not my point.
I thought he was saying, I don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't. I just, like, you don't.
So what the fuck was he talking about with the whole time on the clock?
Ask him.
Ask him. Apparently for you, it's so straightforward.
Yeah, it's straightforward. You don't know. He made some other point about...
So if it's so straightforward and you know and I don't, explain to me what it is.
That was his analogy. Why don't we just ask him?
Barry, come on, you know you're coughing out at this moment, right?
What do you mean?
Like, you know I caught you.
Caught me saying words that I didn't even...
That don't make sense, yes. I caught you saying words that don't make any sense.
I didn't say the words. You're asking about Gemsy's words.
you were speaking upon his words as evidence to me being wrong and not listening. And then when I ask you what the
all I said is he doesn't know, just like you don't, just like no one in the panel does. If he made some example about a clock, I missed that because I'm doing some other things, dude. But I did hear him say that he doesn't know. I know you don't know either. Go ahead, Jemsy, dude.
Hello. So the observation that you mentioned from the ground that we do, right? You say we are shoulder to shoulder with that guy, and we're doing the same observation. The luminaries move. That's the observation that we do from the ground. That's the observable phenomena that we do. They move like gears, like a clock, like I was saying. But the answer to what it is the same answer. You don't know, and we don't know, because we cannot verify what they are. Do you listen? Do you heard that this time?
I heard it. I heard the last part. Yeah, I don't know.
Like I said, the Swiss watch, that you can look at the Swiss watch, right? You can look at the Swiss watch, you see the movement, and you can tell the time based on that movement, right?
Sure.
But what's behind that mechanism, what's behind the mechanism of the watch that you're observing, we cannot verify that, so we don't know. Do you hear it now?
No, I heard it now. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the clarification. So just to move forward in the conversation and progress it, do you think, before we talk about, do you want to lock in that answer? Just say, yes, I don't know.
How many times is it gonna make you feel better if we say it 4 more times or 5, or like how many times do I have to say it before you like finally just goes through your ears and you hear
one more time?
I've already said it comfortably multiple times that you don't know, I don't know, no one knows.
Nah, I want you to say I think I know.
You're gonna keep asking, like, so wait, what's the answer? Like, how many times do I have to tell you, bro? This is getting old pretty quick. Like, just listen. It seems like you don't like the answer, or you just want to push some agenda or something. You have rhetoric.
Even though he's not gonna bring any evidence for his claims, he's just gonna say you guys are wrong, and that's it.
I'm not gonna. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna.
Here's the issue. Even if we didn't know,
I'm not gonna feel bad about not knowing. So you're not gonna sit here and try to make me feel bad about not knowing, because I know you don't know either, and that's not a big deal at the end of the day anyway. Which isn't my point really. That it's not a big deal.
He's probably making a Twitter clip, guys.
Which is it's fine. You can make clips.
I'm pretty sure I heard this guy.
No, this is a big deal.
Clip.
You cannot just say I don't know, and
it's not a big deal because you don't know either. So if you want to rebut this, just go and get the answers of how you know what these things are, because I know you don't know. The best thing you could offer me is regurgitating bedtime stories, as if no one in here has heard those before. In fact, I probably know them better than you. So you don't have anything for me, dude, or anyone really, for that matter. We all have looked into this.
CB, but you saying I don't know is different than you saying I don't know and you don't either, right?
No, I know we don't. I know you don't, Matthew.
But those are two different claims.
There are things that man cannot know, will not know. He even said himself, there are no.
The guy's right. Those are two different claims.
Not really. Do you agree that there's things that humankind will not know?
What I'm trying to explain to you right now is your first claim of saying I don't know is bad.
It's not a claim. If you're calling I don't know a claim, that's crazy. Let me just ask you this. Are there things that mankind cannot know?
Yes, there are for sure. But here's an example, like you say
that. So if we were to address one of those things, and I said, "Well, I don't know," and you don't know, am I right or wrong about that? Then, if humankind can't know this, particular thing, so you disagree with Matthew? There's things that we.
It's really weird how when I say claim, almost as if you're trying to declare something, you're gonna like make fun of me. But I'm pretty sure your whole concept or your whole tactic against me is the idea that you know that I don't know, and you're declaring this as if it's okay to say I don't know.
Well, do you agree with Matthew that there are things that mankind like can't know?
Who? Yeah, like it's called epistemology. There's just boundaries to the knowable. Sure.
All right, so why don't you give me an example of something that like no.
So like we presuppose our senses. That's number one. Like we just can't. We cannot actually justify our senses. And I think Darth Dawkins does this a lot. The chain of reasoning is flawed because the foundation is flawed.
All right, we get one of those. Give me an example of something like humankind like absolutely cannot know, though.
I just told you.
How about the creation of creation?
Wait, stop. I just told you what it was. Did you not understand it? You want to explain it to you?
Well, you weren't really specific, but I know what you were saying.
I was so specific. I said we presuppose our senses.
I'll drag the specificity out of you. So, are you on Discord right now? Yes or no?
I'm sorry. Are you going to answer my question with another question? Like, do you have a point to make? Are you going to argue?
I'm just going to make.
Like, where were you lost? Explain to me. I'll explain it to you. It's fine.
I'm definitely not lost because I already know where this is going to go. Right? I'm going to take you down this a nice little stroll, and we'll show the whole panel. We'll make sure
This guy's trolling you so hard, dude. Fuck, man. Just keep him on mute for fuck's sake.
So I'm just confused. Like, everything I've said to you, you've either ignored or tried to play off with another question.
We're definitely not ignoring because we're gonna clarify your last word. We're not gonna just ignore it. We're actually gonna go in with a fine tooth comb. So, are you on Discord right now? Yes or no?
I'm not playing the script, bro. You asked me for an example.
You can just stay muted. That's fine. I'll just go back to watching UFC. That's fine. It's fine by me, dude. So this is what's funny, guys. He had revealed his hand. There is easy. He's one of those guys he's a 99%er.
No, I'm not joking, dude. Straight up, that guy has been making clips on Twitter, man.
Money bags.
He's a brain in a jar. He's a brain in a jar type of guy. When I ask him is he on Discord, he'd be like, "Well, yeah, maybe. There's a good chance, 99%." Okay, dude. You're 99% sure you're on Discord. That's cool. Good for you.
Oh my god, bro. No way. I see you. You know where you play the...
Was that Theodore? What was that, Theodore?
I don't know, just talking shit.
Get closer to your mic.
Fuck you, me. Wait, do I have the wrong mic?
He said, well, your senses are lying to you.
You guys got Matthew muted too?
I don't know.
You're so much like money bags, bro.
I don't know who did that, but... And let the chat skanking begin. Let me get the salt.
So good.
Let me get the salt shaker out. Hold on.
I gotta tell you, Sleepy, that was a solid 20 minutes as a Glover. Good job.
I did a better job than your Slav. I made you look bad. I made a better case for the Globe than any of you in here for like 20 minutes straight. And I'm it's funny to me because I guarantee there's people in here, Globers, who probably have met me before that were cheering me on. Yes, go, go, go.
Did you hear him though? He goes, "I know my own kind."
Oh, your Slav? Oh, wait. I thought he was a flat earther when he said that. I was like, oh, you got me. So wait, you thought I was a globe earther that whole time?
Are you bored now? Are you bored? Is that what you want to do to me?
Are you bored? Wow. Wait a minute. I gotta hear this. Are you telling me you thought I was a glober that whole time?
Do you feel good?
Hold on, wait. We gotta hear the answer to this, dude.
I'm pretty sure I'm the one who pointed out you're a flat earther mod. Why would I do that if I thought you were a flat earther?
Just checking.
Like you're actually stupid sometimes. Like you forget.
Whoa. I get it. I'm just asking you to clarify because you did say you're one. Like I know my kind. So what did you mean by that?
Implying that I know you're not a fucking club earther, you moron.
Wait. I know my kind. Okay, all right. Fair enough.
Yeah, you want to explain it to you? Like, are you this dumb?
No, I get it. I was just looking for clarification, bro. Relax, bro. Why are you so triggered? Like, why are you mad, bro?
Because you're using your fucking abusive mod powers to
let me also use my violins here. Hold on. Golly, you guys are soft as shit, dude. I made a way better case for the Globe than you ever could, bro. So why don't you try again? Hop off CB's nuts. Stop worrying about me and my performance and my personality and all these other things. And go and worry about how to argue for the Globe, my dude.
Yeah, let me get a mute button too and I can try.
Yaroslav, you the guy that makes the Twitter
you
videos?
need a mute button to talk about the Globe Earth instead of talking... Because you weren't muted when you were talking about me, dude. So
anything else? Anything else? You got that shit on a hotkey?
Yeah. Take my nuts out of your mouth and go and find some Globe proof. Come back when you find it. And you can stay muted for now, so for all I care. Because you don't have anything for us, dude. You're just triggered. So, Let us know when my nuts are out of your mouth. Let us know how the salt tastes as well. I'm gonna go back to watching UFC. Loser. Or I can just go back.
You're such a meanie, man.
Huh?
I said you're such a meanie. You need to be nice to these people, man. They got feelings, you know.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot they do have feelings. You're right. Hilarious. Not gonna lie, it's been a women's fight, so I'm here watching. Shout out to misogyny. Then I had to come here and deal with this woman, Yorslav. So there's that. Why is it like literally? Why is it that I just spent 20 minutes with a flat earther? thought I was a globe earther, which is hilarious. And I'm sitting here making a better case for the globe than any of you. And I'm just talking trash because don't nobody want to speak up. Why is that? This guy's your champion, Yorslav. This woman, this female.
I don't know. It's almost like they don't have any empirical direct measurements of anything for the globe. I don't know.
No, they're just triggered by flat earthers. They can't stop talking about flat earthers. Because flat earthers will talk about the earth, dude. They'll talk about the earth. They'll go outside, test it, measure it, whatever. Globe earthers don't care about that. They only want to react to a flat earther. Crazy, bro. Y'all don't really move on your own. You react to a flat earther. None of you probably even cared about the earth until a flat earther came along and told you that the earth was flat. And then you got triggered and now you're all emotionally invested in stuff.
I don't know, the first principle there with the Big Bang, that's a hard pill to swallow, man. Like, that's a lot of shit to fucking just accept. We just popped, nothing came out of a big concentration of nothing, right? Like, whatever.
So do you deny science then?
What science, dude? Fucking, this is a bunch of people standing around contemplating the fucking, our existence, man.
Yeah,
How the
but
fuck do they know where the fuck we came from?
Well,
I mean, nothing exploded and turned into everything. You don't accept that.
I know, right?
Come
Like,
on.
what the fuck?
They're experts.
What a mind fuck that is right there, man.
When you think about it and you take everything into account, it sounds like a scam. You know, the scammers tell you a story. You do things. They kind of convince people that they did something, and now they have to, go get the gift cards and pay them just based on a story. Sounds like a scam.
No. This is 2 days in a row now that, like, I've spoken to someone and they were like, they had no concern, not a care in the world to discuss the actual Earth or their case, right? If they believe they're right, they don't actually have the ability to make a case to present it to someone to show them here's what supports my thinking process or whatever, right? They don't have that ability. That's 2 days in a row now that I've come in here and like folks have chosen to focus on me or my personality or my behavior or my performance as opposed to their case, their argument, their evidence. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because they don't have any evidence. They don't have a case. They're just triggered by flat earthers. Y'all have a hate boner for flat earthers. Why are y'all here more than me?
Because I'm more bored than you.
You think I'm gonna go to a flat earth server, get muted, and stick around, and then make my fingers hurt, get myself carpal tunnel, and go and chat skank in the chat complaining away?
Wait, what's
No,
going on?
yeah, I'm probably not that emotionally invested. So there's that. The irony. So anyway, I'm sitting here bullying you guys, saying you don't have a case, you don't have a case, you don't have a case, you don't have a case. Make a case then, dude. Instead, I'm calling you out because all you do is focus on flat earthers. So what are you gonna do instead? Oh, let's continue to focus on the flat earther, dude. All right. So what? How about this?
Flat earthers are stupid, dude.
Make a case.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
Hold on. Oh, so immediately just start vomiting into the microphone. That's great. How about this? Go ahead and make a case, Yoroslav. I'm gonna mute up. If you mention a flat earther or flat earth one time in your case, you'll just get muted. So go ahead and make a case. Leave me out of it. If I ask you what's 2 + 2, I'm looking for a number. If you say, well, blue and ABC, that's not the answer we're looking for. So if you say it's hard to give a case when you're muted, you didn't have a case before. I know you don't have a case, or otherwise you would have made one instead of started gobbling on my nutsack. So go ahead and make a case. I'm gonna unmute you. Go.
I'm unmuted. I actually got to you. You actually look dumb right now. Oh boy. I have no obligation to give you an answer in which you like. Nothing will satisfy you.
Oh my
So
god!
don't even try. I will give you a claim.
Right off the bat.
Immediately, yeah.
Right off the bat, you're still talking about it. It's just like,
yeah,
just you came out of his mouth. You.
I called it, bro. That's what I'm saying. Y'all can't help but talk about flat earthers, right? It's weird because I was come here every time I come here. My biggest lesson for this server is put yourself in the shoes of someone in a courtroom, whatever your role is. Okay, whether you're the lawyer for your client, the Globe, or the jury, or the judge, you can't be like these guys. What he's doing, if he's the representative for his client, if he's the lawyer, instead of making a case for his client and why they're guilty or why whatever, he's going to turn to the other lawyer and say, I don't like him. That man is bad. I don't like him. His performance sucks. Blah, 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 blah. As if that had any bearing on your case. So it went from, let's just take a look at the chat here. It went from, I would make a case, but I can't, I'm muted, to, well, I don't even have to, as soon as he's unmuted. And immediately, oh, well, you. Yeah, you'll just stay muted, dude. We knew you don't have a case. That's why would we talk to you? You're just going to complain about flat earthers? Like, we haven't heard that part before. Hilarious. So, I'm just going to go ahead and close the chat out. And, yeah, you won't be addressed anymore. So, take care. You don't have anything for us. So, you interrupted the whole flat earth, globe earth, my globe performance. For that? It was such a good performance. And we stopped it for you? Crash. Anyway. Heretic, what else we got?
These are the guys we got.
This is the best? They're sending their best, man. That's crazy.
Is Matthew Learn still in the house? Is Matthew still there?
He probably is, but he never learned.
I didn't stick him on the red mic, so whoever did that, you don't have to ask them.
All right.
Yeah, I'm still here.
So you were going to make a point in this particular debate about not knowing things. What was it going to be?
I only came through about halfway. I was going to give an example, like if we see the phases of the moon, one person could say, well, we all see the phases, but we don't have an explanation. And somebody else could say, oh, I have an explanation. And so those are two different claims. So, but I feel like that we've moved on from that anyway.
Yeah. Well, knowledge claims and explanation claims are not the same. empiricism, right? And guess like it's a little different, in my opinion.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But so I would say that I have an explanation that makes sense to me about what causes the phases of the moon. And if somebody else says, "Oh, I don't know," somebody says, "Hey, but I don't know what causes phases of the moon," I'd say, "Okay, that's fine." But that's different than them telling me that mine doesn't work.
Well, you have an explanation that you like, right?
Right.
But you can't verify your explanation from our position on Earth.
Right.
So the knowledge claim would not apply.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, none of us are going to the moon. So all we can do is sort of like tell stories and have different explanations and see which explanations work best.
Sure, and I believe that was what was going on in that particular conversation.
Okay, got it.
So, could you give me an example, Matthew, of something that you think that like no one could know?
So mathematically, there's an example of the continuum hypothesis, which is like it's unknowable, like logically and mathematically. So there are some things that are in logic like that. Unknowable, like what's at the center of the sun. We could make guesses, but nobody's ever going to find out.
I would say like no one could even know what the sun is to begin with. That even to say like we don't know what's at the center of the sun is presupposing a whole lot of things. At least that's what I hear. And what I also hear is like that almost is like saying like, well, we can't possibly know what's at the center of Narnia. Like, well, you know what I'm saying? That's like so deep into the lore. Like you don't have any of that to begin. You know,
I said center because even Globers admit we don't know what the center is of the sun. Okay. Maybe something like this. Maybe if you talk about history, like what caused the fall of the Mayan civilization. I mean, we can have guesses, but really we'll never know. Stuff like that.
Okay. For me, there was this quote that I heard like way before I even heard Flat Earth. I'm gonna see if I can find it, but it was something along the lines of the greatest mysteries known to man.
We don't know what happened to the Mayans, but we know what happened 13.5 billion years ago.
Damn.
Do we know what happened 13.5 billion years ago, Matthew? Do we know that?
Nobody knows. Some people have guesses. They're probably all wrong.
The globe is ran through. We're days away from the fuck.
English?
Oh, hello, hey Matthew. Can we talk about how there is no such thing as a circle being drawn on a sphere?
Say that
You
again.
think
No
maybe
such
we
thing
could
as a
have that
circle drawn
discussion?
on a sphere.
You like geometry, right?
Right. So, like the equator on a sphere would be a circle on a sphere.
If you were to cut the sphere in half, it would be a diameter, right? It wouldn't be a circle, it would be a diameter.
Say more. I guess I'm not getting what you're saying.
Difference, potato, like a potato, you cut in half and you stamp your little signs up with the potato stamps.
Okay.
Yeah, but do you not know what a circle is? Circle is a planar figure.
Right.
With a single curved line encompassing a single diameter.
Retard.
That's funny, bro. You liked my joke so much you used it again. That's great. That's great. I love it. I love it. I know you are, but what am I? That's classic. Can't even come up with your own insults. Anyway.
Well, at least they did it tactfully, I suppose.
Did you just it's like, dude, it's like these guys just come from some sort of like lecture, college class or something. Do you demarcate your premises? Like, bro, you're weird. You're weird. You think you have some sort of gotcha.
Demarcate's the wrong term. Anyway.
Can you demarcate your demarcate my nuts out of your mouth, dude? And then when I said that, you used the same exact insult back. Good one, dude. Good one. I'm gonna feel real bad because you just took the exact words I said and repeated it back to me. Good one.
You're just fucking retarded and you don't.
Classic. Classic.
Well
You don't have anything from him, dude.
Just wanted to apologise to Flat Lloyd, right? He just managed to get the conversation on topic and then it just got fucked up again. So I feel partially responsible.
Nah, it's all good.
CB, why you always, when you're scared, you're using crypto to protect you?
Well, I mean, someone said yesterday, like, "Oh, you'll never correct your daddy." I was like, "What? Like, y'all are weird, man. Y'all are super weird."
Hey, Rev, do you have an argument for the Earth being a globe?
I'm agnostic on the view.
Cap.
If you claim it's flat, though? All
right, so no, he doesn't. All right, still no globe.
Wait, but you're making a positive claim, right? So can you give the argument?
No, it's not a positive.
claim.
Rev, do we live on the same Earth?
Probably.
Probably, bro.
Yeah, you can't rule out skepticism, right?
He's not even on Discord right now.
You can't rule
Are
out
you
the
talking on
possibility.
Discord right now?
Are you on Discord right
now? Yeah. I can make like a probabilistic inference, but
Are you 100% sure that you're talking on Discord?
no, I don't think certainty is required to have knowledge.
Well, there you go. You can't be 100% sure of anything.
Yeah.
So why
Can you
would
give me
we
an
talk
example
to
of
you?
something you're 100% certain?
All right, if you're not sure, then just pipe down, buddy.
So
I'm 100% sure I'm sitting down talking to you.
What's the criteria for certainty then?
Relativity. 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 In this moment, I need to count on relativity that we are speaking with you.
What do you mean that's what you thought? You're not even sure if you're on Discord right now, ding dong. You don't even think. That's
I never
what you
said that.
thought.
I never said
You're
that.
not
I thought making.
You're not even sure if you're on Discord. That's what I thought. You don't even have a thought. You're not even sure where you are right now. You could be in a simulation. You're not even 100% sure where you are. Are you sitting down right now in a chair?
I'm sure I'll give your daughter back shot. That's what I'm sure.
Yeah, no, but you're only 99% sure though, aren't you? You're not 100% sure. That's not certainty.
I don't require certainty for knowledge, retard.
Nah, but that's only a justified true belief, though, isn't it? It's not knowledge because you don't know.
Are you certain that ATV is not knowledge? Is that what you're saying, retard?
No. I'm saying you don't have knowledge, right? You can't be certain.
Of course. I mean, I don't need certainty.
He said, "Of course."
Wait a minute. Okay, are you certain that you don't need to be certain to have knowledge?
The certainty is not a criteria for knowledge.
Okay, so you're
not
certain to have knowledge or not.
Well, if you're asking if I'm certain, presumably it wouldn't be the case because I don't need certainty to have knowledge.
Okay, so you don't have certainty.
I can't hear you. What did you say?
So you don't have certainty.
Yeah, I don't require certainty. I don't require.
You don't have certainty that you have knowledge. So how can you be certain that what you have is knowledge?
Because I don't require certainty, right?
Well, how can you be certain then that what you have is knowledge?
I don't require certainty, so I don't.
So how can you be certain then that what you have is knowledge?
I don't require certainty, so I don't.
Yeah, if you don't have any certainty for your knowledge, then how can you be certain that what you have is knowledge?
We heard you, bot. This bot is stuck on. Can someone slap the bot or something? He's stuck on a loop or something.
How about I slap my dick in your daughter's ass?
Are you certain that what you have is knowledge?
I don't require certainty.
Yeah, but
he's back again.
That tells me that you don't have any certainty. So are you certain that what you have then is actually knowledge?
I don't require certainty to have knowledge.
So he's not sure that he has any knowledge. All right.
No, I can have knowledge.
You don't require certainty.
Wait, you can have knowledge. Are you certain of that?
I don't require certainty to have knowledge.
Okay, so no, you're not certain of that.
Yeah, I don't need to.
Okay, so you're not sure that what you have is knowledge. Okay.
I am a bot. I am a bot. I am a bot. I am a bot. We know, dude. We get it. You don't have to keep Can someone control alt delete this guy or I don't know. Something's.
Maybe AI isn't as advanced as we all think. Seems to be pretty fucking retarded.
This ChatGPT is retarded for sure.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Alanger.
I am certain that no one can be certain of anything that is certainly true.
Is that certain though?
Certainly, it is uncertain. Error. I do not require certainty. Dude, this is what you sound like. Freaking robots, dude. And he left the call. Dude.
Hey, Tony Ferguson lost the fight, yeah?
Yeah, pretty sure. I was too busy cooking this last asshole, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, but can you be more tactful when you do that, please?
Yeah, sorry. I need to, I don't know. I need to hold their hand and give them a back rub first, I guess. I got to get them wet first, huh?
Yeah.
They're weird. They want to be wined and dined before you.
You have to be nice to them.
I'll be watching way too much Fresh and Fit, man, because these guys sound like the girls on Fresh and Fit. They're like, oh, well, I disagree with you. Oh, why do you disagree?
It's interesting.
Oh, sorry. Crypto, you're roboting.
Sorry.
I think you're back now, though, but...
that came in perfectly.
Yeah, that came in perfect, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting because the kind of...
Why does Discord do that?
You are robotic.
If you consider IQ to be a proxy for intelligence, which it's not the same thing. They're pretty close. Right.
We're gonna start a GoFundMe to get some satellites.
Am I back?
Every time he says, "Am I back?" that comes through. Damn it, man! Because we like to hear what Crypto has to say. Crypto radio check 1 2.
1 2.
Little laggy, but I think we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So, if you consider IQ a proxy for intelligence, then I mean, IQ tests are very well understood, right? Whatever. And it does seem to be the case that what you said is true. Like, most of the very most intelligent people in the world are men, but also most of the complete idiots are men as well. And women tend to be more average generally, which isn't a bad thing, but it's just how the IQ distributes across the populations. And so when people say, like, "Oh, why are there no women CEOs or women this or that or the other?" It's because you need to have an elite IQ to reach these positions on average, right? But that doesn't make men better than women, and I think people misunderstand what's actually happening there. You know?
No, we're better. I mean, let's be honest. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's just it's interesting for sure. It's interesting for sure. That's not really what I don't want to piss off the other flat earthers, but it was funny. That girl's not even here anyway. It's funny. People just come and just do these drive-bys and then leave.
It's also like being intelligent doesn't make you a moral or good person either. You can be an intelligent, complete, nasty asshole. So I don't even know why people hold stock in intelligence. I mean, it's useful. It's a tool, but it's like any tool. It can be used or misused.
Like you will answer Crypto like 100 questions in 2 minutes, and I will answer 100 questions in 1 hour. But you will say that sea level is curved, and I will say the sea level is level. And then we will measure IQ. I will look like that. How I perceive the sea level and how you perceive the sea level. Even if you are faster and clever in any other, level of knowledge, whatever that could be 100 questions. But that 101, it's so simple and easy for IQ.
Guys.
I think we got you. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. What the?
Okay.
So, what's the best argument for the globe?
Dumb fluffs. You are.
Yeah, sounds about right. The argument is because flat earthers don't believe. Like, okay, I don't understand how you guys are standing on that. Oh, well, these other people don't believe it, so it's true. How?
I assert that flat earthers are stupid, therefore, because flat earthers are stupid, everything they believe is stupid, therefore the earth is a globe.
It's the lamest.
It's not circular in it at all.
Seriously. You guys gotta do better.
And the hell of it is they only think we're stupid because we believe the Earth is flat. So it's like it's actually almost a double circle. His Glober's got to come in with some arguments. Man. They got nothing.
They have nothing. That's the embarrassing part, guys. Like, notice that. Notice how your argument is typically involved, or it's involving a flat earther or the flat earth somehow. If I ask you, what is 2 plus 2? Your answer should not involve the alphabet, colors, shape. Like, your answer should involve the answer, right? Like, number.
Well, I know 2 plus 2 is orange.
Yeah, it's like, are you serious, bro? Like, I didn't. I'm not asking you that. It's crazy that you guys your basis of the globe is not flat. That's what you guys always say. But the embarrassing part is none of you know what flat is. So when you say it's not flat, you're right. Because what you're doing is you're making up some weird flat earth you made up in your mind, and you're pretending that's what we're talking about, which is we're not. Ever. So when you say it's not flat, you're damn right. It's not that the thing you're making up. But it's crazy. Like, just because it's not the thing you made up in your head doesn't make it a globe either. Weirdos. That's my biggest gripe with the politics server. Even though I'm here, there are some good people. I noticed this on the first day. I was like, "Oh, these guys don't have an argument. They don't have a case." Because I love thinking of court. Like the court setting is my favorite setting to put us all into. That's my favorite frame for this argument. So in that frame, you guys don't have a case. You're turning to me as the lawyer for my client. You're like, well, I just think you're a bad lawyer. You think I give a shit what you think of me? Like, I don't, and that doesn't have any bearing on anything. My argument still stands whether you like me or not. So come up with a good argument. Don't worry about me. Worry about the jury, the judge. You guys worry way too much about the counsel across the way from you. It's crazy. I'm not saying you need to go watch some like CSI or some like lawyer show, Lincoln Lawyer, whatever. But damn, it's almost like you've never seen any court ever before. Like you've never seen a judge or a jury before in your life. The way you guys act and talk. Oh, well, I would present evidence, but you wouldn't believe it. Imagine saying that in a courtroom. That's crazy. But you're going to say that to a flat earther, though, because you think that they have some sort of bearing on your case. It's embarrassing, guys. I was in here for 20 minutes straight, talking, like, going globe mode. And I feel like I've done a better job than, like, half the people that come in here, like, that are globers. It's crazy. Anyway. Can you guys see this fight right now or no?
Oh, nice, man. You got a full screen.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks good. Frame rate seems good too.
Cool. Let's freaking bar off the screen. There we go. Damn, not even a single Glober chimed in to be like, yeah, that flat earther got KO'd. Suck it, bitch. Like, y'all quiet, y'all shy as hell, man. It's weird. For how heavily the Glober gets gassed up. Y'all are awfully shy. All right, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. Shavkat Romanov.
In black, Rachmanov is in blue. One thing that Stephen Thompson does better than anyone is fight from a bladed stance using that front leg. He'll use it as a side kick, he uses it as a roundhouse kick, and he slides out of distance better than anybody. He's also really good at sliding leaning his waist back and then sliding back into with shots, whether it's punches or kicks. It's just really hard to get a read on Wonderboy. You know, he's fighting
Watching.
that if you allow for him to point fight you, you have no chance. So you have to make it a little dirty. The Shavkat immediately has closed the distance and initiated the clinch, which is a success for him. Yeah, this is big. But we haven't seen many people take Wonderboy down. Even in that whole series with Tyron Woodley, it was very hard for him to get takedowns. Gilbert Burns had success taking Wonderboy down. But outside of that, nobody just pops into my mind as being able to.
I think Trump's in the arena as well. Because Colby's a big like MAGA guy. I'm sure Trump's in there somewhere. He comes to UFC all the time. Actually, I guess he's good friends with Dana White and stuff like that. So he's if I see him, I'll try to point him out in the background somewhere. Not that he's he's just interesting. You know what I mean? It's not like Biden's going to do cool stuff like go to like NFL games and stuff like that, But Trump's cool. He'll go to like these UFC events. He's cool with Dana White. It's pretty cool. I like it.
Wonderboy did a good job slipping that lockup over his hips, pulling him back into the clinch. Wonderboy's got to find a way to beat the left underhook of Shavkat. Until he does that, it'll be very difficult to escape this position. Notice Shavkat reaching all the way to the far hip, holding him in a seatbelt position. Wonderboy told us this week he feels as strong as he did at 35.
Let me just check the panel real quick. Just make sure we're not excluding anyone. Yazzo. There's Newt. I think we're friends with Manufactotum, Human Sheeple. And I think the rest are friendlies. So can't talk at the moment, but what is the flat earth downward vector?
Are you saying me and the boys aren't friendlies?
I mean,
enemy spotted. I guess that's typical.
I don't think I don't know you really that well. We haven't really spoke. I haven't really kind of got a chance to sort of engage with you a whole lot, so I don't know your position very well. So I don't know you that much.
Right, but like otherwise, like you recognize me as not part of your group, right?
I guess I would only say that because I felt like you were throwing some shade or throwing out some smoke the other day, so I figured that you probably were more on the.
I wasn't in here the other day. I was in here last night.
Was it last night? Yeah. So, it just felt like maybe you were on the ops, but if that's not,
I didn't throw any shade your way. But I've noticed it's kind of typical of the cult. Like you guys have like a us versus them mentality.
No, dude, not really though. I'm just saying, like, well, you were throwing if it just seemed like you were the ops, so I was just like, all right, that's cool. Like, it is what it is. I don't have this mentality. I'm not trying to. It's weird that you're trying to characterize it as a cult because people come here all the time. They're like, oh well, I'm not a flat earther, dude. It's fine.
No, I full-heartedly believe flat Earth is a cult.
Okay, that's fine, but I mean, So am I wrong that you're the ops or what?
No, I'm not the ops.
So you're a flat
It's just
earther?
my opinion.
Are you a flat earther?
No,
So you're the ops, bro. What do you mean?
that doesn't make me the ops.
Of course you are. By definition, nigga.
No.
What you mean?
Why we can't be friends and disagree on things?
No, we
That
can-
makes me the ops if we disagree.
We can still be friends and like low key ops though. You know what I'm saying? Like you're my.
I don't do
opponent.
things low key.
Okay, but
I'm
you're
not your
still.
opponent. You think I'm your opponent?
Of course
That's
you
weird.
are. What do you mean?
No.
Yeah, man. What you mean?
I mean, like this. Like I said, it's typical.
It's Team Globe versus Team Flat Earth. What you mean? Like what? There's no
Team what versus Team Flat Earth?
There's no confusion here.
You said it was Team what versus Team Flat Earth?
The worldview that you have. I can call it whatever you want if you have preferred pronouns, you weirdo. I said globe.
I think it's really weird when you guys like just talk about like everyone else as being in a group that's against you. Like when you say globers and things like that, or when I know I haven't spoken to you, but people in here and other people have before have insinuated that the globers get together to conspire against the flat earthers in meetings and things like that. And that's so weird. Yeah, you guys do. Heretic does that. Battlemod does that.
No, dude,
Crypto does that.
No, because you guys don't really get together because you guys all think different things, dude. If you guys got together, you'd have a consistent message, but there's a lot of mixed messages. You guys don't get together and come up with shit. You guys are you guys are all like these independent, vague. You have these all. I mean, dude, I came up with this term called BYOB Earther. A lot of you bring your own version of what you think the globe would or could or should be. Or I see curvature from this height. No, I see it from this height. Well, I see it from this height. Like, so you guys don't get together. I don't think that. So you're doing. I don't want you to project onto me. That's not fair. If we're being honest.
Well, that was a weird projection that you just laid out yourself, to be honest.
If I took 10 people and asked them what is gravity, they're gonna have different answers. If I asked them how high do I need to be to see curvature, they're gonna have different answers. So how could it be consistent for me to say that I think globe earthers get together to spread this one unifying message if I go to 10 different globe earthers and they have a varied.
Yeah, but you could reframe that question in different ways. You ask 10 people if they think that there is curvature to the land that they live on, and they agreed with each other, right?
They would all agree that there's curvature, yeah.
So they all didn't bring a different version of the globe to you then.
No. Well, here's how they do have it, because that would just be some vague Earth then if there's only curvature. Like the specificity lies in the size of it. So if you say, well, let's just ask you, let's just get to the money. How high do I need to be to see curvature of the Earth?
Oh, I'd like to get to the money. What brought you to being a flat earther? Like, what was your journey? I'm not trying to have a debate. I know. Let's establish like a ground first.
Hold on, one second. Don't cope yet. I'm challenging the fact that most people don't understand the globe model, and I'm saying that a lot of people come in with their own model, essentially their own idea. And this comes out when we start asking people how high.
Right. No, but you're trying to initiate a debate.
You're blocking. You're cock blocking.
No, I'm not blocking. You know, it's like you got to be like 60 or 70,000 feet to see curvature. You know that.
Oh, okay. Well, you already exposed yourself. That's easy. Let me get this.
That's exposure.
Exposed yourself. Yep. Yeah, 100%. So you're one of those you're one of those BYOB earthers I'm referring to. Now you've brought your own version where you say you can see curve at this altitude, which doesn't align with the claim, oh shit, this fight's over.
Oh man.
Oh, it's not over. All right. Anyway, you know that doesn't actually align with the claim of the
with what? With whose claim?
No, it's not anyone's specific claim. It's the.
Well, I mean, someone's got to make a claim for a claim to be a claim, right?
No, we're not waiting around for any individual to claim that the Earth is a globe, dude. Are you serious? You really think that's what you
what claim are you talking about?
You don't even believe that yourself, dude. Stop. You don't believe that there's one
You're not
man.
going to finish your statement?
Stop. You do not believe that there's one man that said it's a globe and he's the guy. You don't even know. So why are you asking me who that person is?
I don't know who you're talking about that said it's a globe. I don't think the Earth is a globe. I think that's really weird when you say that the Earth is a globe, or that people tell you the Earth is a globe. Who tells you that?
Stop. This is your belief, dude. What are you talking about?
No, it's not my.
You didn't stop. You don't believe that.
No, I don't believe the Earth is a globe.
That is the biggest cap.
Stop the cap.
You already
What do you think a globe is?
You already said that you're not a flat earther.
I'm not.
So what other option is there?
What do you think a globe is?
Not a flat earth. So again, this is proving my point that people come in and.
So you don't know what a globe is?
Hold on. You're only proving my point is that you've now come in with your own version of what you think the Earth is.
No, you're just not capable of answering questions.
Are you not BYOB right now?
No. If you would answer my question, you would see where I'm going. What do you think a globe is?
Hold on. So either
you're still avoiding answering the question.
Hold on a second.
No, you just already got the globe rhetoric wrong by saying 70,000 feet, that you can see the curve when other mainstream scientists, quote unquote, say that it's much higher. So try again.
Yeah, so you're already a BYOB earther.
That's nice. But what do you think a globe is?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not what you think it is. You have your own version. That's the problem.
I never brought you my own version. I asked you what.
No. I already exposed you. See, this is what's funny is you don't even realize what's going on. Too blind. You haven't done this in long enough to know what's going on. Even Flat Lloyd just pointed it out to you. He saw it. I saw it. You did bring your own version. The moment you said 60, 70,000 feet, that was the very moment your wig fell off. This I know how big the Earth is claimed to be wig. Now you've brought your own version. And what's funny is your version is now smaller.
Okay, so I ignored Flat Lloyd for a reason, and it's because he brought.
All right, we'll just ignore you then. How about that? Because he's right. Flat Lloyd is absolutely 100% correct. You have your own version. You cannot see curvature from 70,000 feet.
Yeah, you can ignore me all you want, but it doesn't change the fact that the mainstream says something else than what you just said. Therefore, you're bringing your own globe.
Don't do that, dude. Highly recommend any glober out there. Flat earthers have been made fun of for years. You guys are stupid. Get back on the globe. We're all very well aware of the globe claim. So you guys do this funny stuff where you'll say, but I didn't claim blah, 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 blah. As if we were waiting for you to claim that the Earth was a globe. We know that the Earth is claimed to be a globe. So you don't get to bring your own version. That's the whole point. That's why I came up with this BYOB Earther thing. Because a lot of you do this. Oh, well, on my globe, this is how it works. Well, you don't get to bring your own version, dude. We all know how the Earth is claimed to be. We've been mocked for not believing this one specific thing for so long. So you can't come along and create your own version that we're supposed to believe in. You don't even, you're not even aligned with the mainstream belief, dude. Radius, 3,959 miles. That means you cannot see curvature at 70,000 feet, period. That's way too low. So that's your BYOB.
Oh, okay. So you want to go back to the topic that you didn't want to talk about then?
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome.
So I said that, yeah, you can see it at 70,000 feet, and you can. And when you said that you
absolutely cannot. So we're not even going to entertain that for like even a second. Even the honest Globers will tell you, you 100% cannot see curvature, bro. The Earth is too big to see curvature. So what the hell are you doing in here saying you can see curvature at 70,000 feet?
Who told you that?
Nah, see, this is the thing. This is me and you, we don't operate the same. You need to be told. I don't need to be told. Right? I'll let the math do the speaking for me. Again, do you know how big the Earth is claimed to be?
I can tell you that I've seen curvature from.
No, you have. No, you haven't. So stop. So we're not even going to entertain that again. You don't know how big the Earth is claimed to be. Clearly, you're just making shit up. Like, well, I can see curvature. No, you can't. Even if the Earth was a globe, and I just demonstrated I'm probably a better globe earther than half the people in here that are actually globe earthers. But even if the Earth was a globe, you shouldn't be going around saying that you see curvature, dude. It's too big to see the curve.
So you don't want to talk about 70,000 feet then?
No, I've been talking about it very specifically. That's too low. Do you want to hear it from me or do you want to hear it from another globe earther?
Who told you that?
I don't need to be told. It's in the math.
What authority told you that you can't see curvature?
Again, take the earwax out of your brain. I don't need to be told like you do. I don't just listen to what men tell me to say like you do. I go check for myself. The math does not match. If you're hip to what the kids say these days, the math ain't mathin', bruh.
That's really ironic because I told you that I seen it.
You haven't, clown. That's the point. It's because you don't even know the claimed size of the globe. You're just making shit up. You're a BYOB earther. That's the point. You've now made up your own reality, your own globe, which you now see curvature on it. This is my point. I called it way before you even said it. BYOB earthers. Well, on my globe, I can see curvature. Wrong. We know that the claimed size of the globe is too big to see the curvature, especially from 60 to 70,000 feet. Even double that is still not enough, dude. So we're not even going to entertain the fact that you're in here saying, oh, I can see it though. No, you can't, idiot. Even if it was a globe, you'd have to be hundreds of miles away. And you're not hundreds of miles away at 70,000 feet. Moron.
So who told you you can't see curvature at 70,000?
Yeah, and I've already addressed it. Clean the earwax out of your brain.
Are you scared to?
I already addressed.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffia to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Enemy spotted. Davey and QE.
Jumbling, rumbling.
No, just mumbling.
It's just crazy to me how it's off topic. Forget about it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, what were you guys saying?
Nothing.
Nothing of importance. Nothing of importance, I guess.
Be careful. The next word's out of that pie hole of yours.
Yeah. What is this? Something posted Frankie Valley?
Don't worry about what's been posting. Just worry about the next words out of your pie hole.
Why? Why do I have to worry about that? I'm reading.
They better be well thought out, not fucking random shit.
Well, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You think I'm funny?
He's
You think
talking
I'm
about
funny?
random shit.
Think I'm a clown? Like I amuse you?
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Yeah.
So you're worldly. You're an aristocrat.
Yeah.
That I love those.
Yeah, Goodfellas, yeah. An aristocrat.
Yeah, I heard some jokes about you.
Yeah. About who?
The aristocrats.
The aristocrats.
Yeah. You never heard the aristocrat joke?
Are they proletarians?
I guess so. I mean,
or bourgeoisie?
I guess they would be the bourgeoisie, wouldn't they?
What's the difference between the bourgeoisie and the proletariats?
The proletariats are the working class. The bourgeoisie are the upper class.
Look at you. From a propane salesman to a philosopher.
I do listen sometimes.
Sometimes. Not always.
A propane salesman understands gas pressure with a container.
Yeah. All the gravity in the world, if it existed, both times 10 wouldn't help you.
Times 10, I give him 1,000. That's fine. You made your point. You guys, after 7 years, are learning. Shocking.
Globe earthers, tears. Globe earthers tears provide flat earthers with more evidence of water level. That's funny.
But you're mumbling again. Stop fucking mumbling.
Oh, I'm reading the thing, the fucking meme.
The thing. Yeah, we all know what the thing is.
The thing from the thing, in the thing.
Yeah, yeah, we got it. Thanks. We love your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. Yes. OCD like.
Thank you very much. Well, maybe a little bit. I think I do have a little OCD.
Holy shit, man. You're digging it deeper and deeper. All right, you flat earther or globe earther?
What do you think?
I don't know.
I'm not a flat earther or a globe. I'm a truther.
You're a truther?
I'm a truther. I can't say that word flat earther because it puts you in a, I don't know.
Oh, you're about to get your ass.
It makes you a label. I'm a truther.
It makes you a label. What's a label?
Yeah, you label yourself like I don't know, like a Republican or a Democrat. I'm neither. I'm a truther. A truther, and the truth is
that's a false equivalence fallacy.
The truth is we don't live on a ball.
We don't live on a ball. Then what do we live on?
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? That's not an answer. That's not a coherent answer to my question.
So you're a glober then, great.
Yeah, I'm a glober.
Here comes the debate.
Yeah. How much far away is?
I thought you guys were flat earthers. I thought you guys were smart.
We are flat earthers. You need to fucking stop over talking me right away. The next time you do it, I'm going to kick your ass out of here. You understand me? You got that? Don't fucking over talk me.
All right, go ahead, bro. You said that 3 times. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, do you got it?
Speak.
Yeah. I ain't got anything to say other than to comment on your bullshit.
What bullshit?
What bullshit? So you're not a globe earther or a flat earther. You're a truther. What is a truther?
I just told you, dude.
Did you think I forgot about that?
I don't know what you forgot about.
You just told me. Okay, so you're a truther, not a globe earther or a flat earther, meaning deductively that neither globe earth or flat earth is true. There's a trichotomy.
I'm saying I don't really like the term the flat earther because it puts it makes it just I don't know. I just don't like that. I prefer to call myself a truther. Okay.
We don't care what you like or don't like. That is subjective. We're interested in the objective. You like this, Flatsy?
I'm
know-
all
you-
in. I'm over here. I'm okay with being a flat earther. You bringing me into it? I'll tell you right now.
I wasn't asking you whether you're a flat earther or not. I asked you the reasoning behind my characterization of Davy.
Yes, I get it, because when you place yourself as a truther and you're not a flat earther or a globe earther, then yeah, you're saying that globe and flat are both untrue.
Yep.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say
You
that.
didn't have to say it. It's implicit in your claim.
Listen.
Yeah, it is.
I
It's
know-
simple deductive logic.
I know we don't live on a globe. Okay. That's why I call myself a truther. Because
Good for you.
that's
Why
the
isn't
truth.
it flat?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? What do I mean? If it's not a globe, why isn't it flat?
I never said it wasn't flat. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You're like an Elmer Fudd sophist, right?
I never said it wasn't flat.
Do you think this is going to work
People-
with me?
When you say
I say it's flat.
yeah,
That's
but-
what I say.
Yeah, but a lot
ahead.
of people out there, they say there's a lot of people out there. They call themselves flat earthers. They make they make us look bad.
Yeah, that's true.
They
And
it's like I don't know.
well, if they call themselves flat earthers and they make us look bad, could they possibly not be flat earthers, or are just saying it in name?
Like for example, like all right, like they'll call themselves I don't know.
Yeah, I really don't care. You didn't answer my question, so answer my question.
I'll give you an example. Hold on.
No, I don't want to. I don't want an example. I want you to answer my question. Okay. I'm not saying it again. Because I know what you're going to say. What's your question? Right? Because you can't remember 10 seconds, after I made the claim. So we got that. So
Yeah, well,
what
do
you're
you-
saying, so let's boil it down. So you're saying you're not a flat earther or a globe earther. You just know that it's not a globe earth, but you're a truther. What is it? Define a truther.
So
Bro, you're from New York. You should be able to find a truth.
Man, this is making me see very clearly what the problem is in the flat earth now. It's very obvious. The people, never mind. I'll just go ahead and let you.
see that thing I just posted? All right. This is a mockery. This is a mockery to what we believe. Okay.
I don't believe anything.
Like the water falling off the sides. Like that's bullshit. Obviously.
I guess he wasn't listening to me. I don't believe shit.
So
he's still not listening.
what I believe.
We don't really care what you believe.
I don't care what you believe. How
Okay.
about that?
Well, I don't believe in anything, so you're not carrying in anything.
Well, what do you believe in?
I
Nothing?
just holy fucking shit, man. How many times I got to tell you, I don't believe in fucking anything. 3 times.
What does that mean?
So you don't care what I don't believe in? That's lovely. It's about time for you to attend university. I'm thinking maybe starting primary school first. You're woefully outmatched here.
I can't hear Davey on the live stream on YouTube. What do you Flat Earth Professor do? What do you mean?
What do I mean?
You can't hear me?
I can hear you.
No. I'm talking to Flat Earth Professor, dude.
Flat Earth Professor, where's he at?
In the chat.
Are you delusional?
What? What do you mean? I'm in the fucking chat.
You're in the fucking chat. Well, I'm not in the chat. I'm in voice. So fucking focus.
No, I'm in both.
Do you need some Adderall?
No.
No, I think you do. Central line.
But yeah, so all right, let me ask you a question.
So yeah, okay. So yeah, you agree you need Adderall.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think we live on? Think we live on a ball?
I don't think we live on anything. I know for an absolute fact the earth is flat, demonstrably, navigatably, observably flat.
So you do think it's flat?
I don't think it is. I know it is.
Exactly. So you know it is. That's why I call it being a truther, because you know it's the truth.
So wait a second. You just told us before that there's 3 categories: flat earther, globe earther, and a truther. Now you're combining the truther with flat earther.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that's a contradiction. You just contradicted yourself.
Because I that's the truth. There's no way around it.
Well, then there's only 2 categories. Either a true or a globe earther, according to you.
Pretty much.
Well, there you go. Well, we solved that problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're moving on.
There you go. but like the poster the picture I posted.
Poster child.
The picture I posted, shit like that makes us look bad.
That's not a fucking picture. Well, number one, that's not a fucking picture. That's not a fucking picture. That's not a picture. That's not a picture.
Huh?
That's not a picture.
What do you mean?
It's not a picture.
So what is it then?
You're telling me what it is. You posted it. I'm telling you, it's not a fucking picture.
I don't know what you're looking at, dude. But anyway,
I'm looking at Davey at 25 minutes after the hour with some flat fucking disc icicles dangling with the sun and the supposed moon. That's not a fucking picture.
It's a fucking mockery. That's all it is. Just
it's
to
a
make
mockery now.
make
Well,
us
then
look
it's not a
bad.
picture.
Right?
It's not a fucking picture.
With water falling off the sides, that's bullshit. Okay,
it's not a picture. Is what I'm trying to say.
The reason water isn't falling off the sides is
all right. We got enough of that. Now, you're not listening. You're like in fucking monologue retard mode or something. I guess I am talking to ghosts. You're mumbling. You're rambling incoherently. I already exposed you like 3 times. You think I want to do this for the rest of the evening? I got stuff to do, like clean the bathroom. Productive things. No, you're rambling. Nuh-uh. That's what I am, but what are you? You're already exposed. Go ahead and rewind about 20 minutes, right? And review it. Have some of your slobber nurses come in and let you know what the fucking real deal is. My word. Anything else? No? Go
I'm
ahead.
excited about your show tomorrow.
You're excited about the show tomorrow. I think we're going to be talking about science some more.
Great. I'm going to get there early.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there early, at attention, and ready to ask you.
At attention. The only thing I'm butthurt about is jalapenos. You fucking clown.
Jalapeno?
Me too,
Yeah.
man. I used to eat them whole grilled. Now I'm getting old.
You butthurt. Okay, I get it.
Hank, you came in here the other day. We'll get into something interesting before I go. You came in here the other day, white knighting for Lion Sewer Rat.
No, what I said is that I was listening to the audio, and he said, "So you're saying," and you use that as one of the clips. Now I never
So
did
you're
go back.
saying what?
Well, whenever I say that to someone, it's always their argument. It's not my
No,
argument.
that's bullshit. You got to get hyper specific. So give us the context. I want the whole before, present, and afterward context of what you're talking about.
So I can't do that because
You
I
better
only
do
watched the
it.
video that you posted.
You better do it because it's not fucking in there. It's a mirage.
Okay, I would have to go back and listen. You're right before I comment any further.
You
But we
got
were
that.
talking about we need to listen to the videos that you posted. I went and
Yeah.
listened to them and only commented on the videos that you posted. There, I wasn't
Yeah.
speaking out of turn.
Well, you go get it, and then you pull it out. And it better be clearly defined. That's all right. His ass is toast. He better not come in here again. I'll tell you that shit. Whoever's white knighting for him, it's your ass too. And I'm talking about shits at 60, wits it, the pretender clown fucking idiot that thinks he's some kind of debating god. Fucking clown doesn't know the difference between noun and verbs. That's the least of his problems. Where's fucking Hanoi Jaren? Does he still have a channel? No, he shouldn't. You better not have any subscribers in here. It's their ass.
I haven't, I've never been subscribed to Jaren, I don't think. I don't even remember ever watching his content. He's just always been there, here and there, you know.
Here and there. That's.
I quit watching Jaron when he said live on a video that he was okay with white genocide after it was properly defined for him. Yeah, he had a alt-right guy on one of his videos, way off topic, but the white guy explained the white genocide thing, and I was thinking, you know, if it was like the same thing with Japan, that would be terrible. Their culture would be gone. Like, why would I want them like gone? Like, why would you ever advocate for like a culture being extinct? Especially this day and age, like most of the language that are spoken are going to go extinct in our lifetime. So I'm for the preservation of culture, all culture. So I quit listening to him years ago. And I'm not even really a subscriber to White Genocide, but you know, when someone properly defines it for you, and then you're like, yeah, what do I care? I'm not white. Like, really, bro? I'm done with you.
What is your profession? I broke
The PhD, booger-eating schmuck, M. Scott Veach, elbow deep, May 2021.
Listen to my whole sentence. If you're on a sphere, then you change your latitude, you also change your rate of rotation.
Well, that's what your pseudoscience priests tell you, and you mindlessly parrot. But the Earth is demonstrably flat and not rotating. It's also a non sequitur fallacy. If you're on a sphere, a shape, that premise alone doesn't in any way even remotely imply that the shape is moving, in this case rotating. Shapes are not motions, Crayon Muncher.
So you're changing your rate of rotation if you're on a sphere when you change latitude. It's a standard for rate of rotation.
Are you high right now?
Either that or he should be. See the previous response in toto. It's another non sequitur fallacy. Even if it was rotating, how in the world is the rate of rotation a stand-in for the rate of rotation, whether you're changing your latitudes or not, booger eater?
But then you check to see, does the rate of rotation affect the precession as predicted?
His question slowed down for comprehension. As we're all aware, the booger eater's mouth is about 5 minutes ahead of the caper-sized piece of horseshit between his ears. The question: does the rate of rotation affect precession as predicted? You have yet to establish that the Earth is rotating. You kind of have to do that first. And you have no scientific prediction here, as in a scientific hypothesis. Even if you knew how to construct one, and we all know you don't, you have no viable independent or dependent variable in this genre.
It does. Oh, look, it's processing.
I did tell a pretty kid.
Now you have to
It's
ask
called
yourself.
affirming the consequence.
No, it isn't.
Oh, yes it is. Textbook. If P then Q, Q therefore P. If the Earth is rotating, we will observe a putty tat. We see a putty tat, therefore the Earth is rotating.
And now you have to ask yourself, oh, is it possible, is it quite likely that the fact that I was changing this dependent or independent variable is the thing that's causing it to precess, or is it something coincidental? And that's what I was trying to explain to you before, which is always a possibility, which is where you check in to see, do I meet my standard of statistical significance or not?
What the fuck? My word, you're delusional. Possibility and likelihood is only used with inductive reasoning. There is no inductive reasoning in the scientific method. You were changing your independent variable? The only thing you were changing in your previous non sequitur fallacies was the latitude. Latitudes don't cause anything, and most certainly don't cause the Earth to spin in Space Monkey, you bozo. And newsflash, latitudes don't have physical existence, you booger-eating goober. Moreover, and knee-slapping hilarious, the quintessential example of giving a 3-year-old a chainsaw. In retrospect, a Trojan horse, if you will. After the ball-tarred booger eaters continually got their asses handed to them from 2016 through 2019 because of flat earthers asking for their independent variable, they eventually wisened up. I use that as loosely as possible, and educated themselves, again, as loosely as possible, on what independent variables are. For whatever reason, they focused heavily on the changeability aspect and continue to do so. These schnoz particle chefs think that if you can change something, then it's automatically an independent variable. But an independent variable, the presumed cause, is varied and manipulated itself by the researcher so as to change the relationship with the dependent variable. The booger eater here said he changed his latitude, ergo independent variable. He didn't vary and manipulate a latitude itself. He merely changed his position relative to an arbitrary fairy tale latitude. See it? They have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Boneheads. That's what you get for pretender clowning.
These dizzy Dunning-Kruger dipshit doofuses have Elmer Fudd, Mr. Magoo, and Baby Huey doubled over in the corner, gasping for their last breaths from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. Oh, by the way, booger eaters, you're welcome. No thank you required. Lastly, your flailing non sequitur of the ages Mr. Magoo application of statistical analysis to whether the space monkey is spinning or not is tantamount to applying GNP of Zimbabwe calculations to authenticate the Declaration of Independence. Are you okay, dude?
Ow! 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 I don't know. I don't know. Jamal, get on it. Hee-hee. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Tell us that you're okay, that you're okay, that you're okay, Scotty. There's a sign in the window that instructs you to booger eating schmuck, Scotty.
Well, we had to clear up the difference between engineering and science. There was no science in engineering at all.
Oh, yeah. What is your definition of science?
I just told you how there is, Kimo.
Wrong. From Boston University, College of Engineering, 2010 fall issue of the Engineer. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science. Duh. From Professor Henry Petrosky, Professor of Engineering and History at Duke University. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the PhD booger-eating schmuck here and his ilk keeps us from solving the problems of the world.
What they're essentially saying is, you say you're doing science, but you're doing something that doesn't actually test hypotheses.
What the hell did you just say?
Anytime you're using something that is going to help you test hypotheses.
I wonder how you would have an experiment without the scientific method. I wonder how that would be.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think of the scientific method as requiring stuff like observing natural phenomena?
Yes. Dependent variables, observe natural phenomena, are absolutely requisite for hypothesis construction. And you can't have natural science without hypotheses.
So then, let's say tomorrow, I'm going to just do an experiment where I have a control variable of temperature. I'm going to adjust it.
OMG from a booger-eating PhD. Doofus, you don't change or alter control variables because control variables are always held constant. That's what makes them controls.
You dumbass.
Next block of instruction: how to look through a window while standing.
And I'm going to see how it affects the salinity of my compound. And I'm going to record all the results. And I'm going to do this experiment. I've done an experiment there, but I'm not really part of any kind of overarching method. I just did an experiment by itself, in and of itself, without observing a phenomenon. I didn't even really have a hypothesis.
Ay, caramba!
So you conducted a scientific experiment without a hypothesis? How can you do that when experiments are hypothesis tests? From pennstate.edu, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis. What's next? Run the Brickyard 400 without a car.
Curvature, in and of itself, is a constant elevation.
You serious?
Shockingly, he is. Scotty. Did you pick the wrong week to stop sniffing glue? A constant elevation is having no part higher than the other. That's the definition of level, flat, and horizontal, not curvature. From dictionary.com, level, having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface. From Cambridge, level, not rising or falling or higher on one side, Scotty, but even in all directions, horizontal or flat. Something that is level with something else is at the same height.
That's not going to tell us anything about curvature, though. Elevation does not hold any hints as to whether we're curving or not.
What the hell did you just say?
That's an elevation change. That's fine, but a curve is not an elevation change.
Raggy, retard!
The curvature does not change the elevation, Brian.
Fatality.
Wow, dude. Wow. So curvature does not change elevation, eh? From the United States Naval Academy.edu, curvature is the rate of change of slope. So it is the second derivative of the elevation surface.
Uh-oh!
From pennstate.edu, slope is a measure of change in elevation.
Uh-oh!
So, Booger Eater, if curvature is the rate of change of a slope, and a slope is the measure of change in elevation, then curvature must necessarily involve a change in elevation. Next block of instruction, how to point at a house. This is galactic universes beyond mind-numbing absurdity. The quintessential tenet of fairy tale ball-tart spinning space monkey religion dictates an 8-inch per mile squared drop along a tangent from your feet in every direction, Scotty. What is drop if not an elevation change? Por favor. Folks, this is akin to a communist renouncing the abolition of private property and the Roman Catholic Church disavowing the Virgin Mary. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this booger-eating schmuck's entire performance is imbecilic at a second-grade level and demonstrates a purposeful fundamental ignorance of mere basic concepts and topics. He not only speaks confidently in his belly-laughing ignorance, but ridicules others for challenging his baby Huey horsepuckery. It's a shameful disgrace for your average Joe Coffey to spew such backwards nonsensical drivel, but this schmuck has a PhD. I heretofore, Your Honor, invoke the DEFCON 1 doofus statute, recognizing the clear and present danger this Dunning-Kruger numpty has not only to himself, but others. Put a cork in it, Your Eminency. Yep, got it. Your Worshipfulness. That was society on the line. They want an emergency restraining order against this booger eater. No less than 1,000 light years. Your splendiferousness. I move to strike jury deliberation. Have them retire to their respective residences with the court's deepest apologies and a counseling voucher for tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. An immediate subpoena issued from the bench with an attached indictment for Captain Kangaroo U, mail order diploma section, where this numpty clearly obtained his degree from. The PhD booger eater here straitjacketed, shackled, horse and elephant tranquilized, without cessation, in place with a 24-hour sword-drawn guard while we await Mr. Green Jeans, Mr. Bunny Rabbit, and Mr. Moose Stamp Lickers to give account.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
If you claim that the Earth is the cause of the shadow, and it had to be linear, Sun, Earth in the middle, and Moon in a linear fashion to cast that shadow, yeah, it will make that lunar eclipse completely impossible.
Or like Happy, like a lunar eclipse, right? Is that there's the sun on, out in space on, on the day side of the Earth, and then the moon is out in space over here on the right side, and as the Earth is getting in the middle and casting a round shadow on the moon. That guy in the video is on top of the Earth.
Yeah, so Celine, I have not studied this eclipse, but the mainline answer is that atmospheric refraction causes this. So the sun rays are not being blocked by the Earth itself; they are going through the atmosphere, and when light enters from one material to another material, it bends a little bit. So when it enters
So
the
I
atmosphere, it bends.
I
It bends a little
understand
bit.
the claim. So the claim is that sun that you see above the horizon is not the sun. That's a refracted image of the sun that appears above the horizon. In reality, you're telling me the sun is below the horizon, is in linear fashion with the sun and the moon and the earth, but just the sun is refracted. Okay, what about the shadow?
Shadows
What
can't be
shadow?
refracted. Shadows are the absence of light. They can't reflect. You can't refract the absence of light.
What about the shadow that is coming from top to down? Top to down. In a lunar eclipse, the shadow will come from down to the top of the moon because the moon is descending. It's setting toward. It's going toward the horizon. So it will go toward that shadow. It will just sink inside that shadow casted by the Earth. Now it's the opposite. The moon is going toward the shadow, but the shadow is above the sun. The moon is coming from the top to down of the moon.
Yeah, so I do not know the reason for that, but
See,
if I
it means
I
it
will
was
look for
just an,
I will look for the reason.
yeah, it means,
Uh,
but listen, it means that the reason that you give in beginning was just an excuse. It wasn't the reason. Just throwing
no,
baselessly,
no,
it is because of refraction. That's a baseless
no.
claim.
I said,
Because
I,
no, just wait. You repeated what you found in internet because
I
internet
told you
told
that this
you
is
that
the mainline answer. I do not know. I do not know the reason. I told you that this is the mainline answer that they give. I do not understand this phenomenon.
yeah,
I've never studied it.
I
I
understand.
told you that this is the
I
mainline
heard
answer.
that answer. I heard that answer hundreds of times. I'm sorry. I was about to say millions. Hundreds of times. Every time you talk to a glober about selenium eclipse, he will just pull out the first answer that he will get from the internet and will throw to you. Yeah, it's because of refraction. He never thinks about the shadow. So the globers never think about what's happening during the selenium eclipse. They try to find the first excuse to just make the globe work.
Yeah, and
Selenilian eclipses run in cycles, so I guess refraction runs in cycles as well.
Correct.
yeah.
Same.
And correct.
What was
It's running in
Tanks was going to
cycles.
say something. 1 second.
Well, I was just
What were you
I
gonna
was
say?
going to just like kind of support. So I googled it too, and the first thing that comes off the internet is like against flat Earth explanations of selenium eclipse. Don't they have their like? Wouldn't they want to justify it on their own? Why is it an anti-flat Earth thing? That's kind of strange.
Yeah. They will just tell you that wait, no, because you say the selenium eclipse won't happen because the sun and the moon and the earth are not in linear fashion, so it's just refracted. They appear to you that they form a triangle, but no, it's just that sun being refracted above the horizon. But in reality, they are in linear fashion. They are not forming triangle. They forget the rest of the shit concerning that lunar eclipse. We are not just talking about the position of those objects in the sky. There is other things, that shadow also. So they help the globers find an excuse, but they don't complete the explanation for them.
Yeah, so that's what I'm pointing out with the internet search. It's like it's not really offering an explanation. It's just saying, "Don't worry, the Earth's not flat. Believe these words." That's not an explanation. They're just saying, "Don't worry, the Earth's not flat because of this picture."
Yeah, but these are
Earth.ws is some sort of credible source to make citations.
Yeah, that the website that put those bunch of memes against what we put as proofs. Yeah, I know that website.
So strange. Right, Happy? Like, isn't that strange? Like, they're not like, hey, listen, I can show you this. I can demonstrate exactly what happened and why it happened. They're not doing that. They're just saying, listen, it's just a mirage. The Earth's not flat. Go to sleep. It's okay. Like, what kind of shit is that?
Yeah, I do think that there needs to be like a better explanation, and better explanation usually you will find them in books, and that's why I do not like go on of these like internet articles and provide those information. And I will look through my astrophysics books on the Selenian eclipse, and I'm sure that they would provide like the actual reason, the experiments that they do, and all the like crazy like nerdy math stuff, because that stuff would not be like understandable by general public. They would like immediately like leave your article, and so that's in like
Okay, so you will find a bunch of shit about the warping and bending of space-time. You will find in internet bunch of bullshit around that bending of and warping of space-time. You will find the speed of light.
Yeah.
Bullshit that
You will not find that.
that is not interesting, and you can't find. So that thing is easy for people, for stupid people. But the thing that is concerning reality, why are we seeing this lunar eclipse happening like that? So you're telling me that it necessitates some superfine explanations that they will just put in books and not put for general people. It's because it's something scary. There's demons in there or something. Because we can find anything you want in internet, but that concerning the Selenian eclipse, you won't find it in internet. You will find it in just some secret books.
No, I'm sure you can find it in internet, but you will have to like search for it. But the problem is, you're saying that they will not post these, but these articles are written by individual people. Like these articles are written by...
What is the book that you will read and try to find the explanation for Selenian eclipse? Or will you read all the books that were written by the human beings to find that thing? Because you can't find it in an internet. An internet will just give you a link, the first link. Oh, you won't find that answer in internet. Go read this book. Bang! And it will lead you to that.
I'm sure you can find
book.
some article that would provide the explanation. And regarding your other point, that saying that you will find the information about the curvature of space-time, etc. Tell me, when have you ever seen in an article of curvature of space-time written like differential equation and stuff? That stuff is like very rundown version of curvature of space-time. You will never find the 10s or 20 differential equation that Einstein wrote that we use to calculate the curvature. And it's the same here. Like you get the rundown version in the articles, but like the real stuff to actually explain that, you need, like, whole chapters and like 800 pages books. This cannot be like that.
800 pages books just to explain Selenian eclipse. 800 pages books just to explain the Selenian eclipse, but the rest of the eclipses are explainable by just one sentence. Sun, moon, and the Earth are linear, and the Earth is casting its shadow on the moon. So that's the eclipse for you. It's just one sentence.
Not for just Selenian eclipse. Not for just Selenian eclipse.
I'm not talking about Selenian. I'm not talking about Selenian eclipse especially. I'm talking about all the eclipses that we can observe. So it necessitates one single sentence. Sun and moon and Earth are linear with each other. So the Earth will cast its shadow on the moon. That's the eclipse for the moon. Sun, moon, and Earth are linear, and the moon will hide the sun, and that's a solar eclipse. You don't need more than that. But for the Selenian eclipse, you are claiming that it does need 800 pages, and you won't find it in internet simply like that. They won't put it for people because they understand it is complicated information, so they will just hide it and put it secretly.
You're building up a storm, man. He didn't say that.
Hey, first of all, it's not secret.
Don't forget the Chinese and Indian temples and Japanese temples, Stonehenge, and all these temples that can predict all the eclipses. How can that happen? Ask yourself. Predicting on cue every time.
He said he simply said like I'm not going to believe an internet meme. There has to be a better explanation by somebody who actually did some work. He wasn't. I don't know.
And he believed what they told him simply about that solar.
He doesn't believe what he didn't read yet. He doesn't believe what he doesn't know yet. He's saying maybe I'll read on it. It's somebody who actually did something.
No problem. It's the time to research about the thing. We all had that problem. We found that they gave us some explanation that doesn't work out in reality. So that's the problem. If you find something, just don't forget to share it with us, because what we find is just that lunar eclipse is going in cycle. You can research the Saros cycle. So the refraction is just conspiring with the sun and the moon, and it will just make a rendezvous to just appear like that every time, following the cycle exactly, day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute. Coincidence that happens every time. Just a coincidence that happens every time.
Yeah, one of the things I thought was an interesting coincidence. They say about because he was getting into and you guys were getting into how the the parent, sun, and moon, angular size, etc. Right? So we have the time zones that we make based on the sun's rotation in the sky, and then we can infer that it's rotation of Earth, whatever. But we see the sun and the sky move. We have time zones, right? And then what I thought was an interesting coincidence is they did this moon dial, right? So during a full moon, you can also use the moon dial, which gives you the same change of the angle of the shadow of the moon as the sun does. But then they claim that the sun or the moon is just a reflection from the sun, right? So, but the sun comes in parallel straight lines because it's so far away, but the moon is so close that doesn't come in straight and parallel. But it's a really cool coincidence that on a full moon, it would necessitate on a curved Earth that the moonlight is coming in straight and parallel somehow because we have a moon dial.
Yeah,
it's a strange thing.
And this topic was only because he was claiming that he can triangulate those things in the sky. No, you can't. I'm just showing you that you can't. You don't know those things. You don't understand what they are doing. You just need to learn about them because it's like it's the first time you see them in your life. You never knew them. Yeah, you heard about sun and the moon, but you never knew those things in the sky, what they are doing. An example, Selenian eclipse.
Yeah, that's so weird. What do you think, Haffy? Does that Selenian eclipse like debunk the entire globe, or what does that do?
I don't think it debunks the entire globe at all.
Why not?
Because your argument is that the shadow comes from top down, okay? And I'm saying that there can be explanations for that the shadow can come from top down, like the refraction thing, and other effects that can happen are the rotation of the Earth. Okay, so effectively the moon is moving upwards, right? But the rotation of the Earth,
remember I had mentioned that somebody showed the craters, so the moon wasn't upside down, like due to refraction. They showed that the craters and everything were still in the right side up position. Again.
And there is no problem, Happy. You know that there is a Nobel Prize that is waiting for you now because you will be the first guy in the entire humanity that will be able to explain that Selenian eclipse, which is called impossible eclipse to this day, because it doesn't have. That's the thing that you don't want to understand. It doesn't have an explanation. If it has an explanation, it will be called the moon eclipse and explanation, not impossible. Impossible. It's called impossible because it doesn't have that explanation. It does have some excuses
listen,
that
if
doesn't
it's
work, like that refraction. It's just an excuse that doesn't work.
if I'm doing
Okay.
something, it's not impossible.
All
I'm doing it, so it's now possible.
all the books that are written by people who have like spent their lives like dedicated to this, they would not call this impossible eclipse. All right, all the articles, all the books that I've like searched for this, I never read it like it is called the impossible eclipse. I think it is only called in your community impossible eclipse. I don't think a physicist who has actually studied this and actually like put in the time and the work to understand this, he would not call it an impossible eclipse. And second, you said that a guy showed that moon was not upside down because of refraction. Refraction
Like the
does not
craters and
cause
stuff.
refraction does not cause the image to be upside down. Reflection just causes the light to bend, appearing making the moon appear higher in the sky than it actually is. It does
Oh
not flip.
yeah. Oh no, that's
It does
cool.
not flip.
All right. And then what was the other part of it that you said? Well, because you got the one thing refraction. It makes it's saying
Yeah.
the moon is below the horizon. The physical Earth curve is down like
Yeah.
very far down, like at least 4,000 miles down, and it's refracted
thing is-
up. But now we got the shadow issue. Why is the shadow coming from the top down?
And that will make
Yes.
another issue for the globe. That will make a bigger issue for the globe. You know that the sun
let's
has.
stay on this issue first. Let's stay on this issue first. Huh?
So you know that the sun has 13 degree per hour for its elevation angle in the sky. So now you are telling me that the sun will have to change its elevation in the sky due to atmospheric conditions, because that sun will just be
It will just
refracted.
appear to be.
sometimes
It will just
up.
appear to be there.
Yeah, the sun, in reality during that selenium eclipse, what you claim is that the sun is below the horizon, far below the horizon, and it's
Not far below.
and it's being refracted up to up above the horizon by many degrees. So do you understand how much degrees of difference you'd have in the elevation angle of the sun from a sun being below the horizon toward that position that you see up in the sky? That's a huge difference, maybe 20 degree of difference. 20 degree of difference that you have there. So you're telling me that the sun in the sky change its position in the sky, its elevation angle, because of the atmosphere, because the sun can be refracted up or down by the atmosphere, thing that we don't see in reality. It's 13 degree per hour, it doesn't change.
It can be reflected up and down, but we cannot just make these numbers up. I would not say that it is 20 degrees unless I actually see the equation needed to do the calculation. I do not know the equation, and you are just making it up. And
No, I'm not
yeah,
making it up. Let's say just 5 degree, because you see in the video that were sent by anti-globalists for that
Yeah.
eclipse. Do you see where the sun in the above the horizon? It is literally not in the horizon, not merged with the horizon. It's above the horizon, above buildings. You see it on the top of some buildings where that person is standing on. So that sun, with the explanation that they give you how the selenium eclipse happens. So you said that it is because of refraction, meaning that the sun and the moon and the earth were linear, but the sun were refracted up. So it makes that triangle that you see there. So it means that the sun were refracted from below the horizon to above the horizon.
so it
Meaning
wasn't
that the
below
sun,
the horizon.
meaning that the claim is that the sun the sun will have to change its elevation angle because of the atmospheric conditions. Thing that we will have to see not only in the selenium eclipse every day when it's humid morning and it turns to a hot noon, the sun will just turn back in the sky because it was refracted. So when you measure the elevation angle to the sun, you won't have that 13 degree per hour constant measurement. You will have sometimes 13, sometimes sun went back in the sky because it was refracted up. So you will not have 13 degree per hour at all because of refraction. You won't have a constant measurement. The sun will change its position in the sky because of the atmosphere. It will be refracted up, down. Like when you have that video, of the refraction of the horizon, anti-globalist, where that it shows the horizon moving up and down because of the atmosphere condition. So that shit, you will have to see it for the sun also, going back and down. If you do time lapse, if you record a time lapse for the sun, you will have to see the sun going up and down. But it doesn't do that, meaning that the sun is not affected by that refraction, claimed refraction. Doesn't change its position in the sky. So you can't use that shit to explain a selenium eclipse because the sun is never refracted in the sky.
Sun is actually refracted all the time because the sunlight is always coming through the atmosphere. It doesn't have to be the time of sunset or the sunrise. Basically, when the sun is like not at 12 o'clock, okay, not at like above our heads, it is at some angles, it will experience refraction.
No.
It doesn't have to be the sunset.
Do you see the time lapse that anti-globalist just sent 43 minutes after the hour? It's titled atmospheric refraction. It's a little GIF. The last image sent, you will find it 43. So that's the refraction. Those are objects that are being refracted, that are submitted to refraction. When you see that light bending, you will see those objects going up and down when you do a time lapse. The thing that we don't see for the sun never moves like that because it's never refracted. It never submit to a refraction. It never submit to atmospheric conditions. So atmospheric conditions won't lift the sun up or down. Never, ever. So you can't use refraction to claim an excuse for selenium eclipse because the sun is not submitted to that.
You're saying that if you do a time lapse, you will see the sun move up and down.
No, you won't. The sun never moves up and down. It will just go in a linear toward the horizon till it sets completely because
that's what I'm saying. If you do a time lapse,
because the sun is never refracted in the sky.
Listen. If you do the time lapse, you would not see the sun move like from down to up, back up because of the refraction. Because I told you, when the sun goes from the 12 o'clock to the forward like 1 p.m. and then 2 p.m., the refraction starts taking effect at that time. Okay, it's not like there's a single point where the sun reaches and then there would suddenly be refraction and the sun would suddenly appear that it's going back up because of the refraction.
You will never see the sun doing that even during the sunset. From the whole day, during the whole day, you will never see the sun going back.
You would not see it doing that. And that does not
it means that the sun is never. It means that the sun is never affected by atmospheric conditions. Why? Why? If the sun is never refracted, it will never move. It will never change its position in the sky. Why would it do that after it sets? And the refraction will take it from below the horizon to up in the sky, just to let you see that selenium eclipse. And then it won't ever do that anymore.
That's what I'm saying, that the sun would not go from like from a below point to above point because of the sudden refraction. Okay, because the refraction happens all the time. Okay, the sun's position is always refracted. Do you
The
understand?
refraction, the refraction is constant. It will just lift the sun and never make it go back to its normal position. So there is just that high refraction, like in that horizon that we see in the image that Anti-Globus said. So we just should see those objects just in in their position, never moves.
Yeah.
But they move because the atmospheric conditions changes, because the refraction is lower and is lower or higher because of those atmospheric conditions, because it is hotter, because it is cooler during that day. So that refraction will change. That curving of light, the angle of that
Yeah.
curve will just change because of the intensity of that refraction. It won't make that object just have a constant position, never change. So that's not refraction.
Yes. So let's say a single day the environment conditions are changed, and the other day the environment conditions are different. So you would see like a difference of like 1 minute, 2 minutes. So the sun was here yesterday. Now the sun at this time today the sun is here at the same time because of the environmental conditions are different. But what you would not see is the sun moving at the same day at the same time from like below to the up, because suddenly the environmental conditions change, because environmental
Yeah,
conditions do not change
because
like
the
that.
sun is
Atmosphere
never
does not change that
because the sun
suddenly.
is never yeah, exactly, because the sun is never submitted to refraction. So however the atmospheric conditions are, is if it is humid, if it is hot, if it is warm, if there is more particles of water, so that never
Okay, you were
affects
saying that
the sun, the
atmos-
position of the sun in the sky, meaning that the sun is never affected by that refraction.
you're saying that sun is never affected by refraction. Does sun like emit light? Answer this.
Sorry?
Does sun emit light
Yeah,
rays?
the sun emits the light,
Okay,
yeah.
sun emit light rays, and all the light rays undergo refraction when they enter a different medium.
Yeah, exactly,
Why?
correct. But
Why?
you
Why
see
would
that
the
light.
sun rays? Why would the sun rays be not like would not undergo refraction? What's like different with those sun rays when they enter the atmosphere? They would
Who
also go through
knows? Who knows? And it's never the case. Not every light have to curve because it enters the atmosphere. Not every light has to bend.
all the light rays.
It will depend. It will depend to the medium. It will depend to the distance between of that you and that light.
Yeah, the index of refraction. If that index of it will depend on that. So if light enters from like say air to water, it would bend. If light enters from space to air or atmosphere, it would bend. All types of light would bend.
So you don't have parallel sun
Nope.
rays.
Sorry?
You don't have parallel sun rays anymore, like Eratosthenes assumed.
We do have parallel sun rays.
You can't.
You just said
They
that,
will
you just said that
diverge.
we don't.
Okay, at 12 o'clock.
They bend. You just said they bend.
Yeah, when they enter the atmosphere at an angle. The experiment that he used, he said that when the light rays are parallel, and how do we see that? He basically used a well, and when the well was not producing any shadow, we knew that the sun rays were becoming like completely parallel. We did not assume that they were parallel. We basically said that at this time, the shadow in this well, we are not seeing any shadow, so the light rays must be parallel.
You just said they're not parallel.
Yeah, the Rayleigh scattering does away with the parallel sun rays. So.
Yeah, at the point of sunset, they would not be parallel. But at 12 o'clock, when the sun is like head up and you are not seeing any shadow in
Why?
the well,
The light coming from the sun is not entering the atmosphere.
it is entering the atmosphere, but it has
So
to enter at an angle.
why it won't bend? That's dependent to your claim.
No. It would bend
Why it
when
won't
there
bend if the sun is 90 degrees?
Listen. It would bend when if you draw a normal from the surface of water, okay? if there is an angle between that normal and the light coming, then it would bend. But if there is no angle, and if light is coming directly perpendicular to that surface, then it would not bend.
Oh,
And that's
then
what I'm
it
saying.
will
That's why I'm saying
then
that
it will
when
not at that moment.
yeah,
That's
so
what you're
that's why
saying
I
now.
said when the
Because you said again, you said completely opposite to that earlier. It will always bend when it's entering the atmosphere. That's what
I
you
told you,
just said.
when the
Yes, you
sun
told
is
me.
directly above our heads, when it is directly above our heads at 12 o'clock, then we will not see reflection. But when we go like 1 p.m., 2 p.m., and the sun starts declining, there is an angle. Then we will immediately start seeing reflection. It would not be like
Nice.
as
So it won't
yeah.
have that 13 degree per hour.
I do not
It
know what you're
will
talking about.
gradiently change because it will gradiently go toward that more refraction. That's what you are claiming now. Because earlier
That's
you
what I was,
claimed that
no, no.
that amount of refraction is the same from the entire day. It's the same because, like you said, the refraction won't change and won't make the degrees of the movement of that sun just vary 13 degree per hour. It will just remain like that.
I shared this photo where when the sun is directly overhead at siren, then we will not see any shadow in the well that he used, well in the siren. So we did not assume that the sun rays are parallel. We just observed that the sun rays are parallel because we are not seeing any shadow. And to answer your point, that I started with that when the sun is directly overhead, we would not see any reflection. There would not be any reflection. That's basically the law of.
And that vertical, that green line that is vertical to Alexandria will bend down. So with that line will not continue like that. It will just bend down and go to that point where there is that red line shadow. It will be just vertical because it will bend because of that refraction.
This vertical Alexandria is
vertical
not.
Alexandria. It's a line
This is
that
not being
is
bent.
continuously
This will not bend.
going toward the center and not bending, forming a vertical line for that parallel to those red lines. No, it doesn't bend like I see.
Those red lines are the sunlight. Okay, this vertical is not it is not sunlight, and refraction is a property of light. This vertical is basically hypothetical. Okay,
Oh,
this is not a
okay.
light.
So if it is sunlight, that sunlight will bend and be
Yeah.
parallel to the other sunlights that were coming from noon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be, so it won't create a shadow.
Yeah, in the well we will not see any shadow, but in the siren at that point we will not see any shadow. But at Alexandria, we will see a shadow because there at Alexandria we are observing that they're not like actually perpendicular to
No,
the
no,
Earth's
no.
surface. They're making an angle.
At Alexandria, if the sun is like that, have been perpendicular or parallel. So at Alexandria,
yeah,
the sun is not the light is not 90 degree. The light is not 90 degree.
Yeah.
So it have to do what? Yeah, like your claim. It won't refract only when it's 90 degree. So that light in Alexandria going to Alexandria, it's not 90 degree to the surface. So it will bend because of that refraction, because it is at an angle to that atmosphere. That's what your claim. Remember? Just try to be constant with your claims. Don't.
Yeah.
Don't
I get your point now.
Nice.
I get
you
your
won't
point
have
now.
a shadow.
So basically the light rays that are going to Alexandria, and to be clear, this is not to scale actually. Siren and Alexandria are much closer to each other. So, and the angle is only like 7.1 degrees. First of all, the angle is only 7.1 degrees, and refraction would occur when the sun rays coming from space and entering the atmosphere. It wouldn't occur at the surface. Okay, and that refraction is like if there is like 12 o'clock at Cyrene, it would be only slightly different time, like about 30 minutes. I'm only making it up. I'm only making it up. And then you see like maximum refraction is at the point of sunrise and sunset. At these points, you are not saying any like massive amount of refraction that will like cause like 100% error. It will cause some error, but it will not be that huge.
It will cause a huge error. The angle will
not a huge error.
A huge error. That Eratosthenes didn't correct, and everyone agreed with that as being
we
correct measurement.
corrected it. Actually, he measured the distance to be. Wait, let me find out. Earth radius into the circumference of Earth radius simply. Wait.
360 degrees divided by 7.2 times 800.
You do 7.1 divided by 360.
7.2. 360 divided by 7.2 times 800.
What does it give?
36,000 something.
That's the radius, right? That's the circumference, right?
Circumference. Yeah.
And you know, I'm just giving you that.
The modern value for the circumference is actually 40,000 kilometers. So there's a like 4,000 kilometer difference, and we actually corrected it. So your argument that there would be refraction there and cause an error, that's correct. And that when we did the modern calculation,
correct. And just listen, that's 100% correct. The refraction will just cause an error. That's 100% correct. And add to that, I'm just giving you. I'm not trying to block the discussion. Because I'm not trying to. When you told me that when it's 90 degree, it won't, and it will be great refraction when it's during the sunrise. I want to block you and tell you no. Refraction is dependent to atmospheric conditions, not to the position. It's dependent to the atmospheric conditions. So it won't be the same amount of refraction all the time, every time for the sun, because the sun decided that. It will be dependent to the atmospheric conditions. So the amount of that refraction for the sun depends to the atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, it can vary. It can vary. It doesn't go in cycles. Refraction doesn't really work in cycles, but selenilian eclipses do work in cycles.
Yeah, because the moon has a like definite time period that it follows to go around the Earth.
Let's take the conversation back to Earth. Speaking of Earth, because we have been talking about the sky for hours. Can you see the observation in the side chat?
Wait. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so this is late in the afternoon when there's less refraction, right? Less local. It's cooler. In the afternoon, it's a very clear video, and we can clearly see the horizon behind the oil rigs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the observer height is 8 foot, and according to the radius value of the Earth, the geometric horizon should be at 3.46 miles on the observer.
Okay.
Question very fast to you, anti-globalist. Are you sure that the video that you sent is the one with 8 foot or 1 foot? Because I have
this
one.
This is 8 foot.
Okay.
Yeah, this one's 8 foot, and it's a better example to show, I think, explain it, the basics of it, because it's so clear. There's not much distortion or anything like that, and it's late in the afternoon, and you can see the horizon really distinctly. You can see there's no crazy optical illusions taking place or anything like that. You can see birds landing on the platforms. You can see the light shimmering on the water from the platforms. Well, so the
Yeah, so here
platforms are just there.
You're actually
So
zooming
Happy-
in a lot, right?
Yeah, it's like a high zoom camera. This
Yeah,
is just
so
a little clip from the full video. I will post you the full video, but this is the primary piece of evidence within the video. So the platforms, the oil platforms, are just there as distance markers, right? Because if they weren't there, then we wouldn't know how far away that horizon was. But because the oil platforms are known distances, we can safely assume that the horizon's well beyond the 10-mile platform. The second platform's 10.1 miles away from the shoreline.
So the problem I have with this is that the curvature, you would only see that over long distances, like horizontally. You're actually zooming in to a like very small piece of that horizon. So when actually you will actually see it when you zoom out, right? Because curvature will only be apparent at longer distances. When you're actually zooming this in, you will not see any apparent curvature.
Oh, the geometric horizon should be at 3.4 miles from an 8-foot observer, right? But we see the horizon behind the oil rigs at unknown distances. The farthest distance is 10.1 miles. The horizon is behind where it should be 6 miles in front, 5 miles in front of the oil platform. The oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon by around 30 foot.
So you were saying that horizon should be how many miles away?
3.46.
3.46 miles away. And where did you get that number from?
From just the basic Earth curvature formula. You can double check it on an Earth curve calculator. So the formula is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is 8 feet in this case. You don't have to do the math. I'll just send you the Earth curve calculator, and you can punch in the distances, and it will do the math for you. So there's the Earth curve calculator in the chat there. It's an easy one to use.
Okay, so what is the distance between the observer to the object?
So the distance between the observer to the second oil platform is 10.1 miles.
Okay.
I can show you validation of those distances as well, but just assume for now that they're correct.
And the observer is 8 feet?
Yeah, it's 8 feet.
High. 8 feet high. The horizon should be at 3 point something, isn't it?
3.46.
Okay, so our horizon should be at 3.46 miles.
Yes.
Do you not think that the height of the oil rigs would actually matter, whether they're apparent or not?
No, the oil rigs are just the oil rigs don't matter at all. The oil rigs are just there as distance verification markers.
So if you actually are observing an object that is much taller, then you would be able to see that object, even if it's like beyond the distance to horizon, this 3.46 miles.
Height of the objects doesn't matter because you can see the entire objects and you can see the horizon behind the objects. So the objects aren't hidden by any Earth curvature because the horizon's behind the objects.
So that horizon that should be at 3 point something in front of those oil rigs, you can see that horizon behind the oil rigs, behind the farthest one, which is more than 10 miles.
Right, so you can't say part of the oil rigs are hidden behind the curvature of the Earth because the horizon's behind the oil rig. Make sense?
I do think that if you're actually seeing a taller object, then it would be like protruding out of the horizon and be apparent.
We are not
What do you
talking about
mean?
the object itself. Don't look at the object. Look at the
Okay.
water, the horizon. We are talking about the horizon. We are not talking about the oil rigs. The oil rigs are just distance markers in water. So we are talking about water itself, the surface of water. It's not a tall object. You can see the surface of water going till that horizon, which is behind those distance markers.
Yeah, the oil platform's about 80 foot high, right? If the Earth was a globe, it should be hidden behind the geometric horizon. It should be at 3.46 miles, and there should be around 30 feet hidden right behind the horizon. But because we can see the horizon behind the oil rig, we can 100% confirm that none of it is hidden behind the horizon because the horizon's behind the oil platform. We can see birds landing on the oil platforms, and we can see light glistening off the water from the oil platform.
Yeah, that makes sense. But again, I'm not sure like how accurate this experiment is.
Okay, it's accurate. So I've posted the link to the full video. The good thing is we have a huge amount of these observations. So it's not just one. And the good thing is anyone can go and test these types of things for themselves. So
The same one, I can share the same one, but done during the day. And from just 1 foot. 1 foot high, not 8, just 1 foot high.
Okay, so how do you account for the fact that when you see ships or like sailing boats coming from horizon towards you, you see the top part of the ship first and then the bottom part?
Yep, absolutely. Good point. Good point. So I can understand back in the old days when they didn't have much knowledge of many things, including they didn't have very good technology in regards to zoom capabilities. We have amazing zoom cameras now, and they didn't have much knowledge in regards to the laws of perspective and the atmospheric conditions that can create illusions over distance. Right, so there's a bunch of factors that can create that effect, right, that you're talking about. But what we have now is amazing zoom cameras, so you can see that phenomenon happening. Like you can see the ship appearing to disappear bottom up, and then you can take out a high zoom camera and you can zoom that ship back into view again.
Here, the video that I talked to you about. So this one is from 1 foot. And you can see a small boat in the surface of water between those oil rigs. Meaning that the horizon is not obstructing those things at 3.4 miles. Now in this video, it should be at 1.22 miles because it's just 1 foot. Still, you can see the horizon behind those oil rigs.
So you're saying that the horizon distance is actually much larger than this 3.46 miles?
It should be at 1.2 miles if you
Look
have
at
a
this.
1 foot observer height.
Yeah, so you're saying that horizon distance is actually much larger than this 1.2 miles. It's actually you can see much farther.
For sure.
We can see the horizon over 1,000% further.
Read this. No, 1,000%. It's 67 larger radius. 67 times a larger radius if you claim a globe. Do you see the image that I just sent with the equation?
Yeah, I see that.
So, your Earth, it would be 67 times larger than you claim, or a breathing one that shrinks sometimes and inflates sometimes during the same day.
D squared minus 8 squared divided by 2h. R is equal to what? You would you need to take a square of that? Square root of that.
What's that? Sorry?
Do you not need to like take the square root of that? R.
You could do 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is 1 foot.
Square minus. So the first formula, where did you get that from? I do not get that.
That's
The first one, the radius is equal to distance to horizon minus viewing height times 5,280.
You can just punch it into the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, but the
You can just do
What's this,
8
like,
inches. You can just do 8 inches per mile squared. That formula will also give you the correct distance.
yeah, so I actually don't know about this fact at all.
And also give you the formula using the Pythagorean theorem. But you're going to get
Yeah,
the same result.
I know the Pythagorean theorem formula, but the first one I don't know that.
It's a 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No, the first one, radius equals distance to horizon minus viewing height times 5,280.
But the distance to the horizon from a 1 foot observer is 1.225 miles.
Yeah, so that's from the Earth curve calculator, right?
Yeah, from any Earth curve calculator or any of the formulas that I tested, they'll all give you the same.
Yeah, I'm actually like looking at things that they're looking at actually how to calculate this like geometrically. I'm trying to find how to like actually calculate this geometrically.
Yeah, it's just a calculation based on the claimed radius and circumference of the sphere. Yeah. It's just It's just to falsify. It's like a modus tollens kind of thing.
There's another chart to have a look at. It helps you with your calculation.
I always wondered that while he's doing that. Like I always wondered with the earlier guy, you got the Eratosthenes. How did the Eratosthenes know that these places were at the same elevation?
Yeah, he just assumed it, I think.
Yeah, he assumed that, like, listen, if I go to the top of a mountain and the bottom of a valley, I'm at the same elevation. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, did he even exist? We still can't even confirm that.
Yeah, what was like the story that like Alexander the Great like came in and conquered the library or something like that and took it all, burned down the library.
Apparently. Gizmo said he made people walk uphill a jillion miles both ways.
So funny. Even ChatGPT now he's confused. I confused ChatGPT with that observation to the horizon. So he agrees that the calculation is correct.
Whoa! What do you mean? He? How do
Assume
you
that
know chat is a he?
I'm sorry. I'm not good with English, so I'm sorry. So it agrees that the calculation is correct. Just because we are putting a horizon that is incorrect, and for it, the horizon is incorrect because it's 10 miles, and it's much greater distance than what we should see in reality, which is the 1.22 miles. Oh my God.
So like what you said, hey, chat GPT, this is the horizon, or it knew it, this is the horizon. Here's the distance to objects. How big is Earth?
Yeah. It will give you the same number. The Earth will be just 67 times larger than the claimed Earth.
Where are you going with your calculations, Taffy?
Yeah, so I
because
figured out the formula. And he said like my calculation comes out to be like 4.8 kilometers for 6 foot person.
Yeah, 6 foot person, right.
Yeah.
And 1 foot will be 1.22 miles.
Yeah.
At about 2 kilometers. So, Hafi is another one.
I'm actually like reading about this right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that the one from by Mitchell from Australia?
No, this is in Canada at a lake.
Okay.
This one
I
would
will
make
show
the
you.
radius. This one would make the radius of the Earth 1.8 million miles.
Oh, okay. I want to see that.
Yeah, so the camera height is 3 inches above the surface, and the second peninsula you can see on the right hand side when he zooms in is 13.8 miles away. So the peninsula that you can see should be hidden behind 120 foot of Earth curvature. Even if you add in, even if you grant them their standard refraction, it still should be still hidden by like 115 foot of Earth curve.
Afi, before coming into this conversation, I know you're doing the math thing, but just real like before coming into like the flat Earth conversation, did you ever think that the horizon was Earth curve?
What? Horizon what?
Is Earth curve, or you're just like, no, the horizon is just the horizon?
No, I did think that the Earth was curved.
No, I don't know. I'm saying before coming into the conversation, if somebody were to say to you like the horizon is Earth curve, was that like did you associate those two things previously or just now in the conversation?
I did associate these two things. The argument that I gave of a ship coming into the view because at the horizon, I thought that it proved the curvature of the Earth because you see the top half first and then the bottom half.
Yeah, well, before what I'm saying, maybe the last time I'll ask, before weighing out the consequences of this kind of flat Earth, globe Earth in your everyday life, like let's say 2 years ago, were you like walking around like, oh, I know the horizon is the Earth curve, or you just didn't care, or you
Constantine Paleologos.
more accents? I'm not good with accents.
I did think about these, like I did relate the two, the horizon and the curvature, before coming to the conversation.
Yeah, some people just, I mean, I don't know if some people haven't, but. Yeah. DJ wants you to confirm the math, like accept some form of math here, which I don't blame him. He wants you to like accept a position on this.
Yeah, I think that math, it wouldn't be that simple. You would have to like account for other things as well, like the atmosphere, the refraction thing, and the curvature of human eye. Probably, I don't know, but
even
I
if
think there
we
would be other factors.
Yeah. So these discrepancies are so large that there's no refraction formulas, right, that are going to account for this type of distance. Right. So even if you add standard refraction in and add it into this formula, it's only going to extend the geometric horizon distance by a short amount. It's not going to make it 10 or 20 times further away.
Yeah. How much amount?
Yeah, correct.
Do you know the value?
Even if you adjust with the refraction, you will still with the greater radius. At least you will still will stay with more than 40K radius.
Yeah, so look, you can reverse engineer it all you like by trying to guess refraction formulas, because there's no way to guess what the weather conditions were throughout all points within the observation, throughout the entire observation, right? So you're going to have to guess and reverse engineer it using estimations, right? But the problem lies in actually being able to determine that the horizon, the geometric horizon exists in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Because what the actual definition of what a horizon is just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Just apparent, right? It fluctuates constantly, and it's just a product of perspective and other factors. That's why when you're talking about the boats disappearing bottom up, you can actually replicate that on a small scale. Prove that it's not something that requires Earth curvature, right? So you could set up like a radio-controlled boat, a toy boat, remote control boat on a small pond, set up a camera just above the surface, and then have that boat goes over to the other side of the pond, and you'll see the same thing happen. or a coin on a flat table, or a camera on the ground, and then someone walks away from the camera, you'll see them start to disappear bottom up. And what we find in some cases is we can see the boat appearing to be over the horizon, but then we can zoom in and zoom that boat back to view again.
And also still, with all of that, with that claim of refraction, it's still just a baseless claim. Refraction is just the thing that make you see farther distance. But what we test is that when you use infrared lenses or filters in cameras and telescope, you don't see less distance because it's less. There is less refraction there. No, you see more distance with the infrared filtering or lens. You see more distance, and with that, it's just less refraction. We should see what you claim, less distance, because you claim that the horizon, we see farther distance to the horizon because it was refracted. That's the claim. And when we use those cameras, we see farther distance. But we know that it's just less refraction because we use infrared waves.
Good point. There can also be other factors as well, Haffy. Like if you have a small amount of swell in the ocean, right, waves, looking out over distance, you can barely see the ocean swell. But if you get close to the surface, you can have a small wave in the foreground block half a ship in the background, right? And it could make people think that that's also the curvature of the Earth, but it's not. Just a perspective effect.
Yeah, but there are other things to know, like how would you like account for these lunar eclipses and then solar eclipses then?
We're going to have to take it back to the sky again, right? There, we're going to be talking about, okay, looking at things in the sky to prove the shape of the Earth. So what we're presenting is things that we can validate, right? And it's like empirical evidence that can be tested. When we're talking about the lunar eclipses and things like that, we're going to have to make assumptions, right? We're going to have to speculate, and it's not something that we can go and validate for sure. It's just going to exist in math, in the form of math, right? Rather than something we can validate to check that math actually matches reality.
Yeah, we can like validate it using telescopes and etc.
No, a telescope's just going to magnify what you're looking at. You're still going to have to make assumptions about what you're looking at.
Yeah, so do you think that the moon is a sphere?
It looks like a sphere, but it also looks like a half sphere. There's a lot of anomalies about the moon. So we could say it looks like a sphere and agree to that. We can't say it 100%. We can't validate exactly how far away it is, what medium it's in, because there are a lot of anomalies. You have things like the lunar wave, which has been recorded a bunch of times. You have scientists from the 60s and 70s claiming the moon was plasma, that there's no way anyone could ever land on the moon because it's plasma.
Correct. That's why I can't claim.
There's also anomalies in regards to the inverse square law of light and how bright we see the moon from the Earth. And if you apply the inverse square law of light, the surface of the moon would have to be so bright, there's no way the astronauts would have been able to see anything when they were up there because it would have been ridiculously bright. Like there's a lot of inconsistencies.
What is the inverse square law of light?
I can post some documentation about it, but it's I'll post some citations.
Yeah, I think that law works only for point surfaces. Inverse square law.
Oh, it applies to a lot of things. It applies to all lights, even in a vacuum.
Yeah, point source of light.
any source of light is going to get dimmer by magnitudes in relation to the inverse square law of light as the light travels away from the light source.
Okay, so you're saying that the scientists in, like the past scientists were saying that if we measure the intensity of the moonlight and then calculate the intensity at the surface of the moonlight, it would be so bright that they would not be able to land. But
No. You confused a few things. That was a separate point. I can show you interviews from scientists, I think back in the 60s or 70s, and they're explaining how the moon is not a physical object. It's made of plasma. That's different to the problem with the inverse square law of light that I mentioned.
Yep. So if the moon is clearly not made of plasma, we know that, right? So if it was made of plasma, it would shine its own light, and then we would not have phases of the moon. Like then half the moon is like dark, and half the moon is like reflecting the sunlight. So we clearly know that was wrong.
Yeah, but there's a very high educated scientists, from the past that disagreed with you, and they could go through all their reasoning. I'm not 100% you researched in it to be able to explain it from their point of view.
Yet there were many scientists in the past that were wrong, and
right. And I'm sure there's many scientists now that are wrong as well.
Yeah, there would be.
Yeah, exactly, man. So
you can't assume
that in order to be a
not-
scientist, you have to be open to being wrong, right?
Correct. But when you try to just show that it is wrong, you just try to push what you understood from the moon being plasma. So it didn't debunk that or eliminate that possibility at all. Because if the moon is plasma, you claim that we should see the entire moon all the time. We shouldn't have phases. No, we can have phases. If the moon is plasma, and what appears from that plasma like a hologram image, and the video that you put in that image is that moon cycle. You put that video of the crescent and going toward the half that moon being illuminated till that the entire circle is illuminated. So that will be the plasma. That will be that drawing in the sky that you will have with that plasma, or like a hologram, for example.
Holograms don't work like that, and let's not get into how holograms work. But I can just discard your explanation philosophically by saying that you are assuming too many things, and basically, I guess just Occam's razor your explanation, that an explanation that assumes less things would probably be better than an explanation that assumes a lot of things, like you're doing like a hologram or a video playing.
Yeah, but that's dependent to your feelings. What you like things that are that have more pink than the red or than the blue. So that is just about your feelings. You feel the explanation. You feel that you like the explanation that having a rock, suspended rock there in the sky, a spherical.
No,
rock.
I'm not talking about my feelings. I'm saying that there's this razor in philosophy, Occam's razor, saying that an explanation that assumes a lot of things will probably be wrong.
Yeah, okay. So what's your explanation about the rock? So that it's not presuming anything. Did you check anything about the moon? Verify that it is a rock? Had the sample from the moon? Or you're just assuming?
We had samples from the moon.
You?
And
or they? And they believe
scientists.
Yeah. That is in contention already. It's not proved.
Yeah, but it's not like they kept it hidden. Different scientists saw it.
Hafi, do you realize, Hafi, when they said they brought rocks back from the moon, right? And the astronauts visited to the Netherlands, and they gave the Netherlands government a moon rock as a gift. It went into a museum, right? And then they did testing on that rock, They 100% confirmed that it was just petrified wood.
I do not know about that.
Look
Yeah,
it up.
Like I said earlier, you just have the story from a bunch of people and you believe that. And you consider that as a proof and you integrated it in our
Very well could have happened.
It is not an
Very well
assumption.
could have happened for that one case, but it doesn't mean that we never.
No, that's like this. No, I give you just an analogy. That's like a kid who believe in Santa and give me a gift. He showed me and come with this gift and tell me this is the gift that Santa gave me, and he left it. He came to the house from the chimney and he left the gift for me under the tree. So that's the proof. And oh, no, it's not. Still a belief. It's not a proof. He didn't even pass the first
I'm not
step.
interested in this because I'm not interested in that one because it definitely involves politics and all that. They gave a gift as a gift to like Netherlands. It involves politics. It could have been swapped out. It could have been like a whole fake thing from the beginning. That could have happened. But I think when the scientists tell us that they observed it from not just the Netherlands one. They had other samples as well. So that's what I believe. But when you involve like politics like this, then I'm very skeptical of that. Then
Yeah, nobody kept the moon rocks. All the places you would think they'd build like a big case and show it off. They all threw them away, and the people who tested them, they came back as this, and this is like some, this is like a regular rock. This is a piece of wood. And they threw it away.
The moon is made of the same elements that we have here on Earth. So you can say that it's made of the same rocks, same thing.
Wood. All right. So then what do you do?
What?
Like, what does that? Right. So then, what does that prove?
What does what prove?
All right, so
moon is
they'd be
made
like,
of
well,
same
listen,
elements.
I give you a regular rock, and I said it's from the moon. Therefore, the rock must be made of regular Earth. Or I just gave you a rock I found in my backyard. It doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, but we have other evidence that.
Haffy, let's look. There's other evidence, and we can also rebut that evidence as well. So look, we don't know for sure. Look, I just wanted to show you just a quick experiment, thought experiment, and can you see the 4 spheres in the side chat there?
Wait, let me see. Okay, I see them.
Okay, so only one of those is a sphere. Can you tell which one? Can you tell the shape of any of them? They all look like spheres, right? Let's. I'm not going to try to trick you or anything. Look, they all look like spheres, right?
First of all, they're all 2D circles. But if I had to like guess from the lighting, I would say the first one seemed like a sphere.
First one, where?
Which one? The one on the left? On the left or the right?
The one on the left. The one on the left.
What about the one next to it?
And then can I ask you about what you mean by the lighting?
I think it's very overexposed, and that's why I don't really think it's a sphere. But it's a 2D image.
Tex has a good question just about the lighting.
Yeah, I just was curious. What do you mean when you say, well, due to the effects of the lighting? What are these effects that you see?
Yeah, if it's a circle, right? Then it will be like lighted differently because all of the points are equidistant from the light source. But if it's a sphere, the bulging part is actually closer to the light source, and the parts at the sides are actually far away, so they will appear darker, but the bulging part will appear brighter.
Ah, okay, yeah. Is there a name for that? Anybody?
I don't know.
I had to duck away for a second. What was the question?
Was there a name for the thing that he described? He said the way he could tell, or was indicative of a sphere was that the bulging part, it was brighter, but then the other parts were dark.
Oh
So
yeah, like
he said if it was
specular reflection. Is that what it's called?
okay, yep.
Yeah, right. So we don't see that when we observe the moon. We don't see a specular reflection. It's another thing that goes against the moon being lit by the sun. But regardless, okay. So all of these look like spheres, right? So I'm going to show you a GIF now. Like, okay, firstly, can you admit that you can't tell the shape of them just by looking at them?
Yeah. So in a 2D image, I can't tell that.
Right, but this is the same. Just picture that these 4 spheres were up in the sky. Right? You're still seeing a 2D image. If you look through a telescope, right, with one eye, you're still seeing in 2D. You're still seeing the same thing that you can see here on the screen.
Yeah, it didn't load for me right yet. Right.
It's not going to load. It's just a picture. So I'm going to show the demonstration of what shape they are. But first, would you admit that you can't tell which shape they are? I'm going to tell you right now. Only one of them's a sphere.
Did you send another one?
Oh, I'm about to send it. I gotta go in a second because apparently the Starlink's coming over, so I'm gonna go. Right, here's the GIF.
Yeah.
You were partially correct. The one on the right is a half sphere. Second one's flat. Third one's a bowl. Fourth one's a sphere. The point of it is that you can't 100% guarantee what shape something is just by looking at it and making assumptions. Until she actually picks them up and manipulates them that you can actually tell the true shape.
Yeah, that's true, but these are actually at very small scale. Moon is, when you look at the scale of the moon, it's actually much bigger, and gravity would not allow a shape like that. The first one, like half sphere shape, it would actually make it uniform.
If you hold a coin out at arm's length, a little coin, you can block one of these. I mean, it's not much different. You can blow up this image, hold a coin out at arm's length, and it's gonna cover it. It's not gonna. It doesn't matter. You need to admit that you didn't know what shape these were until she actually validated it physically.
And you can't.
Yeah,
even if
that was not my point though. I'm saying that since the moon or the sun is much bigger and the earth is much bigger, then we have the effects of gravity that would make the shape uniform.
Gravity. What is gravity?
I gotta go watch the link back in a minute.
Have a good one, brother. See you soon.
Gravity is simply not an assumption. We measure the effects of gravity on Earth, not just between Earth and the sun and the moon. We can measure it using a torsion balance, using 2 spheres making a couple, and then using 2 other spheres that would attract them.
I didn't hear. You said a torsion balance. Are you talking about Cavendish? Are you talking about with the lead balls?
No. So the torsion balance is actually an apparatus which is used to measure the gravity, electric force as well, and as well as the gravitational force.
I swear I didn't hear what you said.
I think torsion balance is basically an apparatus used to measure either electric force or gravitational force.
Okay, explain.
So basically you take 2 spheres and attach them at 2 ends of a rod, and then make the middle of the rod basically a rotating point, an axis for them to rotate at. And then when you put 2 objects, other heavy objects and they're not charged or anything, they're just they're not actually touching it, but just put it near them, and there would be an attraction between them, and it would make the that rod that you made with those spheres at one end.
You're talking
It
about
would
Cavendish.
rotate.
You are talking about Cavendish. I asked you that in the beginning, and you said no. You're talking about Cavendish experiment.
So I said that this experiment is performed by like many. I don't know who was the first one, but
Yeah, but okay, yeah, it's not a problem. And no, you didn't isolate the material from electric potential. Still, the lead balls are made from material, from normal material that is in the table of matter, and any material that you have in the table of matter have positive and negative charge. So why did you say that it was isolated from electricity, that it had no electrostatic potential?
so you
In fact, it has.
you're saying in the Cavendish experiment, he used light bulbs.
He used lead balls,
Lead
or
balls, yeah.
lead
Yeah,
balls,
so
and
those were
it
neutral.
doesn't
They
matter
did not
with
have any
just listen.
net charge on
It
them.
doesn't matter because whatever the balls that you are using and whatever they are made of, still you are using material from the table of matter. And all the atoms, the claimed atoms in the table of matter, has electrostatic potential, has positive and negative charges.
Yeah.
So it means that you can't isolate the experiment from electricity at all. Because when you will use something, that thing itself, that material, is formed from a neutron and electron, positive and negative particles. What the heck are you talking about, man?
I'm saying that net charge on the lead ball and that would be equal. So there would be exactly
No,
the
it's
same number of
not.
protons and electrons.
No, it's not. One lead ball is bigger than the other.
But the net charge would be zero since they have the same number of protons and electrons.
The net charge wouldn't be zero because that shit is also in the air, which the air is also charged. So the thing will just have electric potential. And dependent to its size, it will just hold that potential more before it's been grounded.
So you're saying the net charge wouldn't be zero?
No, it wouldn't be zero. You will have to eliminate the charges from the particles. What thing that you can't have. Like
yeah, but if you have the same number of positive charges,
that you have a magnet which has two polarities, a positive one and a negative one, but still it's not a magnet. Now, when you eliminate that positive and negative polarity from the magnet will not be a magnet anymore. But you can't do that. You can't do that in an electric potential in the material used, matter, because you can't eliminate. You can take out, for example, when you are creating plasma, you can just separate them, the positive charge and the negative charge from the molecule, and create just a soup made of neutrons, positive charges, and electrons, negative charges.
Yeah, but we took lead balls, okay, and a lead atom has the same number of protons and electrons in it, okay.
Yes.
So the net charge
inside air, measurably having an electrical potential that will just make those
electric potential. You need two charges, okay. You need two charges separated, and if they are the same charges, they would repel, and if they are the different charges, they will attract. But if you do not have, net charge, like in the case of neutral metal or neutral any element, any atom, unless you charge it by rubbing or by using other methods like induction, then you don't have charge. Then it would be neutral.
Not just that, the air around it have an electric potential.
How does air have electric potential?
I will show you that. Have you ever heard that we have a gradient of voltage 100 volt per meter?
Yeah.
Yeah, that never you can never take out. Even in a, we
100,
use
100 volts per meter.
even if you try to if you try to put the experiment inside the Faraday cage. The Faraday cage, don't forget, it's just an EM stopper. It's just it will block EM signal, not a ES signal, electrostatics, because the the Faraday cage will block electromagnetic signals, not electrostatic ones.
Wait, 100 volts per meter.
Yep, I can show you that. Wait.
And that's for the vertical height. That's not for horizontal height at all.
Yeah, vertically from the ground to
Yeah.
the sky.
Yeah. So if you do not go vertically up, which in this experiment we are not going vertically up, they are perfectly horizontal.
From the
Then they
ground
wouldn't
towards
be.
from the ground
Yeah.
towards.
So the metal lead ball and the other ball that's attracting that, they're not like above or below. They are at the same level. So there's no voltage
Yeah.
difference between them.
Yeah, they still have different amount of material, so different ability to keep the charge before it is grounded.
So both of them, let's say like I accept your point.
So it will have always
Even if
differential.
they are at the same horizontal level, both of them would interact with the air separately. Okay, air would not allow them to like interact with each other.
Would not allow them to
Yeah,
interact with each other. Why?
Yeah, because they are attracting with air less, because air has electric potential and inherent electric potential, but both of them, the one attached to the string and the one separated, they're not interacting with each other, since they don't have any electric potential like air does.
Why wouldn't they interact with each other if they acquire different potential from each other? So one is on the stand and has a smaller size, so meaning less amount of those that material from where that lead ball is made, so it will discharge faster, negatively acquire a charge by the discharge, so that it will be attraction between both. One is suspended, having a greater size that will discharge the positive charge slower than the other, so it will just be in disequilibrium. So one of them will just attract the other.
Okay, even if I grant this, do you know how much stronger the electric force is from the gravitational force? If even if they have a small charge difference, even if they have a small charge
in
difference,
MIT, they teach in MIT that is magnitudes more powerful than gravity. So the electricity, the electric potential, has magnitudes more potential than the gravity. They teach that in MIT, and I can show you the proof. Just give me a second.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The electric force is much stronger than gravitational force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So, but
just give me a second.
What?
Give me a second. I will research a video.
Well, I need to leave like 10.
Just to find Walter Lewis explaining to you that the attraction in our world is by the electric potential, not by the gravity. You can start talking about the gravity when you are talking about planets orbiting each other, a moon orbiting a planet, or a planet orbiting a star or sun. Yeah, but in a smaller scale, in microscopic scale till thousands of kilometers, it's just the electric potential that is dominating.
So I need to leave at like 10, and I have like listed all the arguments that you gave and others gave, and I'm going to research on those. And I'm open to that. When we do like these experiments and these thought experiments, the measurements can be very crude and we can make a lot of mistakes. So it is actually like every time it's better to actually like consult an expert who like spent some time and actually read the subject. So I will look at like I will look at some of your arguments more, and what scientists offer as solutions to those arguments. Because I mean, I'm pretty sure if you were thinking about these arguments, a scientist who like spent years on that subject would have probably thought about them too. Okay, and when they do the experiments, maybe they account for these things beforehand, which we are saying that they might not account for. Anyways, I will look into that more, and if I have any like concrete answer, I will come back to this same VC and try to give them.
No problem. So here, a clip from Walter Lewis.
Okay, I will look at that.
That's in
Let
MIT.
me just open that.
That's in a session during a session teaching in MIT. So you can't tell me that it's gravity between the LED bulbs. Yeah, electricity.
Yeah, I saw the clip and it makes total sense that most of the charges are actually pretty small. The charge to mass ratio is actually like very small for most of the particles. So that's like the common consensus. Protons and electrons have much smaller masses, but their charges are much bigger.
Yeah, correct. The
Yeah,
charges
anyway,
are much bigger in smaller scale. In small scale, in the small scale, like he said, in nuclear scale till thousands of kilometers. So those things, so mass compared to the charge, so you have the electric potential that is much greater than gravity. But when you talk about massive objects, that moment you can use gravity because the potential of that mass and the attraction with that gravity, it will be huge. It will be greater than electricity.
Yeah,
That
but
moment
we
you
don't
can
know.
put that supposed gravity.
Yeah, but
If
we don't
it's
know how much effect this potential of air have on the experiment. We do not have an actual number, any actual data to that. And you
I
said
told
that
you, I
there's a
sent you.
difference.
It's
There's a
100
vertical
volts
difference.
per meter
The
going to the
100
side,
volts
and
per meter.
it's a constant
100.
grid.
Yeah, the 100 volts per meter is a gradient in the vertical direction. It's not in the horizontal direction.
So it's still still 100 volt per meter from sea level.
Yeah, vertically, you would
Yeah,
experience
100
a.
volt in the zero, 100 volt in the first meter, 100 volt. So you will put the LEDs
No,
inside that
that's
100
actually the
volts,
difference.
inside the
100
medium
volts. 100 volts is the difference between
per
1
meter.
meter.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
don't
per
have
meter.
zero. Don't have zero. You don't have a layer which is just a cavity, no potential, and just after 1 meter you will just have 100 volt. Bing. No, there is voltage between 0 and 100. You can turn a light bulb on just with 3 volts, 1.5 volt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know how much effect this would have actually on the experiment.
Yeah, I know. You can't claim gravity. It's just that you can't claim gravity because we know that at that
That's also
scale,
really absurd.
we know at that scale that the electric potential is much greater than gravity.
You're saying we cannot claim gravity, but that's absurd because using this like formula for
Because
gravity,
we know that
we have
because,
calculated that there's a
because
planet of this mass, Neptune. We calculated that before discovering that. Okay, and
no,
we
that doesn't
calculated
matter. We are talking about
we calculate the
experiment.
trajectory of rockets, calculate the trajectory of asteroids, all that stuff based on this simple formula that Newton presented.
That's not an experiment. We are talking about the one and only thing that you had under your hands to say gravity. Now, the
That is not
claim
the
about
only thing
using
we
that
have.
experiment to just claim gravity is just taken out because using logic, using the verification that we can make, gravity have no effect there compared to electric potential because the electric potential is magnitudes more than the potential of gravity compared to that mass. Till the
That
moment when
experiment
you
was not
will
to
make a
prove that
Cavendish
gravity exists.
experiment, when you will make a Cavendish experiment with planets, suspended planets, yeah, you can do that experiment with planets and you can claim gravity because that at that moment the potential of gravity dependent to that mass, it will be greater than the electric. But at smaller scale, it's not.
Cavendish experiment is not there to prove that gravity exists. It is there to calculate what the value of that force of gravity is. We know the force of gravity exists, right?
Didn't calculate
We see objects
anything because
with mass
didn't
accelerating, and that is the definition of force.
it didn't calculate anything because it didn't compare gravity to the potential of electricity, which is greater. What the heck?
How can you say
Are
that?
you using your brain to process the information that you've got till this? Don't forget the information that you got and use your brain to process the new thing that you want to say to just defend the globe and use what you got as information. At that smaller scale, you can't when you don't use the electric potential and compare it to gravity, you can't calculate the potential of gravity. What the heck?
Okay, have you seen the equation that he used? Because in my books, and they did not show the equation that they use and the precautions that they use. They just told us that this was the experiment to measure the gravitational constant, and far more precise measurements were made. And after that, and now we know the value is this. Okay, I did not see the equations used, maybe in later years of my, like when I go to master's degree and stuff like that, then maybe I will see the actual calculation, actual experiment, and the precautions used, and maybe they actually took this into account, because if a lay person who actually not actually spend that much time on this is thinking about this, then clearly scientists are also thinking about that. Scientists also thought about that.
You can claim that. It doesn't matter for me. I don't know if you went to do that statistics to see if the scientists just considered that. No, it doesn't matter for me. You can verify that by yourself, for yourself.
Yeah, I will verify that.
And
Anyways,
for Cavendish experiment, they didn't show, they didn't calculate anything about gravity. They didn't show anything about gravity like I showed you. What they showed is the electricity. It's what the effect of electricity, what electricity will do to the objects that have different charges.
Okay, I will think about that, but right now I gotta go. Okay.
Have a good one, brother. Take care. See you soon.
All right. Bye.
How did it go?
Good. Some assumptions they never think about. They just throw like parrots repeating the same thing, like ChatGPT.
All right, cool.
Talking about walking along this earth.
That was consistent. So you just made a predication that you don't know to be true.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Liquid League. Don't do it. Be a regular human.
Now the problem is that when you predicate that, that's going to convey that you know it, but then you concede that you don't know it, so you have no business predicating that in the first place.
Okay.
Now, also,
So
if you affirmed it to be true, it would be self-defeating, because then if it were true, then it would be false.
I'm actually like really
Okay,
shocked.
I was stupid for a second. Like, come on.
That's
I'm actually-
awesome,
I might have said
mate.
that too fast. I'll say it again.
That's good that you've come to that realization. No, he's just said that he's shocked.
that he can't find it.
Liquid League, you can
Now you need to look a little deeper into all these claims.
You can say, listen, there's something I don't know, and I 100% am sure that I don't know the answer to that question. So knowledge is possible, and then you can move on and try to venture on how to attain knowledge on the topic.
Well, not just that knowledge is possible. He said he doesn't know anything. So if he affirms that proposition is true, then it's false. He doesn't know it to be true.
If you asked
So
me 10 minutes
if it's
ago,
true, it's false. If it's false, it's false.
If you asked me 20 minutes ago, do you know that you would be able to find a model for this globe? I would have said yes, but clearly I was wrong because I actually can't find one. And it's
So now you know that you don't know that proposition is true. So you have a lot of knowledge. You know that you don't know a lot of propositions to be true.
Yeah, I have a lot of knowledge.
To assert that you don't know anything is false.
This is doing my head in.
You have some psychological dilemma now.
That's what happens to everyone when you actually look. This is what happens, and then you'll realize you might come to a realization that none of it makes any sense.
I don't want to admit. I don't want to go and see if flat surface is flat. I want to more to look other questions and find out. And my ego, it doesn't give me or whatever. What is going on? Psychology.
So you went through all the major points, right? You don't know any of these propositions are true. And so I hope that you love yourself enough that you persevere to seek the truth about the world, including the earth that you and I share.
You told me there's no flat Earth model either.
Well, here's the thing as it concerns our position. Let me tag you in the open chat.
We understand that it's kind of impossible to give a scientific model for the Earth.
Maybe.
Yeah. It'd also be a reification fallacy to say that a model truly represented reality. So we don't do that either. So that's why we stick around for 2 hours talking about the same subject to people who don't understand the difference or know what they're asking when they say model. You think that you've got one, and you think that we should provide you with one. We know that you haven't got one, and we're not going to reify models.
Do you see the arguments that I tagged you in? The spherical geodesy dilemma, Liquid League?
Yeah.
So those two beginning arguments, there's the deductive arguments. The first one is a modus ponens. The second one is a natural deduction. And the last is a dilemma, which is kind of a natural deduction. So as you can see right here, I'll read it out loud. If the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. The surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, therefore the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is level. Next, every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. The earth is a solid, the oceans are liquid. The surface of the earth and oceans are not curved, therefore the surface of the oceans and the earth are level. If you want to affirm the proposition that the earth is a ball with a curved surface, convexly sloping, especially with the given radius and the earth curve calculator that is based on that, you have a dilemma. The first horn is, if the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the sum of water curve wrapped around a ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon, therefore the horizon is not the sum of water curve wrapped around a ball. If you insist on affirming that the horizon is the sum of water curve wrapped around the ball, then if the horizon is the sum of water curve wrapped around the ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the sum of water curve wrapped around a ball. And all these videos is empirical verification demonstrating that the premise that the horizon is the sum of water curve is falsified and the radius is falsified, which also verifies the proposition that the surface of the oceans and the earth are horizontal.
Gregory, whilst our friend thinks about what you said, and hopefully I'm not going to eject too long, I respect you. I'd like to challenge you on one of the things that you said, specifically the last about the horizon. Can you repeat it for me?
Are you talking about the second horn or the first horn?
I think it's the second.
Actually, they're both the same premise. Let me correct myself.
Yeah, the horizon not being the summit of Earth curvature, or whatever it was.
Yeah, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball.
Yeah, what was that in its entirety?
That's the concluding. Do you want me to read the entire second horn?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. If the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around the ball.
Okay. Now, whether the horizon is the summit of Earth curve or the horizon is the limitation of our view across a flat surface, whether it be a flat Earth or a globe Earth, we can see things beyond the horizon, wherever the horizon is, like a mountain, for example, or a boat that's gone beyond the horizon, but we can't see the bottom of it. You understand what I'm saying, right? So I'm not too sure if it follows, is what I'm pointing out.
So say it again to me. I think I missed it.
When you say that we can only see beyond the horizon on a flat Earth.
No.
Which is what
we don't only see to the horizon. We see beyond the horizon.
Okay. I'm gonna have to read it again. Maybe something's just not sitting well with me. Or I don't understand it. I'll pick you up again in a second when I've read through it myself.
Gregory,
Anyway.
Gregory, do you have an account of how satellites work, or is that a mystery still?
Mystery to me. I can't explain to you the machinations of a satellite.
Well, to me, it seems like the Globe Gang has a pretty reasonable explanation of like geostationary satellites, and I've yet to hear one from Flat Gang. But I might just be, living under a rock.
What is the Globe Gang explanation, as you so put it?
Like, what is the Globe Gang, or what is their explanation? I presume you mean the latter.
Explanation.
Sure. The explanation would be that they orbit Earth at the same rate that the planet spins, which means they match the rotational velocity, and so they stay at a fixed position relative to the people on Earth, their frame of reference.
Okay, but you haven't verified that the Earth is a ball, nor have you verified that the Earth is spinning, nor have you verified that the Earth is traversing through space.
Well, my concern here is that Globe Gang has some theory they've crafted, but Flat Gang, I don't think they've ever spoken about this yet, which makes me a bit worried.
That has nothing to do with verification.
What theory has
any
Globe
proposition
Gang
is known to be true.
Well, I don't know if any of this is true, but I'm just saying the theory crafting seems to be more in depth,
Have they done that?
more worthy of publication, whereas Flat Gang seems more like Wattpad-esque.
I mean, thank you for the autobiography, but it has no bearing.
Present the Globe crew.
I mean, all you've given us is autobiography that you think that they have a more robust explanation, but just merely having an explanation is not lending.
No, it doesn't mean that's true at all. No. I'm personally of the opinion the Earth is a pyramid.
I'm sorry, but we do have this information.
He hasn't presented anything. He has nothing.
Yeah, I will.
No.
Satellites are human-made objects.
Present the celestial falling, and that being down counter gravity, and present that in your model. Pretty simple. How are you going to do it?
I want to hear the Flat Gang members, the shooters' opinion on the satellites. That was interesting.
What? Yeah, what do you believe in? Yeah, no, we use level, we fly horizontal, we fly direct, level, we build things, bridges, we have arches. What do you do as a globetrotter?
Wait, did we mute the Flat Gang member who was giving an account of satellites?
No.
That was interesting, because I've thought about it. Maybe they are maybe they're
No, stop.
There's a propeller.
You have towers, and then you have the cables underground, and you have hard drives at data centers that have your cloud information.
Right.
It's not really the cloud isn't really in the sky, dum. It's underground, in data servers.
You think the satellites are actually underground
right now?
Well, I just know I've looked through a telescope and I've seen a satellite. What was I looking at?
Would clearly be different, but do you concede that the cloud is actually just a data server and it exists underground? It's not actually in the sky.
I think there are multiple notions of the English word cloud, but for instance, in Japanese, they don't use the same word for things in the sky and things
cloud, like the Apple cloud.
Well, as an ESL person, that's just weird because in my native language, we don't use those same words.
Yeah, this is the best that the globe has, is just to deny reality. It's really pathetic.
So let's clarify
think
what
you're
we're
right.
talking about. You're trying to talk about satellites. So what's the point?
Well, my theory is they have like little propellers, like helicopters, and that's what's keeping them up.
Theory.
Well, the other thing I was thinking is maybe they're like giant hot air balloons, but they have like invisible balloons with like, you know, in like one directional glass wrappings.
That's interesting.
I mean, it's like camouflaged balloons or something.
So that's interesting. That's what NASA say that they do. So NASA say that they send
the same
balloons
guy,
up
right?
into the air. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you think they're balloons?
No, I'm telling you what NASA say that they also do. You've already hit upon it.
Well, if NASA's saying it, it must be a lie, so it can't be that. But then what else could it be?
It's about what they're talking about that says whether it's a lie or not. This technology has been utilised just not by NASA, but anybody who sends a weather balloon up into the sky. A balloon with instruments on the bottom of it. So those instruments can be determined as, I don't know, meteorological instruments or visual instruments.
I think you're cooking.
Yeah.
They're just weather balloons. The satellites are just weather balloons.
Yes,
You
we
also
don't ever
you
use a globe.
Thank you. So you also said something about camouflage. The
Yeah.
technology that they use is kind of highly reflective, or blends in with the backgrounds, because some of these balloons are really, really big, but you can kind of make them visually disappear to an observer. One that's so far away that they're pretty small, but even if you're in an aeroplane, they look more or less invisible. You can also have geostationary balloons if you put propellers on them, like, for example, to fight against a wind current, or put balloons into known wind directions, you know, like Gulf Streams and so on, which have circular paths, or you know where the wind's going to end up. So you put these balloons up into these high atmospheric directions of wind, and they will go where they go, and you know where they're going to go. So it's not hard to make things go around if the wind's the thing that's carrying them. You can keep these things in the sky for a couple of years. Yeah, they eventually come down, but you know pretty much where they're going to come down.
But they don't have the same characteristics of the satellites we see, though, do they?
Well, I can give you. What do you mean by characteristics?
Altitudes and velocity in particular.
So one of these things that's been put up into the sky recently is was it the trails of satellites? Who did that? Is that Elon Musk? What was that called?
Twitter?
Not Twitter.
Starlink.
Starlink. Yeah, there you go. So one satellite following another satellite in a train. So this can be demonstrated by tethering balloons together with a cord or a rope, something that can be, you know, hundreds of meters long between the two balloons, or three balloons, or four balloons. So they move across the sky exactly like the way that Starlink does.
Interesting. How big do you think the universe is?
Oh, me, I have no idea.
Like, do you think that the stars are just like a giant, like, LCD display, and God is just like programming it, and like you could just put up anime there if you wanted to, like it's just a TV? You know what I mean? Like, you know, like when you're in the theaters and they have like the curved screen, like IMAX. Do you think it's just like one big IMAX theater?
Do you think the sky is a projection?
I was thinking it'd make more sense if it was actually like big pixels that are like giant LEDs that are like also held up by air balloons.
Okay.
What are you saying, bro?
Do you think that's possible? I was thinking, like, if it was a projection, there would have to be a projector on Earth, but we would have to like see that, and they couldn't hide it. So it's probably not a projector.
It might be in Antarctica.
Sorry.
Oh, that's a really good idea. What if it's in an? Do you think that's the case?
You said it would have to be on the Earth. You don't know.
Right? It could be above. It could be above. You're right. It could be held up by a giant air balloon, projecting on the projector screen that is like an IMAX display that covers the Earth.
Sorry, you said God? Now you're talking about man-made technology, and men are putting balloons into the sky and projecting the sky. I thought you were talking about God and the sky being something that he could program, make appear as he wanted to.
Oh, interesting. Like it's an optical illusion that's like part of our shared human delusion.
I don't know if
I saw a really interesting anime about this called Myriad Colors Phantom World, where they have a very similar concept. I think that could work.
Maybe.
Yeah, we're not gonna entertain. If you're gonna want to actually be have an actual legit conversation, you can have it. Otherwise, just shut up.
Mm.
What do you think people think about sea level theory?
Which I have an issue with the. I think the issue with the dome though, the IMAX, is it has to be a 3D display because of the parallax effect.
What dome?
First,
Because of the parallax effect, it's actually 3D.
Dome.
I want to my question to be first.
Well, the Earth is like a giant IMAX
Go back to
theater.
Sasha's question. He asked a question.
What do you think about sea level theory?
Sea level theory? What's that?
Sea level theory.
They're calling.
That's
in,
rude.
I don't know. In every country, they're calling sea leveled, and all elevation above the sea level, they are calling elevation, and we measure that. But the sea level is the base. They are saying. At least that's they are saying
So
this theory.
what's your question?
He just asked it.
How
think
how
about
the
it? What do you think about sea level theory?
level works? How the sea level works on the sphere?
It would be a displacement from the center.
Yeah, it's from
Because from any like small area on the surface, the local curvature would be so small that it wouldn't matter. It would be effectively a flat reference frame.
So it would look so flat, but it's curved.
Okay,
Like your mother, yes.
What is the
That's
small
such a talk.
area? Can you tell me in the math what is the small area? 2 miles, 3 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, 100 miles.
Let me think about that. Can you give me like 5 seconds to really think about that?
Okay.
Sure. It would look so flat, but it's curved.
Well, level and flat don't mean the same thing.
Well, when you can find me a level definition that says it's curving.
Well,
you know,
level.
usually-
Now we will find out because he said it locally. I want to know where it's that locally it's finishing. What is the distance to that you can
level definition has no higher or lower spots.
Huh?
Is it level curved?
definition? Can you give me a level definition?
Is it level curved?
Well, when they say
I think I get it. I think if we're looking at the Darboux curvature, it's going to be theta. Where theta is the angle traced out by the arc that is the x, how wide your frame is, multiplied by pi divided by the radius times 180. I think that would be the formula for local curvature.
And with your height,
Where's that defined
and with your height, how much that would be with the distance?
Well, when we're talking about curvature, are we talking about Darboux curvature or like differential curvature?
We are talking about physical surface of the Earth.
Some kind of slope. Or a bump somewhere.
Well, there's just a few different types of curvatures, right?
No, there is. There is. Do you know what is the type of the curvature on the sphere?
There's Gaussian curvature. There's Darboux curvature.
And we talk
there's
about
Riemannian curvature. There's a lot of
Do you know how the curvature? Do you know how curvature looks like on the sphere?
I don't understand the question, man.
How the curvature?
I bet you don't.
Like on the sphere.
This is the part where they play where
if you're on the
they claim
sphere,
ignorance.
If you're on the sphere, where it's curving, left, right, up, down.
Oh, you got me confused. I'm not a glober. I'm more of a Taurus head, or I'm from Taurus gang. So my model's my conception's a bit different.
Did he kill you? Did he call you a glober?
So on the Taurus, yeah, I mean, if you think about it as like a 2D limit on the surface of a 3D solid, as the limit approaches infinitely small, it approaches a singular point.
I thought you said it was a pyramid, bro. You're changing your mind?
Are you speaking of
something? No. You misheard me. I've always been a Taurus ganger.
Yeah.
Always been a shooter for Taurus gang.
But by the way, level isn't flat. It's not the same thing.
You still have to have. You still have to have some kind of.
Well, I mean, I think.
Well, when it comes to sea level, it's in relation to like.
What do you call it? What do you call it in calculus? Where like at minuscule scale, everything has like linear curvature. What's the word for that?
My friend. So I'm going to challenge somebody else on what they just said. That level and flat do not mean the same thing. That's categorically incorrect. So he said that.
Not when it comes to sea level. It is like when you're talking about level, and someone said like, "Oh, well, how can there be a sea level on a globe because it'd be curving?" But all that is it's in relation to the Earth's center of gravity, like the center of the Earth, which is a gravity. So it'd just be
That means not level.
Yeah, that's not level then because it's curved and it's a curved surface. You're saying it's equally distant from a point, a radial point around in a circle, but it's still a curved surface. I know what you mean by, in general society, what you mean by sea level, but it's actually curving. But level and flat literally do mean the same thing.
Yeah, because level is no point higher than the other.
Yeah. So level means a horizontal plane. That's the interesting thing. Level is a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point.
Yeah, they don't mean the same thing.
Yeah, I know that sea level to you doesn't mean the same thing as what level means. In all other intents and purposes, you know what level means until we start talking about sea level. But sea level is measured to be level. It is a horizontal plane.
Scientifically, they don't mean the same thing.
Scientific.
Level's not a science.
Well, I mean, you should stop caring about science because science is complete bullshit.
He said scientifically.
But they don't like you can't.
But science is complete forgery. We shouldn't trust science.
Yeah, can you mute that fucking idiot?
He's muted.
But I wasn't making this argument anyway. All I'm saying is they don't mean the same thing. It's like
Liquid, look in the open chat. Look what I post in the open chat. There's no refutation of that.
Well, there is.
Yeah. Having a flat and even surface without slopes or bumps. So, in an Earth curve, that will be a slope.
Are you saying that you're ready to make new dictionary?
Well, no.
Okay.
Yes, you don't have a reason to try to make this pseudo distinction.
Well, no, I can tell you what flat and level means.
Obviously conveying the orientation of the surface. That's what sea level is referring to. It's the orientation of the surface.
All level
what's
means
level then? Yeah,
is that it's perpendicular to Earth's gravity, and then flat is. Well, okay.
Where's that?
Can you show a? Can you show
sea level is not level.
Can you show a demonstration of level being curved?
Huh?
Can you show that level? Because your claim was that it's perpendicular to the gravity of the Earth, right? So you should be able to show level dropping in some instance, yeah.
Yeah. So what you would do is you would So
go ahead.
You look at like a point on the Earth. So I don't know, a point on the ocean.
Yeah.
And you will see that it is perpendicular to the Earth's gravity.
Can you show that?
Let me see if I can send it.
Okay, so in the meantime, this is nothing more.
Diagram? Or
in the meantime, this is nothing more than a definite fallacy, aka redefinition fallacy. You're trying to redefine the word sea level so that it's not obviously prima facie contradictory and necessarily exclusive to the Earth being a ball. So this is all this is, just a redefinite fallacy. And the dictionary, like I just cited, is obviously refuting it. That's all this is.
Can you say that again? So it's not necessarily prima facie what?
Sea level is not level, bro. You didn't demonstrate that.
What you're committing is the definite fallacy, aka the redefinition fallacy. You're trying to redefine sea level in this case, so that it somehow includes by definition the Earth being a ball, but it doesn't include by definition the Earth being a ball. We know from the well that level does not include curvature whatsoever, let alone the Earth being a ball. But you have to redefine level so that it includes your ball by definition, so that appealing to the analytical incompatibility between sea level and the curvature of the Earth, especially with the majority of the surface of the Earth being water, is obviously logically incompatible.
Can't be level and curved at the same time.
Yep.
Let me see.
The guy said the sea level cannot be leveled, because you know why? We call that sea level because it is not leveled, Only it's called like that because it's a cool name, It's sea level, it's better than sea curve, and because of
You're
name,
being
we like
mean.
that. We like that name.
Yeah.
median, median. You know, the middle.
Actually, I had a thought.
Medium.
Do we actually think the Earth is like a circle? Like, why can't it be like a stop sign or like a square?
You got any evidence for that?
It wouldn't let me send it.
I was arguing that earlier. I argued that it was a cube, and they muted me.
No, it's not a cube, but it might be a square. There might be, because the Bible says the
Do you
four
have any-
corners of the Earth.
do you have
Corners.
any-
How are the corners on a
How is
circle?
it not a cube, idiot?
Hey, do you have any evidence
Yes, it is.
that the Earth is a cube?
Who cares what Bible?
Yes, we have evidence.
Okay, present your evidence. Go ahead.
The Earth is a cube because the way that trees grow.
No
necessitates
evidence,
that.
not another statement, not another claim.
Not even going to continue this conversation with the
Yeah,
person
come
who
on,
says
stupid.
the evidence is because trees grow.
No, this is stupid.
Just mute him.
Just mute him, yeah.
All right,
Like,
let's
you
go.
can-
Michael laughter.
Let's get
He
back
can
to
fulfill
it. Go on, Sash.
No, I'm saying he can fulfill his ego in somewhere else. Come on, man. It's not flat that server. Go somewhere and, find something,
Yeah,
And
open
only
a
the-
cube 24/7 cube Earth server. Then go ahead.
You know what? Go to the beach and start to shout to water. Water, why you don't want to curve? Why you don't want to curve? And ask this. Go to the sea and ask sea. Sea, why they call it you sea level? That stupid humans.
Because it's level.
No, because it's curved. They call it sea level. And for example, the Bolivian Salt Flat Lake, they call it because it's curved. Also, it's called a Salt Flat Lake. And plains are called because they are curved. They're calling plains. In Croatia, they call ravnica, ravno, flat. In flat sea, because it's curved. Everything what it's flat, it's curved.
Kansas, Zach Creek is flatter than a pancake, but yet it's curved.
I agree. 100%.
I have a question. If
Well, I had
level
a diagram.
extends-
I've
This
got a
is the question.
diagram, but it won't let me
My-
send it in the thing.
Yeah, we
my
don't.
last-
We know.
my last-
We know what the diagram says, man. But that's
Can I
not
have my
evidence.
last question?
Just
so it's not
because you, yeah, because you put like I can draw a diagram of anything, it's just presented to you.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
you got to have something to to back up what the
Well,
diagram
all I was
is
saying is that
You can pull
level
up the
and flat
whiteboard and paste it there.
All I was saying is that level and flat are not the same thing, and to say they are is ridiculous. Even
Why are
if
you being so
think-
pedantic,
that's
dude?
why
because it's not the same
that's
thing,
why
and you
I
can't just say,
Well,
"Oh,
they are the same thing.
My God.
Just say sea level is not.
What's your evidence?
Again, here
That's why I
you go
asked
with a definition: having a flat and
Yeah.
even surface without slopes or bumps. That's definition.
Well, the Earth
of
is
level.
bumpy. That
Where
is
does it bring
true.
up the
He's
sea? Where
just
does it bring
digressing
up sea
to a red
level?
herring and
What's
equivocating.
the evidence?
Where does it bring up sea level in that definition?
Order!
He's just
Oh,
digressing to a
order.
red herring
Yeah.
and equivocation. Like, we've already defined the term. Sea level is referring to the orientation of the surface. It's not talking about the equidistant distance between the center of the ball and the surface.
You tell
You
him,
mean-
Gregory.
Wait, why is it not a radial metric?
Can I ask another question? Is it only
What are you
English?
talking about?
Is it only English?
He's just trying to
definition?
throw words, thinking he gonna sound smart.
Yeah.
Guys, freaking retarded and idiot.
Yeah.
Wait, Gregory, are you still
Yo,
here?
nerd. Bro's a nerd,
No,
dude.
I'm not.
Okay. Doesn't the Bible say four corners? How can there be corners if it's a circle? It has to be a square or a rectangle.
These are analytical
Good point.
corners.
It also says
Still,
circle of the earth.
still sea level, whatever it is. You can have triangle, whatever. You
But
can
then how
have
are there
these,
four corners of a circle? That makes no sense.
Well, you could have four corners of a circle, can't you?
Man, maybe
put a box
Where would they be?
It's just not conducive
Man.
to a thorough exegesis of these passages that you're
You
butchering.
just superimpose a square onto the circle and you
Yeah,
get corners.
but maybe
Like a circular square?
I have
Yeah,
Have you ever
yeah.
heard of the term
I have the answer. Magnetic
squaring a
declination.
circle? Have you ever heard of
Well,
the
there are
term
square
squaring a
circles,
circle?
so that could work.
Did you hear me talking, or you just wanted to interrupt what I was saying?
Your mic is a little bit quiet, sir. I'm just saying.
He
My
sounds
mic
great.
You might want to check your quality.
No, it's not.
No, he
His mic
sounds
is
great.
loud.
My mic's never quiet.
Well, I'm just saying relative to Redeffi's. Redeffi's loud.
It's because lots of other people are talking. Timbo sounds a little bit muffled in the background of lots of other people talking.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'll reset.
No, it's just especially when.
Yeah, that might work.
Stop talking. You don't need to reset. Other people need to stop talking so you can be heard. That's all.
Probably going to be exactly the same, but how's that?
It sounds the
Sounds
same.
good.
Better.
I didn't hear a change.
No, it's interesting. Is curvature like the local acceleration?
Yeah, this guy, dude. Like, how many times would you drop in your head, bro?
Well, because like the Hessian matrix, which measures curvature, is second order partial derivatives, which is like local acceleration.
Go ahead, explain that then.
What's the Hessian matrix?
Explain that. Go ahead. Explain it.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
This guy was dropped like 3 times in his head.
Well, the key word was local acceleration, so that would be the actual physical. So the rest was the concept, and then applied to a physical relation to reality. So that's like precisely what we're asking for. Relate your imaginary bullshit to reality.
That was kind of uncalled for, sir.
But he called it, so.
Why are you stalling? Carry on. You wanted to fucking talk so much before.
Huh?
Yeah, carry on.
Is that not
More stinging with his accent.
a second or
Rip, dude, why you keep muting my guy?
Yeah,
Or my
the
girl,
Earth is
my,
local. Yes,
my
we know the
girlfriend.
Earth is local.
In the friend way.
You don't even know what it is,
You know?
so what does it matter?
Are you guys are you
is
guys
it not the
alright?
case that second order partial derivatives measure acceleration?
Timbo, do you notice a pattern?
ahead.
Like the longer
Yeah.
we have these discourse with them, the more remedial they become.
Remedial.
It's a good word.
Explain.
That was not a proper usage of the word
I
remedial.
will ban the next mention of calculus. The next person that brings up calculus is getting banned. Calculus was
so
made up
explain-
to convince us that the Earth was a globe.
All right.
He said the wrong giving were intended as a remedy.
Calculus is how we can figure out that the Earth is not a globe. You're trolling.
If you guys talk over the top of me one more time, I'm gonna get pissed off.
Can we talk about the Jacobian?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, let's talk about the Jacobian.
Yes, let's talk about Jacob you worship.
So what do you guys think about Yakub and the creation of the white race?
I
think
don't know.
you're retarded.
Anything to do with the shape of the
A modern
Oh, sorry.
heresy by Wallace Fard Muhammad in the 1920s. Excuse me, 1930s.
There you go.
How do you determine that a particular belief is heretical?
That's a different subject for a different channel.
Oh, okay. Is the Earth being a circle? Is the Earth being a sphere heretical?
Yes, it is. It's a Christian heresy.
Damn.
Based. You really tell him.
Now, funnily enough, it's a heresy. It's a pagan doctrine that Christians in history have borrowed, primarily the Romanists, from the Pythagoreans. So,
by Romanists, do you mean Catholics?
Yeah, there's no such thing as a Catholic. Only the Church is Catholic. So,
Yeah, but before the Romans were Catholic, they were a myth. They had a religion like Mithraism.
What do you guys know about the various rites of Orthodox?
That's for another channel. Do you want to make a claim about the shape of the Earth or not?
I think the local curvature. I think the Hessian matrix is constant at any local point on the Earth's surface where the scalar value is its displacement.
All right, go ahead. Explain that then. Explain how you get the Earth's curvature from that comment.
I think the local curvature event. Like I think locally everything is linear.
I didn't ask you to repeat it. I said demonstrate what you just said.
It's a matrix, bro.
Well, like sure. Imagine you're on a circle and you just zoom in infinitely into that circle. It's gonna start looking like a straight line because everything is locally linear.
Or the circle being flat, or you mean a sphere?
Well, you see the part where you said imagine?
He's talking about walking along the circumference.
Give me a real, actual, tangible example. Not imaginary.
Yeah, do you know what a derivative is?
Do you know
really
what
give a
imaginary
fuck
is?
what you're talking
And do
about?
you know
I
what
want
actual
you to explain.
I warned you. The next mention of calculus would get banned. That's it.
Why?
What?
Right. I'm
It's like
asking
mentioning
you.
math. It's so
That guy's
stupid.
not even,
I'm
that guy's
asking
not even a
you
mod.
to relate.
Bro. Like,
I'm
stop.
asking you to relate what you said in your comment to the curvature of the Earth. Go ahead.
Will I get banned if I use a word from calculus?
No, if you repeat yourself,
Tryson,
you'll
if you
get
keep
banned.
Tryson, if you mention again that somebody's gonna get banned, I'm gonna ban you. You got
Bro,
that?
if you ban me, I will ban you.
I'll just mute you. That's it.
Oh, like, guys, no, I'm on. Okay, I was okay.
You have to apply it to an
Packets
actual
up makes sense.
observation. When you apply the mathematics.
Yeah, so the derivative, right, is going to be the limit as this window gets infinitely small, but there still is a function that gets minimized as you.
Are you talking about the derivative of a globe with a certain radius and
I guess I just have to accept that people like talking simultaneously. People like that.
Yeah, we're just trying to. I'm just trying to get this guy's claim down. The derivative guy.
You made it up, bro. Like, it's obvious.
I know he did. That's why I'm trying to expose him.
Yeah.
Because I think sure. I think when you're talking about a derivative, usually you're talking about like dx.
There it goes again.
Which is infinitely small.
All right, you look like a fool.
But I think even when dx is not infinitely small, but
Bro, why are you guys muting him because you're not on his level?
Muting him, please, bro.
Okay,
You guys are just
okay.
muting
If we're
her.
not on his level, what did he just say?
Dude, I don't fucking know. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a tech nerd.
So you're not on his level.
How do you know we're not on his level?
Right, but I'm not the one sitting here
And,
acting like I understand the mathematics that's
If he
being
doesn't know
invoked.
shit about math, and he's trying to like, he's just pulling shit out the freaking internet.
How do you know if we're not on his level if you don't know what he said?
Well, yeah, because I think if you had a if you had a I don't know if he's glitching or if it's me.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
How do you know we're not on the same
You're breaking up
level? If you,
yeah, dude, because if you had like some mathematical reductio, dude, you're glitching. You're glitching.
You're saying.
Yeah,
because it boggles your mind. It boggles everyone. Is that yours?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Dubs, you're cutting out, dude.
Is this the kids that all got dropped in the head? Sir, Tom?
No, but if you had like a properly mathematical reductio of
you don't have one.
No, I'm not. Dude, listen to what I'm
What
saying.
is a mathematical reductio?
You're not saying anything.
It would be. Can I respond, or are you just like autistically interrupting this whole server?
You know why? Because you're not saying anything. If you want to say something,
I'm trying to say something, but I get 2 seconds in and you interrupt.
Clear and concise on what you're saying, and then we can have a conversation. If you're not saying anything,
you obviously don't, because like
verse about you not saying anything. All right.
Have you heard of like free gay? Right.
Have you
You're
heard
not
of
saying
anything? Did you take the small bus to school?
No, but like if you had a reductio of the calculus, you would just present that, right?
What is?
It's not our claim, dude.
What is that?
A mathematical.
Are you going to answer that question?
Why are you acting like you can't demonstrate contradictions with the mathematics? It's not like unclear what I'm saying. It's not unclear what I'm saying. If your claim is that like the mathematical paradigm being invoked is necessarily contradictory or false, demonstrate that. If you can't,
how did you get to
this? Give me something in my mathematical paradigm, or in your mathematical paradigm, that we can talk about.
I'm not. Well, you muted the person who was trying to have that discussion. That's my point.
But now you've got the floor, so you can talk about.
No, I'm not the one making the point. I'm just the one pointing out that you're being disingenuous by muting
the attorney, the person that was muted.
Yeah, you're just being
If you're-
disingenuous by muting the person who was going to do that with you.
Well,
Right?
he
I'm
wasn't
not
saying
that
anything,
person.
though. So are you going to say
Well,
something?
he
Or are we
wasn't
gonna
saying
mute you?
anything because you don't understand like the domain-specific language.
Yeah, you're
what
just being
did he say
disingenuous
then?
about
I
actually
want to
defending the
know
proposition
that
that this
you
is something I was
know
trying to defend.
what he was saying, so
I'm
you
not
can say that
defending
I
their
don't
proposition. What are you talking about, you dummy? I'm not saying they were even correct.
You dummy, name calling.
Don't even know
I'm
what
just
you
saying. I'm just saying if you were actually
You're just saying
capable
a
of
whole lot.
providing some
Saying
reductio
a whole lot of nothing.
May I
of
make a
the
small
mathematics in question, you would just do that instead of muting them, right?
Gentlemen.
Reductio adtornum.
You're muted. See it, dude.
Gentlemen, you mind if I just chime in quickly? I'm sorry, I only got in there maybe 5 minutes
Yo,
ago.
what's up, gamers?
But
Well, first, let him do what he wants to do.
Let him talk. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a small request. If to I guess it's Kevorkian or whatever. So, do you mind? Like, we're going to continue the conversation. Would you mind like not sounding so much like you're fucking Harry Potter or something? Like I don't understand.
Why'd you mute Kevorkian?
Because he's an asshole. You want to be next?
But you know he
He's
did the
in
audiobook for Harry
life.
Potter, right? He's a very known person.
Reductio.
He's a debate, bro.
This conversation, this conversation is becoming reductio, guys. So back to redefine. I did unmute you.
What do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about local curvature?
Okay, what do you mean by local curvature?
I mean the curvature defined at a point, and by that I mean the partial derivatives at that point.
Point.
Go ahead.
Sorry, curvature isn't a point. Curvature is the differential and orientation of a line. We're talking
Sorry?
about geometry. We're talking about
No,
geometry.
lines have zero curvature. What are you talking about? Lines are by definition not curved.
Except the lines that do curve?
No, if it's a line, it has zero curvature, definitionally.
Yes. So we're talking about geometry.
Is this guy?
What?
'Cause I think if you look at like the tangent line approximation of any curved function, you'll find that it becomes more and more precise as the window around a point closes in. And once it's at that point, at that limit, it is a perfect approximation. So everything is like perfectly locally flat, but the degree of curvature increases as your reference frame increases.
Okay, show us that in reality. Then go ahead.
What are you talking about, dude?
Oh, it's your
Do
claim.
you agree? Do you agree?
What was
Yeah.
you just said? Yeah, can you explain that in a real life example?
So suppose you're at the grocery store and you buy 3 bananas and 5 oranges and 7 tomatoes. And if you look through the tomato, you would notice that it seems a bit curved. But if you zoomed in with a microscope on the surface of the tomato, it would actually appear flat.
Okay, so you'd be able to measure the curvature, wouldn't you?
Repeat your question.
So you'd be able to measure the curvature on the tomato, yeah?
Within some margin of error, I'd hope so, yeah.
Yeah, so can you measure the same curvature on the Earth?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, who's done that?
Like the people at GRACE, which is the Gravity Recovery and Climate Group.
Can you show
like
us?
a high resolution, yeah. And then there's also like
Can you show what
Estratophenes. Yeah?
Can you show what they've done? Who measured the curvature? Can you show us that?
Well, you wouldn't accept it because you think satellites are air balloons. So I need to think of something better.
How do you know? Don't presume that I won't.
Aren't they air balloons?
Just show us what you've got.
I would. I mean, it's not going to be much better than
You
Google
can put
Earth.
this to bed.
Yeah.
Show us.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
Oh, wait. Oh,
Would you? Are you familiar with like the Foucault pendulum?
Yeah, but I just asked you who measured the curvature of the Earth, and you're giving me.
I mean, I think the first estimate came from like 240 BC from the ancient Greeks, but
Yeah, but they didn't measure the curvature of the
Yes,
Earth.
they did.
He measured shadow angles.
Hold on.
You just said some other
measured-
company did. Just show that, mate.
Dude, he concluded the radius of, he concluded the circumference of the Earth based on the local curvature that he measured.
No, not local curvature. He didn't measure local curvature.
Yes, he did. He absolutely did.
He measured two shadow angles.
He
We're all over the place.
Now, what do you think that reveals?
It
The perturbation and shadow angle reveals the curvature.
My friend, it reveals that the way that he did this necessitates that the Earth that he was taking measurements of angles from was horizontal.
Amen, brother.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I didn't realize that.
Wait.
We can just say that and it's true.
No,
it's not saying that. So there's too many. There's presumptions that he has to go through. He has to make presumptions before he does this equation, right?
He's cheating us.
What measurements? Did
I'm pretty
he do?
sure I'm pretty sure we've also shown we've used large, powerful lasers, and we've shown them across water, and they seem to drop off consistent with the Earth's curvature.
Shown them.
No, they don't. Show that. Show that.
What do you mean?
He's rapping about lasers. Yeah. Let me find that, dude. One second, I'll find you that on Google.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Consistent with the Earth's curvature. Yeah, that's not true.
I've never seen that.
A straight laser that's consistent with a curving surface. That's not
Has
possible.
you ever seen the actual ground level? The ground surface?
Hey, into the break. You're this close, man. You go on. I don't know what conversation you're having with who.
You talking to me?
You talking to me?
You talking to me? No.
Oh.
Some weird people have come.
Man, one day I should I should legitimately just prove electrons through a simple experiment for people here on the Flat Earth Discord.
Who cares?
You should also stop mumbling.
Oh, because then it'll prove that electrons and protons exist.
I got a paper for you.
I'll explain a lot more.
Yeah. Electrons don't exist, buddy.
There you go.
Here's
Here's the
got
paper we should be
lasers.
looking at.
Stop! Shut the fuck
A
up!
simple experiment of electroadhesion.
Electrons are flat, dude.
Okay,
You're dumb.
Mura et al. That's what I appeal to, that study.
Isn't gravity
I'd be willing to defend it.
Yeah, gravity is flat too.
Do we have?
Isn't your timbre flat?
Okay, do we have the guy?
The brain is
No,
flat.
our timbre's ripped.
What the fuck?
And stop
Do we
muting
have
people.
guys back with the laser saying that it's consistent with the curvature of the Earth? Do we have you back yet?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You look like the curvature of the Earth, dude.
Yeah, I sent my
Straight up.
thing in side chat if you want to investigate.
Okay, let's go through it. Go, bring
Let's
up.
do it.
Go ahead. So bring up your citation.
It's in side chat.
Yeah, and show us where it's shows its consistency with the.
Sure. Go
curvature
to
of the Earth.
page. Can you go to page 457?
I'm driving, so if you just want to talk about it, you can do that. Yeah. Oh, you're going to do it, Jedi? Yeah.
That's
I'm
right.
just going to reject what he says, though. It doesn't actually say that.
hold
Show
on,
me the
hold on.
paper.
Hold on. We're not going to reject what he says out of hand. We're not going to hand wave dismiss it. We're going to analyse what he says and point out potential issues with what this document says, if there are any.
Wait, but you guys are actually going to disprove it, right? Like disprove the scientists with scientific facts?
At the moment, all we want to know is the method.
Okay, well, and forget the method. I mean, if it's a physical,
No, I'm not going to forget the method.
Concrete evidence.
We're not going.
Well, what do you mean? Well, wait, can you disprove the evidence itself instead of just attacking the method?
We get how something was done. Yeah, we're going to look at how something was done. Damn right, we're going to look at how something was done.
I don't know. It seems like you guys then try analyzing it and then saying, well, it doesn't outright prove something. Like, well, we can't see the protons and the electrons interacting, so how can it be true? Seems to be the kind of...
Dude, I don't understand why you're talking
Sorry,
about...
I'm just wondering if that's where we're going to head into the conversation.
Dude, I don't understand why you're talking about electrons. We're talking about a claim, and we want to know how that claim was verified. So we want to know the method of how that was verified then. We're going to need to know that. Aren't we?
No, you're not going to need to know that. Depends on what you mean by no, but sure.
Yeah, you're going to need to know how this was done.
Okay.
If you're making a claim to something, how did you figure out that this claim was true?
What page did you say? You said
what
page
have you
400
done?
and what? Oh shit.
So can this guy read out this page 400 and tell us how it was done? Whatever it is.
1 sec there.
Jedi, you're subscribed to ILP Science?
Am I subscribed to... what's that?
That's the link that what's the name posted. It's a website to the link that. How do I say this in English? That's the website. Redefy posted a link to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through it.
Article PDF. Look me up. I don't think it's a free access article.
It is not.
That's the problem.
I think you have to log in with your school account, or if you're on school Wi-Fi, it just works.
Let's see.
Well, what you might have to do is you might have to go to the part that you're talking about, copy and paste it, and post it.
Mm.
I mean, it's a scan. I can't really. Let me see if I can figure it out.
Cool. So what page?
Who the fuck said all science is fake and only believe your eyes?
456.
That shit gives Salem witch trials.
Are you able to just simply take a screenshot?
I've only got 7 pages of this PDF.
You see page 456?
Well, out of the 7.
What do you dude, I mean, this is... It starts... The paper starts on page 455 in the journal. So you want to go to page 456, which is page 2, relative to the start.
Thank you.
Page 456.
I honestly don't know why you just didn't take a screenshot. Like, questioning his ability to do so is probably indicative of his worthwhileness speaking to in this room.
Mick,
why? It sounds like you're just attacking his character out of your lack of knowledge.
I'm sorry,
you're just attacking his character out of your lack of knowledge. The irony.
I mean, attacking people's character is pretty low and redundant.
Gregory, did you say something?
You're guilty of that error.
Greg, did you address me?
So, if I'm correct, this is talking about how boats disappear over the horizon.
No.
From the abstract?
No, I said go to page 456. What are you looking at?
The abstract. Probably.
It's not in the abstract. Go to page 456. You said you had 7 pages. Go to the second page.
I am on the second page.
Well, the abstract is on the first page, so you can't be on the first page and looking at the abstract.
You want me to take a screenshot that says page 2, and the heading on page 2 is measurements of Earth's radius based on historical evidence and its curvature.
That's not page 2. You're not on page 2.
Would you like me to screenshot?
The abstract is on page 1. You're talking about the abstract. You must be on page 1. I'm on page 2.
Okay, so you're probably on page 3 then. No problem.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Page 455, page 456, page 457. That's what you're on.
This is so tedious.
Are we on page 2?
What's on page 2?
Bro, see, that's what I'm saying. Stop acting like if you look at that equation, you know what that means, bro. Stop.
Hey, buddy,
you have
can
no
you
idea.
Search on a Speaky Bonix. You cannot do it.
Buddy, can you just like screenshot what you're talking about and put
Oh, wait. I actually did. I used this equation against flat earthers one time.
Can you put it in the chat just now so we can all read it? instead of fumbling around with page numbers?
I believe there's a University of Texas article that has this same equation.
So that's a no to my question. Thank you very
He's
much.
just ignoring you.
My God.
I'm trying to find something that's more accessible because this one's not.
That's his usual pattern. He just ignores what's being said to him.
So if you want to look at table 1, we're going to see the Montsia Hill measurements and the Puig-Molto measurements. These are going to be stated in terms of kilometers.
Was that English?
Sounds fine.
No, of course it's not.
What'd you say?
Table 1. Also, this isn't French. This is Spain.
Thought you had a stroke.
No, we just need to go to table 1. We all there?
Yeah.
Okay, these are the measurements we're talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
You're cooked.
You're baked.
This is all just science that's bought and paid for by the spherical earthers.
That sounds like dope.
It's not science, it's math, it's geometry.
That's some dope if I ever heard it.
Did you just say it's not math, it's geometry? I love you.
No.
Fuck the geometers. Fuck them.
Yeah, man. You know, there's geometry, not a part of math. Get that shit out of here.
That's not what I said.
Maybe science will adopt it.
I said this wasn't science. This is math and geometry.
Do you think math has something to do with science?
Whoa, wait.
Like Katy Perry, do you think math and science might have some...
boulders than a hill, bro.
Hold up. Hey, did you know that you have to stretch when you work out? Isn't that crazy? Doing stretches and working out are two separate things.
This person
could
has
never come together.
Do you guys have a reductio of this mathematics or no?
You also have Tourette's.
The mathematics.
Cannot
yeah,
focus.
You don't have a geometric horizon.
What?
You're talking about one in this calculation off of a sphere model with the observations of things at distance. You're using an Earth curve calculator.
You're missing it. Wrong. No. What you're seeing is how we can go from curvature to radius. But the measurements are of curvature, not of radius.
What you measuring?
Yeah, we're going from we're measuring curvature, and then we're approximating radius. Now, whether or not you think it approximates radius is a different story. But whether or not it measures curvature is not up for debate.
How are you measuring curvature?
So this will be table 1. We went to Montsia Hill, and we went to Puig-Molto, and we shot out some sight lines, and we measured a bunch of angles.
It's brilliant, thank you. So you are doing what I said you were doing. You're measuring from as provided within the observations from one point to another. And
Bro, just explain how people.
Is your critique that we are?
Keep talking to his refutation. Keep talking to his refutation. Keep going.
Is your critique that we're measuring stuff?
His refutation.
Is that the critique that we're measuring stuff?
No, bro. No, did you not know you can't measure curves with straight lines and dots?
Moderation.
What?
What are you saying?
I don't. I don't know what this guy's saying.
Like moderation. These three.
Why can't you use these things to measure curvature?
The premise is measurement to begin with. So to say that you couldn't measure, that would be. Why are we even discussing things?
Yeah, we need to go back to Jedi.
Because I'm reading. I'm reading through this so I understand the premise. That's why I've pointed out the observations, things that you are measuring to. That's all that I've done so far, so I understand what you're doing.
If the critique is that these are measurements, I agree.
And still talking.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. What is the point?
I am still talking. So hopefully, Gregory, I don't have to moderate anybody because I can respect the person who's talking enough to let them finish when trying to point out what's going on, especially when I'm the one that's talking. So I understand the premise of the paper. I'm pointing out what's being done. You understand that, right? As somebody else correctly pointed out, you're measuring angles or how much something is descended from a horizontal.
That is the definition of an angle, yes.
Yeah, good. So the definition of an angle is the intersection of two straight lines, right?
No, the definition of angle is going to be like an inner product between two vectors, but that's good enough.
Yeah, but we're going to have lines because we're talking about geometry. We're going to be talking about angles because we're going to be talking about geometry. And within this instance of the definition of an angle, it's the intersection of two straight lines and how much they deviate.
I'm not sure what your critique is. Is your critique on what an angle is?
At the moment, I need you to understand that an angle is not the intersection of a straight or curved line. Two straight lines, right?
What are you talking about? There are angle measures between curved. What are you talking about? Absolutely. Like we can talk about angles on the on the geometry of a sphere. Like it would be a non-Euclidean geometry.
What he's talking about? Yeah, you're still talking.
No, the idea we have angles on spheres all the time. What are you talking about?
Right. So 90 degrees, 45 degrees. Are these intersections of straight lines or one line that's curved and one line that's straight?
It could be either. Angles can be defined on surfaces of solids, like a sphere. Yes.
No.
Do you want a source for that?
Yeah, because you're going to need to draw a tangent line if you're going to do anything else to make a triangle from this point onwards.
Okay, it's inside chat. I want you to pull up. No, I posted my source. Look at this. Look at this globe-headed diagram in the thumbnail. This is what we're talking about. Angles on a sphere. Totally okay. A-okay.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so it seems like we don't have an issue.
Actually, I have an issue. What's your name? Rai Defi. Okay, I'm retarded. So can you explain to me what the process is to actually get this angle from a curved surface?
Which one?
Like I'm 5. Okay.
Which one?
What do you mean? Which one?
Angle?
Which angle?
What angle that you're trying to affirm is what's going on? What's relevant here?
There are a lot of angles. Which one are you talking about?
In what? Do you have an example or something?
Well, I mean, the other guy was complaining about an angle. You would have to ask him which one he's talking about. I wasn't making the claim about the angle.
I'm asking you because you're the one saying you can take angles off a curved surface, right?
What is your question?
I don't know.
Am I at all like audible or inaudible or something?
No, you're audible.
You're just not making
clear the context from which you're asking from.
Audible and intelligible are two different things.
I know that. That's why I said and.
Right.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Read Effie, what I said
before you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Read Effie, what I'm asking you is, can you explain to a 5-year-old such as myself how you actually go about getting this angle from a curved surface, the intersection between a curved surface, curved
Which
line,
angle?
or surface, whatever the fuck angle you're trying to measure from a curved surface and a straight line.
You would have to ask the guy who was grilling me because there were a lot of angles and he was picking out one, presumably, or maybe he wasn't. You'd have to ask him.
Okay, so you don't know.
Were you not
He
trying
doesn't
to...
know.
I mean, if there are 10 bananas and someone is saying, well, how do you feel about the banana? I'm not exactly sure which one you're talking about.
I'm not asking you how you fucking feel. I'm asking you how you go about...
Yeah, how do I go about measuring the color of this banana? I don't know which one you're referring to.
Measuring a color?
Yeah, which angle are you talking about? Can you
just say an angle, man? Right angle.
Take angle theta. Okay? Fucking abstract angle off a curved surface and a straight line. What's the process?
This paper doesn't have a theta. What are you talking about?
He's asking you how you measure an angle if one of the lines.
Can someone more cogent maybe restate his question and then be happy to answer?
No, you're just trying to make it impossible to identify what he's asking about. You're just.
What are you talking about? He's legitimately not making sense.
I know I'm a 5-year-old here, but like this is getting ridiculous.
It's really simple.
To be charitable with the question.
I mean,
Can someone
I
else
don't know
restate
why
his
he-
question?
Okay, here you go. Who was talking before him, like arguing with you, Red?
Myself.
No, that's not true. Someone else.
Oh, excuse me.
You can look at the. You can look at the
Okay,
picture.
so whoever
in the
that
chat.
person was that was arguing with Red, what angle are you talking about?
We're talking about how any angle. So, for example, the
You guys were
intersection of.
talking.
Hold on, I'm finished. For example, the intersection of a straight line and a curved line. How do you measure an angle if one of your lines is curved?
With a tangent.
Thank you. So you can't measure an angle if one of your lines is curved. You have to create another line that is straight.
What? What are you saying?
Therefore, you did not get the angular relationship between anything.
What are you
else in the
talking
surface.
about?
Supposedly.
What?
Stop talking to
Okay,
this. Stop
thank you.
talking to this.
Thank you very
I think
Stop
you
talking
guys.
to this.
I think ironically, this
That
is
wasn't
a
your
red
cue to
herring,
begin
right?
speaking. I was speaking before you.
Because all
So that wasn't
all
your
he
cue
was
to begin
trying to
speaking. I was
do.
speaking before you. That wasn't your cue. So
Dude, you're
again,
so autistic.
therefore,
It's actually
stop talking to me. That wasn't your cue to begin speaking. Like Jedi just
You weren't
told
even
you.
talking.
Therefore, you did not get the angular relationship between the supposed curved surface of the Earth and whatsoever else at all.
What?
Okay, so this is a red herring, right? Because all he was doing was presenting an equation that demonstrated how you would measure the curvature, right? And it's just going to be trivial that it is measuring
that we can
curvature,
use to
right?
nullify your imaginary fake
At this
beliefs.
rate, he needs to be
And
muted. He
in
just
this
repeats the same
curvature that does
tactic.
not
After he gets
exist.
refuted, he just repeats what happened as though it's a
It
refutation
is.
of what was just said.
Well, no, you need to demonstrate that it's not measuring curvature, but it
Yeah,
is.
you're not tracking. What's the point I just said?
I don't know why you guys are asking about angles.
What's
That's
the
a red
point I
herring.
just said? Yeah, you don't even know what the point is that I just said. You're just
Yeah,
talking
but
past
it's because you're
yeah,
yapping
you're
about a
talking
red
to me again
herring.
for no
It's a
good
red
reason. I was speaking
said
before
you said that
Yeah,
I
was
need to be
speaking before
muted
you.
because I
I was
repeat the
speaking
same
before you.
topic.
That
but
wasn't
I
the cue for
don't.
everyone else to begin speaking.
You asked what
Right?
you said.
Yeah, that wasn't the cue for everyone else to
You
begin
guys
speaking.
need to,
asked the
this
question,
chat
dum-dum.
seriously
Wasn't
needs
the
to
cue for everyone
moderate.
else to
Dum-dum,
begin
you asked
speaking.
the question.
You guys give him
Dum-dum,
too
you asked the
much free
question.
reign to just
Yeah,
Don't ask
everyone is trying to
questions.
talk through the correction of his errors. So you didn't know what I even said. So you replying after I said what I said, and you not being able to repeat back what I said is necessarily indicative that you are not tracking with the dialogue, and you're just obfuscating and stalling to get to the actual heart of the matter, which is the conclusion of the issue. Like Jedi just explained to this other guy, Redefy, you cannot get an angle from a curved line. So you need a tangent line, which is not the surface of the Earth, and it's not the surface of the Earth. Then you didn't get the angular relationship between the surface of the Earth that's supposedly curving into a ball and whatsoever else at all.
What are you talking about?
That is exactly not true.
Yes, it is.
Why?
The tangent line measures the angular relationship at that point.
At that
At
point,
that point.
this is
Yeah.
the whole point of the argument. Right? You're not going to be using a curved line. The lines have to be straight. You're going to create a tangent line to the horizon, which you presuppose is the edge of your sphere at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which we debunked in 2020, because the horizon moves around. It's never in a geometric location according to the Earth model, unless you backwards engineer it based on refraction. You do that all day. But we're trying to point out that when he moves on in a minute, based on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball, he's going to be measuring at distance the rate of altitude descent of an object. He's then going to use trigonometry, which is the intersection of straight lines and a vertical line to make a triangle, to figure out the height of that object. And then after he's used trigonometry, which is two straight lines utilizing the horizontal plane of the Earth to get this measurement, he's then going to say the reason why this is descended at this rate is because the surface that the object is standing on is curved, and that's why it's gone down. Notice the observation doesn't have any calculations for the reduction of an object's in angular size at distance. This is Earth curve calculations, guys. 101.
That's refuted. Don't appeal to it again.
Are y'all gonna unmute him?
That was the Avada Kedavra of that argument, by the way.
Yeah, I'm confused why you guys muted him.
Yeah, because he's an asshole. So do you want to be muted too?
I mean, if you consider facts asshole, sure. You mean, go ahead.
There was no facts there. He just kept on.
Go
He
ahead.
just kept on repeating. What do you mean? What do you mean? So he got muted because
It's
he doesn't understand what we mean.
it's actually not the case that you like refuted the equation, right? Because if you look
No one
at the
said
little
they.
diagram,
No one said they refuted the equation.
Can he talk?
Okay, well, if you didn't, then you're
Okay,
just
so you're going to
granting
get
that.
muted too then. So you're. Who else wants to get muted?
Did I get muted? Am I muted?
No, you didn't get muted.
Oh, okay. So yeah, if you look at the equation or the diagram, right, we're talking about measuring the curvature of the S value, right? We're not talking about measuring the angle between the radius and the S value.
Yeah,
right?
you're correcting
It's
an error
not-
that wasn't committed by us. You're not engaging the argument that Jedi just said to you.
No, but I'm just saying it's like it's a measurement of curve. That was the whole
Yeah, you're
contention.
just saying. Yeah, you're just speaking. You're not speaking meaningfully, nor are you
Gregory,
speaking
shut up.
poignantly to the argument that he
Stop
said to
letting
you.
him. Stop
You're not
letting.
concentrating
Okay,
your
you guys-
reply to
hey,
Jedi's argument.
Can you please
You're
mod
attacking an error
Gregory,
that we
please?
didn't commit. Yeah,
Can you
every
please
time I
mod
correct your error,
Gregory
you have to keep
so I
talking to
can
me.
point out
Yeah, I
what's
began
going
speaking
on?
before you. Now you keep talking to me because I'm correcting your error. So stop speaking to me. Stop speaking. So listen to the correction of your error again. You're attacking an error that we didn't commit. You're not attacking the argument that Jedi said to you. So now this is your chance to actually attack the argument that Jedi actually said to you. And if you cannot successfully recount and steel man, that is to say, recount the argument that Jedi just said to you, then you're demonstrating you're not tracking with the dialogue, you're trying to obfuscate with bloviation and filibustering. Let's see what you choose.
Okay, so I'm going to start speaking. Do not let him interrupt me. Okay. So once he interrupts me, I want you to mod him because he's going to interrupt me. So the whole point of this dialogue was not to demonstrate, right, that there is an existing angle, whether it be measured with a tangent line or not, right? That's not the point. The point is that like demonstrate that you can measure the curvature of the surface, right?
Yeah, you got muted for a reason. That wasn't me. You didn't attack.
I'll see if I can get him to move in. It's this gentleman we spoke to yesterday. I had to pull him aside to the detention room. I can't remember exactly why, but it looks like he was in there and then left the server and then rejoined today. So round 2.
Man, I haven't talked to you guys since last year. What's up?
It's been a whole entire year, Dave. Welcome. What's going on, man?
Any signs of this globe thing that people think they live on? I don't think.
Well, there's a gentleman in the VC check-in trying to. I had to pump the brakes because one of my pet peeves is they start explaining. Let me just explain this. You don't have to explain anything, my friend. So
People
you're
don't
explaining
realize
stuff to.
We've heard this story every which way you could probably hear it.
Exactly.
If I just tell you this story just this way, this one time, you'll get it, man. Come on.
Right. Yeah. So you're explaining something to people who understand it better than you do. So don't worry about explanations. Let us know when you can prove some stuff.
Yeah, it's just amazing how some people are so deep in the story and the lore, like Mickey says, that they think if you just don't understand this whole story, man, you just come on.
Right.
We got space and there's stuff flying around, and you just can't comprehend it, man. You silly flat earther.
Yeah, it's not like a lack of belief. They think it's for some reason they're like, oh, well, you just don't understand it enough, and that's why you don't believe it enough. Like, no, it's not a lack of understanding. It's just a lack of having blind faith in things like that. So
Anyway, you got some people coming in from check-in. Is that what you said?
Hopefully. Hopefully they'll pop in.
Everybody have a good one. Whoever wants to speak up, speak now or don't. It's up to you. Back to you, CB.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. Just first VC in the new year. So what's up? We made it.
Yeah, for anybody who might be listening on YouTube, if right now you believe you live on a globe, we're going to point out to you that that's simply a belief. We want to challenge you with that. Can you prove it? Can you know it? As far as I know, you cannot know that you live on a globe. You think you prove me wrong? Come and try. We'll have a civil discussion about this globe you might think you live on. I'll stop rambling at this point.
Yeah, bring it. Bring it, ballers. Bring your A game. Oh, I might have a clip for that. Yeah, I have to dig up that clip. Give me a second.
Yeah, at least here in my local area, I'm starting out 2023 with a crappy day. It's like foggy and rainy and sort of warm. What's it like up about 80 miles north?
Right about the same, Dave. It's a little gray, little wet, but I'll take the temperature compared to I don't know, what was that, negative 10 or whatever. I'll take 50s.
If I begin the process, I've been looking at Dave's app. I'm on there, and there's several people around this area. If the Northern Kentucky meetup happened, would you be up for it, man?
At NKU? When?
Like somewhere around Cincinnati area or Northern Kentucky.
Wow, that'd be cool.
I'll keep you posted.
Right on. I think if sorry, go ahead.
I've met some flat earthers around here, but I haven't actually been to an official meetup, so I think that'll be cool.
Yeah, same here. Same here. So that'd be cool. I think I found that clip about bringing your A game.
Speaking of which, what do you think of our glorious battleground?
It's alright. Kind of small, isn't it?
I prefer intimate.
Well, I'm not intimidated either.
Actually, that's the first part of it. The context is, it's like a boss battle, right? So he's invited the main character to his arena. Kind of how we bring people to, here to our arena. Just like, what do you think of our battleground? It's like, I don't know, kind of small, isn't it? The main guy's like,
made me think of Mad Max and the Thunderdome. Sorry, go ahead.
I just love how he's like, well, I prefer intimate. Like, I'm not intimidated either.
Kind of small, isn't it?
I prefer intimate.
Well, I'm not intimidated either.
Oh, but you should be. Because in it, we shall decide the fate of not only this boring blue ball of dirt and water, but the entire galaxy.
I'll pause it there because I love this clip because it's relevant. We're bringing people here to decide the fate of this boring blue ball of dirt and water. And the fate
I like that. Blue ball of dirt and water. It's a good. I like that.
So we're going to decide the fate of that damn ball here.
So you best bring your A game, Son Goku. Because the stakes have never been higher. And before you say it, the price isn't actually steak.
I wasn't thinking that.
Yes, you were.
Then what is the price, you monster?
Living.
That's it.
The first prize you get to live. That's a good contest.
Exactly. We won't. Yeah. Good stuff.
What show is that from again? You're not going to get copyrights from that?
No. Yeah, if you just go on YouTube and search DBZA, it's an abridged series of the show that my profile picture is.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've been giving them a lot to shine. They have so many good clips, man. It's hilarious.
Oh my god, you actually are crying.
I'm not crying! Not!
Honestly, now I just feel bad. Usually I just blow up whatever's in my way, but with you, I've gotten kind of attached. It's sort of like putting down old Space Yella.
How is that a thing?
Kind of like putting down old Space Yella. Hilarious.
Well, they tied together like a 60-year span of history. Old Yeller to space. You know.
Yeah, I love this show, man. It's so funny. And I keep talking about how I think the creators were making fun of outer space and stuff along the way. It's brilliant. Kind of like putting down old Space Yella. We got someone to join. One Big Pond has just joined us. Welcome.
Wow, that was quick. That's the quickest anyone's ever called me out, dude. How are you, Creation Bear?
Hey, man. You know, they call me Quick Draw McGraw, so...
You're young and you're quite easily excited, so I get it.
So welcome, man. Glad to have you. We're still getting warmed up. You know, coffee's still brewing, but people are firing.
We are looking to the sky.
Sorry, I just rumpushed you. How's the land down under? Good to hear from you.
Oh, you're not a problem there, Dave. The land down under is non-existent. We lost the curve a long time ago, and here we are talking about still looking for a curve. And see, I'm spinning around, to be quite honest. I don't know where I'm going, but wherever I'm going, it seems to be in the right direction because I'm not getting too much recall from information we're being posted. So either people are waking up to the truth, or you guys are doing a damn good job.
Yep, that's well said.
Sorry,
I think there's more people becoming aware for sure, but we can only hope, right? Good to hear from you. Go ahead, C-Bag.
What the bleeding hell? We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
We get it! You're from Space Australia!
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's me own planet.
Wait, hold on! You're from Australia?
Spice Australia. Or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos.
So,
Creation Bear, I need to ask, how are you putting all this together? Do you write this? Do you talk it into a microphone? And what happens with this? It is quite impressive.
No, these are just clips that I find when I'm just, scanning the internet, the interwebs. I just find little things that I find relevant to the topic or the conversation, and I try to, clip them up and bring them here. So I have a little soundboard that I use to play stuff into the microphone.
Well, you're very good at it. I do like the crickets. Like I'm a big fan of the crickets. Like
that was classic.
It is so good though, in so many ways. So anyway, I've been posting a little bit of stuff. I come across a video today on one of my recalls on the stuff that I get, and I got quite a good image of Melbourne across the bay in Port Phillip Bay, which is about a 64 kilometre stretch of flat body water that ebbs and flows each day. So I posted that in one of the forums elsewhere, and I got silence. So the people that are fighting the flat earthers, there's no denying it. They know it. They're living a lie. They're living a joke, and that's what we're calling out. The fact that people argue with them so vigorously is astonishing to me. It really is. It's just like we have gone around in circles for so long, guys.
Right.
I'm loving it. Yeah. Like I don't know what to say, guys. Like the Earth is quite simply spectacularly awesomely flat. Yeah. Like there's not much more you can say. grab onto a ball, and have some fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. Yeah, I don't know what the big deal is. People feel like they have to defend. Imagine like defending Santa Claus's honor. Like, you don't have to defend Santa Claus. Just let it go. You don't have to defend this globe. Just let it go. They're like defending childish things at this point. It's getting old.
People are making too much money off the system, so why would they change? Like,
right.
They have to be getting kickback somewhere along the lines of the monetary or whatever it is, or people just don't want to change, or they're scared of change, or they don't want to change. They don't want to accept what's coming or try and change what's inevitably going to be their demise. Like it bewilds me, to be quite honest. I'm dumbfounded in many ways and silenced in so many ways because I can't argue with stupid. I cannot argue with that.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that sometimes isn't worth the squeeze. Arguing with stupid sometimes is not worth it. So I question all the time: is what I'm about to do, is it worth it? So
well, about 5 years ago when I started texting and talking online, yeah, the statement that made the most sense is when arguing with stupid, make sure they're not doing the same. And I'm just like, well, that just silenced me because everywhere, like, yeah, the simplicity of life and how convoluted everybody makes it, and it dumbfounds me. I don't know. I don't talk because I've got way too much to say, and it's just I don't know. I have to start my own and sort of let it in because I just dribble on. So this is why I don't talk. But love to all. If you want to ask questions, I'm here. I'll listen. I'll try and be quiet and shut up. And who knows if you're going to make sense out of whatever comes out of my head? But it's always new, so never regurgitated.
No, this is a good place to express all that stuff, man. I'm always appreciating people who jump on the mic, so don't feel bad about sharing with us for sure. No.
Well, if dumbass is a caption, I think you should put my name there. Yeah?
I doubt that.
I'm serious.
Looks like our guy from the VC check-in might have spiraled out of control, maybe? Or maybe not. Let me see.
Now I had one of my friends come in here yesterday, and she started getting attacked by everybody. So I come in and I had to be quite rude to get her out of the server, so she didn't get any more offended than what she was. So if I offended anybody, I don't know what else to say. But I see my friend spiraling, so I had to pull her up. So if anyone knows what I'm talking about, we're
Unscenes, welcome back, buddy. Welcome back. Hello. Shout out to you for getting VC verified, man. I always give out a lot of respect to people who take a few minutes to pop in the VC. So, shout out to you. How'd that go?
It was fun discussing some stuff there. Even though, like, most of them were, like, invalid in my opinion. It was so fun to think about stuff.
Well, good. That's good. Yeah, it's good. Well, the good thing is we both get to learn something in the process. I get to work on my debating skills, my argument skills, and you can work on
some of yours. So that's good.
I mean, like, so you flat earthers don't believe that there's like a disk floating in space, but rather just like a shape.
Well,
like a random shape.
Well, I mean,
I'll give this a go. Crash a bit.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, in my understanding, they're unseens, or my comprehension of many conversations that I've listened to, there's nothing floating in space. You've got to get your head out of space. Like if you've seen a model where gravity is forced down
is
by
it
going.
night for you by any chance?
Sorry.
Is it night for you by any chance?
Yes, it is.
Go outside and look up.
And what is he going to see something that we've never seen before?
Yeah.
We all see the same thing.
Is there a point of this unseen?
Yes, there is space. I mean, like, where would we be right now? Like, in your opinion, where are we? In space?
The question you asked, unseen, the question you asked was the disk floating in space. I was answering that.
Oh, okay, sorry. But about y'all not believing in space, where do you think we are?
I think Earth is the place. I don't think Earth is some place that exists within another place.
So
I think Earth
you
is
think
the
it is
entire
this place?
Yeah.
Okay, but then again, that creates some problems. What about the sun, the moon?
Remember, in the VC, we don't know. We don't even know what those are or where they are. So we can kind of disregard that. Really, we know that it's not in outer space.
But what I mean, like, if they're there, if they are there, like, they gotta be something, right?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean,
it only makes sense.
Of course, there is something, but we actually say we don't know quite yet because we weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like, okay, we can observe it. I mean, like, that's a good argument in my opinion. So it has to be something.
We can observe it and we can tell that it's way how it's called in English. It's not so far away as they tell us. It's way nearer.
Yeah, if we're talking about what we see, it definitely looks like it's just right there. Go ahead, One Big Pond.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm not sure whether I should leave my mic open or
no,
not.
You're good.
I think, Richie, the word we're looking for is more local instead of a distance or further or farther or whatever. So something local. The orbs or stars or lights or whatever, anodes, canodes, whatever we want to call them, magnetic films, they're definitely local. We live in an existing bubble and everything curves around us. There is that many poles that we can film around the world. There's every location's got its own pole. So the fact people are jumping onto single poles or only two poles is quite ludicrous, to be quite honest, when so many people can get the same thing in so many different directions.
And then again, what do you think the sun is, or like the moon?
We don't know, dude. We don't know. There's no way. How would I know that? You know what I mean? I can't go up there and check to see what it is and then come back and tell you. So we're both in the dark on that. No pun intended. But like, there are things in life that we can go out and test and check. So that's what we stick to. We can't go and test what the moon is. We can't go and test what the sun is. But we can go and test what the Earth is doing. So that's what we're doing. We're doing long distance observations, laser tests.
Then again, it can't be just Earth.
Yeah, it can.
It can't be just Earth here.
Yeah, it can.
But then why can't we see the sun? Why can't we see the moon?
Well, those, like, well, are we comparing the Earth to the sun and the moon now? Because I would say that the Earth is you know how the people say, oh, well, those things are like the sun is so many times bigger than the Earth. What if the Earth is bigger than the sun?
There's no way.
Oh, what if there is? What if there is a way? We're just trying to give you another way to look at it. I know, like, the outer space thing is tough to sort of disregard that, but we don't think the sun is 93 million miles away. This giant burning ball of gas. We don't think that. I think you can.
It's not burning, actually. It's just balance.
Well, it's not. It's not even that at all. It's not in that medium where people think it is. I think you can debunk that claim of the outer space and, you know, plasma giants floating around and stuff. I think you can disregard that and debunk it. So we're starting with something new. That doesn't mean you have to make stuff up. Oh, well, the sun is this and it's this far away and it's this size. We don't know, bro. This is simply, we don't know. But there are things that we do know about the Earth, and that we know that the Earth doesn't move. We know that water doesn't curve into mounds for boats to disappear behind. And we know gas pressure requires a container. So that's why we don't just, like, not believe in outer space. You can just, natural law dictates that gas pressure requires a container.
But you just said that you don't believe in space.
Yeah, it's debunked. Gas pressure requires a container, my friend. So, like, for example, if I can give you 3 examples where gas pressure requires a container, and then I'll ask you, can you show me an example without the container? And I don't mean to offend you, but you won't be able to do it. So it's not a lack of belief. It's just a lack of demonstration. This claim cannot be demonstrated. It can't be verified. And I think we falsified it. So
I think it's easy to think along the lines of what can't be measured, as in curve, spin, pull.
Right. Yeah, we're definitely not measuring any rotation anywhere, so it's not like the Earth is going anywhere, moving. Well, that's a big one. If the Earth doesn't move, obviously it's not floating around anywhere. So,
how do you know that the Earth isn't moving?
Okay, well, let's start with our observation. What do we observe and experience? Obviously, we don't experience any movement, any rotation. So whose idea, like, if someone came knocked on your door, hey, the building you're in is currently moving because the Earth on it is moving. You'd go, where'd you get that idea from, and can you prove it? And then he goes, well, no, you prove that it's not moving. It's like, dude, you're the one who came to my door and told me some crazy stuff. So there doesn't seem to be any proof for rotation to begin with. That seems to be the claim on the table. In terms of it not moving, that it's self-evident. You experience no movement at all. So if someone wants to prove that it is moving, they're welcome to do so. But until then, you don't have to go and, like, debunk Bigfoot. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to debunk unicorns. You don't.
How about you debunk the existence of space, then,
Sure.
or the existence?
Yeah, we can do that. It's all about gas pressure, bro.
I mean, like, just go outside and look up. I mean, like, it's not that hard.
Well, that's just a case of someone pointing and declaring their claims to be true. So if you'd like to demonstrate the claim, I'll give you the chance. So the question is, can you have gas pressure?
What else would the little dots be then?
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. If you have questions, we do too. I'd like to know what they are as well, but it doesn't mean that they are what the TV is telling you they are.
They're stars. Also, I don't have TV.
Yeah, but we were all raised the same way to think that these little stars in the sky are giant gas burning giants in the sky, in outer space. So that's the story we were all raised on. That's the bedtime story where everyone's familiar with. What else can it be? Well, it doesn't have to be just the story that we're being told. If you have questions, well, what are they? Welcome to the club. I have questions too. There's a lot of things about
What
life
are
that we
the
don't know.
dots in the sky?
I just told you, we don't know. You don't know either. No one knows. The only thing that we have to offer, that you can offer, is just to retell the same bedtime story that everyone was raised on. Whoa, that's a planet. Those are stars. Those are just labels for things that we don't even know. So I wouldn't worry about these things in the sky. Remember, we can't go up there and test any of this stuff. So try coming back down to Earth where we can actually test things.
But we have telescopes. I mean, like,
yeah, but telescopes don't whisper in your ear, right? So we all see the same thing in the sky, but the telescope doesn't start whispering, "Hey, that one's made of rock. This one's made of ice." Like, it doesn't do that. So you don't have any extra information just by looking, because we all see the same thing. Now, let's come back down to Earth and actually testing that we can actually check up on the gas pressure. Do you see what's posted in the chat there? Let me get you in here. Are you able to see the VC check-in voice text? Or sorry, the live stream voice text. I just pinged you in there.
I'm playing a game right now, wait.
Okay. No problem. So maybe do you drink soda? You like pop, stuff like that? Pepsis, that kind of thing? Kombucha? Starting to fill up here. We'll be right back, folks. We are just waiting for our friend Unseens. Yeah. What's up, Cuddy?
Hey, do any of you know Valorant by any chance? The game Valorant.
I've heard of it. You a gamer, bro?
Yes.
That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. Let us know when you're ready to go again. We can teach you about this gas pressure thing and you can get back to your game. I think we'll at least give you some stuff to go off and chew on and think about for a while. Instead of just
If you're in the FPS channel, I think you should try Valorant out.
All right. Is there a globe in that game? Was it? You fighting on some curvature.
What? What?
I think outer space and the globe is a great theme for video games and books and movies. I don't dislike outer space. I love it. I just think it's a fiction. It's for fiction. It's for movies. It's for video games. It doesn't have to be real.
Doesn't have to be, but it is. So like,
well, it's not. It's not.
like I mean, if you think about it, it has to be real, right?
No, it doesn't have to be real. Why do stories have to be real? They can just be stories, right? So it's like where you're coming from. It's like, well, it's in books, it's in movies, and video games. Therefore, it must be real. Otherwise, why would it be in there? It's like, well,
What?
it's
We
fiction.
just lost, by the way.
Yeah.
So I should go into deathmatch.
Yeah, it's just fiction, bro.
I wouldn't really say that it's fiction, really.
Outer space? Yeah, of course it's fiction.
Yeah, you're trolls. No way.
Well, it's not like you can experience it anywhere other than on your screen, in your video game, in a book. You know what I mean?
Okay, just be honest. You're trolls. You're trolling.
Why would I?
No, we're not.
All I'm saying is that the room that you're in right now doesn't move. Is that crazy?
Well,
so the game you're playing, like the room that you're in, it's not moving.
Yeah.
So
I mean, like, if you think about it, it is.
So wait, so all I have to do is sit in my room and think harder, and then what? Because trust me, buddy, I've thought about it a lot. That's why I'm asking you guys all the time if you think your room is moving. Half of you guys go no, half of you go yes. Half of you say some random stuff like gravity, as if that's supposed to be some answer. But no, we're not trolling. We're just saying that the Earth doesn't move. The buildings that we all live in, they're not moving. But we're the crazy ones, right? Yeah, if we were on a globe, then yes, of course, all of these buildings would be moving. They don't move.
Maybe because the speed is constant.
Well, or just, yeah, it's constantly zero. It's not moving. That's the point.
Okay, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Yeah, if you leave here and someone's like, hey, so what did the flat earthers say? You better tell them. They said that the Earth doesn't move. They said that these buildings don't move. Let's see what your friend has to say about that. Oh, wow, they're so crazy. Yeah.
And Unseen's, I'm just kind of curious here that you seem so sure that things are moving at a constant speed. What evidence of that do you have?
What is...
You broke up there. Say that again. Creation Bear, is he off in the distance, or do you know what might have happened there?
I think he's not a good multitasker, maybe. He's gaming right now.
Yeah. I'm just curious for him. I mean, he seems so sure. I'm just curious what specific evidence he has.
For what?
For
anything, really. But yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, no, for the you're so sure that we're moving at a constant speed that so you wouldn't observe motion. So the question for you is what evidence of that do you have? You know, this is a server where we don't just go based on what people say. We go based on evidence, empirical evidence, and so
It is because the mass of the sun doesn't change, and yeah, you get the point. The mass of the sun doesn't really change.
Okay, so your logic is that the mass of the sun doesn't change, so therefore we're moving.
No, the thing is, if the mass of the sun would change, would be actually, would we move faster? I don't know.
No. Dude.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, fair enough. If you don't know, that's then you're where logic would suggest, because we don't know. You can't say for certainty. That's the key.
No, my question is, if something has more gravity and something is like orbiting around it without falling into it, right? Would the speed of the object that is orbiting around it change if the mass of the thing that it's orbiting around would change? Like, do you get my point?
Yeah, well, in a video game,
not
you can
really,
make it do
because it's kind of like asking if Narnia were to pick up and move locations, how many fairies would Narnia have? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know how to argue a fictional construct.
Jay, you said exactly what I was thinking, man. Yeah, imagine you created the video game called Earth in outer space. You could just update it and make it do whatever you want. Doesn't matter. Like Jay said, in Narnia, you can have it update the Narnia. And if you touch this thing, now you can do this. It's just a video game, bro. They can have it do whatever they want. More gravity? Oh, yeah, faster. Less gravity? Oh, they can just still be faster. Like, it doesn't matter. They can just make up whatever they want. I've actually got
could probably be a lot of fun to kick those things around in a video game construct, but in real life and on this server, we like to delve into the realm of reality as what exactly are things, and what is our proof that those things are what we claim them to be. And ideally, that anybody you talk to on this server should then also have the same level of proof for whatever claim that is made.
Okay, one question. Where's the proof that space doesn't exist?
Gas pressure.
So hang on. Ask that again.
You said that you believe that space doesn't exist.
No, there's not a belief thing. Remember,
that's believing.
Unseen.
Not proof.
Hold on. Remember when you went quiet for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes straight when we were trying to talk to you about gas pressure? So we didn't even get to talk about that. So it's not a belief thing. It's about demonstration.
So here's my question for you, Unseen.
Playing a game right now.
Okay, so I since I'm kind of coming late to the game, I do apologize. Has he been asked the 3 questions for Globers yet?
No, you're welcome to do that if you can pay attention long enough.
Ask me on. I think.
Yeah. No. There's no right or wrong answer here. It's just a prompt to get you thinking and such like that. So these questions have no right or wrong answer. So starting off is, as far as you are aware, at any point in known history, has anybody physically measured the curve of the Earth?
I love those sound effects. By the curve of the Earth, what do you mean?
So the supposed curvature of the Earth, has anybody in that you're aware of? Are you aware of anybody in known history, or even unknown history, so to speak? But are you aware of anybody in history who has physically measured the curvature of the Earth?
So, like, if it's round, like square or something, like a donut. Maybe some people have went to the moon. Maybe, like,
real quick, Unseen. It's a status report type of thing. So it's like, do you know or do you not know? And if you don't know, it's totally fine. We're not going to grill you.
Yeah, it's not.
It's a status report. So
we've sent telescopes to space. I mean, like, how would we not know?
No, so that's not a physical measurement. The question is a physical measurement. Are you aware of anybody that in history has made a physical measurement of the curvature?
Like the exact, very, very exact.
Correct.
Wouldn't that take like like millions of years? Like, that's super hard,
bro.
Okay. So is that answer then no? I mean, and it's fine. It's not a judgment. It's not a judgment. It's just a conversation.
Well, I mean, like, it's just a shape, you know.
Okay, but I'm just saying, are you? It's just more or less a yes or no question. Are you aware of anybody that in history has physically measured the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know, Neil Armstrong.
Okay. So, is that a yes or a no then?
Do I look like I know?
That's just when you're honest and say I don't know.
All right. So you're saying no, you don't know. Is that correct? You don't know?
I'm not really the best at remembering names, so nope.
Well, I'm not asking you names or anything. I'm just asking you a yes or no question, not who or when or how or why. Just it's a yes or no question.
No, I don't know history really.
Okay, that's fine. No. Again, it's not a judgment. It's just like he said. It's like a status report. Okay, and then also then in history, do you know of anyone who has recorded the axial rotation of the Earth? Physically. Okay. So you're saying no, that you're not aware of anyone who has, correct?
What was the question, Ben?
Yeah, of anyone. Are you aware of anyone in history who has physically measured the axial rotation of the Earth? The Earth's spin.
What's an axial? What? Like the speed of rotation around the sun or around itself?
The Earth's spinning, bro. The house is moving.
Oh, isn't that like 1,000 kilometers per hour or something? Or miles?
Yeah, that's the claim. That we were asking who measured that. If you know.
Well, it's a yes or no question. Is are you aware of anyone who has? You don't have to know a specific person or a specific time. Just the question is do you know, definitively speaking, that someone has or has not done that? So that would be a yes if you know someone who has, or no if someone who hasn't.
No.
Okay, fair enough. And then
question, by the way.
Question number 3, which is the last question. It's not a not a grilling or a university admission exam. But the third question then is: are you aware of any example where there has been gas pressure without containment? Without gas pressure without a container.
Pressure again? Oh no. Not the gas pressure again.
Finish that. You want to finish that sentence? Go on.
Yeah, go ahead, Unseen.
What was the question?
You had it. You were saying it right, bro. Just keep going.
What was the question?
You had the answer correct, but the question is, can you have gas pressure without a container? You were answering it correct. You just stopped.
What's gas pressure?
The thing you're breathing.
Oh, like oxygen?
Air. Yeah, gas, air. Things you put in your tires so you can drive around on your bicycle or your car. If I was your neighbor and I came over and I slashed all your tires to your car, you're going to lose the air pressure inside the tire. Right, you'd probably need to go buy new tires for your car. So the question is, can you have that gas pressure without the container? Or do you need the container?
For in Earth's example, is the container Earth?
So there is only the Earth. So yeah, of course, we're going to need an example somewhere on Earth, not just pointing at the sky.
Yes, you need a container.
Well, there you go. Welcome to the club. That's why we don't think outer space is real, because the air that you're breathing also is contained.
Yeah, by the Earth's gravity.
No, because then you could have just demonstrated that. No, because then listen. We're asking for a demonstration. Remember, so you could have just gave us a demonstration of gravity containing gases instead of a container. Because you can't just go to a mechanic and say, "Hey, my neighbor slashed all my tires. Can I get some gravity tires?" No, you need an actual container, a real physical container to contain the gas. So if you want to show us a demonstration of gravity containing gas, you're welcome to do that. But pointing at the sky isn't a demonstration. It's only pointing and declaring your claims to be true. So if you have a demonstration of that, let us know. But I don't think you do. That's fine, because we tried looking for it. It's not there.
No, first you have to understand that space is real, and then maybe I'll be...
Well, you have to prove it to be real first.
Explain it.
That's like saying you have to understand unicorns are real first, and then, no, you have to prove that they're real first. You don't just work backwards from assumption.
Go outside and look up, please.
Yeah, I see the sky. Yep.
Unicorns are real.
I mean, like,
all you're doing there, Unseen, is you're pointing at the sky and declaring. You're pointing and declaring.
Is it night for you?
I was outside last night. I saw all the stars. I saw the moon, but that's not seeing outer space. You got to separate fiction from reality. Listen, you got to be able to separate fiction from reality. Okay? When you see a downtown, you don't think, wow, there must be a Superman flying around down there. Because that's what Superman does, right? He flies around downtowns. So they're doing the same thing. You're looking up at the sky and saying, well, on TV, I saw these were planets and stars and things. Then you go outside and look up. There's a difference between what you saw on TV. Okay, listen. You can call it iPhone, call it screen, call it media, call it movies, call it whatever you want. TV is just a word for that overarching idea that you saw something on a screen and you're confusing that with reality. So when you look up in the sky, you're not seeing what you saw on TV or movies or books or video games or whatever you want to call it if you don't like the word TV. But you just demonstrated to us, you just said gas pressure needs a container. Yeah, exactly. So if there was outer space, all this air we're breathing would just be not here. It'd be out there.
No, it would be contained by the Earth's gravity.
You don't have a demonstration of that.
Well,
so no.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say next. Remember, in this room,
I mean, like gravity. Have you ever heard of that?
So
No,
in
you
this
don't know what
room
that
here,
means, Unseen.
hey,
It's not like you
Unseen.
know what that means.
So Unseen, in this in this server here, we actually go on proof and documentation. So you've made a claim there, and our question for you would be is, what proof, what example do you have of gravity serving as a container? You just agreed with me a moment ago. You said no, that you cannot have gas pressure without a container, and now you're changing that answer. So in this room, when somebody says that yes, you can have something, we ask you, okay, well, what is the evidence of that? So now the onus is on you.
Unseen. You cannot point and declare your claims to be true. The thing that you're trying to prove is the sky being uncontained by a container and just gravity.
So let me give
That's the
you
thing
a
you're trying to
claim.
prove. So you can't just point at it and call it proof. Go ahead, Jay.
So when I look up, I see a dome structure over us. And I see these little angels with fans that push the air down towards us. I'm pointing up. You know, I see these little specks up there, so those, just because they're little specks, little white things, those must be angels in little ships that are pushing air down to us.
Yeah, I saw that too, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what
So
are we
that must be
discussing
true.
right now?
That's true. I'm declaring that true, so nobody's allowed to question that. Is that correct, Creation?
Yeah,
Is that how this room works?
I saw that's exactly what I see, so I can't be wrong. It's what I see.
Yeah. And that's what you're trying to get us to accept something equally as ridiculous. You're trying to get us to accept something like...
What are we even talking about right now?
We're talking about how people point in the sky and declare their claims to be true without demonstrating them.
Yes. So the onus is on you. You agreed, and you said earlier that no, you cannot have gas pressure without containment. And now you're saying that you can. So the question for you is, what evidence of that claim do you have?
Evidence of what? I don't know.
Here's a pro tip for you. Stick to things that you can prove. Stick to things that you do have evidence for. Then you won't get stuck in this little trap of like, oh, shoot, I said something and I don't have proof for it. Go ahead, Jay.
Wheels don't exist is because wheels are made of, like, what are they called? Plastic? I don't know. They're not dense. They don't have that much mass. And gravity has, not gravity. Earth has a lot of mass, so that's equal to a lot of gravity.
Okay, that's a cool story,
You
bro.
get what I'm saying?
Let us know when you can prove any of that.
Prove what?
Yeah,
That the space
prove the
exists?
things.
Proof le gravity.
Yeah. Well, you want to be able to say things that you can then support and back up with proof and evidence. You don't just say things. That's what I'm saying. That's what's called declaring, just like declaring your claims to be true. That's why J.E. made the example of seeing angels in the sky. It's no different than you being like, oh no, the space is up there for sure. You're just declaring something to be true without any evidence. So when we ask for evidence, you go, well, what evidence? Well, evidence of the thing you're trying to prove to be true.
So I'm trying to decide here, Creation Bear, is this guy just not paying attention? Is he, what's...
I think it's a combination of a couple different things. The gaming, he's a little young and, really likes outer space. I did too. I get it. It's hard to let go of outer space, man.
It's kind of hard to have Captain Jean-Luc Picard and Obi-Wan Kenobi unless you have some sort of...
Wait, so like right now you're asking me for proof of space?
Yeah, you could have just given us a demonstration
Why
of
don't you
gas
prove
pressure
to
without a
me
container.
that space doesn't exist? Prove me
Because
that.
we're not making that claim. You, on the other hand, made a claim. But we're saying unless you demonstrate that claim, it's untrue. That's our assertion.
Yeah, or
You've
at least
made
it'll
an
be
assertion,
dismissed.
so you need to come back
Prove
with
to
some
me that
evidence
space
of your
doesn't
assertion.
exist.
We just
No.
did.
Prove
We
it
just
to me.
did. You debunked it yourself by saying
Wow.
gas pressure
How?
requires a container.
My
Yeah.
brain.
You just
Please.
debunked it yourself, brother. Remember when you said, we asked, can you have gas pressure without a container? You said, no, it needs a container. Ding, done. You just debunked outer space right there. Because the air that you breathe when you go outside
I mean, like, there's
also
space
requires
is
a
the container
container.
too.
No, it's not.
Why
That's not
can the space?
You know,
It's
the
claimed
word
to be a
gravity doesn't
vacuum.
what you think it is. Gravity is the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. So go ahead and jot that down. It's not a magical.
Keeping it.
It's not magic. It's just the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or. It's not magic, and it doesn't. It doesn't like make people stick upside down to floaty balls.
Or contain gas. Or
Yeah,
it
it
does.
doesn't contain gas either. It's not magic. Yeah, so much faith it takes to believe in such a mystical thing that cannot be proven. Weird.
Dude, it's a cool idea, Unseen. I don't want to... I'm sure this is a bit like ripping the Band-Aid off. It doesn't feel very good. But...
that space doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool story, man. It's just a really enjoyable theme for movies and video games, like I said.
Prove to me that space doesn't
Okay, he's on repeat. Bro, you're on repeat. Let's go over this one more time. You covered this already. Gas pressure requires a container. You can't have gravity hold the air to
The
your
Earth
tires.
is a container in a container, if you get what I mean.
No, it's not. It's
It
literally
is.
called space for a reason. Ding dong. It's not called container. It's called space. So it's where the air would go. There's this thing called the second law of thermodynamics.
Tough loss.
Pressure moves. Gas pressure.
Too many brain cells. So get me out of here. Bye bye. See ya. See you later.
Oh man, he's losing too many brain cells because he's burning them out trying to fathom reality.
Good lord.
Put down the pipe, man. Damn. I was before you left. I was actually about to bring up that Szilard de Uyuni, like the world's largest mirror. And do you see any curvature here or distortion of the reflection of this perfectly flat mirror right here?
Yeah,
that really would have messed with his brain.
We didn't even get to the flat Earth part for the most part. We were dealing with rotation and the gas pressure, and then you could have came in with the whole slam dunk home run flatness. But yeah, he had a tough time with the outer space thing.
He wants to be Buzz Lightyear. Go to infinity and beyond.
Lou pointed out something really funny though. He believes in two containers. Don't you love that? You ask him for, because the claim is that there is no container, and you're like, well, give us an example of gas pressure without a container. And he's like, well, here's two of them. Here's two containers. Oh my gosh!
A container within a container within a container.
He admitted, yeah, of course you need a container, and then was like, oh well, no, it is. There is a container. No, there's not. Like on the globe, where? Oh, it's
a little stub. He didn't even give us a chance to properly explain anything. He just threw out a bunch of wild assertions.
He'll be back. I think you can kind of hear the smirk as well. I think he'll be back. This wasn't his first time being here either, because I think his first interaction in the server was with me in the chat. I had to kind of time him out for a while. Then he's like, all right, fine, I'll VC eventually. And so we checked him in, and now he joined today. So he'll be back.
I hope he sees the truth eventually and just kind of like joins the proper side.
I see what you did there. His name was Unseen. He hope he sees. Nice.
Yeah. But for real, man. Like all these people, they're just brothers and sisters who don't know it yet.
Really, I know that's why we post up here. And like there's a lot of tough love, yeah, but overall we're like want them to figure this stuff out. I'm not here just to like donk on people. I mean, obviously I will if I have to, but ideally I'd want him to be like, oh, okay, Gasper. Oh, wow, good point. You know? What do I gain from that?
Well, ideally, we want him to go out and do his own experiments and see what's nice for himself. Don't take our word for it, man. Just look it up yourself. Go out there in the field.
That's the whole point. Stop taking dudes' words for things. Go and check. Like Aethers just said, go outside.
Gotta fact check the fact checkers, man.
Exactly. Stop just relying on other dudes. Oh, this dude said, forget what that dude said. Go and check to see if what he said is true. What about what you say?
Yeah.
You know, forget them.
People should be more focused on what they can see with their own eyes than having blind faith in what they can't see. Especially when it comes to something so fantastical as the space narrative.
That's my role, man, to get them to see that it is fantastical.
Yeah. And I love it when somebody had said incredible and then like defined what it, and I'm looking up like, dude, that is an incredible word. It actually has credibility to it though. Like if something's incredible, it's not credible. And I was like, that's funny. Because that's usually the kind of descriptions that they give to these space type things. Oh, look, it's incredible. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. I think that you're right. He'll be back. He just kind of had to reboot.
That's what he's saying in the chat right now. Just Google the answers. He said, I do have proof. There's Google. Use it. And I said, it's not on there. And then Warrior Unit makes a great point that I'll post right now. Google says men can get pregnant, so you got to take what they say with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Yeah, these youngsters so accepting to just believe whatever Google says. They'll accept it just fine when Google is no longer a search engine. I mean, you're just gonna ask it. You're not gonna get more than one result. They're gonna just tell you like, "This is it. This is your answer."
Yeah,
and that's gonna be perfectly. That's gonna be perfectly acceptable for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the socially acceptable answer of today. Change the definition tomorrow.
And that's happened.
This is really why I like
times over the years too.
Yeah. This is why I like sticking with the etymology and the roots to words, because they can't change those. They can try, but they can't. And so they can like redefine what words we use now, but if you go back to the roots, they still mean what they meant, and you can't change that. The only way to change it's to play make-believe and make people believe that it's changed, but it hasn't. Kind of like the meaning of the word gravity. It means weight or seriousness, and people try and apply this mystical nonsense like translation to it. Like, oh yeah, this is my definition for what gravity means. Okay, stuff is like heavy. And?
I know it's not the server topic, but also I'd love to tell these kids when they're talking about just Google it. I mean, there's Google. Like, I want to blow their mind with dead internet theory. Like, show them that one.
What's that?
Oh,
so go ahead. Go ahead and basically type anything into Google, and it'll give you like hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of results. It'll say at the top, right? It'll say page one of whatever, this many results. But scroll to the end and go to the next page. At first, take a look at what's on all those first pages. It's all .gov. It's all the authoritative sources. It's all the news outlets and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
By the time you get a few pages in, the results go down from like millions down to hundreds, and then you can keep going. And it's like, so where did these other multi-million results go? They're just not there. Like, it's basically they're scrubbing the internet completely and lying to you about the results that you're being given, saying that this is the information that's found, and it's not. It's just the authoritative content they're trying to show you. And then on top of that, like most of the articles that you read and stuff online on the internet aren't even written by human beings.
Right. Okay, I'm familiar with that part.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's AI, and people. This is the thing. There's that the Turing test or whatever it is, where people try to decide if they're talking to an AI. They're obviously humans are failing.
Oh yeah,
the humans are failing the test.
The people lack discernment out the wazoo these days.
Yeah.
And it goes the same with pictures and stuff. There's a website called, what is it? thispersondoesnotexist.com.
Yeah, that's so uncanny and weird.
I think that's what it is. But yeah, they look like real people. They're not real. So RIP to the last remaining discernment.
Through the debate, even though it's not a debate, and the discussion from 2000 and whenever, it's just come back down to basics, and we've all missed things, and it just comes down to it's measured flat, and horizontal is horizontal, and sea level is level, and you've got the laser tests, and we've got the black swan, we've got pitch data from Brian's logic, and we all know the Earth is flat, and that's how it's measured.
Oh, that reminds me of something, Dan. Yeah. That reminds me that if you're looking for like some action, like what's new in the flat Earth, nothing, because it's been what it is. We're just discovering it. And it's nothing new, but yeah, something exciting. Apparently, I don't know. According to Bev, he's going to go grab 3 Bitcoins from Dave, because he's got a proof. So
Dave won't pay.
There's something to look for. There's something to look
Dave
forward to.
ain't gonna be paying him. I'll tell you that.
Hey guys, sorry I was busy here, but listening. All good?
Hi George. You okay, mate?
Yeah, same old.
That was it. That was it. I'm listening, just so you know.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the quietness at the moment, because there's not too much opposition now, because we've got everything covered. It's we've got the proof, we've got the evidence, we can demonstrate it, we can talk about it. So, I feel a little bit chilled out and quiet at the moment, because I feel it's been dealt with now, personally.
Yeah, Dan. I don't. Yeah, like Dan. I don't know what you expect, man. Like what you're like hoping for. I don't know. Like I don't know.
I don't know. It's been a journey, and I'm still on the journey. Maybe 3 years ago, I was expecting something at the end of it to explode and thinking, but maybe it was a inner journey for myself. But now I've realised how simple it was. That the Earth is flat, and that is how it's measured, and that's how it's observed. And I've come to that realisation, and I'm at peace with that now.
I'm not.
Yeah, but everyone's at different stages. Everyone's at different levels. So that's fine. I'm just talking about me.
It's a good pun.
Everyone's at different levels.
Everyone's at different horizontals.
One deck, you need to change your name to one level now.
Nice one. But Jedi's the top man. I mean, Jedi, I've fucking listened to Jedi so many times on here with Alpha, and it just the work these guys put in is unbelievable. Same as us all in a way, but Jedi's. I love you, Jedi. You've got some. You're dedicated to it, like we all are. But you've put the time and effort in. So is Alpha. So is Nathan. So is FED. So is me. So is Joe. We all are. We've all played a part in the situation. We're all coming from different. Yeah, we're all coming in from different angles.
Oh shit! Now we've got one today. Bloody hell!
Oh god, it's great. But I personally now I've found a peace with it all. Now it's flat. It's measured like that. The globe is flat. It was measured like that. What it, George?
Blueprint. Who makes the? Oh, I thought he was in.
Yeah, it's a flat globe.
But can you convince a rabbit, right?
Who makes these fucking videos? Who goes and makes these fucking videos? Like it's a cartoon body, or it's of Wizard dancing around. Who does this shit? Oh yeah.
I was laughing the other day with the Q. When Q, I've not been on properly because my work. I listen to the FED and go on there most days, but the last couple of weeks my work routine has changed and I've been in a different environment, so I've not been able to get on there. But I listened to the QE video of Duffy, selling the Antarctica video trip, and scamming some money for that one. That was hilarious. You can buy the video now. I mean, if you put a bit of extra money in, you can get a signed video.
I was saying it yesterday to somebody. Like, I feel bad a little bit for this. So, I mean, this is the idea. Well, I don't know if you believe it or you think there's more deeper stuff. But if Will Duffy, I don't know, maybe came into the argument pretty light, did a little bit of oh, let me see what his Earth or the circle. Oh, okay, whatever. But he came in and he talked to these people, right? And these people who are flat earthers say, well, listen, if this happens, then I'm done. And it ends the debate. We're over. So he says, okay, I can do that. I'll make just like I want to change the world. So whatever. So he says, I'll do this thing, right? And he gets it all together. And now he's like, all right, everybody who said this is going to change the world and end this whole thing, we're all psyched, right? And then the people are like, well, it won't really end it. It's that's false dichotomy. He's like, no. It's like the guy's probably like, what the fuck? You guys told me this would end it. I got it all together, and now I'm doing the trip for kind of no reason. Maybe I should make some money or do something. I'm doing it now. I'm doing it for nothing. Because you said you won't change your mind.
I mean, I've seen no money change hands myself personally.
No, me either. I'm just saying, even if that were the case, why wouldn't he be like, shit, I'm making money now? Because earlier you guys all said this would change your outlook. If this happened, this would be proof. I said, all right, I can do that. I can buy us a boat trip. And this will change the whole, the world in a way. Everybody will be on board. And then you started hearing the same people who said this would flip them to say, no, this wouldn't flip me at all. And he's like, what the fuck?
It's a false dichotomy, like you say. It's like, we've been through this 10,000 times. We might see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. So what?
Hey, but I'm saying for somebody who was told that, hey, this is what would change my mind, and then he started getting it together and making it happen, and then those people who told him it would change their mind came back and explained to him how No, it wouldn't change my mind. I'd feel like kind of pissed off if I was him.
I mean, he must be passionate about it in some way, or something else is going on, because if he is investing all that money just to go and watch the sun in the sky in a certain latitude, which is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, by the way, he must have he's invested a lot of money in that. If he has invested money.
Well, how famous would he be? I mean, forget the money. He would be in the history books forever as the guy who ended the big debate.
But it's not even a debate, is it? It's never been a debate.
Well, that's how I'm just saying. I'm taking it from him. I'm depending on him.
Sorry, mate. I'm being critical. Sorry. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's like, man.
Yeah. Maybe he's realised he's just come in for his own purpose and making some money and getting his own thingy going. But yeah, but the Toons and the other Globies they're. I mean, if it is going ahead, they're quite confident that this is going to happen. The 24-hour sun's going to happen. They're quite confident of that. So that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything anyway. It doesn't prove anything anyway. It doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth. We've already proved the shape of the Earth because we've got latitude measurements. We've got pitch data from aeroplanes. Got Black Swan. Got laser tests. Jedi's got loads of them. So it's already been dealt with, really. This is the final straw for them.
No, it would be a big blow to like step oneers, right? Like if I don't know, just for whatever reason they see the 24-hour sun or turn in a circle, while facing south, see it. The people who haven't heard about it, that's the first video that's going to pop up. They'll say, "I'm done. I'm not going to look at all."
Yeah.
Then we're all going to need Dan the Waterman's little websites to
what we're saying,
find flat earthers.
It's going to be flat earthers. You're going to think, well, they're going down to think, well, if it is there's been people who think if the sun is in the sky for 24 hours above the horizon, that proves that we live on a globe. But so obviously, they're not. I don't know what I'm fucking saying really, but if you're a flat earther, you know the Earth's flat because you can demonstrate and explain how it's measured that way. That's how our mapping's measured. That's how you navigate the seas, the sea level. That's how latitude's measured. It's a measurement of the surface of Earth. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement at sea level. It's been dealt with. It's already done.
Yeah, you just said it's sea level. That's a measurement.
Yeah. I mean, you have
level is a measurement. Level is a measurement. Sea level is a measurement of Earth.
Yeah.
How flat it is.
But it's done with gauge levels, George, isn't it? Along cliffs and coastlines. These instruments that they're so much distance apart, and they're measuring levels from point A to point B to point C. They could be 2 miles apart, 3 miles apart, and they've got so that them 3 points will be at the same level averagely along the course of time. So it's a level measurement, and that's between them 2 points there's no point higher or lower than the other, really. And that's what they're the tide gauges. They measure the tides.
Yeah, but they claim level is level on the theodolite when they calibrate the theodolite or the total station or whatever they're using instrument. They level it out. They calibrate it.
Yeah.
But then when it comes to the oceans, it's not level.
Yeah.
It's just called sea level for no reason.
Yeah, that's correct. And then when they're using, and you're right there. And then when they're calibrating you've got to set the sextant to 0 degrees, which is level. So you've got to set it, and even if you're using a sundial, that's got to have a horizontal baseline. Yeah. everything's got to be level for that. The measurement has got to be, everything's got a horizontal baseline. There's never any mention of curvature from the globers. Ever.
That's for
They
sure.
don't mention curvature. Ever. I've never heard one glober mention curvature. Or how curvature is measured, or what tools used to measure curvature. They'll say theodolite, but it's not. That's on my list of 30 words, by the way. It's not. It's nothing to do with curvature. It measures angles.
Absolutely. The other light is to measure levels. It's not to measure curves.
Yeah, and like you said, George, you've got to set it up at level and horizontally. You've got to set it up before you use it to a horizontal plane. Yeah. You know, you get these globers now, anti-flat earthers. They chat about the celestial sphere as if they're proving something, but they're forgetting that's got an equatorial plane below the stars, and that equatorial plane is horizontal, and that's the horizontal plane you will be measuring angles to the stars from. There's no curve involved with the celestial sphere when you're measuring the angle to the stars. It's horizontal.
That's correct. And also, if you're using the celestial sphere, you need to calibrate north, south, east, west, which is also horizontal.
Of course it is, yeah. Even a compass is, you need to use that horizontally to get north, south, east, west. It's not an up, down thing. You need a horizontal. Everything's got a horizontal reference frame when you're traveling and navigating.
So if I hold the compass and I go north, but I go down a hill, can I go north?
North is straight ahead. You hold your compass and see where it points north. It's not pointing up, and south is not pointing down either. It's straight ahead.
Yeah, but you said I have to, but I can go down a hill.
You can go down a hill, but you have to hold in your hand the compass perpendicular to vertical, so horizontal. I mean, you can point it down at the floor if you want to, but then it's either going to hit the glass or it's going to hit the bottom of the compass, right? You know that you'll have to lay it horizontally, even if you're walking down a hill.
Okay, so what was the statement
you have to lay it horizontally?
Hold it horizontal,
south, east, and west, horizontal bearings. So from you out into the distance, that's horizontal. You have to lay it horizontally for it to work.
Correct. And if you're using the celestial sphere, you just by holding it, you don't know which way is north, south, east, and west unless you have a compass. Once that you set it up north, south, east, and west, now you can track the celestials, like the sun and the moon and the other stars. Yeah, you need to calibrate it with a rose compass.
Right, but so this compass just follows like magnetic field lines. Right?
Yeah, that's exactly
what's holding the magnetic field lines to be in this way.
Sorry, what's holding the magnetic field lines to be in its way?
No, to be this way. Like what dictates to the magnetic field lines that they will not be curved?
Magnetic field lines are curved.
Right. So then, how can north be a straight line if it's following a magnetic field line?
It's not necessarily a straight line. So it's kind of also a falsehood as well that when you point a compass to north, that's actually north. You can have like 45 degrees variation depending on what you have to declinate for. You always have to make a correction, right? So your field line can be, and they have this in Australia, so like 45 degrees off true north. In some cases, almost 90 degrees off of true north. So your compass can actually be pointing east, but you have to deduct 90 from your bearing circle to take you back to true north. It's weird.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's scary, and then becomes really difficult to like make any assertion.
Well, what we do is we notice a pattern within the magnetic field, right? There's like convergence and divergence. This is what magnetic fields do from points. So we noticed that on the Earth there are 3 convergence and divergence points of those magnetic fields. One is somewhere in actually it wouldn't be. Yeah, so northeastern Canada, somewhere close to the North Pole, but not actually where the North underneath Polaris is. We've got a magnetic convergence and divergence point in southwest of Tasmania, so Australia, and one also down South America, right towards the bottom. So we've actually got 3. There are other ones as well, but they're not so prolific as these ones.
Guess you're not like a boss.
Well, we kind of measure this phenomena, don't we? We travel around the Earth, we take readings, and we put it all together. Now, obviously, the map in which we put it all together is going to come to our preconceived ideas, but we noticed that, for example, below the 60th parallel south, compasses are fucking useless. They spin all over the place. You have to declinate so much. I can't remember the name of this area, but I think it's like a magnetic dissolution point or something like that, where compasses don't work. It's really hard to navigate. It's really hard to navigate in Antarctica because quite a lot of the time it's completely bright. You don't get to see the stars anyway.
But I mean, at the end of the day, latitude is only measured from Polaris, from 90 degrees to 0 degrees. I mean, that's the centre point of the 90-degree angle from Polaris out, so you can't get an angle to that anymore. So I'm quite confident saying that the rest of it has been a bit of guesswork, because after that you can't do anything else, really, except presume that everything can reciprocate that, and copy that, carry on like that. And I think that's what's happened, isn't it? With fireworks, fuck's sake. So that's all we can say, really, is from 90 degree from Polaris to 0 degree to the equator line, say, or circle of equal altitude. Is that's the only measurement we can get to that point, because after that we can't see it anymore. After we move due to perspective, we can't see Polaris anymore after that. So ask the Globers then, how did they measure the latitude from the South Pole? How did they get the latitude on their globe? Well, it was an elevation angle measurement. And we're not just saying that. I mean, you can research that in books and Google and how latitude is measured and what instruments are used, and it is an elevation angle measurement, which is nothing to do with curvature. Yeah, it's an angle measurement, so that's nothing to do with curvature whatsoever. So the moment you're talking about latitude has got nothing to do with curvature. But there's latitude on the globe then, they'll say. Well, it's wrapped around the globe. Well, yeah. You
wanted to mention degrees. Anyone mentions degrees, that's it. It's the end of the story. Because they're talking about degrees of elevation. They're not talking about degrees of temperature. Yeah, you can't have a degrees of elevation from a curved surface.
No. So, I mean, it's not a problem. I was going to say it's the only problem. We haven't got a problem. But the fact of the matter is, underneath Polaris, over your head at the zenith, it's 90-degree angle at sea level. Move back, 60 nautical miles per degree, get to 0 degree, flat Earth elevation angle measurement, can't see Polaris anymore. Now then, what we're going to do after that? How we're going to measure now then? What we're going to use? I mean, there's nothing to use now, is there? So what do we do? I don't know. What can we do now then? Anybody?
Nothing. That's what I mean. The conversation's over. There's nothing to talk about.
Yeah. So the only thing they can and the only thing you say, well, we're measured from the stationary star, which seems to be the centre point, back as far as we can go until we can see it, and we've measured the 60 nautical miles per degree until we can't get another measurement. So we can't go any further now. Now, if someone says, well, we live on a balls, well, all they can presume is, well, if we've measured that, well, we'll copycat that and wrap it around the ball and say, well, it's the same on the other side of the ball. But they've not measured a ball, have they? They've measured an elevation angle from sea level. It was nothing to do with a ball in the first place anyway. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. And we just got to deal with what we've got and what we've measured, and that's all we can do. Now, I think
amazing that
they claim George,
Go ahead.
They do use stars. I'm going to use the word hemisphere. They do use stars in the southern hemisphere for navigation. Yeah. So, so they do.
And the sun and the moon. You might not see Polaris, but you still see the sun and the moon and other stars.
Yeah. So what about that then? Let's talk about that. So we can talk about Polaris all day long, being 60 nautical miles, 90 degrees to 0 degrees. So if you move further away, you can't see Polaris. You've got, I don't know, a southern star, in the southern ring. So how does that work then? Let's talk about that. How do you know your position from that star?
I was going to say, I came across a video today, actually, that says that the first guy who actually go to the geographical South Pole was in 1909. So up until then, they already had a supposition or presupposition that there was a South Pole. They already thought they were on a ball, even before stepping foot to the south.
Yeah.
How did he know that he'd got to the South Pole when he'd quote unquote got to the South Pole? How did he know he got there?
Exactly.
Was there a pole?
Who was it? Who was it? It was the same guy, Cook, right?
No, it's a different name. It's a different guy. Cook is that.
What I'm trying to say is, like, if out of the northern circle, I'll say, and into the southern circle, over to Capricorn area, if you're measuring your angle to the star, so how do you get your latitude from that? If latitude is only measured from Polaris, from 90 degrees to 0 degrees, once you go past 0 degrees and you're measuring other stars, how do you get your latitude? Because latitude's not been measured after that, is what I'm sorry.
It's calculated from different stars.
Yeah, so that's why it fucks. So, pardon my French. That's why it fucks up a bit in the southern circle, isn't it? Because it's not quite accurate, as in the North Circle. It's a bit of guesswork, and that's why the magnetic thing goes out, and you've got to adjust for this and that, because it's a bit of guesswork going on there in the Southern Circle, I think.
Well, yeah. We have to kind of remember this, and especially within their own claim of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, they can't use the stars when they navigate in the summertime. They can't use compasses because they fuck up, and they can't look up at the sky within their own paradigm because it's daytime. It's about 4 hours. I've Googled this like loads of times and like watched videos and shit. Apparently, it's like 4 months of continuous sunshine, like from September to March. I mean, I know that's like almost 5-6 months, but the variance changes because of within their model the tilt of the Earth. So 6 months, the southern pole is in the daylight side. Cool. So they should be able to see a 24-hour sun like from now. Don't have to wait until like November, December time. It's now you should be able to see it. So on that premise, you're not going to be using stars to navigate.
Yeah, somebody brought up degrees and not temperature. I mean, if that were the case, why is it so cold? If they got that sun half the year.
No, what we're saying is like, so we can definitely say, let's go back to basics now, but we can definitely say from 90 degrees from Polaris to 0 degrees, we've got a measurement because we can measure it. Yeah. When you go past that point and you can't see Polaris anymore because of perspective, right? So when you're navigating after that, you can't see, you're not using Polaris now. All right, you've got the sun mooching about and the moon.
It's like 80 stars that is used for celestial navigation.
Yes, 88 constellation.
But if latitude's only measured from Polaris, how are you getting your latitude from another star?
Because within the celestial sphere model, latitude is actually in the sky, so you're measuring the deviation from Polaris to, say, Vega or another star. So the curvature's in the sky, right? So latitude, longitude is the sky. We just transpose it onto the floor.
Yeah, I don't see why you would need one deck. I don't see why you would need Polaris after a certain point.
Well, all I'm saying that for is because we're quoting that's how latitude is measured. So what the Globers will say is, well, okay then. So how was the southern part measured then? If we're only measuring from 90 degrees to 0, how are we measuring? The southern part, which they should be telling us how it's measured, by the way. But I'm just talking how the talk is out there.
Yeah, I mean, I believe I've read that they just used the same system and assumed a sphere and different stars to then continue the latitudes that way. And then I did read previously that I had the name, well, not Captain Cook, but it was no, I think it was Captain Cook. Man. I really do think it was. Who went? And maybe it was the Admiral Byrd then. Maybe I have them mixed up. But it was one of the flat Earth like guys or whatever, right? That are used. That the whole reason, right, when he did that Antarctica circle, right, to go check this out. But his whole reason for going was to adjust the longitudes to then converge to the South Pole. Like he was going there to make the map. Like that was part of his job. And there's people who before him have done the same thing with the presupposed globe, and what they were doing is adjusting the longitudes to converge to a point. That's what they're mapping out. I don't have the information. Anyway, you probably look into it, but yeah, I mean these names are prolific names because that was their job to go make the sphere.
And based on that knowledge, the Portuguese Fernão Magalhães, when he circumnavigated the world, a simple journey, according to his diary, of crossing the Pacific, a simple journey of 3 to 4 days, it took him almost 4 months. He lost 30 members of his crew to scurvy because the journey didn't correspond with the current world view.
Yeah, and those are like the internal critiques or like the hostile witness. Like, well, look, this guy who went to go give you your longitudes to converge to a central pole, pole star or whatever. He went around just for too long, 70,000 instead of 14,000 or whatever the number is. Those are like hostile witnesses. Their job was to go make the globe.
That's because the latitude lines, the further south you go, if you've just got one central point, are just going to radiate out and get further apart from each other. So your distances are going to be much, much longer. You're going to turn 4 or 5 days into like 3-4 months, like you said.
Right, yeah. So but like and then what I'm putting forward is like that's when you look deeper into it and just find the mistakes in it. But then somebody else will say, well, look, that's the guy that you're saying did that is the guy who made the map of the globe. Yeah, but while doing that, he fucked everything up and had to just keep asserting that it's a globe. So.
At the end of the day, we know from 90 degrees to Polaris back to 0 to the equator position, is an
Yeah, yeah, no
elevation
problem. But you,
measurement thing.
yeah.
No, I'm not telling you, mate. I'm just talking out loud. So when the globe has come in with this southern, it doesn't matter about that because that 60-degree nautical 60 miles per what is it 60 nautical miles per degree has
60,
already been measured.
60 miles, sorry, dude, just so you know, 60 miles per degree or 69 nautical miles.
Yeah, it's already been measured flat, so nothing can alter after that. Yeah, we might not know things after that, and it might be a bit of guesswork. We're saying, because we can't get a measurement from Polaris after that. We can presume other things maybe, and we can say things about the sun and the moon, and we can get GPs, but it's always difficult to navigate after that fact. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't. You don't measure from 90 degrees to Polaris to 0 degrees, and then it as a flat Earth measurement, and then after that it turns into a curve measurement. You know what I mean? It started off flat, and that's the way it's staying. Yeah, that's it. It's simple as that. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, and from Polaris, and we can only go so far with that measurement. And after that, we can do other things, but we can definitely state that as a fact. That then miles, that 5,400 flat Earth measurement miles is flat, and it's a circle of equal altitude. Simple as that.
Has anyone ever done that? The 60 miles per degree. Has anyone done that for 90 degrees to see where the equator is and how far away it is? Just using that very simple piece of math. Anyone never done it? Grab a calculator.
I have never heard of one.
It's 5,400 miles. What are we told the radius of the Earth is?
59.
Yeah. That's probably going to be the next thing that I question.
What's the next thing? I just heard it's gonna be the next thing I question.
Well, the next big question would be how far would it from there to the South Pole, And then Beacon just double it or even put a few miles more on top of that.
Well, I just posted there in the chat from Jim Clark, where he says, we'll assume a hypothetical sky glazer view from sea level with a perfect flat horizon towards the north. It says it all. And this is on a claim that you can see Polaris 1 degree south of the equator, bringing the radius of the Earth even further. Sorry about the background noise.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Me when they do that. That really freaking irritates me.
Scientific proofs, they don't serve as anything.
But hold on a second, Neil. Hold on, because it's a antecedent consequent relationship. All simulations need a circuitry to perform it.
Yep.
We live in a simulation, therefore there's circuitry to perform it. It's a modus ponens.
Who made the circuitry?
Well, that's just irrelevant. But it is circuitry.
Who built the computer?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but it is a computer. We all agree that it is a computer. We're existing in a computer. We all agree to that. So we can talk about who made that computer. That's fine. But we all do understand that it is a computer at this point, correct?
Correct.
Is it an Atari or ColecoVision?
Atari. Oh shoot, you're coming way back. Atari.
Looking at it, I'm pretty sure it's a Bethesda job.
I'd have to say it's a Sega Genesis. You know, Genesis, the beginning.
Get rid of the Sega part. It's a Genesis computer. So yeah, the background medium is the circuitry of how things move from one point to another. Because you can only know microscopic particles' position, its acceleration. You can't know both. So it has to be circuitry.
Is that in counter space?
In a simulation, there would be no movement. Everything exists in the simultaneous moment and instance.
Just like we experience. Light doesn't travel, it's just there. See? Proof.
Well, it has to get excited first. It's the excitation of light. That's why you see it.
That's just brackets light source.
Bro, there's no such thing as dark. There's only light that you can't see.
Is all of this happening in counter space?
It's inner space.
Well, no, we can't call it counter space. That one's taken. So we would, inner space. I like that.
That was a great movie. I'm possessed!
Dennis Quaid back in the day. There you go, Neil.
Yo, that part cracks me up. Did you hear that? I'm possessed!
Yeah. I remember that.
Is Martin Short still alive?
I don't know, but he was hysterical in that.
Huh? I'm back, bitches!
Oh, somebody said ether earlier, and now Q has arrived. I think his antenna were up.
It's a summoning word to get QE come in. You just gotta say ether.
Say it 3 times in the mirror, and he'll appear behind you.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
What's up, bitches?
There he is trying to demonetize Nathan right off the jump. Look at him.
I didn't even know you guys were out here, man. I thought the show was over. That was it. Nathan wasn't picking up in Skype, so I said, "Oh, well, they ended the show. That's it." And I was screwing around,
No, he
and I
stepped
see
away for
message.
coffee.
Then I was screwing around, seen a message. Hey, Nathan's in live stream too. Can somebody help facilitate that here in 24/7? I said, oh shit, I scrolled down there. There you guys. The cats are all in here.
Yeah. Now it's just the afterglow. I mean, after show.
Afterglow.
Nathan stepped away to get some coffee, Kiwi.
Bruh. No, I'm
we're
not.
just missing that new. We're just missing that new QE soundboard. So
Is somebody playing a Minecraft sound in the background?
That's what that is, isn't it? That's from Minecraft. That's the villagers from Minecraft. I hear it all the time with my kids. That's exactly what that is.
That Nathan with his mic open. Mr. Sound Discipline. Mr. Sound Discipline himself.
I think their mic is. Is that actually?
It's probably
what it is. I think Clover has picked up the game control and is playing Minecraft, but Nathan didn't close his mic when he left, so we're hearing her play Minecraft.
Bruh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. These are all very recognizable to me.
I want to know who called that out as the Minecraft thing, because that was awesome.
Me. It was me. I have 3 kids. Yeah. Plus, I play a lot of video games, so.
Good ears, man. Good ears.
And because I believe it's flat, and it's flat in all games, we exist in a game.
That makes sense.
What?
Yeah, you missed the Ratia. It's the new ether. I just made it up myself, so it has to be true.
Hell no!
I also keep hearing the soundboard, too. Is that us doing the soundboard? Is CB in here or something?
That's some Nitro freak doing that.
Okay. I just keep hearing bruh and hell nah.
That's QE getting in touch with his inner blackness.
Speaking of inner blackness, Chocolate, I am thinking of buying a Challenger.
The car?
Yeah.
Nice.
You gonna be running from the police soon?
Yeah, I'm gonna get some big rims on it and everything. No, I'm gonna get it white with some 5 spokes.
All right. So what I missed?
Well, I don't know, because I came in at the end too, because I stayed home from work today.
Everything that you didn't observe.
Mm-hmm. Can you prove that you missed anything?
That's deep.
If you don't care.
But it's so deep.
Yeah.
You didn't miss much. We haven't got any Globers in here willing to fight up.
They're all hiding on the political service bill.
See, the problem is a lot of the Rovers, They get in here and they look at these rooms and they just see a bunch of sharks circling for blood. So piping up isn't really their favorite pastime.
Well, if you make Bob the
Is that
pseudoscience
my
fallacy
big
guy,
homie Jedi back there?
oh brother,
As
gotta
I-
be
as I get
chocolate.
rumpus by Chewie.
Gotta be chocolate.
Yes, it's me.
Yeah. Yeah, those are the dulcet tones of Effie Jedi you're hearing, Chocolate. That is correct.
Ew, what's up, homie?
What's up, my brother?
Good, brother.
Well, sorry, John. Take a moment to recognise Chocolate. Good to see you, brother.
Mimus, you're back feeding.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
It's not a shocking surprise. It happens every time.
Oh, I know. I do it. I make sure that I'm going to be doing it, like rubbing on my beard or something. Here.
So I got a good idea. Just make Bob the pseudoscience fallacy guy a moderator in here, and he can come in.
How about we make him a gold and not a gold plus?
Didn't he try that once already? Did he come in here one time and said, "I'll debate, but I need full moderator powers"?
Yeah,
yeah, he did.
Shit like that.
Did I miss?
You missed your video, Q. We did the treatment on. That was enjoyable.
Yeah, thanks, Q.
You're welcome.
I also approved of Ratia, and we all agreed, so we're all Ratiaites now.
Again?
I didn't know that a comment could be independent variable. Just found that out this morning, actually.
Anything happening?
No.
Yeah, in nature, so long as it's not been caused by man, because then you already know the cause. Yeah, anything that occurs in nature can be considered a phenomenon. Comets, absolutely. The stars themselves and their
No, I said independent variable, not phenomenon.
Oh, independent variable, as in the presumed cause of the effect is comets. Oh, that's a Bob stupidity, isn't it? Bob's the science guy. Vaguely
What
heard
are
his
you
name
talking about
mentioned
the video?
as I sat down. I heard someone saying something about making him a moderator. That is what I'm
Yes,
assuming you're talking about.
When Bob wanted to come here, he said he would only debate here if we made him a moderator.
Okay, make him a mod. What's the problem?
I don't want him banning my guys.
Do you not have a lower mod status?
We do. We could make him like a pseudo or something like that.
If that's what Bob needs, then fine.
He left YouTube.
like
That's what he
3
said
years ago.
yesterday. He left YouTube. That's what he said yesterday. He's on TikTok now.
So he can only make ADHD commentary now.
Or TikTok.
It's not commentary on ADHD that you get on TikTok. It's material for an ADHD generation because they've got a short attention span.
Right.
Put a few videos out on TikTok. I don't give it that much attention, but occasionally if I'll make a shorts video and I'm on my iPad and it's like one button away to go to TikTok and just put it on TikTok as well, I will. Because it's very little effort. I've got 100 subscribers on there. Fantastic stuff, eh?
Yeah. Well, if he's going to TikTok because he thinks that more subs there equals more revenue, he's going to be in for a big shock because it's, I think, 70 times lower the subscriber count for income. So having 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, it would be like having 200 subs on TikTok. There's not much revenue to be had.
Wow, we got a guy promoting TikTok all the time on here named Gene.
Name a Gene.
Yeah, just because Gene likes TikTok and therefore sees it as beneficial to me, this doesn't make his point invalid just because there's limited revenue. Most of the pre-show are moaning about the YouTube revenue, so, you know.
So, Mimus, who's your flurf daddy?
My Flurf daddy. That sounds pretty gay, man.
Hold on, wait a second. You're not a father figure. Forgot who said that. I heard that recently. They see Nathan or Kiwi as the father figure.
Really? Man.
There's two
Yeah.
types of
Yeah,
there's two types of flat earthers, but 3 tiers. And do you see with your eyes?
I don't know if you know, but is it Mammarus? Causing quite a lot of feedback when you open your mic. I don't know if you're
It
aware.
ain't Mammarus, it's Memus, and we've already been over this.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry, I got here late. I just went and got milk.
A day late and $1 short. It's been handled.
I was gone for about 20 minutes, tops.
I know. I tried to get into Skype and no one answered it, so I figured everything was over with.
Everything is awesome.
Thanks.
This is awesome.
You see with your eyes?
Me? I was explaining
Anyone.
to my daughter why a guy was carrying a cane and why he was rolling the little ball along the street and explaining that he sees with his fingertips.
Ah. So Bob is right.
Why? What? Oh, okay. Not if it makes Bob right.
Now, I ended the show yesterday. He pulled one of those fight the fat girth things. Is that your hand? You put your hand out in front of your face. Is that your hand? Yes. No, it's not. So Bob pulled one of the same things yesterday. That's where I closed the show out because I can't wait to start right there again. So he says, what do you see with? You don't see with your eyes. That's where I stopped it.
His argument for terrestrial refraction being an automatic assumption is that you don't see with your eyes. Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding. That's what the man said yesterday. Then I stopped. I said, oh, yeah, I got to stop that right there. That's for the next show.
I forgot how embarrassing his last, or maybe it was his first, I don't know, visit to Flat Earth Debate was. It was a very long time ago. His appearance was woeful.
It was lovely, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I played it yesterday, by the way.
Well, yeah, I listened to it. And I remember thinking that's why we called him Bob the pseudoscience guy for the longest time. Because he was asked what are the constituent parts of an experiment, scientific. And he didn't know. He said, hypothesis. Null. You're like, no. You're like, well, what are the constituent parts of an experiment? He's like, okay, independent variable and dependent variable. I can't think of anything else. You're like, well, control variables, Bob. Oh, yeah, control variables. Yeah. You're like, this should be on the tip of your tongue permanently. You're Bob the science guy. Yeah, you don't know, and you're being held to task by flat earthers. What an outrage. How dare he call himself science guy?
Hey, theater major.
That's better than
That's not an ad hom.
Same question.
It's literally
being asked the same.
Sorry, chocolate.
Sorry.
Chocolate ruined it.
Better than being asked the same question by QE to Mick West. And I'm saying, I don't know. Do you have one?
Gave literally the textbook definition of an ad hominem fallacy. But it was pointed out, it was like, how is that an ad hominem fallacy? It's like, what, because it isn't a degenerate personal slander as well? It's not an ad hominem fallacy. No. An ad hominem fallacy is anything that's directed at the man as opposed to the argument. It doesn't matter what it is. And that particular instance, he's appealing to my credentials in a negative way. We know the implications are actually a negative slur on my character. Oh, yeah, theatre major, what's that got to do with nature of Earth? How could you be in this discussion where I've just proved myself incorrect about science, even though it's my namesake? You don't know what science is. That's how that conversation progressed. Like pure projection and an ad hominem, not an ad hominem. Well, how does that address the fact that we're discussing science and how it operates and how well you know it for you to then turn around and call me a theatre major. That's some textbook ad hominem fallacy. But he doesn't know what fallacies are either when he employs them. Hence he ended up being known as Bob the pseudoscience fallacy guy, right? But you forget why people get these namesakes.
Yeah.
I look at it like a theater major just exposed you. He should be all the more embarrassed.
Oh, thank you very much. Because I've got a lot to be embarrassed about being a theatre major, as you put it. That's how we have our credentials here in the UK. But nevertheless.
No, they called you a voice actor.
That's not what I said.
Oh, brother.
That's not what I said.
What you
it's
said
like
was...
me saying I'm a carpenter. So he's calling me, hey, Mr. Carpenter. Yeah, he should be more embarrassed because the carpenter just took him to task on the scientific method.
Fair enough.
And what's going on with Planet Peckerhead? What was that whole ordeal? What do they think that they were accomplishing with their soap opera color commentary about absolutely nothing?
Go ahead. Let me answer you.
Go ahead.
I already suspect that what Planet Peterson is looking for, I can relate to, because I was looking for it when I first got here. With a limited understanding. I might call himself a teacher or claim to certain credentials. The proof is in the pudding in terms of what he does and doesn't know, isn't it? He don't know much. So he's out looking for a mentor to teach him, so he can better understand how to overcome flat earth arguments. And he sought that out in Bob. Now, I think it was 10 days ago, I went very publicly and said, I'll be your mentor. I attack you on the flat earth points that you don't understand, and I'll teach you about your globe earth rhetoric. No worries. I mean, he hasn't taken me up on the offer. Instead, he's gone to Bob. Now, I was thinking when I was listening to you replay that, reminiscent of like yesteryear demolition of Bob the science guy, was I've offered to teach Peterson his heliocentric garbage in the best way possible with a white flag in the air, if you will, going, I'm not going to rip you a new one, I'm just going to take you through the rhetoric you don't understand, because I know it better than anyone. And that applies to anybody on the panel. I'm not just trying to be big-headed, you know what I mean? That would apply to anybody here now. He's gone to Bob. Then you play that just to show how crap his choice in mentor is. We know more about these subjects than Bob does. That's a fact. And you demonstrated it immediately. So it gives me an opportunity now, although it's not live and I haven't remembered to do it in a good place in the show. Maybe someone will let him know, I don't know. That offer's still open. If he wants to come here and learn about how his globe works, in quotes, then we'll tell him.
Hi, Nathan. How are you doing?
Very well.
I wanted to ask you something, if that's okay.
His name's Peg.
Yeah, Pig. So I've been recently getting involved in some quarrels or conversations / debates with globe earthers on random occasions, and I've heard you talk about this several times before, and I would love if you could explain it to me in a bit more detail when it comes to entropy, as well as with the statement that you made, like we measure it flat. Could you go in more detail on those two subjects, maybe sometime, like not right now if you're already doing something, but so that I can have a better understanding and not have to listen to BS from people who don't know what they're talking about?
Mm-hmm. What?
But both are self-explanatory. I mean, I could summarize both of them with like one sentence. It is measured flat. Now, you can get into the semantics of the description being non-geometric, merely descriptive. If you want me to paraphrase it away from somebody being able to get one overview on semantics, say the Earth presents itself as flat, and that is precisely how it is verified when we measure it, or something to that effect. Because to say flat isn't really a geometric measurement type term, as opposed to just being a general description of what it is and how it presents itself. But in terms of how the world functions and how it's been measured to give us the maps in the first instance, things like, I don't know, latitude system with Polaris, those angle measurements are taken from a flat plane. They are measurements with respect to a flat Earth. That's Earth being measured flat. Now, more useful to anybody going into the debate is to know that is the case, and therefore appreciate that every single globe claim that will ever be put before you will revolve around, no pun intended, a flat Earth measurement at some stage. Normally, it's genesis. The genesis of a globe claim will come from a flat Earth measurement. For example, if you're going to claim by affirming the consequent that Earth's a sphere, you're going to start by utilising a radial value at 3959 that's been derived from a measurement to Polaris, the minimum being the equatorial value, inferred minimum because it changes towards the equator. Therefore, you end up with anomalies being able to see Polaris beyond what is considered to be the equatorial minimum. When you derive the rate of change towards the equator, you end up with that minimum value, which means you can back engineer the flat Earth functioning, flat Earth measured world that gives you the maps to actually function with the real world. Now, in the process, you might transpose that onto a globe and then back onto a flat map again, but it doesn't alter where the origin of the measurements comes from. So, in terms of saying Earth is measured flat, it's almost done in a way that entices people to argue about the terminology, because the argument about the semantics of the terminology, when it's not a geometric term, also revolve around us accepting unequivocally that Earth is being measured as a horizontal plane of reference. That would be a flat Earth. As for the gas pressure and entropy argument, entropy is a description of how gas behaves, and there's a claim that there's a sky vacuum. Gas fills space. That's it. Much more concise when it comes to the entropy discussion, because it's a rebuttal to their positive claim that the sky is a vacuum. No, it is not. That violates the natural law that is the second law of thermodynamics. Hope that answers your questions.
Yes. I have one more question. This is like less of an explanation, but more of like, what do you do when you give the statement that like then the heliocentric model defies the second law of thermodynamics and entropy, and the claim that it's measured flat. What do you do when the